This is Kaido, the future world-renowned for Emperor of the Sea. Those who can meet his gaze for 3 seconds without laughing may claim the conqueror's haki. Haki is the power that stands above all. Year 1478 of the Sea Circle calendar. 6 years remained before the God Valley incident. At Sabaody Archipelago, a warship coated in dark green paint silently entered the port of the 66th Mangrove District without disturbing the island's residents. A robust man with a mohawk-shaped head draped in a white coat of justice stepped down from the warship with an unsmiling expression. The commander of the Sabaody Navy base, who had been waiting at the port, immediately led a group of officers and saluted respectfully as they approached. Admiral Kongu, welcome to Sabaody. Before the Commodore could finish, the man addressed, as Admiral Kongu interrupted. Enough, just tell me quickly, where is that brat Carlo? Sensing the impatience in his superior's tone, the Commodore shuddered and quickly replied. He seems to have gone to the Bubble amusement park. Amusement park? Kongus, I twitched. That damned kid skipped headquarters training and came to Sabaody to wander in an amusement park, making me search for him for half a day. Take me there immediately. Yes. A few minutes later, at Bubble Park in the 33rd Mangrove District, they saw a building decorated like a pink heart surrounded by various flowers. And at the entrance, more than a dozen women in scant clothing were flirting with passers-by. Kongus' forehead immediately lined with black streaks. He glared at the embarrassed Commodore behind him. This is what you call an amusement park? What kind of amusement park is this? Isn't this the pleasure district? The Commodore naturally dared not talk back, but muttered in his heart, isn't it normal for an amusement park to have a pleasure district? In essence, both aim to make people happy. That brat Carlo. How outrageous. At such a young age, he's degenerating, hanging out in a place like this. If I don't discipline him, he'll really go wild. Young as he is, wallowing in such a vile place. If I don't take strict measures, this boy will overturn the heavens. Kongus' anger flared, and he strode toward the heart-shaped building. Seeing such a burly, muscular man approaching, anyone would be intimidated. The women at the door brightened up and swarmed around him. Oh my, this Navy, sir, is it your first time here? Shall I introduce you to our signature services? Sir, you look so tough. Your muscles. They're really big. Kongus' forward momentum was immediately halted by the surrounding women. I am not here to play. I'm looking for someone. Kongu, somewhat flustered, used the Rokushiki technique, shaved to barely break free, and dashed into the building, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, panting heavily. Terrible. Those women outside were incredibly bold. They even touched him, a stranger, right in front of his Navy subordinates. Shameful. What a disgrace. It's all Carlos' fault. If not for that brat, how would he, a Navy admiral, end up in such a brothel? With that thought, Kongu lost patience and directly unleashed his observation haki, searching the entire building for Carlos' life force. Boom! A red glint lit up in his eyes as his powerful observation haki spread out, sensing the entire amusement park, including the pleasure district. Found him. In an instant, Kongu locked onto a certain room deep in the corridor and walked over with gritted teeth. Arriving at the door, he saw a no-entry sign hanging on it and heard silver bell-like laughter coming from inside. This made him even more furious. Women. And not just one. That brat Carlo. He really knows how to have fun. Kongu took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and was about to push the door open. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from inside. Uncle Kongu, I advise you not to do that. It's not a good time for us to meet, to avoid embarrassment for both sides. Why don't you wait outside for a moment? They'll be out soon, just a few minutes. What did you say? Kongu was stunned. Then his mouth twitched, his molars showing through his cheeks, and veins bulged on his forehead. Carlo, what the hell are you saying? Not suitable for meeting. Do you think you're doing something great? Carlo, you rotten kid, what are you saying? Not suitable for meeting. Do you think you're engaged in some great cause? Instead of turning the doorknob, he angrily kicked the door. With a loud bang, the door slammed open. Kongu rushed in with bull-like eyes still roaring. Skipping the officer's training at Marineford, a Navy commander, playing hooky to hang out in a place like this. Do you know what stain this degenerate behavior will leave on your naval career? You're wasting your talent. You're ruining your future. Are you worthy of your deceased father? You? As soon as he saw the scene inside, Kongus' roar came to an abrupt halt. His mouth hung open like a hippo, dumbfounded. The room was filled with the most luxurious decorations. The floor, covered with bear fur and mink, was sunken into a hot spring pool about 20 to 30 meters in diameter. Steam rose from the pool. A young man with spiky white hair, a firm face, but lazy eyes, was lying back comfortably in the hot spring. His stature was exceptionally tall, at least over 3 meters. His bronze-colored muscles were covered in scars of all sizes, giving a shocking visual impact. For beautiful women with fair skin and graceful figures were surrounding the white-haired young man. One was massaging his shoulders. One was rubbing his legs. Another was feeding him fruit. And another was. No, these were not. The key was the faces of these women. Looking at the 4 familiar, beautiful faces, Kongus' eyes almost popped out. He finally understood why Carlo advised him not to enter. Why Carlo said meeting would be awkward. Kongu didn't believe it before. Now he believed. Never had Kongu wished for the ability to turn back time as much as at this moment. So he could return to a few minutes ago. Then he could leave directly, avoiding seeing these women's faces. These 4 women, all under 25, were unmistakably women he had seen before. At the Holy Land, Mary Gios. The playful girl massaging Carlo's shoulders was Princess Iruniel of the Gigalosia family. The black-haired, long, straight beauty rubbing his legs was Princess Lorien of the Shepherd family. The pink-haired woman feeding him fruit, pitifully charming, was the 7th wife of Saint Nasajiro, married not long ago. And the last one, with golden hair and long legs, was the younger sister of Saint Don Quixote, Homing. Kongu racked his brains, but couldn't understand. Why would these women of the highest status come to such a disreputable place? And in this way mix with that brat Carlo. And 4 of them together. But now was not the time to dwell on this. Seeing Kongu frozen in place, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Carlo shook his head helplessly. I warned you, uncle. Haha. Kongu forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Seeing the women's faces turning cold, he was about to force an explanation when the golden-haired woman, Saint Homing's sister, pointed to the door behind him. What are you waiting for? Get out. Do you want to lose your admiral position? Sorry. I'm leaving now. Kongu, as if pardoned, hurriedly turned around and fled, even remembering to close the door behind him. Watching Kongu slink away, the golden-haired woman snorted, then turned back and counted the scars on Carlo's chest. This is your Navy Admiral. Such a rude man. Not a trace of your elegance, Carlo. Carlo, won't you consider coming back to the Holy Land with us? We could arrange a high-ranking world government position for you, such as the head of CP0. With your talent, you could certainly handle it easily. Humph. Carlo snorted and pinched her chin. Woman, are you teaching me what to do? They left. 10 minutes later. Still the same room. Kongu cautiously stepped in. He kept his eyes straight ahead, afraid of seeing something he shouldn't. Gone probably back to the Holy Land. Kaido, wearing beach shorts, sat down on a leather seat. He casually picked up a box from the table, took out a thick cigar with gold embossed patterns, and put it in his mouth. Then he picked up a golden lighter and lit it with a click. After taking a deep drag and blowing out a long dragon-like smoke, he tossed the cigar box and the golden lighter toward Kongu. Kongu caught them in midair, glanced at the brand, and his eye twitched. De Galasi cigar. Isn't this stuff sold by the stick? I heard it's 100,000 belly per stick. You have a box of 20. That's 2 million belly for one box. What's your salary? What status do you have to smoke this? Looking at the world-class luxury cigar in his hand and Kaido puffing clouds on the opposite side, Kongu felt his worldview collapse. He, a dignified Navy admiral, a man in his 40s or 50s, had only smoked this high-end cigar a few times. And this brat Kaido, not yet 20, merely a Navy headquarters lieutenant commander, yet extravagant enough to smoke a 2 million belly box of cigars. This is the kind of cigar even the royalty of the De Galasi kingdom wouldn't indulge in. This is the top luxury crafted by that member state to serve as heavenly tribute for the world government. Was he seeing things? Or was Kaido crazy? Are you going to smoke it or not? If not, give it back. Seeing Kongus astonished, muttering, Kaido couldn't stand it anymore. He'll smoke it. Damn. It's better to smoke than not. Kongu gritted his teeth and took one from the gold foil box. First, he carefully admired the intricate and gorgeous gold patterns on the cigar. Then he put it under his nose and took a deep sniff. Only then did he put it in his mouth, bite it, and light it with Kaido's lighter. He took a huge drag like a whale drinking water, closed his mouth to savor it for a full several seconds, then exhaled the dragon-like smoke. Then he collapsed onto the sofa with an expression of ecstasy. SSS. So good. This is real good tobacco. What I smoked before was all garbage. After finishing that drag, Kongu almost burst into tears. He looked at Kaluo with resentment. Damn it. How can you, a mere Navy lieutenant commander, afford to smoke this grade of cigar? This is unfair. But soon his resentment disappeared as he looked at the room's decorations and recalled the women he had seen earlier, and then faded away. Instead, realization dawned. Oh, I see. You see nothing. This money is just the inheritance from my dead old man, as you well know. Kaluo's face twitched. He really wanted to kick Kongu. I get it, no need to explain. Kongu's eyes suddenly showed envy and jealousy. He lowered his voice. Kaluo, how did you get close to those ones? Seeing Kongu's gossipy expression, Kaluo crossed his arms and sneered. You really want to know? Fine then. Forget it, I don't want to know. Don't tell me. It's none of my business. Kongu quickly waved his hands. Just kidding. The incident of him barging in and seeing those women still made him nervous. Although in his eyes they were weaklings, he could crush with a flick the fact that they were Tenryubido and core family members made Kongu keep his distance, let alone probing deeper into their relationship with Kaluo. Even as a Navy admiral, he didn't want to get involved in such troubles. After all, the one messing around with them was Kaluo, not him. When the truth came out, Kaluo would be the one to suffer. Seeing Kongu subtly tucking his lighter into his pocket, Kaluo's face darkened. He irritably put his feet on the table. What exactly are you here for? The Navy Admiral is so free that he personally comes to check on his subordinate visiting the pleasure district. Kongu's face flushed with embarrassment. How could that be? I'm here on business. What business could trouble a great admiral to come find a mere lieutenant commander? For some reason, Kaluo suddenly felt a bad premonition. It's like this. Mentioning business, Kongu's expression became serious. Kaluo, you know the current world situation is turbulent. The sea is surging, pirates are rampant, civilians live in hardship. Speak plainly. Kaluo's forehead veins bulged. He really couldn't take it anymore. Kaluo finally understood why Cap always got so impatient with Kongu. Damn it, he's so long-winded. Kongu coughed to him. I want you to go undercover in the Rocks Pirates. What? Kaluo, who was smoking the cigar, jumped up from the sofa and stared at the smirking Kongu. Me? Go to the Rocks Pirates? Go undercover? Kongu, are you kidding me? Kongu wiped off his smile, stood up, and with a hint of apology in his eyes reached out, pressed Kaluo's shoulder back onto the sofa, and said seriously, sorry Kaluo, I am not kidding. I'm serious. Serious? Kaluo crossed his arms, looking at the apologetic Kongu. Are you serious? Or are you trying to send me to my death? You know how dangerous the Rocks Pirates are, right? Kongu nodded. I know the Rocks Pirates are very dangerous. They are arguably the most dangerous pirate crew on the New World seas right now. Hachinosu is indeed one of the most dangerous places, at least for the Navy. Then why send me? Kaluo's eyes turned cold. In terms of seniority, I'm just a small headquarters lieutenant commander. In terms of strength, my power doesn't rank high in the headquarters. No matter how you look at it, it shouldn't fall to me to be an undercover agent in such a dangerous place. Did you forget how my unlucky father died? Or? Kaluo stared at Kongu, whose eyes grew more apologetic. Are you trying to use my hatred for rocks to make me willingly go undercover? If that's the case, then sorry, I won't gamble with my life. Not to mention the others in the Rocks Pirates, just how strong Rocks is. I think you know better than I do. Even my father, a Navy admiral, was treated like a roadside dog and casually killed by him. That's right. Carlos' biological father was the one in the manga, the Navy civilian admiral who was killed solo by Rocks at the Holy Land. And he witnessed it with his own eyes right before him. Carlo was a transmigrator. Moreover, he had been reborn into this world. 18 years ago, he descended into the world of One Piece and became the son of a Marine Admiral. One could call it a celestial opening. Carlo had once fantasized about this. One day, as a high-ranking Marine, or even an Admiral, he would personally witness each spectacular story within this manga world. To clash with Garp Sengoku, Zephyr Tsuru, and other legendary pirates on the high seas. To behold with his own eyes the future Marine Admirals, the Monkey Dog and Pheasant Trio. Then decades later, when Luffy sets sail and the supernovas gather at Shabandi, perhaps he could join Kizaru to thrash those rookies and show off. But fate had other plans. Carlo never imagined his script would turn out like this. Everything changed 12 years ago on that very day. That day the reverie was held at the Holy Land. Over 100 kings from allied nations were invited to attend. Rox seized the chance to infiltrate. He kidnapped 5 kings. The Marine Admiral stationed there, codenamed White Dragon, Soros White, immediately went to rescue them. Believing himself to be the world government's supreme combat power, he thought he could easily subdue this intruder. Little did he know that Rox's ferocity and might far exceeded Soros White's expectations. Each attack, imbued with Conqueror's haki like cannon fire, bore the terrifying power to shatter islands and annihilate nations. It drove him back step by step. With the hostage kings hindering him, it took only a few dozen seconds for a world government supreme combat power, a top-tier Marine Admiral, to be gravely wounded and fall. And at that time 6-year-old Carlo was right beside his father. To this day he cannot forget that after Rox struck a blow that blasted a massive hole through his father's chest. Through that gory aperture Rox waved at him with a grin. That arrogant, insolent, sardonic, and overbearing smile, like a branding iron, seared deep into Carlo's mind. As for Rox, it's impossible for Carlo not to hate him. A father's murder is an enmity that cannot be shared. Sooner or later Carlo would settle the score with Rox. But he knew his own limits now. He couldn't even touch. Even the division commanders under Rox were far beyond his reach. 1st Division Commander Whitebeard, 2nd Division Commander Golden Lion Shiki, 3rd Division Commander Charlotte Linlin. All were legendary pirates who would dominate the seas. Compared to these established great pirates, his 18-year-old self was still too young. To contend with these monsters, he would at least need to catch up to the monsters on his side, Garp and Sengoku. But even if he caught up to Garp and Sengoku, even if he caught up to Whitebeard and Golden Lion, it might still be insufficient to exact revenge and kill Rox. After all, that was Rox. Rox's strength was off the charts. It was a level of power that created a chasm. Even an admiral like his father, even the king of God Valley Garling, met only defeat before Rox. This was a man who dared to intrude alone into the flower chamber, face Imsama, and still escape unscathed. Without a doubt, he stood absolutely above top-tier fighters like admirals and emperors, reigning over the seas like a king, like a god. Even in the entire history of the One Piece world, Rox might could rank among the top 5, perhaps even the top 3. Therefore, although Carlo harbored thoughts of vengeance against Rox, he only intended to grow first. To become strong enough to reach the marine decision-making echelon, and then use the power of the Marines and the world government to oppose and attack Rox. Not to go undercover in the Rox pirates now, as Kong had suggested. That would be nothing but courting death. Perhaps sensing the reluctance in Carlo's words, Kong sighed, momentarily at a loss for how to continue persuading him. In truth, this visit also put him in a dilemma. On one side was the proposal from the Marine High Command Strategy Department. On the other, Carlo was the offspring of his comrade-in-arms. Carlo's father, White Dragon Soros White, had been a Marine Admiral in his lifetime, a fellow who had faced life and death with him, also a close friend. After Soros White's death, Kong, as a Marine Admiral, took great care of Carlo, even offending the world government and confronting the 5 elders who wanted to confiscate White's inheritance. Otherwise, how could Carlo afford such luxury now? The assets accumulated by a Marine Admiral over decades amounted to over 10 billion berries. What a colossal fortune that would make anyone envious. Remember, this was 42 years before Luffy. No one spoke, and the room fell into a long silence. Only the cigars clenched between their teeth continuously let off wisps of smoke. After a long while, Kong broke the oppressive silence. He looked earnestly at Carlo across from him. Carlo, actually, you don't need to be so self-deprecating about your strength. Admittedly, you may not match Garp or Sengoku yet, but your strength far exceeds your current rank. Some headquarters vice admirals cannot defeat you. That's evident to all. Without doubt, you have inherited your father's talent. No, I even believe your talent surpasses his. Because even your father, even Garp and Sengoku, were not as strong as you at your age. Carlo folded his arms and crossed his legs. Save the flattery. I'm not going. It's not flattery. I'm serious, Kong said with a grave expression. I truly believe you have the makings of an admiral. Or even a fleet admiral. Humph. Ignoring Carlos' sneer, Kong continued. What you lack now is sufficient battle merits and a place to hone yourself. And now the opportunity has come. If you can complete this undercover mission, you'll not only accumulate enough merits, but also fully temper yourself, allowing your monstrous talent to grow rapidly. I believe that one day you can certainly become an admiral like your father. Even the position of Marine Fleet Admiral is not out of reach. Keep spinning your tales, Carlos scoffed. If this opportunity is so great, why not send Garp? Send Garp and Sengoku. They're far stronger and more experienced than I am. Do you think they'd be suitable? Kong smiled wryly, spreading his hands. Setting aside their reckless, justice-driven personalities, their reputations are already known to pirates worldwide. How could they infiltrate the Rox pirates? Do you take others for fools? But you're different, Carlo. You haven't officially set foot on the seas yet. Your name is unknown to the outside world. Moreover, your style of conduct suits that side to some extent. Carlo shrugged. Not necessarily. There are plenty of face-blind people in this world. A scar, a new haircut, a missing something. Maybe no one would recognize them. Besides, I feel like you're dissing me. They hate evil. Oh, don't I hate evil too? Kong glanced at the several straps scattered on the floor and twitched his mouth. You also hate evil quite a bit. Hey, Malone. Who told you to reveal my fruit's traits? Gonsway roared in fury, then abruptly raised his right hand and swung it down heavily. It's not him. What's in it for me? Perks. Kongu was taken aback and instinctively said, you can earn double the military merits. We know going undercover is dangerous, so you can quickly rise through the ranks. That's all hollow. Merits. Where can I not earn them? Then, what else do you want? Kongu hesitated. I want some wealth, status, power. I want it all. Carlo extended his right hand and clenched his fist in the air. His demeanor suddenly turned much more domineering. His eyes grew sharp, piercing, and extraordinarily aggressive. Kongu looked at the cigar in his hand. Wealth. Are you short on money? Whoever has too much money. Carlo, under Konga's pained gaze, spat out the half-smoked cigar and took a new one to put in his mouth. Kongu probed, how much do you want? Carlo raised one finger. 100 million belly. Carlo said nothing. 10 billion. That's too much, right? Kongu frowned. Carlo relit the cigar, exhaled a puff of smoke, grinned, and shook his finger. No, 100 billion. What a... Kongu jumped up as if his rear was on fire. He stared at Carlo like he was insane. A screech like a rooster's crow escaped his throat. Are you insane? 100 billion. Do you know how much that is? A fully armed large warship costs only 100 million belly. With 100 billion belly, I could arm a force of 100,000 men and build several more marine bases in the Grand Line. I can't agree to that. The world government won't agree either. Carlo bared his white teeth, smiling like a greedy wolf. I don't care. If you want the horse to run, let it eat grass first. Since you want me to risk my life in such a dangerous place, you have to offer enough benefits. 100 billion. Not a single belly less, or find someone else. Kongu felt stifled and said angrily, but you're a Marine. As a soldier, you should obey orders. Carlo's smile turned cold. Orders? The Marines, or the world government? If it were just a Marine order, I might indeed go. But the world government? Is it worthy of my risking my life? My sense of justice isn't like that of my deadbeat father, loyally acting as their dog only to be stripped of his admiral title after death. Hey, Carlo, watch your tongue. Konga's face changed, and he instinctively glanced at the half-open door. Screw watching my tongue. I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Garp feels the same. If it weren't for the Marines still having a shred of conscience and justice, we would have left long ago. The world government's orders mean nothing. Kongu. Bitter smile. Bitter smile. Still a bitter smile. At that moment, Konga's face bore no expression but that of a wry grin. He sighed. Final, relay your demands to the 5 elders. If there's anything else, spill it all. Besides wealth, I want status. Not just rank. I want autonomy over a marine base in the new world. I want to be the base commander in full control of its operations. Anyone, including Marine High Command and the world government, can advise, but they have no right to directly interfere. Lastly, and most importantly, power. I want a sufficiently powerful Logia or mythical Zoan devil. Top tier. Don't fob me off with junk like smoke or gas. Without enough power, I can't even protect myself among the rocks pirates. Also, even if I go undercover, the Marines and world government must not contact me on their own, or they could very well. That's all for now. Old man Kongu, you can't decide this. Talk to the 5 elders. If they agree, you'll go. If they don't, or if they're furious enough to charge me, then bring it on. Carlo listed them one by one. Kongu listened to each one. At first he looked stunned and troubled. By the end he was completely numb. After hearing everything, he nodded stiffly, took out a silver den mushi, and walked out. Wait a moment, I'll go ask. Kongu hadn't been gone for 5 seconds. Carlo, having sat back down on the sofa, heard through the den mushi in the hallway a series of furious roars and arguments along with Konga's groveling explanations. He listened with keen interest, crossed his legs, lounged on the sofa, and smoked a Douglas cigar worth 100,000 belly each. Sipped the bubble wine from the Sabaody archipelago, utterly relaxed. The commotion outside lasted for over half an hour before gradually subsiding. Then Carlo saw Kongu wipe fake sweat and walk in looking more exhausted than if he had battled for 3 days. Carlo couldn't help teasing. Uncle Kongu, you look a bit tired. I've got a bottle of Elbath Miracle Tonic here. Drink it, and you'll be as tough as a giant. Cut the crap. It's all because of you. Kongu glared. He walked over, snatched the bubble wine from Carlo's hand, chugged it down, and tossed the bottle away. The higher-ups have basically agreed to your terms. Basically? Carlo raised an eyebrow. The 100 billion belly and a top-tier devil fruit. The 5 elders will give you that. They can also give you a marine base in the new world, even the autonomy you want. But, Kongu sighed, looking at Carlo with complicated eyes. But that base, including the soldiers, everything inside it, and even the island it's on, the world government won't provide. The five elders said that if you're truly capable, go carve out a territory in the new world and build your fort yourself. Otherwise, so they don't believe in my ability. Carlos' lips curled slightly. Starting from scratch and building a marine base in the chaos of the new world, how hard could it be? Even our Marines have only just established the first base G1, and it's constantly at risk of being overrun by New World pirates. Not to mention you're just one man, and an undercover one at that. Kongu shook his head, clearly unimpressed, but that couldn't be helped. That was the biggest compromise the five elders could make. After all, during the earlier Den Den Mushi call, they were so furious they wanted him to arrest Carlo and throw him into Impel Down. If it weren't for the Rocks pirates expanding too fast, posing an ever-growing threat to the world government, forcing them to find a way to break the pirates' dominance in the new world. Those stingy five elders would never hand over such a massive bounty to a mere marine captain like Carlo. Having secured the benefits, Carlos' mood lightened and a smile appeared on his face. So the money and the fruit, when do I get them? Kongu, a bit envious, said, the money will be deposited into your world government bank account. In installments. You asked for too much, so the higher-ups can't give it all at once. You'll need to trade intelligence for it. As for the devil fruit, it should arrive in a couple of days. Wait here in Sabaody. I'll have Marine Base 66 prepare a coded ship for your journey to the new world. He asked curiously, how do you plan to infiltrate the Rocks pirates? Carlo leaned back on the sofa. That's my business. I have my ways. Anyway, head back to headquarters. I know you Marine Admirals are busy, Uncle Kongu. Fine, keep it to yourself. Kongu turned grudgingly to leave. At the door he paused as if remembering something and turned back. Carlo thought he was worried about his safety and wanted to give him a few words. Instead, by the way, Carlo, that Elbaf miracle tonic you mentioned, does it really work? Carlo. Several days later, the new world, Luajigang. A string of bubbles suddenly emerged from the undulating sea surface. A dark shadow beneath the water rapidly expanded. With a splash, the foaming water was pierced by a sharp mast. A medium-sized single-masted sailboat no more than 10 meters long, wrapped in a layer of soap bubbles, leaped out from beneath the sea, accompanied by a crisp popping sound. The soap bubble burst. The foam carrying the unique fragrance of the Yerjiman red tree splashed onto the deck of the sailboat, landing on a white-haired youth who was leaning back. Kaido stood up. Glancing at the outline of the island now visible on the horizon, he stomped on the military record pointer lying at his feet, crushing it. So we've arrived, Luajigang. Feeling the gradually invigorating blood flow in his body and the mounting excitement in his heart, a corner of Kaido's mouth lifted uncontrollably. Let's start from here, my legend. System. Show me my current stats. Ding. Attribute panel. Physique 5-star 58. 383 Hockey Observation, Hockey 6-star 65. 275 Armament, Hockey 6-star 68. 002 Conquerors, Hockey 7-star 73. 528 Devil Fruit, 2-star. 212 Overall rating, 6-star. Comment. In the eyes of top-tier powerhouses, someone like you is at best a Lolita. Kaido's face darkened as he saw the comment appearing in his mind. Go to hell with your lowly. System, you're the lowly. Your whole family are lowless. The system in his mind did not respond to Kaido's rant. It was as if it had never appeared. Only when Kaido called upon it would it resurface in the depths of his mind. No one else could detect it. Yes, Kaido had a system. A system that could display his own attribute panel. This was the golden finger he had obtained after transmigrating into this world. When he first awakened the system, Kaido was ecstatic. After he had exhaustively explored every function of this damned system, his mood turned for the worse. Because his system had no point allocation function. It never issued quests. It didn't even have a check-in feature. Nor was there a system store to exchange for items from all realms. It wouldn't transform into a cute cat girl or a succubus. All it could do was display his current attributes across 3 dimensions, physique, hockey, and devil fruit. It had no other functions. Oh wait, that wasn't entirely true. At least it had a soul-stabbing, heart-piercing, venomous evaluation. Damn it. Garbage system. Give me back my youth. Get the hell out of my head. Kaido would rather jump off this ship than keep this useless system. Ding. Detected strong desire from the host. Unbinding in progress. I'm sorry, System Dad, I was wrong. Please don't leave me. Kaido apologized at the speed of light, begging the system for forgiveness. Fine, he admitted it. This garbage system wasn't entirely useless. At the very least, the attributes quantified to 3 decimal places allowed Kaido to perceive his own strength with unparalleled precision. It let him know exactly how many points of progress and growth every training session yielded. These tiny incremental improvements. Watching his 3-dimensional attributes slowly climb, feeling the steady rise in his own power. That truly was his greatest motivation for unceasing self-discipline. Often people are unwilling to persist in long-term effort because they cannot see their own growth in a short period. But with this system that allowed him to monitor his stats, at any time Kaluo's progress over the past few years had been visible to the naked eye. And after years of exploration, he had come to understand the concrete meaning of these attribute numbers. In general, the maximum attribute value should be 100. The closer a number is to the full value of 100, the stronger the power. However, the magnitude of the numbers was not a proportional algorithm, rather it was akin to leveling up in a game. The higher the level, the more difficult it was to increase, and the greater the power gained. With Kaluo's current average attributes just over 60, the system's overall rating was 6-star. Excluding Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit, his overall strength was roughly between a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral and an Elite Vice Admiral for Buster Call. 7-star corresponded to Elite Vice Admiral, Admiral Candidate, or future Yonko Commander. 8-star covered Admiral Candidates, Yonko Commanders up to top-tier combatants. 9-star was the true pinnacle of power. It encompassed what people called Admirals, Emperors, Kings, and Gods. That is the average of the three-dimensional attributes reaching 90 or above. Note that this three-dimensional star rating standard from the system only calculates physique observation Haki and armament Haki, powers that everyone can possess. The Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit possessed by only a few are not included in this calculation. They are considered personal additional combat power. Thus, Kaluo's real combat power augmented by Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit actually exceeded that of an average Vice Admiral, and by a wide margin. Of course, combat power standards could not be judged solely by the attribute panel. Many factors such as combat experience, environment, and personal willpower had to be considered. Moreover, the system's star rating was both extremely vague and extremely absolute. Vague because the power gap within a single star level was enormous. For example, among 9-star top-tier combatants, the difference in power between an admiral like Green Bull and Rox, or between Rox and I'm, was immeasurable. The gap between a 90 armament Haki and a 100 armament Haki was not a mere 10%. It was a difference of tenfold, or even greater. And it was absolute in that it strictly averaged the three power attributes physique observation Haki and armament Haki. Take Kaluo's 6-star rating for instance. It didn't require his physique observation Haki and armament Haki to all exceed 60. Rather, the average of the three had to exceed 60. If the average passed 60, he was 6-star. Otherwise, even 0.01 less would leave him at 5-star. Just like now, his three attributes were somewhat lopsided. Compared to his 68 in armament Haki, his physique of 58 was a full 10 points behind. But there was no helping it. After all, he was just a normal human. And humans had limits. Training the physique was the hardest among the attributes. In Kaluo's view, it was even harder than Conqueror's Haki, especially in the later stages. The growth of physical strength would slow down more and more until it hit a complete bottleneck. If he couldn't break through, he would be stuck there for life. Then as he aged, it would gradually decline. Don't think that his 58 physique was low. In terms of pure strength alone, Kaluo's current body was already close to that of a normal adult giant. With one hand, he possessed a terrifying force of 10,000 tons. Just as Kaluo was immersed in the numbers of the attribute panel. Boom! A tremendous roar suddenly came from the direction of Luojigang, faintly visible ahead. Startled, Kaluo looked up and saw flames rising from the distant horizon over the sea. Even in broad daylight, it was extremely conspicuous. This piqued his interest. Oh, someone is attacking Luojigang. This is the territory of the Rocks Pirates. Who would dare? Isn't this stealing my job? Meanwhile, on the other side at Rocky Port, a few years ago it was an obscure island in the New World. But due to its proximity to the pirate island Hachinosu, it became significant. After being occupied by the Rocks Pirates, who invested a large sum to develop it, Rocky Port has now transformed into a renowned harbor in the New World. Under the protection of the Rocks Pirates, it has turned into a transit hub for countless pirates, criminals, and the underground world. Every day, numerous dark transactions occur here. As the Rocks Pirates grew stronger, there have been fewer attacks on this port in recent years. After all, the notorious reputation of the Rocks Pirates is well known. Even the most reckless pirate newcomer wouldn't dare to gamble with their life. However, today, the tranquility that Rocky Port had maintained for years was suddenly shattered. With a loud boom. Unexpectedly, the pirates and criminals crowded at Rocky Port, engaged in various transactions, suddenly heard a massive explosion. Before they could react, everyone noticed that the sky above had suddenly darkened, as if a dark cloud had appeared out. As the pirates looked up in confusion, their pupils dilated in disbelief and horror. A gigantic pirate ship was soaring high above Rocky Port at a height of 100 meters. The massive hull blocked the sunlight, casting a large shadow on the ground. Are you kidding me? That's a pirate ship. Several pirates under the Rocks Pirates responsible for maintaining the operations of Rocky Port were still processing what they saw as they murmured, "Why is a pirate ship flying in the sky? Could it be the arrival of Lord Shiki?" In their minds, only the abilities of that master could allow such a ship 50 meters long and weighing hundreds of tons to fly in the sky. But soon they realized something was wrong. The pirate ship rushing through the air was upside down, with its deck, mast facing down, and the hull facing up. Not only that, amid the rising cries of astonishment, they heard several exclamations of shock. How could our scythe pirates ship be flying in the sky? Damn it. Rocks pirates. Are you behind this? Do you know we brought treasures and are going to steal them? Bastard. The pirates of the Rocks pirates tried to but the pirate ship above was already about to crash down. The ship came flying unexpectedly, and its descent was too rapid. The crowd at the port couldn't scatter in time, and was crushed under the massive pirate ship, which was still wet. Boom. The massive ship heavily landed in the most crowded area. The throng of people exploded apart like ants struck by a giant hand. In an instant, flesh and blood flew and limbs scattered. The enormous pirate ship shattered and disintegrated, scattering countless splinters in all directions. Nearby houses collapsed, and thick smoke billowed up. The ground shook, and the crowd's panic, terrified, and angry cries mixed together. The ammunition stored by the scythe pirates inside the ship exploded due to the immense pressure. Boom. A dazzling fireball shot in. The ammunition stored by the scythe pirates inside the ship exploded due to the immense pressure. Boom. A dazzling fireball shot into the sky mixed with choking smoke. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the area. The crowd nearby was like straw men blown away by a fierce wind. The raging flames expanded from the explosion center, forcing the pirates to flee in terror. But before they could retreat far, the sky darkened again. What now? The fleeing pirates looked up with despair, their enlarged pupils reflecting yet another ship. A pirate ship spinning as it flew in with its sails torn to shreds due to the speed. No, not. There were two. Three. Boom. 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 One after another, pirate ships and cargo ships rushed from the distant sea, soaring in various postures. Like giant cannonballs launched into the air, they crashed into Rocky Port, turning it to ruins. At this moment, even the dullest person understood that this port was under attack. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The pirates screamed in panic, piercing the air above the harbor. The faces of the Rocks pirates were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that someone dared to attack Rocky Port. Did the audacious attackers not know this was the territory protected by the Rocks pirates? Clearly. Because the chaotic pirates quickly heard a deep, thunderous voice echoing amidst the continuous crashes and explosions of the ships. Ohora ho ho, ohora ho ho. This is the territory of Rocks, right? Where's Rocks? Let him come out and see me. I want to challenge him. If I defeat him, I will be the pirate overlord of the new world, right? This sudden voice was even louder than the explosions. It shook the eardrums of the fleeing pirates. Looking toward the source of the voice, they saw a towering, muscular figure amidst the burning, collapsing harbor. It was referred to as a shadow rather than a figure because there were two curved horns protruding from the top of its head. He was as tall as a mountain, his physique robust. One hand hung by his side, while the other was raised, seemingly holding a weapon resting on his shoulder. Step by step, he walked through the burning long street toward Rocky Port. As he advanced, the flames before him seemed to fear him and automatically parted, creating a path for his arrival. This stance resembled a demon stepping out from the flames of hell. When the attacker's muscular figure cast in steel and iron was fully revealed, an indescribable aura of ferocity surged forth, more chaotic than the surrounding flames, making the pirates and criminals in the port change their expressions. Those who could venture in the new world and conduct business in a dangerous place like Rocky Port were hardly ordinary folks. Here there were notorious criminals with bounties in the tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions. Aware of the man's overwhelming threat, the pirates in the port hesitated to act immediately. However, this restraint was only temporary. Soon someone could no longer bear it. A middle-aged man of average height with a gloomy gaze and wielding two curved blades was the first to jump out and confront the attacker. Damn you. You are the one responsible for my ship, right? Who are you? Why are you doing this? Do you have any idea how many precious tobacco and fine wine I had on that ship? Those are worth billions of berries obtained with great difficulty. A long spiked black wolf fawn club gripped tightly in a muscular hand exploded through the air before the man, creating a fierce gust of wind. In an instant it crossed a distance of several meters, sweeping past the man. Boom. In that moment, flesh shattered and bones turned to mush. The middle-aged man who had been shouting questions instantly disappeared from the waist up. Only the bloodied and mangled lower half of his body remained standing alone without collapsing. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless pirates in the port, the bullhorn demon, clutching the wolf fawn club, and still in a sweeping motion, grinned coldly. What are you babbling about? I can't hear you. From the rooftop of a building deep in the harbor, Kalos' eyes lit up as he witnessed this scene from afar. Teacher Kai, what a coincidence. This is getting interesting. With a single strike he annihilated the captain of the Sickle Weasel Pirates Double Blades Cook, whose bounty was as high as 88 million berries. Hiss! Who the hell is this guy? Witnessing how Curved Blade Cook had been reduced to a mangled corpse in the blink of an eye, the surrounding pirates couldn't help but gasp in awe. They were utterly intimidated by the ferocious strength Kaido had displayed. The wariness that had emerged even before they saw him fight was now magnified tenfold. Immediately, many pirate captains resolved to retreat from this place of turmoil. As for the losses inflicted by Kaido, they were quickly forgotten. After all, this giant Oni before them was clearly not a man who would listen to reason. Yet they wished to leave, but Kaido had other plans. Leave? Where to? He had gone to great lengths to come to Loki Port specifically to challenge Rocks. If he didn't cause a massive uproar, how could he possibly attract the attention of the Rocks pirates? Without killing, without a bloody massacre, how could he summon Rocks? So, Kaido, gripping the 8-fast ring, turned around, his ghastly white teeth bared to the roots, and flashed a cruel, savage grin at the pirates and criminals who were preparing to flee. Did I say you could leave? With that, his overwhelmingly oppressive colossal frame took long strides toward the pirates' expressions instantly turned grim. One pirate captain drew his sword and pistol, pointing his blade at Kaido, and roared, "You damned Oni. Don't push us too far. Don't think we're afraid of you. There are so many of us here. Then bring it on. Come kill me." Kaido sneered, and amid the pirates' fury and terror launched his attack without hesitation. The heavy black iron club cleaved through the air like a death knell, crashing down upon the pirates' heads. The club's blow was massive and unadorned, yet swift beyond compare. The pirates could only see a black blur streak past before a searing pain shot through their bodies. Then consciousness faded. To the onlookers, their heads were smashed like watermelons under the club, or they were pulverized into splattering pools of blood and flesh. Oro. Worthless. A bunch of trash. You call yourselves pirates. Kaido swung his club in a sweeping arc. Dozens of pirates were struck across the waist, their bodies snapping like wheat before a scythe, bones shattered and limbs broken, hurtling dozens or even hundreds of meters into the air above the port before raining down like a macabre shower of petals. Crimson blood cascaded down, staining Kaido's towering frame, making his grin even more ferocious. He single-handedly chased down hundreds within the port. Like a tiger among sheep, he slaughtered the pirates who threw down their arms and fled in terror, wailing for their mothers. It wasn't that no strong pirate captain stepped forward to stop him, but they had underestimated Kaido's power. The black iron club, when swung by him, carried a kinetic energy akin to a full-speed warship. Any pirate captain with a bounty below 100 million berries couldn't last a single exchange against his club, meeting the same fate as Curved Blade Cook. After witnessing 3 or 4 pirate captains, each with bounties close to 100 million berries, being crushed like meatballs by Kaido, these pirates finally abandoned all resistance and fled for their lives. Kaido's height exceeded 7 meters, so while chasing them, he had to stoop down. He truly resembled a diligent farmer harvesting wheat in the fields. But unlike a farmer, Kaido wasn't just reaping the wheat. He was also using his club to obliterate the entire field. Wherever he passed, the spacious level port of Loki Port looked as if an earthquake had struck, with craters several meters or even a dozen meters in diameter appearing. In just a few dozen seconds, nearly half of this bustling pirate port was reduced to rubble. Rocks pirates. Damn it, do something. Isn't Loki Port your territory? Are you just going to watch this port be destroyed? Contact Rocks. Have him come and kill this Oni bastard. The pirates, being chased by Kaido, cursed at the fleeing members of the Rocks pirates around them as they ran for their lives. The cursed Rocks pirates members didn't respond. They merely kept their heads down and fled. No matter what, survival came first. They were part of the Rocks pirates, but only as affiliated crews. They were happy to drink and feast with Rocks, but lay down their lives. They weren't the Marines who charged forward shouting about justice. Amid the chaos engulfing the entire port, a long ribbon of blood mist suddenly burst from the crowd fleeing toward the town within the port. At the far end of the street, a dazzling flash of sword light streaked across. It mercilessly cleaved through the packed crowd. Amid a flurry of severed limbs and flying body parts, the strike hurtled toward Kaido's broad back. The hairs on the back of Kaido's neck stood on end. His entire body tensed, and he forcibly twisted his massive frame, swinging the black iron club in a roundhouse smash behind him. Clang! A piercing metallic explosion. Bright sparks burst from Kaido's club as it tilted slightly to the side. The unexpected slash had knocked it off course. Kaido narrowed his eyes and looked. At the end of the blood, a bald giant 4 meters tall gripped a double-edged greatsword with both hands, strolling through the bloody path he had carved, walking toward Kaido. A rookie pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries, the Oni from the Vodka Kingdom in the Grand Line, Barbarossa Kaido. Your true strength far exceeds your bounty, it seems. No wonder Rocks has taken notice of you. Kaido raised an eyebrow at the approaching bald giant. Who are you? The bald giant stopped 10 meters from Kaido, holding the great sword with one hand, its tip dragging on the ground. A grin spread across his face. Samuro, combatant of the Rocks Pirates, bounty 280 million berries. 280 million. I wonder how many of my swings you can take. Kaido, intrigued, strode directly toward Samuro. Samuro watched Kaido approach coldly without a trace of fear and said flatly, I told you Rocks has already reviewed your file and is somewhat interested in you. Barbarossa Kaido, if you still wish to join the Rocks Pirates, cease your foolish provocation now. Otherwise. Kaido grinned, twisted his wrist, and changed his grip on the club from one hand to both, then viciously swung it down at Samuro's head. Otherwise what? Incorrigible. Seeing that Kaido completely ignored his warning and swung the club, Samuro's expression turned icy. You don't know your place. In that case, he'll sever your limbs first, then throw you at Rock's feet to atone. Samuro, likewise gripping his greatsword with both hands, swung the 3-meter-long blade and ferociously struck at Kaido. The two heavy weapons tore through the air and collided in an instant, erupting with a deafening explosion. Then in the next moment, the cold sneer on Samuro's lips turned into shock. This strength. Impossible. In his eyes, the greatsword, which he had swung with all his might, a blade that could cleave a marine warship in one stroke, was brutally and violently deflected the moment it met Kaido's club. At the same time, Samuro's wrist shuddered violently as a torrent of savage force surged through the greatsword's blade, causing his arms to tremble. The sword nearly flew out of his hands. Kaido charged forward, and with a single blow sent Samuro, who had put all his strength into the swing, flying backward off the ground. Having gained the upper hand, Kaido didn't let up. He stomped his right foot, shattering the ground beneath him into fragments. He crouched low, then, like a loaded heavy crossbow, he swung the club with all his might. From below, he angled it upward, slamming into Samuro, whose weapon had been knocked away, leaving his chest wide open. This attack demonstrated Kaido's combat intelligence, which belied his rough exterior. He was not a monk. The black iron club came rushing toward him. The protruding spikes gleamed coldly, making Samuro's face contort as he was still airborne. He strained every muscle in his body, trying to pull back the deflected greatsword to parry. But he was half a step too late. The next moment, amid Kaido's sneers, the tip of the club struck Samuro's chest, the spikes tearing through his thick pectoral muscles. Blood gushed from Samuro's mouth as he was flung backward even faster. So this is a 280 million berry combatant. Trash. Feeble trash. Oro aro aro. Oro aro aro aro. Without Rocks, I am invincible. Kaido laughed maniacally, giving chase, his aura spiraling upward. Deep within the town of Loki Port, another massacre was unfolding. The pirates who had fled here, terrified by Kaido, intending to cross the island and escape from the other side, encountered another intruder. A white-haired demon. Patexiusi felt that he was having an extraordinarily unlucky day today. Originally, he had heard that Luajigang Port was a convenient place to dispose of stolen goods. Thus, he had traveled a great distance, intending to sell the precious perfumes and gold and silver jewelry he had plundered from Deliciosa here in exchange for berries and supplies. He had also planned, if this journey went smoothly, he would henceforth regard Luajigang Port as the ultimate spot for fencing stolen goods. For pirates like them who had no territory of their own and could only survive by roaming and plundering, it was easy to imagine just how important a neutral trade zone was, one that facilitated fencing and didn't need to worry about being immediately robbed. And Luajigang Port was unquestionably such a place. This was the territory of the most dominant pirate crew in the New World, the Luokisi Pirates. The rule here was that conflicts were prohibited within the port and island limits. Anyone who violated this would be attacked by the Luokisi Pirates. Here there was absolutely no worry about the owners of the looted goods showing up with the flag of Luokisi flying, let alone a member state like Deliciosa. Even the Navy and the world government's forces dared not venture deep into this place. Except for the fact that 2/10 of the protection fee from every transaction had to be handed over to the Luokisi Pirates, this place was literally Patexius's paradisal heaven for fencing stolen goods. As for whether they would encounter robberies from fellow pirates when they left Luajigang Port and headed into the distant open sea, that could only be settled by each one's own abilities. He, the captain of the Venomous Fong Pirates, the Venomous Fong Patexiusi, with a bounty of 90 million, was not born yesterday, and today was not his first time here. Thus he had absolutely no worries about his own safety or the safety of his crew. However, the moment he saw with his own eyes that his pirate ship was casually grabbed by that giant man with bullhorns and thrown dozens of meters into the air like a toy being tossed toward the port town. When he saw Scimitar Kyuk, whose bounty was only 2 million berries lower than his own, get his body half shattered by a single club blow. When he saw those fellow pirates of his, those pirate captains with bounties over 100 million being massacred like vegetables by that demon, Patexiusi was stunned. For the first time he realized that a great pirate with a bounty over 100 million could be so fragile. Without any hesitation, he decisively blended into the crowd and slipped away, not even taking the time to gather his subordinates. He ran for his life, fleeing deep into the town. Many shared the same thought. For instance, up ahead, there were several pirate captains with bounties no less than his. He spotted the captain of the Gluttony Pirates Pete with a bounty of 98 million berries. The captain of the Bloodsucker Pirates Leech Rick with a bounty of 130 million berries. And the lone killer with a bounty of 150 million berries, the Manslayer Levi. And, who was that white-haired guy? Kaido suddenly froze. He saw a white-haired young man standing in the middle of the street ahead. The young man was tall and robust, visibly over 3 meters in height. This street was originally narrow. Facing the crowd, he seemed to have been frightened by the swarm of pirates. Standing rigidly in the middle of the road, it instantly made the already cramped street even narrower. The pirates running at the front could only dash past him on either side. Not because the pirates were good-natured and not angered by the obstruction. Rather, everyone was busy fleeing for their lives, terrified that the demon behind them would come after them. Otherwise, that foolish greenhorn standing dumbfounded in the middle of the road would have long been set upon by the pirates. However, this white-haired fool's luck did not last long. A fat man 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide with waves of fat swaying as he ran charged straight toward the white-haired youth still rooted in the middle of the road. His rotund face, so massive that his eyes were nearly invisible, bore a panicked expression as if he had lost his bearings. Seeing that he was about to crash into the white-haired youth before him, the fat man frantically waved his 2 stubby hands, looking exceedingly comical. "Move aside, brother. I can't stop. I'm going to hit you." Seeing the fat man's motions and his panicked expression, Kaido couldn't help but sneer. That fat man was precisely the captain of the Gluttony Pirates, the Big Eater Pete. A fat man who was perpetually smiling, but in reality sinister and cunning. What can't stop? He was doing it on purpose. Although fighting was strictly forbidden on this island. At this moment, with Kaido's arrival, everything had descended into utter chaos. Pete had been chased and harassed by Kaido, feeling humiliated and furious. Now he clearly wanted to vent his pent-up frustration on someone. And that white-haired youth, paralyzed with fear and blocking the middle of the road, had obviously become his punching bag. He intended to use his thick, heavy body to crush the fool before him. Yee. The thought that in the next moment this youth's limbs would be twisted and blood would spray under his high speed. A gleeful smile involuntarily crept across Pete's fat face. Yet his mouth still feigned panicked shouts. "Move aside. Move aside, brother. I really can't stop. I'm sorry." Bam. The next moment, his mountainous meat-like body, like a charging elephant, slammed solidly into the white-haired youth under the gleeful gazes of the crowd. In an instant, the expected bloody scene of flesh flying and limbs twisting, anticipated by Kaido and Leech Rick, appeared without surprise. However, what left everyone dumbfounded and astounded was, the one with flesh flying and limbs twisted was not the white-haired youth standing in the middle of the road. Rather, it was the Big Eater Pete, whose body alone weighed over 10 tons, as fat as a mountain of flesh. At the moment of collision, the youth remained motionless, his feet planted on the ground, without shifting even a millimeter backward. But Pete, his massive body felt like it had crashed into an iron pillar welded into the ground. His skin stretched to the limit and then tore apart in large swaths. Countless yellowish, white, and red chunks of flesh and fat squeezed out from the torn wounds, spraying in all directions, drenching the narrow alley in a potent smell of gore. The excruciating pain of torn flesh made him let out agonized screams. Despite suffering such grievous injuries, he did not die. His bloodshot eyeballs bulged, glaring fixedly at Kaido, so close in front of him. Opening his mouth and howling, he actually lunged to bite Kaido's face. Bastard! Bastard! He'll kill you! He'll eat you! Seeing Pete's wide mouth filled with foul, stinking saliva drawing nearer and nearer, Kaido finally moved. His left hand, which had been hanging by his side, raised and pressed against Pete's fleshy chest, pushing forward. Seemingly using little strength, Pete's mountain-like body was effortlessly shoved away. Then he slowly raised his right hand, clenching it, raising his arm, thrusting his fist forward. Boom! The air in the entire alley visibly twisted and rippled, whipping up a violent gust of wind. The air seemed to be detonated by some explosive, bursting open above Kaido's fist. All the pirates in the alley saw a white shockwave appear before Kaido, and then Pete's open mouth was utterly penetrated by a fist. It drove straight through his thick back skull. A large, hard piece of skull, spinning like a flying dart, flew toward the stunned Kaido. Whizzing past him, it carved a deep furrow into the alley wall. Sorry, the one who should say sorry is me. Amidst the terrified gazes of the surrounding pirates, Kaido slowly drew his entire right arm, which had pierced through Pete's mouth, letting Pete's massive body crash to the ground. Without any hesitation, he reached into his bosom, pulled out a gilded cigar, and stuck it between his lips, lighting it with the intense smell of blood that saturated the alley. SSS. Taking a deep drag, the cigar smoke filled his lungs. Kaluo slowly raised his head, his face stained with blood, confronting the terrified Patexisi and the others. The killing begins. Are you ready? The pirates crammed into the narrow alleyway had their faces contorted with alarm. Reich the Leech with a venomous glare and Li Weier the demon slicer shrouded in a black coat exchanged a glance. Without a hint of hesitation, they lunged simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right, launching their assault on Carlo. Together, kill him. Reich flung a mass of dark writhing things toward Carlos' entire body. He followed closely, thrusting his right palm straight at Carlos' heart. Those dark writhing things were still twisting. They turned out to be dozens of plump, bull's-eyed leeches. Meanwhile, Reich's right palm aimed at Carlos' heart split open to reveal a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp fangs ready to tear through the skin over Carlos' chest. He was a Zoan-type leech fruit user. On the right, Li Weier the demon slicer abruptly flung off his black. As the black coat obscured Carlos' vision, Li Weier's squat body suddenly began to spin. He whirled like a top at breakneck speed. Yet as he spun, his body twisted and contorted rapidly, transforming into stacked spiral-like. His entire form became a drill lined with countless razor edges, emitting a screeching roar as it split the air, coordinating with Reich the Leech to carve into Carlos' left side. This was the Paramecia-type quick slice fruit. Two criminals with bounties exceeding 100 million berries combined forces, instantly plunging Carlo into peril. Seeing this, Patexiu gritted his teeth and drew his long blade. "I'll help too." He had just lifted his right foot, his shout not yet fully formed, when Carlo, with a burning cigar clenched between his teeth, stepped forward and raised his hand, delivering a strike through the air. The air before him twisted and exploded under his palm, surging into a turbulent gust. The dozens of nauseating, greasy leeches hadn't even reached his body. They were blasted apart midair, exploding into showers of blood that rained back onto Reich the Leech. Having slapped the incoming leeches to death, Carlo continued his momentum without pause, turning his palm into a claw. His 5 fingers bent and seized Reich's oncoming right hand. "Damn it! Let go!" Reich panicked and instinctively tried to yank his wrist back. But Carlo's fingers clamped down like a Tinta steel vice, locking his wrist in place. Not only could he not break free, the bones of his trapped wrist were visibly compressing, moments away from being crushed to powder by Carlo's grip. Yet something took Carlo by surprise. He didn't succeed. For just as Reich's wrist was about to be snapped, it softened like rubber, transforming into a slimy greenish tentacle. Slick and impossible to hold. At the same time, on the left, the madly spinning demon slicer Li Weier charged in trailing razor-sharp currents of air. His high-speed blades targeted Carlos' body, aiming to shave off flesh like peeling a potato. Their flawless coordination would have forced even an average Marine Vice Admiral to retreat. Even Carlo couldn't help but let out a note of admiration, as expected of pirates from the New World, barely over 100 million berry bounty, yet already possessing such strength. Not bad, but he did not step back. Instead, to Li Weier's bewildered astonishment, Carlo thrust his left arm forward, meeting the spinning blade-filled body. Is this guy planning to sacrifice his arm to keep his life? The thought had barely flashed through Li Weier's mind when he saw Carlo whip that extended left arm into his spinning form. Slap! A sharp, crisp crack rang out. Li Weier felt his face slapped with brutal force. His spinning body, like a top that had been struck, whirled even faster. And it was forcibly redirected, veering a hair's breadth away from Carlo's front, crashing into Reich beside him amid Reich's terrified screams. SHHHH. The grating sound of tearing flesh made Patexiu, who stood rigid with his sword raised, feel his scalp crawl. Under his horrified gaze, Reich the Leech, now a half-human, half-tentacle form, let out a piercing wail as he was sliced apart by Li Weier's high-speed spin. He was shredded alive, reduced to countless chunks of flesh that scattered with a splash. Damn it! The killer Li Weier, having slain his own ally, burned with fury. His spinning body leaped from the ground and lunged once more at Carlo. Carlo again swung his arm like a whip, lashing toward him. "You won't pull the same trick on me twice." Bladestorm! Li Weier roared as he slammed himself into Carlos' incoming arm. But instead of the sound of Carlos' arm being shorn of flesh, what reached his ears was a series of metallic clang, clang, clang. Blinding sparks flew simultaneously. What? Li Weier blinked in shock to see an arm black as ink meeting his frenzied spin, striking out a cascade of sparks, yet remaining utterly unharmed. Armament hockey. The thought had barely surfaced in his mind when Carlos' hand seized his head. He was a Paramecia-type quick-slice fruit user. Every part of his body could transform into steel blades, possessing the trait of steel itself. Unyielding hardness. Yet as Carlos' 5 fingers slowly closed, his steel-hard head began to deform irresistibly. With a screeching warping sound, it was crushed flat in Carlos' single hand, crushing iron into mud. Such terrifying finger strength. His head was shattered. The man was dead, but the demon slicer Liweir's body continued to spin. The influence of the quick slice fruit seemed to linger briefly on his corpse, not yet fully faded. Seizing the moment, a mischievous grin spread across Carlos' face. He hurled Liweir's body forward with a violent swing. Pierced the heavens. Drill. The next instant, under the terrified gazes of the pirates in the alley, the drill formed from Liweir's corpse, propelled by Carlos' brutal throw, became a meat grinder reaping lives. In an instant it stirred up a bloody storm along the straight alley. Wherever the drill passed, pirates could not evade, and were mercilessly mangled, leaving a trail of shredded remains. Carlo, with his white hair, looked like a demon bathed in blood, still chewing the unfinished cigar as he walked across the sticky ground toward the harbor where the pirates had come from. Having personally slaughtered a street full of pirates, his expression never changed. He remained as calm and indifferent as if the lives he had taken were not living beings, but mere livestock. To his surprise, Carlo found that one pirate had miraculously survived. Patexiu trembled like a sieve, his body limp as he knelt amidst the blood and torn flesh, staring blankly up at Carlo approaching. A warm trickle flowed down his crotch. "What's your name?" On the verge of collapse, Patexiu heard a voice through his daze. He answered instinctively, "Patexiu. You're lucky. If you survive, come find me in Hachinosu." Hachinosu. The voice brushed past his ear, snapping Patexiu out of his stupor. He turned blankly, watching the tall, white-haired figure tread over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, striding with unwavering steps toward that terrifying bull-horned demon. Then Patexiu witnessed a shocking scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw the white-haired man. He began to sprint. The narrow alley exploded beneath his feet, leaving craters like cannon shells. The entire street trembled under his furious charge. The smoke from the cigar clamped between his teeth was pulled into a straight, white line. He ran faster and faster. Though his build was not enormous, in his sprint he resembled a rampaging giant beast. His entire form blurred into a fleeting shadow. With a deafening, earth-shattering boom, he launched himself from the ground, rocketing upward like a missile into the sky. His raised right arm bulged with muscles like knotted ropes. His clenched fist blasted forward. But it was not aimed at Kaido. Instead, it punched toward the back of Samluo, who was being sent flying backward by Kaido. Samluo, still midair and gritting his teeth as he stared ahead at Kaido, braced for Kaido's next strike. But the sudden death crisis from behind made his scalp prickle. Hua. He tried to turn, but it was too late. An explosive force, swift as lightning, slammed. Almost simultaneously, Kaido, charging forward across the ground, seemed to notice something intriguing. His bloodthirsty, battle-hungry eyes blazed with unprecedented brightness. The spiked club in his hand swung with even more ferocious force, smashing straight into Samluo's chest. Carlo and Kaido, one from behind and one from the front, attacked in a pincer. Almost at the exact same moment, they drove fist and spiked club, with Samluo's flying body sandwiched between them, into his frame. Boom. In an instant, Samluo's own powerful physique was torn apart by those two savage forces. His broad chest exploded, flesh and blood flying, blasted into a gaping hole that pierced through his body. A pitch-black fist shattered his spine and thrust out through his shattered chest, colliding with Kaijuo's ink-black spiked club. Clanged. Amid the piercing explosion, two equally bloodthirsty, battle-crazed eyes met through the gory hole in Samluo's chest. Feeling the mountain-like force transmitted through the tip of the spiked club, Kaijuo's grin stretched wider. "Worororo. I didn't expect this island to still have a strong one. Boy, who are you?" "Sualusi Carlo." A long-lost excitement also flickered in Carlo's grin. His free left hand swept out like a slap, severing Samluo's bloody upper body, sending it hurtling straight toward Kaijuo's head. "Mr. Kaido, a pleasure to meet you. Please guide me well." "Oro aro aro aro. Well met." Seeing Carlo spring forth from the roadside, the warlike Kaido was not alarmed, but delighted. Without a second word, he withdrew his spiked club, which had been pressing against Carlo's fist, and swung it backhanded at the half-corpse Carlo had hurled at him. Once again, Samuro's mangled corpse was struck back like a baseball. Midair, with no foothold, Carlo suddenly stepped on the empty air as if it were solid ground. Boom. The air beneath his foot exploded violently, unleashing a white blast of air that generated a fierce recoil, propelling his body like a cannonball, soaring over a dozen meters upward to evade the falling corpse. That's a Navy technique," Kaido exclaimed in surprise, his eyes suddenly blazing with fierce, killing intent. "Boy, are you a Marine." Carlo did not reply, but instead raised his right leg high above his head in midair, then brought it down in a vicious axe kick. Shine. As his leg descended like a battle axe, a white ribbon-like slash burst from Carlo's leg, hurtling from dozens of meters in the air toward Kaido's head below. Rankyaka battle axe. The sharp slash came screaming, but Kaido with his massive frame dodged with a speed and reaction that defied his size, merely sidestepping. The crescent moon-shaped white slash grazed his body and sliced into the ground beside him. The hard pavement of large blue stones was as fragile as tofu cut by a blade, leaving a long, narrow crack over 10 meters long and unfathomably deep. Dodging Kalos' strike, the killing intent in Kaido's eyes grew even more intense. He seemed to recall some unpleasant past. The excitement he had shown upon seeing Carlo gradually transformed into a raging, murderous fury. Gazing at Carlo, who was raising his leg again in midair, Kaido roared, "Reinkaku! The 6 powers! Damn brat! You really are a Marine. You talk too much, Kaido." The muscles under Carlo's beach shorts tightened like drawn bowstrings, unleashing dozens of sharp slashes toward the ground in an instant. The slashes fell like a rainstorm, covering Kaido's massive frame from every angle. Reinkaku Maelstrom. Navy. Navy. In the midst of the storm of Reinkaku slashes, Kaido stood still, his muscles bulging like restless Amid the deluge of Carlos' Reinkaku, he neither dodged nor blocked, letting dozens of slashes strike his body. The next moment, Carlos' pupils contracted in shock. In the midst of the storm of Reinkaku slashes, Kaido stood still, his muscles bulging like restless mountains, gleaming with a black metallic luster as if forged from steel. Those massive swollen tendons felt like coiled pythons or bundles of tightly wound steel cables. The Reinkaku slashes that could easily sever steel barely managed to cut through his skin, leaving shallow, bloody lines. Then they were harmlessly deflected by the bulging muscles beneath his skin. Gazing at Kaido's body tougher than steel, Carlo couldn't help licking his lips. His eyes gleamed. Was this the indestructible physique of the future's strongest creature? Though Kaido was 3 years younger than him in age. At just 15, Kaido already possessed such a formidable physique. Such a body could not be achieved through. It was the racial talent of Kaido's special tribe, the Oni. Combined with his own bloodline, it created a monster's constitution. This physique's attribute value must be at least 10 points higher than his own, above 70. Possibly even higher. At this moment, Carlo was almost drooling with desire. "I want it." Just as Carlos' attention wavered for a moment, Kaido, who had taken his full barrage of Reinkaku, flexed his muscles violently, his eyes locked on Carlo with a crimson glare. He gripped his spiked club, crouched on his thick legs, and leaped upward. Boom! The moment he jumped, the ground beneath him exploded, creating a crater dozens of meters wide. Half the street in Loki Port shook violently, and buildings collapsed. Kaido's massive body shot upward like a rocket, rising dozens of meters in an instant. The spiked club in his hand tore through the air, shrieking like a banshee. Due to the extreme speed, silver-white arcs of electricity crackled from its sharp spikes. This technique. Could it be? Carlo's pupils shrank. "Navy brat. He'll kill you." Kaido roared, his voice still youthful, shouting his iconic attack. This was the legendary Thunder Bagua, the king-curing technique. ZZZZZT. The heavy black spiked club wrapped in silver arcs hurtled toward Carlo's chest like a phantom of black and white. A dangerous sensation that made every hair on Carlo's body stand on end surged over him. His instinct screamed for him to dodge, to flee. But at the brink of the moment, Carlo forcibly suppressed that instinct. In Kaido's stunned gaze, he reversed his step, using moonwalk, leaped back, and turned defense into offense, grinning savagely as he charged headfirst into the oncoming club. A real man never dodges a frontal assault. Let me taste the flavor of this strike. Armament hockey. Adamantine body. Carlo clenched his fists, and the shirt on his upper body instantly burst apart. His scar-covered muscles bulged like erupting magma. A jet-black, glassy luster emerged from beneath his skin, wrapping around his entire upper body. He seemed to transform into a black adamantine Vajra king. His forehead, now gleaming with that black luster, collided head-on with Kaido's spiked club. Clanged. A metallic clash exploded. The atmosphere itself seemed to rupture, sending shockwaves of howling wind at the moment of impact. Their collision only lasted an instant. Carlo, who had struck the club with his head, was sent flying by Kaido's furious roar, tumbling head over heels like a cannonball, crashing diagonally into the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Carlo's body smashed through building after building. The island of Loki Port shook as if struck by an earthquake. Streets and ground kept splitting open. Carlo flew over 100 meters, crashing through 5 or 6 houses before the ground finally stopped him, creating a crater over 10 meters in diameter. In the collapsed pit, Carlo lay on his back, mouth agape, chest heaving violently, his face covered in blood. His eyes lost focus, and the world before him turned black. His mind was still reeling violently, ears ringing. His head throbbed with explosive pain. Carlo had been somewhat overconfident. He had nearly been knocked unconscious by Kaido's strike. The power of that blow was simply too intense. It seemed Kaido had not even used haki. This was pure physical strength. Even with armament hockey for defense, he suffered a concussion from that one strike. Yet Kalos' lips uncontrollably curled into a grin, and he let out a hearty laugh. The laughter pierced through the swirling dust, echoing over the shattered Loki port, reaching the ears of Kaido, who was striding grimly toward him with his club. Ha! Kaha! Kaha! Awesome! So powerful! Why was Kalos so delighted? Because, ding! Physique 1. Physique 1. Watching the numbers automatically emerge in his mind, Carlo could no longer suppress the smile spreading across his lips. An irrepressible surge of ecstasy flooded his heart. System. Display my status panel. Ding. Status panel activated. Physique 5-star 58. 383,159. 383. Hockey. Observation hockey 6-star 65. 275. Armament hockey 6-star 68. 0020. 268. 202. Conqueror's hockey 7-star 73. 528. Devil fruit 2-star 20. 212. Comprehensive rating 6-star. Remark: in the eyes of top-tier powerhouses, someone like you is at best considered a lowly. Gazing at his status panel, where his physique had directly increased from 58. 383 to 59. 383. Carlos' joy at this moment surpassed even the delight he felt when obtaining hundreds of millions of berries and a mythical Zoan devil fruit from Kongu. He even overlooked the system's venomous remark. For he had been tempering his physique for so long, and for several months there had been no significant progress. Finally, under Kaido's strike, he achieved a breakthrough, and it was a full 1-point increase. Never underestimate this mere single point of attribute. Know that the physique attribute is the most difficult to improve among all attributes. Even harder than improving Conqueror's hockey, because it determines Carlos' strength, speed, stamina, endurance, and all physical advancements. And it greatly influences the quality of hockey and the development of the devil fruit. In Carlos' view, neither Kaido's future conviction that so-called hockey transcends all, nor the manga's emphasis on the supremacy of devil fruit powers, is correct. Only physique, only the body truly transcends all. This is the foundation of everything. Over the past years, Carlo had been meticulously tempering and honing his body. He aimed to break through his own limits step by step, pushing his physique to higher levels, 7-star, 8-star, even 9-star. To forge an indestructible body like Kaido's in the future. To become a steel balloon like Charlotte Linlin. But after all, he was merely a normal human. Humans have limits. In the early stages, his training allowed his physique to advance rapidly. But once the attribute value exceeded 50, the pace of improvement slowed significantly. About a year ago, his physique had reached 50 points. Then a year passed, and his physique had only increased by 8 points, reaching 58. In the last few months, it had only increased by 0.3. This excruciatingly slow rate of improvement nearly drove Carlo to despair. He began to believe that his limit might be here. Without a powerful physique, his future achievements would never be. He might never even become an admiral, let alone seek revenge against rocks. But now Kaido's strike told him that Carlo's physique had not yet reached its limit. There was still room for growth. Previously, Carlo had sparred with Garp Sengoku and Zephyr at headquarters. But the results from training were unsatisfactory. Not that Garp Sengoku and the others were inferior to the current Kaido. Rather, they were ultimately his comrades. And they all regarded Carlo as a rookie soldier. During sparring, they would subconsciously hold back. Even Garp, who had the least restraint, would not go all out against the descendant of a deceased admiral. But Kaido before him was different. He was determined to kill Carlo, to obliterate him with every intention. The killing intent erupting from the lightning reed-spiked club sent a bone-chilling cold through Carlo. Perhaps it was this all-out killing intent that stimulated Carlo's biological instincts, allowing his physique to break through once more. One strike was worth months of training. In comparison, Carlo didn't even care about the 0.2 increase in armament hockey. What occupied his mind now was how much could he raise his physique attribute in the upcoming battle. One strike for 1-point increase. This was way too cost-effective. Truly the greatest teacher in the pirate world. Thank you, Kaido-sensei. With a grateful heart, Carlo grinned, climbed out of the crater, and looked at the approaching Kaido with a beaming face. Kaido was puzzled by his smile. He thought Carlo was mocking him. Fury instantly surged in his heart. Don't get too cocky. You damn brat of a Marine. Next swing he'll smash you into minced meat. Without any hesitation, the enraged Kaido grabbed his club and charged at Carlo. His over 7-meter turtle body towered above the surrounding 2-story buildings. As he charged forward, he was like a rampaging behemoth, brutally smashing through all architectural obstacles in his path, reducing them to rubble. The pitch-black spiked club swung down from above, aimed directly at Carlo's skull. Shaved. Carlo's form flickered backward, evading the club's edge like a teleport. Then he stomped the ground, ascended with moonwalk, agilely rebounding, and turning midair, making a sharp right-angle turn, and with a short dash flashed behind Kaido, punching toward the back of his head. Although eating Kaido's strike had increased his physique by 1 point, Carlo had no intention of taking a second blow. Enhancing power was important, but underestimating Kaido was dangerous. One slip could lead to disaster. The prerequisite for strength is survival. If you die, you lose everything. Carlo threw a punch, unleashing the full force of his 59-point physique. A power close to 10,000 tons, akin to an adult giant's might. Even before it connected, the back of Kaido's head throbbed with pain. He dared not take it heeding. With no time to retract the swung club, he raised his left hand over his right shoulder, opened his palm, and spread his thick fingers, attempting to catch Carlo's fist. Seeing Kaido's massive hand grasping at the air, Carlo smirked. Who said that if your muscles are too big, you can't reach your own back? Carlo's fist did not retract. Instead, it accelerated. Their fist and palm collided. Boom. The terrifying physical power of both erupted. Although Kaido's physical strength was far superior to Carlo's, his current posture for catching the punch was clearly lacking in power. With one punch, Carlo forced Kaido's left hand back. He immediately followed up with a hook punch aimed at Kaido's temple. And at this moment, Kaido forcibly twisted his massive body, spinning the spiked club in his right hand 180 degrees, swinging it like a meteor hammer at Carlo behind his head. Iron body. Muscle balloon. Carlo inhaled sharply, all his pores opened, swallowing air, and his entire body swelled up like a balloon. His muscles bulged into a sphere. He actually deflected Kaido's incoming strike. This was an inspiration from Luffy's Gear 3rd in the manga. Although Carlo's body couldn't stretch like rubber, his physique, trained to the level of life return, could easily achieve such muscle expansion. After deflecting Kaido's attack with his swollen muscles, Carlo inhaled again, gathering the air toward his right hand. The next moment, his right fist suddenly enlarged 3 or 4 times, wrapped in armament hockey pitch black. Like a massive sledgehammer, it swung in a full arc toward Kaido's face. Muscle armament. Battering ram. Kaido tried to lean back to dodge, but Carlo suddenly shouted, "A real man never dodges a frontal assault. Kaido, you coward. Spineless wimp." Kaido was so furious his nose almost twisted. "Bastard, who are you calling spineless? I'm no coward." Gnashing his teeth, he stopped dodging, stood rigidly in place, glaring with bull-like eyes, watching Carlo's fist hurtling toward his face. "So what if I take this punch? Your soft fist isn't even fit to scratch my itch." Boom. Kaluo's massive right fist, like a black cannonball, slammed heavily into Kaido's face, stifling the shouts in his mouth. The fist force of nearly 10,000 tons fully erupted. Even if a warship or a low hill stood before this punch, Kaluo would have blasted it to pieces. Kaido felt as though a large warship charging at full speed had struck his face. The moment Kaluo's fist connected, his massive body flipped backward, the back of his head smashing heavily against the ground. The ground behind him was shattered by his head. Kaido was completely inverted, his upper body buried deep underground, leaving only 2 hairy legs sticking up and twitchingly erect. A long string of blood splattered from his mouth and nose. Kaluo even spotted a broken incisor. He looked at Kaido sprawled with his head still buried in the earth. Kaluo felt he had vented some of his anger. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Before Kaido could get up, he delivered another kick between Kaido's legs. A soccer kick. A dull thud of flesh colliding was followed by Kaido's agonized cry like that of Tom. His body, struck by Kaluo's brutal kick, was pulled out of the earth, skimming the ground, bulldozing through over a dozen houses and crashing over 100 meters away. At the end of the chaotic long street, Kaido clutched his groin, his face twisted in pain, turning the color of pig liver. He gritted his teeth, raised his head, and glared at Kaluo, his eyes bloodshot. "Despicable marine brat, you actually." Ouch. As it turned out, no matter how tough the body, that vulnerable spot could never be as hard as a fist. Kaido even had tears streaming from Kaluo's kick. Blood still trickled from the corners of his mouth and nostrils, making him look quite pitiful. The smoke and dust ahead parted to both sides. A gust of wind rushed toward him. A crescent-shaped slash over 10 meters long skimmed the ground. Lan Jiao Gale. Bastard. Kaido gritted his teeth and thrust his spiked club into the ground. The slash of Lan Jiao shattered against his weapon. But following close behind was a right foot wreathed in black hockey, and a taunt that made Kaido boil with rage. "Yo, Kaido, are your golden eggs okay? You're not turning into a woman, are you?" Seeing the gloating smile on Kaluo's face, Kaido's face twisted in fury. "Don't get cocky. Rumble, Bagua." The lightning-wreathed club roared as it tore through the air, driven by Kaido's massive arms, and exploded toward Kaluo's right foot. Seeing the gleaming spikes on the club, Kaluo also grew ruthless, refusing to dodge, and stomped down with his foot. "Whoa-wah. Ugga-wah." Kaluo mustered all his strength into his right foot, pressing down on Kaido's club with all his might, trying to stomp it into the ground. Kaido snorted white steam from his nostrils, eyes reddened, gripping the club with both hands. The muscles on his massive arms bulged like serpents' thick veins threatening to burst as they unleashed infinite power. The two briefly struggled, both faces flushed crimson as if they would bleed. Yet in the end Kaido's go! Fly to the end of the sky. Rumble 16 Bagua. With a ferocious roar Kaido swung the club around from under Kaluo's foot, sliding up along his leg, grazing his chest and abdomen, and smashed it into Kaluo's chin. A crack sounded from Kaluo's lower jaw. A stream of blood sprayed from his mouth, turning into a mist. He was blasted away like a baseball struck by Kaido's bat. Boom! He flew so fast that he broke the sound barrier, creating mock rings, and traveled from one end of the port town of Loki to the other over 400 to 500 meters away. The mechanical announcement of the system, Physique 1, Armament Haki 0. 2-inch, was drowned out by the sound of Kaido stomping the ground and charging after him. With a click Kaluo pressed his dislocated jaw back into place. He thought Kaido had shattered his chin with that, but though it wasn't broken, his teeth were loosened. He didn't know how much blood had flown from his gums, even some molars. Tui. He spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm to the ground, shook his right foot, whose sole had been stabbed by the club's spikes, and charged out laughing wildly to meet Kaido, who came swinging his weapon. Come again. Bring it on. Kaido also readied whirled his club like a windmill and battered Kaluo. He smashed the club into Kaluo's right shoulder. Kaluo's legs were driven deep into the ground. The shoulder muscles tore, and several bloody holes were punctured by the spikes. His shoulder blade cracked. Physique 0. 8. Armament Haki 0. 2. Kaluo whipped a kick across Kaido's waist, sending him flying sideways for dozens of meters. But Kaido, relying on his thick hide, quickly flipped up and charged again, gripping the club with both hands for a downward overhead chop. The ground was blasted into a crater over 10 meters in diameter. Kaluo, covered in blood, stood at the edge of the crater and raised his middle finger at him. Hehe, you missed. Walk. Rumble Bagua. Physique 0. 6. Armament Haki 0. 15. Rumble Bagua. Physique 0. 55. Armament Haki 0. 1. Rumble 16 Bagua. Physique 0. 4. Armament Haki 0. 08. Kaido, as if struck by epilepsy, swung his club wildly, his strength seemingly inexhaustible, bombarding Kaluo endlessly. At first Kaluo used his smaller size and speed to dodge dozens of attacks, and even traded blows. But Kaido refused to evade, relying on his thick skin to chase and output madly. After a high-intensity exchange lasting over 10 minutes, Kaluo was the first to tire. Fighting barehanded against Kaido's spiked club put him at a disadvantage. His current armament Haki was not yet strong enough to easily withstand a treasured sword like the 8 Fast Cats, though he didn't know whether Kaido's 8 Fast Cats was a supreme grade or great grade blade. But the hardness and sharpness of the spikes far exceeded those of the famous swords Kaluo had seen at headquarters. His hands, feet, and body were punctured and cut in many places. He had lost a lot of blood. If not for life return, the ability to freely control muscles to stop bleeding, he would probably be suffering from anemia by now. Suddenly Kaluo's foot slipped into a hole, causing him to stagger to the right. Not good. In that brief moment of negligence from the corner of his eye, Kaido's bloodthirsty sneer was already right before him. An opening. Kaido roared as if pumped full of stimulants, swinging his spiked club with all his might at Kara's face. Lanzu. A crimson gleam flickered in Kara's eyes. In the split second before the club smashed into his face, he tilted his head back. The spikes of the club grazed past his eyelids, leaving a few shallow, bloody scratches on his face. Observation Haki 0. 2. Did the observation Haki increase as well? Kara was taken aback, then overjoyed. Truly, teaching from a master covered all aspects. You just smiled, didn't you? In that moment of joy, a massive hand grabbed him out of thin air, and with a bear hug, Kaido lifted Karo off the ground. Kara's neck was clamped by Kaido's terrifyingly thick left arm. His right hand seized the top of Kara's head, exerting furious force, as if to twist Kara's head clean off his neck. Kaido's move left Karo stunned. This guy had actually discarded his spiked club and was fighting him barehanded. This sudden action caught Kara's observation Haki, which had been focused entirely on guarding against the club, completely off guard. Damn it. Kaido wasn't playing by the rules. Karo was stunned for a moment, then alarm bells rang wildly in his mind. The terrifying force on his neck made his face change color. Ororo, I've got you now, you damn marine brat. I'm going to twist your neck right off your head. Kaido's eyes were red, his face twisted, his left arm strangling Kara's neck and body. His arm was so huge that it pinned Kara's entire upper body along with both arms tightly against his left. His free right hand muscles and veins bulging twisted Kara's slender neck with vicious intent. In an instant, Karo heard the ominous creaking from his neck, signaling it could not bear the strain. If I don't break free soon, my thin neck will be twisted off by Kaido's brute force. You said it backwards. Panic from the life-threatening crisis made Kara's blood surge, his heart thumping wildly, and his white hair standing on end. All his muscles strained desperately, his two arms struggling to break free. But Kaido at this moment was in no mood to let him escape easily. He too exerted all his strength. For a moment the two were locked in place, engaged in a hysterical life-or-death struggle. Kara's neck was slowly twisted to the left by Kaido. Then with reddened eyes he forced it back bit by bit. Pitch-black armament haki was squeezed out of his body in waves wrapping around his fragile neck. "Just break already," Kaido roared impatiently. "Break your mother." Karo roared back, his neck stiff. "Don't curse my mother." Kaido was furious. "He'll not only curse your mother, he'll curse your mother's mother too. Arg. Today I will definitely twist your neck off." "You can't do it." "Absolutely not." The two men, red-faced and thick-necked, stood in the shattered town center of Logi Port, locked in a pure contest of strength. The atmosphere on the island grew tense. In this desperate struggle for survival, the mechanical announcer in Kara's mind never stopped. Physique 0.5. Physique 0.6. Physique 0.5. Armament haki 0.2. Armament haki 0.15. Finally, no one knew how much time had passed. Perhaps just a few minutes. Or maybe it had been hours. When the physique attribute, symbolizing the physical limit in Kara's mind, jumped from 69.9 to 70.0, he suddenly stiffened in Kaido's grasp, his eyes going blank, as if he had fallen into a trance. Feeling Karo stop struggling, Kaido, whose muscles were aching from the strain, was overjoyed. "Ororo, finally out of strength, huh? You troublesome marine brat." He laughed, his thick right hand gripping Kara's head, ready to twist it off. Kaido believed that if Karo didn't resist, twisting off his neck would be as easy as snapping a cannon barrel. However, when his right fingers exerted force and twisted, the resistance from his fingers had increased rather than decreased. Karo wasn't exerting any effort, yet his neck burst forth with a force even stronger than before. "What's this?" Kaido looked down in confusion. In his bewildered pupils, the muscles on Kara's neck were writhing like sections of tendons seemed to have life, coiling and binding like little snakes, combining into pythons and flood dragons. The bulging muscles transformed from mere flesh into springs and rubber, elastic, yet possessing a hardness akin to steel. The feel of his fingers on the skin was like pulling a taut bowstring, automatically rebounding with force. Powerful elasticity. This feel of the muscles. Feeling the elastic texture of Kara's body, and watching his own left arm, which had been strangling Kara's neck, being pushed open bit by Karo. Kaido's expression became incredulous. Wasn't the explosive power contained in Kara's new physique exactly like his own innate steel body? But how could that be? Just a moment ago Kara's body was so weak. He stared blankly at Karo, whose face was gradually breaking into a brilliant smile. "Your body. Has it gotten stronger? Become like mine? How is that possible?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Kaido's worldview was crumbling. What the hell? How could this marine brat's body become as strong as his in the middle of a struggle? What kind of joke was this? Looking at the still stunned Kaido, Kara's smile was more radiant than ever. "Hard work, Kaido-sensei. Thank you for your teaching." Feeling the surging power within him like a tsunami, like a volcano. And seeing the physique value in his mind, whose growth rate had dropped from 0.50.6 to 0.020.01, Karo knew that Kaido was no longer a major threat to him. Kaido's strength could no longer stimulate his Bodis instincts to rapidly evolve and strengthen. In that case, Karo raised his arm and exerted force suddenly. Boom! The air in front of him rippled violently as Karo abruptly pushed open Kaido's arm that was strangling his neck. Karo landed on the ground, and with a slight push from his feet, he shot out like a spring, turning to stand dozens of meters away from Kaido. He shook his arms and looked at Kaido, who was still in a daze. "Now it's my turn. Logi Port is finished." Crouching like an ostrich at the edge of Logi Port, Pathesius witnessed the cataclysmic battle unfolding on the island from afar. His face was etched with sheer awe. Too powerful. The two men locked in combat. Both the white-haired youth and the horned demon king with twin horns on his head possessed a terrifying strength far beyond his imagination. With every clash of their movements, all buildings on the island were shattered like paper. The seemingly solid rocks, the ground, even steel, under their fists and feet, they could only twist and explode. It had been only a few hours since their fight began. Now this bustling pirate port had been nearly destroyed. The town, once filled with shops and entertainment venues, lay in ruins. Countless pirates and criminals had been caught in the shockwaves of their battle and met their demise. This is true strength, the real power on this vast sea. As he watched, Pathesius' eyes lit up with an unprecedented longing. At that moment he wished with all his heart that he could possess such might. Yet he knew all too well that it was utterly impossible. Even if 10 or 20 years passed, he might never come close to such power, unless he could obtain a sufficiently powerful devil fruit. The thought reminded him of the white-haired man's words. If you survive, come find me at Hachinosu. Hachinosu. Pathesius' gaze gradually hardened with resolve. He stopped watching the relentless battle on the island and ran toward the shattered port. He needed to find a ship that could take him away from here to Hachinosu. This could be his chance. His only chance to escape his current state and forge a greater future. Just as Pathesius prepared to leave Logi port, Carlo and Kaido, locked in their fierce battle on the island, remained unaware. Dozens of kilometers away on the sea, a pirate ship emblazoned with the word "Rocks" was sailing unhurriedly toward the port. On the bow deck, a man with long golden hair, a towering muscular frame, and a crescent-shaped white mustache beneath his nose gazed into the distance, a faint crimson glint flickering in his eyes. Gururara. Indeed, powerful auras are clashing. So is it Samuro fighting that rookie Kaido? Rocks really values that brat named Kaido, doesn't he? Even if Logi port is destroyed, he doesn't care. On the island of Logi port. You bastard. You're nothing but a flea hopping around. Come fight me, heathen. Kaido, covered in dust, roared furiously as he swung his arms thick as stone pillars, charging at Carlo like a hungry tiger. But Carlo agilely dodged under his armpit. In that instant, Carlo formed his fingers into a knife and thrust a palm strike into Kaido's armpit, making Kaido yelp in pain, tears spraying from the corners of his eyes. Bastard. Bastard. Kaido clamped his armpit shut and swung his muscular left arm in a sweeping arc, its momentum fearsome. Yet Carlo Airborne showed no fear. He pressed his left foot down, stomping on Kaido's wrist joint. While forcing the sweeping arm downward, he used the momentum to leap up. Then he delivered a blinding punch to Kaido's brow bone. With a thud, Kaido's brow split open, blood streaming down and staining his eye. Next, Carlo took several steps midair, as if treading invisible stairs, circled to Kaido's right and whipped a kick toward his neck. You've pissed me off, you damned marine brat. Kaido's eyes blazed crimson. Whether from blood or because he activated his observation haki, no one could tell. His mouth snapped open, and he bit toward Carlo's incoming right foot. Hey, that's a disgusting habit, Kaido. Carlo chuckled, retracted his sweeping right leg, and turned the kick into a stomp, planting his size 80 boot squarely on Kaido's face. Kaido's skin stretched to its limit. Carlo's toes almost poked into Kaido's eyes. Bastard. He'll kill you. Kaido swung his arms wildly at Carlo, but Carlo dodged by kicking off his face. Carlo sprang away, then performed a backflip midair, employing moonwalk to turn around and deliver a punch. With strength exceeding 70 and a physique as robust as 7 stars, the force of his punch was enough to overwhelm even 10 adult giants combined. Though Kaido's physique still surpassed Carlo's current state, the gap had clearly narrowed. With that punch, Kaido's knee emitted a dull crack. Alarmed, Kaido quickly withdrew his leg and stepped back to disperse the force lest his knee be shattered by Carlo's blow. At the same time, his gaze toward Carlo grew increasingly savage. But he was helpless. He could only clench his massive fist and bring it down on Carlo's head from above. Yet with similar physiques, the smaller Carlo was far faster in burst speed. By the time Kaido's fist came down, Carlo had already leaped from under him, striking first like a rocket, his fist slamming into Kaido's chin. Take this, Rising Dragon Fist. The jet-black heavy fist connected solidly with Kaido's chin, lifting his enormous body off the ground. Immediately afterward, Carlo drove a straight kick into Kaido's chest, sending him flying backward, his back gouging a trench dozens of meters long across the ground. Carlo landed with a swish. He bounced on the ground a few times, his pleasure evident. Looking at Kaido, who gritted his teeth and rose again, glaring at him with hatred, Carlo couldn't help but taunt. What? Still not going to grab your club? Fighting me barehanded? Kaido, do you have what it takes? Who do you think taught me hand-to-hand combat? The guys at headquarters may have nasty personalities, but their skills in fists and kicks far surpass all the pirates on Hachinosu Island combined. Arrogant brat. Kaido gritted his teeth and charged again, head down, but Carlo sidestepped and grabbed his curved horn. With a roar, Carlo hurled him into the air. Then, clenching his blackened right fist, he unleashed a lightning-fast straight punch. Fist bone. Just a straight punch. Boom. Kaido's massive body arched, his abdominal muscles deeply dented. Carlo's entire arm was nearly buried inside, churning Kaido's guts, making him gasp, spew a torrent of sour liquid, and fly backward once more, utterly humiliated. Carlo pursued relentlessly, a savage grin on his face, pummeling Kaido mercilessly. At this point, Kaido finally abandoned his fantasy of a barehanded fight. While defending against Carlo's attacks, he obediently went to retrieve his spiked club, the 8-sided abstinence. When Carlo's foot once again slammed into his rear, sending him crashing face first into the ground like an ostrich burying its head, Kaido finally found the club he had discarded earlier. The moment the club was in his hand, Kaido's entire demeanor changed. Arrogant marine brat, now you'll see how, he roared, glaring at Carlo, but then froze. Who the hell are you, Birdman? Where's that marine brat? Before him, the Carlo who had been beating him senseless had vanished. In his place stood a bizarre creature 6 meters tall with a bird's head, a human body, wings on its back, and a body that seemed forged from pure gold. Hearing Kaido's puzzled question, the strange bird head tilted its golden beak, seeming unaccustomed to speaking as it opened and closed. Then, under Kaido's astonished gaze, the bird head transformed. The golden feathers and beak receded, revealing a familiar human face. Yui, how? Kaido was stunned, staring at Kalos, whose body had doubled in size and sprouted a pair of golden wings from his back, utterly bewildered by the transformation. The power of a devil fruit, have you never seen it? Kalos savored the newly acquired ability coursing through. In the moment Kaido was frozen, Kalos' eyes, now golden slitted pupils, suddenly turned blood red, glowing like two embers in the dark, blazing with dazzling crimson light. Then, swoosh, swoosh, two scarlet laser beams shot from Kalos' eyes, striking Kaido with the speed of thunder. What a... Caught off guard, Kaido was hit in the chest, his massive frame sent flying backward like it had been struck by a giant cannonball. A burst of searing light exploded on his body, enveloping him entirely. Kaido was like being thrown into a microwave, roasted alive by the scorching glow. The most intense heat, the most penetrating force, and the greatest damage came from the two laser impacts directly. His iron-hard, steel-strong pectoral muscles sizzled and smoked, instantly burning into two charred, pitch-black scars. Even more astonishingly, the crimson lasers from Kalos' eyes did not cease. Like solid beams, they pinned Kaido's colossal body against the ground, dragging him backward as he skidded across the earth. Wherever they passed, a series of explosions blossomed. Only after propelling Kaido hundreds of meters did Kalos tilt his head and dispel the crimson light from his eyes. His eyes regained their sharp golden slits, lacking the terrifying pressure of the laser blast, but still exuding an undeniable majesty. None could meet his gaze. Zoan bird fruit, mythical Zoan model Garuda, or rather the golden-winged Pung form. A divine beast in Buddhist legends that feeds on dragons. Possessing extraordinary speed, divine strength, and heightened senses, Kalos folded his golden wings, bringing them forward from behind. Gazing at the tightly arranged feathers on these wings, each feeling as hard as a golden blade, when touched, a satisfied smile spread across Kalos' face. His current transformation originated from the devil fruit obtained from the world government. The Zoan bird fruit, mythical Zoan model Garuda. Initially, when he received this fruit from the CP agents dispatched by the world government, Kalos felt apprehensive and uncertain, wavering on whether to eat it. He wondered if consuming this fruit would grant him a powerful boost for his future, or conversely saddle him with the weakness of being unable to swim. Admittedly, any devil fruit, if developed well, could unleash extraordinary power. But there was also the matter of compatibility. It was said that a devil fruit contained the will of a demon actively seeking a suitable master. Only then would the fruit's ability perfectly align with the user, unleashing its fullest potential. Kalos worried that if this mythical Zoan fruit he had scammed turned out to be incompatible with him, it would be a waste. Fortunately, Kongu contacted him in time. He explained the immense power of this mythical Zoan fruit, which finally solidified Kalos' decision. However, after consuming the fruit and experiencing its formidable abilities, a new question arose. How could the world government part with such a top-tier mythical Zoan fruit? Kalos would never learn the answer. What he didn't know was that the five elders had originally planned to give him an ordinary mythical Zoan fruit, something as useless as the Pegasus fruit, which only granted flight. But Kongu, out of guilt for his former comrade, voluntarily used his accumulated military merits to exchange for this fruit, one of the finest in the celestial dragon's treasury, never telling Kalos the truth. Fortunately, Kalos remained ignorant. Otherwise, he would have felt deep remorse and confessed to Kongu. In truth, the bottle of Elbaf muscle oil he had given Kongu that day was merely ordinary lubricant with no miraculous effect on frailty. A muffled groan from Kaido in the distant ruins interrupted Kalos' immersion in his own abilities. He looked up. His golden slit pupils acted like magnifying lenses, reflecting every detail of Kaido hundreds of meters away with crystal clarity. Kaido looked disheveled. Smoke rose from his body, and most of his clothes had been burnt away by the intense. The crimson laser, accompanied by searing heat, had not only incinerated his garments, but also scorched. On his head, aside from the curved horns, the wild mane of black hair had vanished, reduced to a heap of black ash. His skin was charred in places, looking alarming, but in reality he had suffered no severe injuries. Only two coal-like spots on his chest where the muscles were burned, throbbing with a searing pain. Damn it! What the hell is this? Kaido clutched his chest, rolled over, and climbed to his feet, panting heavily, staring at Kalos hundreds of meters away in utter confusion. His expression showed genuine bewilderment at Kalos' transformation. Kalos was momentarily taken aback. This guy Kaido had apparently fallen out with his own country at age 10. Hadn't he been at sea for several years by now? How could he not know about devil fruit powers? But Kalos quickly reasoned it out. The reason was simple: Kaido never bothered with such things. In his years of rampaging across the seas, he had rarely encountered any formidable opponents. He had never suffered a major defeat. Those unlucky enough to fail to humble him usually couldn't withstand a few swings of his club. Except for Logia user's other fruit abilities, when used against a brute like him who relied solely on raw strength and blunt force, merely meant a few extra blows. For instance, the leech ability and the blade ability of the ones Kaluo had just killed. Damn it. Kaido, having just retrieved his spiked club only to be sent flying again, was seething with frustration. He roared and charged at Kaluo once more, vowing to avenge his humiliation and teach Kaluo a lesson, but before he could reach, Kaluo's eyes glowed red again. Swoosh. Boom. Damn. Mwahaha. Where are you running, my dear Kaido-sensei? Come face me, heathen. In the ruined town, Karo, with a pair of golden wings sprouting from his back, wore a sardonic smile as he chased Kaido, who was frantically fleeing, snapping at his heels. The situation had completely reversed from earlier, when Kaido had been relentlessly bombarding him. Now it was the once arrogant Kaido who was disheveled and utterly beaten down. Meanwhile, Karo, whose physique had greatly improved and who had now assumed the hybrid form of a mythical Zoan, became the victor. Swoosh. The dust and smoke on the ruins billowed, pushed aside by a high-speed airflow like a dragon. A pair of wings dazzling like gold and seemingly composed of countless golden blades flapped violently, stirring the air currents within dozens of meters. These wings propelled Karos' body, which had grown to 6 meters at a speed far exceeding, before darting swiftly among the collapsed buildings. Occasionally he executed several magnificent dives and climbs resembling a high-speed fighter jet, performing a dazzling aerial show. His current speed far exceeded the shave he had used earlier. His Bodis agility was also far greater than the moonwalk that allowed stepping on air. This was the power of the devil fruit. The human animal form of the Garuda bestowed upon him the ability to fly freely in the sky. It was nothing like the moonwalk or shave that could be compared. On the ground below, Kaido gritted his teeth and ran frantically, his eyes filled with bitterness. He felt the wind howling as something rapidly approached from behind again. He abruptly halted, made a sharp turn to the right, and dashed into the gap between two relatively intact buildings, attempting to use them to block Karos' sight and gain a chance to widen the distance. Give up. You can't escape. Kaido. In the sky, Karo also made a swift turn. With just one flap of his wings, the violent airflow propelled his body into a clean right-angle turn, plunging straight into the street where Kaido was. The street was only about 5 meters wide. Yet Karos' fully spread wings exceeded 10 meters in width. Kaido had apparently calculated this, hoping to use these obstacles to interfere with Karos' flight. Though both knew that to fighters of their caliber these buildings were no stronger than tofu cubes, even delaying Karo by a second or two would be a gain for Kaido. However, flying in midair, Karo completely ignored the narrow street, resembling a line of sky, and charged straight in. On his fully extended wings, the golden feathers were like blades of gold, glittering dazzlingly under the sunlight, yet radiating an extremely sharp, cold light. The taut wingtips, like the finest sword tips, silently pierced the walls of the tall buildings on both sides. The thick brick walls were penetrated and sliced through without any resistance. It was as smooth as a sharp knife cutting through butter. It couldn't even stop Karo for a second. After Karo passed between the two buildings, the dozen soft-meter-tall buildings on both sides seemed to have been cleaved in half by an invisible blade, their upper sections rumbling as they slid down. Kaido, who had hoped to widen the distance, not only failed to do so, but was caught by the faster Karo due to his abrupt turn. Karo dived and punched him squarely in the back. Damn it! Kaido cursed through gritted teeth, turning around without hesitation and swinging his spiked club wildly at the charging Karo. Get out of my way, annoying marine brat. Karos' wings suddenly folded in, hugging close to Kaido's descending club. He spiraled like a whirlwind for a dozen turns before driving his fist into Kaido's shoulder, sending him flying onto his back and crashing through a house behind him, shattering it. Haha, now you find me annoying. Weren't you having fun earlier when you were trying to snap my neck? He flapped his wings again, the broad appendages stirring up a violent gust that kicked up a storm of dust and rocks ahead. A barrage of debris was swept by the wind, pelting Kaido's head. Simultaneously, Karo pressed forward, his right fist clenched, and aimed at the fallen Kaido's face. Get away! Enraged, Kaido's spiked club tore through the air, thrusting at Karos' face. With a series of metallic scraping sounds, two golden wings extended from behind Karo and overlapped in front of him like two indestructible shields, meeting Kaido's club a split second before Karo. Clang! A piercing explosion rang in their ears. The overlapping golden wings merely dipped sharply, firmly catching the fiercely swung club and blocking it outside. The cost was merely a dozen inconsequential feathers knocked off his wings. Fruit development too. Indeed, as long as you develop it properly, any part of your body can be used for combat. Even the wings transformed from a mythical Zoan don't necessarily have to be used only for flying. Ever since he ate the fruit, he had discovered for the first time that his wings were no less hard and sharp than ordinary good quality blades. Thus Kaido had conceived the idea of using his wings to aid in combat. Now with a slight demonstration, the wings surprised him even more. Under the premise that he had already mastered life, return a high-level body manipulation technique that allowed him to control every muscle in his body. The pair of wings on his back were quickly used with consummate skill. Now they had easily blocked Kaido's strike. In effect, it gave Kaido 2 extra arms, 2 shields, and 2 swords that could cleave steel. Seeing Kaido glaring at him furiously through the gaps in his wings, Kaido twitched his shoulder blades, and the wings blocking in front suddenly flung outward, sending Kaido's heavily pressing club flying away. Almost simultaneously, Kaido's right fist, which he had been readying, tore through the air and slammed heavily into Kaido's face. Crack! Kaido's high nose bridge broke under the punch, and 2 streams of blood gushed out. Struck by this heavy blow, Kaido was sent flying. The world before his eyes turned blurry. His head was dazed and blank. Even the club he had been gripping tightly slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Before his back hit the ground, Kaido's wings jerked violently and flapped backward. Whooshed! His body shot forward like a bullet. His outstretched right hand caught up with the airborne Kaido and gripped his ankle. His 5 dark fingers dug into Kaido's flesh, and he swung the massive body around, laughing wildly as he smashed it to the ground. Boom! Kaido was smashed entirely into the ground by Kaluo. The impact created a deep, human-shaped crater in the earth, its edges so clean that even the curved horns atop Kaido's head were clearly visible. Struck by Kaluo, the dazed Kaido was jolted awake. He angrily propped himself up, blood still seeping from his mouth and nose as he glared at Kaluo. "Kaluo, you bastard!" Boom. His words were cut short as Kaluo swung his arm again. Kaluo grabbed Kaido's ankle with his right hand, yanked him out of the crater, and slammed him heavily onto the ground on the other side. Another human-shaped crater was formed. This time Kaido landed face down. With his mouth filled with dirt, he could not speak, so he struggled to push himself up from the ground, trying to break free. But Kaluo had already started having fun. "Huya!" He let out a strange cry, grabbed Kaido by the ankle, and swung him like a meteor hammer, pounding him repeatedly into the surrounding ground. The already shattered and ruined ground became even more mangled under Kaido's body. Boom, boom, boom. The earth roared incessantly. Cracks spread in all directions. The entire island seemed to tremble slightly. After a flurry of smashes, Kaido was left dizzy, his body limp, and he coughed up blood continuously. During the assault, he also took several punches from Kaluo, which broke several of his ribs. After dozens of strikes, Kaido, completely drained of strength and beaten into submission, was finally hurled away by Kaluo with a fierce roar. He flew like a lead ball, tracing a graceful parabola over the shattered land, and plunged headfirst into the coastal embankment of Luojigang port. Tough as hell, not even dead after all that. Kaluo couldn't help but marvel at Kaido's tenacious vitality, like that of a cockroach. Glancing at Kaido's fallen spiked club lying in the dust, Kaluo walked over, picked it up, flapped his wings, and leisurely flew toward Kaido's direction. Just as Kaluo assumed, Kaido, even if not dead, was completely incapacitated and intended to use Kaido's own club to give him a thorough beating. He was stunned to see Kaido, who was headfirst and upside down in the coastal bank, suddenly push himself up with both hands, pulling his head out of the ground. Then, without looking back, he plunged into the sea ahead. With a splash, a burst of water erupted on the surface of the harbor. Kaido's massive body shot through the water like a fish speeding toward the deep sea. His velocity left Kaluo utterly amazed. Kaluo never expected that Kaido, before becoming a devil fruit user, had actually been an excellent swimmer. His diving speed was probably comparable to that of an ordinary fisherman. At the same time as Kaido jumped into the sea to escape on a pirate ship several kilometers away, the white-bearded man, leaning on a massive naginata with red glints flickering in his eyes, sensed the situation at Luojigang port. His brows furrowed and his face showed surprise and confusion. At least 3 hours have passed since that newcomer named Kaido started rampaging in Luojigang, right? How is the battle still going on here? Is it because Kaido is that strong, or did Samuel hide his true strength? The man had never seen Kaido. Although he perceived 2 rather powerful auras through observation haki, he could not tell which aura belonged to the rookie pirate Kaido he was looking for. After a careful sensing, he picked up the telescope hanging beside him and took a glance toward the port where the 2 auras were located. That glance caught the sight of Kaido diving into the sea to flee, and also saw the winged Kaluo chasing closely behind. Looking at the spiked club in Kaluo's hand through the telescope, and recalling the horned giant demon who had just jumped into the sea, the golden-haired man was stunned. Which of these 2 is Kaido? At Luojigang port, Kaluo accelerated and flew above the sea surface. His golden vertical pupils contracted, and his powerful eyesight pierced the dark seawater, barely catching the rapidly disappearing figure of Kaido. His face twitched. "Hey, Kaido, you bastard, you're not even taking your weapon with you." He roared loudly, unsure if the sound could penetrate the deep sea and reach Kaido's ears. Kaido dived swiftly. Within a dozen seconds, Kaluo, flying above the sea, lost sight of him. Red light flickered in Kaluo's eyes. He tried to use observation haki to search for Kaido's whereabouts, but the chaotic deep sea and the countless fish in the water severely interfered with his perception. His observation haki at this moment was clearly not strong enough for that. Even so, Kaluo's face did not show much frustration. Instead, it was full of amusement. "Poor Kaido, how long can you hold your breath underwater?" He flapped his wings, rising slightly higher to 100 meters above the sea, and gazed down at the vast ocean below. His golden vertical pupils, like sky-scanning mirrors, swept across the sea, capturing every movement on the surface. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Kaluo waited in the sky for nearly 30 minutes before his pupils contracted, and he turned his head in a certain direction. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Finally couldn't hold it, and had to come up, "Huh? Haji-duo, you really can hold your breath." A string of bubbles suddenly appeared on the sea surface about 200 to 300 meters away. A bald head topped with 2 bull horns emerged with a splash and began gasping for air. Kaido, whose face had turned purplish from holding his breath, had not yet caught his breath when the skin on the back of his heart jolted. He turned his head stiffly and saw the 2 bright red points glowing on Kaluo's face floating in the sky. "Damn it. That move again." Kaido's expression darkened. Without a second thought, he took a deep breath and plunged into the water. But the attack behind him came faster than he expected. Whoosh. 2 crimson laser beams shot out from Kaluo's eyes. In an instant, they crossed hundreds of meters of air and struck Kaido's back with pinpoint accuracy. Diving, Kaido hit like a cannonball, accelerated downward at an even fiercer speed. The muscles on his back burned with a piercing pain. The crimson lasers radiated terrifying heat. Even the seawater above his head could not block it. The water boiled, sending up a mass of bubbles. The sea surface where he was located bubbled and steamed, releasing vast clouds of vapor. The lasers from Kaluo's eyes lasted for more than 10 seconds before stopping. He flew above the bubbling sea, red light flickering in his eyes. His observation haki extended outward, sensing the deep sea below. "Found you." Soon Kaluo sensed Kaido's presence. However, this guy still hasn't lost his combat ability. In his perception, Kaido's aura was extremely chaotic. He had also grown much weaker. Yet he continued moving, diving deeper into the vast ocean. However, perhaps aware that his physical condition couldn't hold his breath for long. This time, Kaido did not dive too deep into the seabed. After descending several hundred meters, he accelerated and dashed sharply to the right. Kaluo, on the other hand, followed leisurely and unhurriedly above the sea surface above Kaido's head. This pursuit continued for another 10-odd minutes. With a splash of breaking water, Kaido, his face pale, burst out from the sea surface ahead, opening his mouth eagerly to breathe fresh air. But this time the pursuit from behind came faster. 2 laser beams burning through the air struck precisely on his 2 curved horns, blasting Kaido, who was about to take a deep breath headfirst into the seawater. Thus Kaido's desperate inhale took in not the air he craved, but a large mouthful of salty, bitter seawater. Gululu. He was choked, his eyes rolling white. In his bulging round eyes full of bloodshot veins. A complex mix of despair, reluctance, humiliation, and anger churned in his heart like a storm. "Damn it. Is Kaido going to die here today? I'm not resigned. I refuse to accept. I haven't seen Luo Kusi yet. I haven't challenged him, defeated him. I haven't become the pirate overlord of the new world. Damn Navy, damn Kaluo." Chaotic emotions raged in Kaido's increasingly blurred mind. His thoughts grew sluggish with the inability to breathe. The world before his eyes began to darken. Just as Kaido's body went limp, his eyes vacant, his mind blank, and he started sinking, about to completely sink into the deep sea. The seawater around him suddenly surged abnormally. The seawater seemed to be heavily pushed by an invisible force, transforming from a chaotic state into a massive ocean current. Kaido, who was sinking into the deep sea, was the next moment enveloped by this current that seemed to have a mind of its own, rushing toward the sea surface above. Kaluo, who was flying just above the sea surface, suddenly flapped his wings vigorously, rapidly ascending in altitude. Just the moment he moved away from the sea surface, the sea surface within hundreds of meters below abruptly bulged. It was as if a colossal sea king was rising beneath the sea. Boom, boom. The seawater burst open violently, and Kaido, with his eyes rolled white, was spewed out like the sea spitting out a mouthful. Immediately after, a distinct, distorted ripple appeared in the air beside him. The air seemed to bulge outward, then rebound. Kaido, who had flown up from the sea, was pulled down by an invisible force amidst this strange change in the air, falling toward a ship that was rapidly approaching below. At the bow of that pirate ship adorned with a skull flag, a tall and upright man with a white crescent-shaped mustache stood proudly. He was supporting a huge naginata with one hand while the other hand grasped the void, making a pulling motion. Kaido, flying over, was finally caught by this blonde-haired man with a wave of his hand, then casually thrown onto the deck at his feet. The man reached into his chest and took out a wanted poster. He looked down at Kaido at his feet. Eyes rolled white, covered in blood scorch marks all over his body, and his clothes and hair completely burned off. Only then did he look up at Luo flying in the sky, a look of surprise in his eyes. Gurura, he is indeed the Oni pirate that Luo Kusi is looking for. Barbarossa. Kaido. I thought I had mistaken someone. He stared at Luo's face with great interest while constantly examining the wings on Luo's back. So can you tell me who you are? To actually beat a rookie pirate that even Luo Kusi values in such a state. If I had come a little later, he would probably have been directly killed by you. With such combat power, young man, you shouldn't be an unknown. In the sky, Luo, holding a spiked club, looked at the blonde-haired man standing on the ship below. Looking at the iconic crescent-shaped white mustache under the man's nose and the huge naginata in his hand, Luo's face showed not much surprise. Apparently, he wasn't surprised by the man's arrival. After all, flying above the sea, his field of vision was extremely broad. He had already noticed this pirate ship approaching from afar. But Luo's eyes couldn't help but burst with sharp light. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Oh, you know me. A relaxed smile appeared on Whitebeard's lips. Luo grinned. The commander of the 1st Division of the Luo Kusi Pirates. The strongest officer under Luo Kusi. The right arm of Luo Kusi DG Baiko. The Earthquake Man with the Paramecia Gura. Know me. Edward Newgate's name is known to all on this sea. It would be strange if I didn't know, right? Whitebeard heard this, his smile faded, and he snorted. Who is his subordinate? Between Luo Kusi and me, it's just a cooperative relationship. As for you still haven't answered my question. Who are you? Me. Luo curled his lips, descended quite a bit, came to a height not far above the pirate ship, where Whitebeard was, and looked down at Whitebeard. Navy Headquarters, Major Soros. Luo. Navy. Major. Whitebeard was stunned. He seemed completely unprepared for Luo's answer. Looking at the stunned Whitebeard, Luo couldn't help but laugh. What? Don't you believe me? Indeed, I don't quite believe it. Whitebeard was non-committal, glanced at the unconscious Kaido at his feet, and shook his head. Your style is completely different from the Navy men I've encountered. Moreover, I don't think a headquarters major could beat this rookie that even Luo Kusi values into such a state. Is that so? But I say I know someone whose current rank hasn't even reached headquarters major yet possesses strength that can match yours. Do you believe it? Luo threw down Kaido's spiked club, which crashed onto the deck behind Whitebeard, denting the deck. He himself descended from the air. Before Whitebeard's eyes, he landed on the ship's railing in front of him. The wings on his back rapidly contracted and disappeared. His 6-meter height also rapidly shrank, returning to a little over 3 meters, a white-haired youth. Looking at Luo, who was right in front, completely unafraid of him, an incredibly young Whitebeard showed appreciation in his eyes. Hearing Luo's words, he frowned in thought for a moment, then said hesitantly, the person you're talking about. Could it be that Zephyr guy? But I remember his rank, it should be Navy Rear Admiral now. No, he was demoted again. He is now a Navy Headquarters Lieutenant, lower than my rank. Luo's face showed a helpless smile. He fell again. That guy. He's really stubborn. Although he's an enemy, his persistence is truly admirable. Whitebeard chuckled as well. Of course he knew Zephyr. They had even clashed several times in the New World. He had some understanding of the disposition of that purple-haired Marine who was the same age as him. Both were 30 this year. That guy with his extremely stubborn justice of no killing had shown mercy countless times while capturing pirates. He would rather injure himself than kill, insisting on only capturing. He firmly believed that killing could not bring true justice. The sins of criminals needed to be judged by law, not directly killed. Within the Navy, he was truly an outlier. Zephyr's almost obstinate way of doing things was the reason he often offended his superiors, colleagues, and even the world government. Thus his promotion experience over the years had been full of ups and downs, great rises and falls. Maybe last year you saw in the newspaper that he was promoted to Navy Headquarters Captain for successfully capturing some pirates. And this year you might see in the newspaper that he was demoted from Captain to Ensign for insubordination and even assaulting a superior. Yes, Ensign. Last year, when Zephyr was 29, his rank was still Navy Headquarters Ensign. But this year, due to major meritorious service, he was promoted several ranks in a row, directly becoming a Navy Headquarters Rear Admiral, his rank closing in on Garp and Sengoku. However, not long ago, for openly defying the world government, his rank dropped 5 levels, becoming a Navy Headquarters Lieutenant. 1 rank lower than Luo, who had just left the headquarters. This roller coaster of rank fluctuations made him the first of its kind in Navy history. If it weren't for his strength and potential, If it weren't for Garp Sengoku Kong and others pleading on his behalf, Kaluo estimated that Zephyr would have long been kicked out of the Navy by the displeased world government. So you're really a Marine? Whitebeard looked at Kaluo sitting on the gunwale. Kaluo spread his hands, as genuine as can be. Whitebeard was surprised. Then why aren't you fleeing? You dare to stay so close to me. Aren't you afraid I'll attack you? If you want to fight, ID, welcome it. Kaluo looked up, revealing undisguised fighting spirit in his eyes as he gazed at Whitebeard. But soon he shook his head. But the current me probably isn't your match. I can't even block a single punch from Garp. If I were to face you, the result would likely be the same. Garp. The name from Kaluo's mouth made Whitebeard somewhat annoyed. He seemed unwilling to recall matters concerning Garp and actively changed the subject. Then what are you staying for? A grin spread across Kaluo's face, revealing his white teeth. I'm going to Hachinosu. You're going to Hachinosu. Whitebeard was surprised. That's right. I'm going to Hachinosu to challenge Rocks. If I have the chance, I'll kill him. Take his place. Become the new pirate king. Kaluo clenched his fist, his eyes filled with excitement, anticipation, and madness. And as he said this, Whitebeard clearly felt a fierce and domineering aura emanating from the seemingly young white-haired boy before him. This aura was very familiar to him, because he had it too. Rocks had it as well. Even the rookie lying at his feet named Kaido had this aura. This was the aura of a king. Does this kid also have Conqueror's Haki? Whitebeard mused inwardly. It's rare to see a Marine who can awaken Conqueror's Haki. So why would the Navy let such a talent go? From his words, does he intend to become a pirate? Interesting. He glanced at Kaluo, then turned his gaze to the Kaido lying at his feet, a smile forming on his face. Whitebeard hadn't expected that this trip would not only bring back Kaido, the rookie that Rocks wanted to recruit, but also an even stronger rookie who could defeat Kaido. He could already imagine how interested Rocks would look when he learned what happened here. Whitebeard didn't notice. When Kaluo boldly declared that he was going to Hachinosu to challenge Rocks, kill Rocks, and become the pirate king, Kaido, lying at his feet, felt his face twitch imperceptibly. Kaido roared inwardly. This is what I wanted to do, damn it. That bastard Kaluo must have said it on purpose. The words he had said at Lawajigang port must have been overheard by that bastard Marine. That bastard definitely said it deliberately to humiliate him. Just as he was thinking that, Kaluo's irritating, teasing voice came to his ears. Isn't the deck cold? Want me to get you a blanket, Kaido? Bastard. He'll kill you. Kaido, who had been pretending to be unconscious, while secretly recovering his stamina, could no longer keep up the act. He let out an angry roar from his throat, grabbed the spiked club that was embedded in the deck, and swung it with reddened eyes at Kaluo sitting on the gunwale. The heavy club whistled toward his face with undiminished force. But Kaluo didn't dodge at all, nor did he counterattack. He remained calmly seated on the gunwale, arms crossed, watching the enraged Kaido with a composed expression. That condescending expression and posture of a victor only fueled Kaido's rage, as he watched his club about to smash into Kaluo's face. Suddenly a large hand reached out and blocked the club's path. Boom! A deafening roar exploded. The pirate ship beneath them shook violently twice. What? Kaido was stunned, focused his eyes, and his pupils contracted sharply. The club he had swung in fury was caught by that sudden large hand, firmly intercepted in midair in front of Kaido. That large hand wasn't even coated with armament Haki. It held the club like gripping a snail with fingertips, effortlessly and precisely avoiding the protruding spikes, gripping it firmly. Even as Kaido exerted force with both arms, he couldn't press it down. Although his current condition was indeed poor, the strength of this golden-haired man, Whitebeard, was simply too immense. Gururara, since this young Kaluo has decided to stop, let's not continue this fight. I don't want the ship beneath us to be destroyed by your battle. This is the only intact ship at Lawajigang now. Whitebeard held the club in Kaido's hand with a relaxed demeanor, squinting and smiling at the shocked Kaido. Kaido, right. You probably also want to go to Hachinosu to find Rocks, don't you? Kaido stared at Whitebeard for a long while, then gave a cold snort, withdrew his club, and glared hatefully at Kaluo across from him. Kid, you're lucky. Then I sure am lucky, Ka. Kaluo threw his head back and laughed amused. Damn bastard. Don't stop me. I will kill him. On the pirate ship heading to Hachinosu, Kaluo was examining his current status panel. Physique 7 stars 71. 236 Haki Observation 6 stars 68. 354. Armament 7 stars 76. 444 Conquerors 7 stars 74. 028 Devil Fruit 3 stars 32. 002 Overall rating 7 stars. Comment: steer the ship closer. After this battle with Kaido, his panel attributes had skyrocketed. The most significant improvement was undoubtedly in physique. From a 5-star physique of 58 points that had not increased for several months, it had risen to a 7-star physique of 71 points. A massive increase of 13 points, though the numerical increase seemed modest. When reflected in his actual physical body, this 13-point advancement meant his physical attributes had been comprehensively enhanced by 2 to 3 times. Whether it was stamina, endurance, bodily strength, flexibility, or muscular explosive power, all had undergone a holistic leap. The most evident manifestation was his strength. If at 58-point physique his strength limit was comparable to an adult giant possessing tens of thousands of tons of force, then now with a 71.7-star physique, Kaluo's body strength limit equaled that of a demon, possessing 10 times the power of a normal adult giant, no less than 100,000 tons of terrifying force. What does 100,000 tons signify? A modern aircraft carrier over 300 meters long built entirely of steel weighs about that much. In other words, Kaluo could now lift an aircraft carrier with his arms. With such power, if placed in the real world of his past life, he would undoubtedly be a superhero who doesn't eat beef. But in the fantasy world of One Piece, a physical strength of 100,000 tons still falls far short of the pinnacle of the top-tier powerhouses. Not to mention the myriad of devil fruit abilities that easily unleash anti-physical forces, far surpassing raw strength. For instance, Pika's stone fruit allowed him to merge with the earth and manipulate the entire capital of Dressrosa, forming a stone giant hundreds of meters tall. Its mass was surely in the millions or tens of millions of tons. Pizarro's island fruit could control an entire mountain peak to transform into a giant hand. Shiki's float fruit could lift islands dozens of kilometers in diameter, tens of thousands of meters into the sky. And not just one island. The weight unit of those islands could only be measured in hundreds of millions of tons. Even setting aside these physics-defying devil fruit abilities. Pure physical strength alone in the manga's summit wore the massive ice block thrown by Jozu was 70 to 80 meters in diameter and weighed over 1,000,000 tons. And the giant iron ball thrown by Garp was also absurdly heavy. Therefore, Kaluo was not arrogant or complacent. Instead, he was filled with motivation. Because in this battle with Kaido, he realized that even his current 7-star physique was by no means his limit. He could become even stronger. Apart from the physique, the second most improved attribute was devil fruit development. However, even with a full 12-point increase from 2 stars to 3 stars, the boost to Kaluo's current strength was negligible, merely a slight increase in ability proficiency. More than this, Kaluo was more concerned with armament haki. His armament haki attribute had increased by over. This significantly enhanced both the intensity and quantity of his armament haki. Kaluo sat in a corner of the deck, staring at his open palm. As he mobilized his inner power, a surge of potent energy emerged from deep within his body, flowing out to the surface. His palm turned pitch black as if stained with ink. This jet black energy was his armament haki. What Kaluo was demonstrating now was the most basic usage of armament haki, hardening. This was the only technique among all armament haki applications that required no comprehension. It could be mastered immediately upon awakening the haki. The function of armament hardening was to harden the user's skin, making it as tough as iron, allowing one to fight barehanded against blades. The second advanced technique of armament haki was imbuement. Kaluo again channeled his armament haki. The black luster on his palm deepened, and from a mere darkening of the skin, it gained a sense of thickness. A black radiance continuously surged from beneath his skin, protruding onto the palm's surface, forming a flowing layer about a centimeter thick. This black flowing layer with thickness was the imbuement form of armament haki. It could be imbuement on the body to increase the power of punches and kicks, or on weapons, bullets, arrows, and even cannonballs, greatly enhancing their might. Garp had a brutal technique of throwing cannons barehanded. He would imbuement his formidable armament haki onto a cannonball, then hurl it with immense arm strength, causing an explosion far exceeding the power of a regular cannon. Reaching this level of haki was not difficult. It only required persistent training to increase the quantity of haki within the body to a certain degree. The third level of armament haki technique was a mission. Kaluo suddenly pushed his open palm forward. The black flowing layer on his palm immediately shot out like a fountain, detaching from his hand and jetting forward with his motion. At the same time, it rapidly expanded and swelled like an inflated balloon. The air on the deck in front of Kaluo visibly distorted under the impact of this expanding black light. Air currents surged, and a strong wind blew across the ship, causing the ropes and sails to shake violently. Kaido, who was sitting cross-legged not far in front of Kaluo, tearing strips of cloth he had found in Logi Port to make a simple piece of clothing for himself, since he had lost his own, was struck squarely in the back by this sudden black mass. With a bang, caught off guard, Kaido lunged forward, his bewildered face smashing hard against the ship's railing in front of him. The railing, wrapped in thin iron sheeting, shattered into a large chunk from the impact. Dazed, Kaido wiped the wooden splinters from his face and stiffly turned around. He happened to see Kaluo nonchalantly withdrawing his hand. His face instantly darkened. "Kaluo, you son of a bitch." Sorry, my hand slipped. "My bad, don't be so petty." Kaluo apologized verbally, but his expression showed no remorse. In fact, he seemed amused. Not to mention from the perspective of a time traveler bullying the future strongest creature, the Yonko Kaido, like this was truly exhilarating. Seeing the smile on Kaluo's face, Kaido was so angry he wanted to grab his spiked club. But glancing at Whitebeard sitting at the bow, he forcibly restrained himself. Just wait until we reach Hachinosu. They'll make you pay. He glared fiercely at Kaluo, then turned back to continue working on his clothes. Kaluo paid no mind to Kaido's threat. Having personally experienced Kaido's teaching, he now wished for Kaido to grow stronger. That way he could once again fleece teacher Kai for all he was worth. He just wondered if Kaido could keep up with his own pace of improvement. Looking down again, he saw the black flowing light reappearing on his palm, and there was light in Carlos' eyes. This surpassed ordinary coding. It was the emission of armament haki achieved by cultivating the quality and quantity of haki to an advanced level far beyond ordinary people. This was the most obvious sign after his armament haki attribute broke through 70, reaching the 7-star level. Apart from the clearly enhanced physique and armament haki attribute, the improvements in other attributes were much smaller. Among them, observation haki had increased by about 4 points. Meanwhile, Conqueror's haki, which was as difficult to improve as physique, had increased by less than 1 point. There was no helping it. Although Carlo knew that Kaido also possessed Conqueror's haki in the Battle of Loki Port, Kaido did not display it. He didn't know if Kaido had yet mastered the technique of actively releasing Conqueror's haki. Without having trained in Conqueror's haki clash with Kaido, it was already commendable that his Conqueror's haki could increase by these 1 point. Garp had told him that Conqueror's haki, a special power symbolizing talent and spirit, could not be strengthened through active cultivation. But was that really the case? Carlo, who possessed an attribute panel, discovered after long and repeated attempts that it was not. Conqueror's haki could also be enhanced through cultivation. Although Conqueror's haki was invisible and not closely related to physical strength. But since it was a symbol of spirit, then by strengthening one's own spirit, couldn't one indirectly increase the intensity of their Conqueror's haki? And such a thing as spirit was nothing more than related to one's mind and will. Wanting to train the intangible spiritual, well, the first thing Carlo thought of was the classical Chinese phrase he had learned in his previous life. Thus, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first torment his mind, and will exhaust his muscles and bones, starve his body, deprive him of material comforts, and disrupt his actions, thereby stirring his heart, tempering his nature, and increasing his capabilities. Based on this, to sharpen his spiritual, Carlo carried out a series of crazy actions, including but not limited to starving himself for a month in the headquarters cafeteria, watching others feast every day, voluntarily going to impel down to undergo torture from the guards. He was imprisoned for a year in the 6 layers of hell. Crimson Lotus beasts, hunger, heat, cold, and infinity, sharing a cell with death row inmates. Practicing abstinence in the most prosperous and high-end pleasure district of Sabaody. He engaged in Conqueror's haki clashes with Garp and Sengoku until he bled from all 7 orifices and passed out. After experiencing these practices that seemed utterly insane and almost suicidal to outsiders, Carlo successfully raised his Conqueror's haki attribute value to over 70 points. But when his Conqueror's haki attribute exceeded 70, Carlo discovered that continuing those suicidal exercises no longer made his Conqueror's haki stronger. The only thing that still had some effect was Conqueror's haki confrontation, the clash of spirits. Therefore, when Kongu said he needed to go undercover on Hachinosu, Carlo was actually tempted. There were too few Conqueror's haki users in Marine headquarters. Currently, only Garp Sengoku, and he had it. But on Hachinosu, the stronghold of the Rocks Pirates, there were plenty of Conqueror's haki users. The thought that he would soon be facing a group of lawless people who would fight to the death at the slightest disagreement. A hint of crazy smile involuntarily appeared on Carlo's face. In his eyes there was no fear of the unknown or danger. It was all longing for battle, for slaughter, for that thrilling life and an eagerness. Perhaps Kongu was right. He was indeed more suitable than Garp and Sengoku to be this undercover agent, to be a pirate. Dozens of minutes later, Hachinosu we've arrived. Whitebeard's voice startled Carlo, who was resting with his eyes closed. He stood up and looked ahead. In his sight, a massive island filled his vision. Ahead was a port stretching several kilometers. Dozens of pirate ships of various sizes were anchored in the port. Some belonged to the Rocks Pirates, others to different crews. Although this island was the territory of the Rocks Pirates, it was also the most famous pirate island in the New World. Like Loki Port, countless pirates came and went here every day for entertainment, trade, and other activities. Beyond the port lay an urban area. Houses of various styles were chaotically arranged with no order, but somehow exuding a wild style. The most conspicuous was the island's several hundred-meter-high peak, shaped like a skull. It was said that the stronghold of the Rocks Pirates was behind that mountain. The pirate ship under his feet had not yet fully entered the port. Standing on the ship, Carlo instinctively felt a strong sense of oppression radiating from the direction of the island, making his mind involuntarily tense. It was as if he was facing a giant beast. This island before him was the headquarters of the strongest pirate crew in the New World, the Rocks Pirates. Hachinosu, the Beehive Island. Buzz. 2 red lights flickered in Carlos' eyes. It wasn't a laser. He had released his observation haki. His observation haki, nearly at the 7-star level, swept across the island ahead in an instant. In just a moment, Carlos' perception detected numerous powerful life signatures. Their strength was no less than that of Marine headquarters officers. Some were even stronger than Marine vice admirals. His observation haki continued to probe forward. It quickly passed over the town ahead and swept toward the foot of the Skull Mountain. At that moment, in Carlos' perception, a terrifying life force emerged. It made him feel as if he was facing the ocean, the sky, a blazing sun. This aura was so vast and vigorous that it was even stronger than what he had felt from Garp. Just as his observation haki sensed the other party, the others seemed to notice as well. The next moment, an invisible intimidation erupted from the base of Skull Mountain and pressed down toward him. Like a tsunami that would devour everything, it was overwhelming and ferocious. In an instant, Carlos, standing behind Whitebeard, felt as if he had been locked onto by something dangerous. His white hair stood on end, and every hair on his body bristled. All his muscles reflexively tensed, his fists clenched, and he assumed a fighting stance. But the anticipated attack did not come. This immense pressure, which made cold sweat break out on his back, was fleeting. It swept over him, and then withdrew. This was not Conqueror's haki. It was merely a pure perceptual suppression. Or rather, this invisible intimidation was also observation haki. Yes, it was observation haki. It was also a perception used to detect the life force of others. But the other party was completely superior to Carlo. It was like 2 gazes. One was a Tyrannosaurus Rex at the top of the food chain, fierce and brutal. The other was a weak chick, helpless and frail. So this is Rocks. Kaluo stared fixedly in that direction, his gaze burning with an intense yearning. The white-beard man ahead glanced back at him. That's right, he's the one you aim to challenge, Luokisi. Luokisi? Where is Luokisi? On the deck behind Kaido, who had been sleeping soundly through the entire voyage, suddenly sprang up, his voice rasping like a broken gong as he bellowed. He seemed utterly oblivious to the immense pressure that had just swept through the air. Kaluo paid no heed to his excited shouts. His attention was wholly riveted on a certain spot on the island. Whitebeard, on the other hand, turned to look at Kaluo, then at Kaido, who had already slung his spiked club over his shoulder and was itching to disembark. A grin spread across his face. Gururara. Luokisi is on the island. Follow me. The ship pulled into the harbor. Kaluo and Kaido trailed behind Whitebeard as they officially set foot on Hachinosu and headed inland. The harbor and town were bustling. Streets teemed with pirates of every stripe. Fishermen, long-arm tribe, long-leg tribe, buccaneers, a medley of races. Tall, short, stout, slender, all body types could be found. Kaluo even spotted a few giant pirates over 20 meters tall. A towering figure like Kaido, who stood 7 meters high, was hardly conspicuous here. Moreover, unlike Loki Port, this place apparently did not forbid brawls on the island. For not far down the street, 2 pirate gangs were locked in a bloody skirmish. Dozens of men, led by their respective captains, hacked at each other until blood sprayed in arcs. Blades clashed and pirates screamed. Some even produced handheld cannons, lit the fuses, and fired shells at the opposing side. A thunderous boom. Smoke and fire burst among the enemy pirates. In an instant, several bodies were torn apart by the blast. The scene grew unspeakably brutal. Yet despite the palpable danger and chaos, the town was not thrown into widespread panic. Pirates passing by on the neighboring streets merely edged slightly away. Most wore expressions of schadenfreude, watching the spectacle, pointing and commenting with glee. At the same time, they kept a wary eye on the pirates around them, even their own companions. Even while gesticulating and critiquing the fight, they never forgot to keep their hands within the easiest reach of their swords or guns. For at any moment someone nearby might erupt without warning, striking at a neighbor to snatch a coveted possession. Even comrades who had once fought side by side. 1 second a man might be laughing heartily with you, the next a blade could plunge without hesitation into your chest. Then he would cheerfully strip the cold corpse of the treasure he had long coveted. Such absurd circumstances could never be witnessed in a place like Marine headquarters. It carried a peculiar kind of vitality. Perhaps it was due to Whitebeard's presence at the lead. Kaluo and Kaido, however, encountered no such trouble. This disappointed Kaido, who had been primed for a fight at any moment. Fortunately, his ultimate goal, like Kaluo's, was Luokisi on the island. Thus he did not dwell too much on the surrounding pirates. Whitebeard was clearly a well-known figure on the island. As he led Kaluo and Kaido through the streets, pirates nearby cast appraising glances at the 2 newcomers. Clearly curiosity stirred, but no one approached to speak. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a tavern at the foot of in a spacious lounge, a dozen or so pirates were lounging on sofas or standing around chatting and drinking. Men and women alike, mixed in height, build, and even race. But they all shared one trait: each exuded a ferocious aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. Even the voluptuous, stunningly beautiful women among them were no exception. Amid these dozen or so male and female pirates whose auras were as fierce as wild beasts, a man of modest stature, barely over 3 meters tall and not particularly handsome, sat on the central sofa like the moon surrounded by stars. He had a wild mane of black and white hair, a lightning bolt tattoo over his left eye. His feet were crossed and propped on the table in front of him. A bottle of strong liquor dangled from his hand as he tilted his head back and drank deeply. When the bottle was drained in one go, he tossed it carelessly onto the table, rose to his full height, and a wild grin split his stubbly lips. Wah! Newgate is back. Looks like he brought the rookie. Come on, let's go out and see. The instant the man stepped out of the tavern, Kaluo, over a kilometer away, seemed to sense it. Then to Whitebeard's surprise, Kaluo strode past him and Kaido taking the lead. Seeing Kaluo's action, Kaido snorted. Trying to challenge Luokisi first. Don't even think about it. The first to challenge Luokisi will be me. He quickened his pace, following Kaluo with long, swift strides. But soon Kaido froze. He stared at Kaluo walking on his right, utterly bewildered. This guy, is he insane? But his path was so rigidly straight that he refused to deviate even a hair. Even when other pirates were walking ahead, he stared straight ahead, never slowing, and simply barreled into them. Kaido saw a pirate, who had been drinking with a sword at his waist, sent flying by Kaluo's collision. He landed face first on the street like a dog eating mud, his bottle shattered, and wore the same dumbfounded expression as Kaido. And Kaluo, who had knocked the pirate flying, seemed utterly oblivious, as if the man didn't exist, continuing his stride. He lifted his right foot, stepped squarely on the unfortunate pirate's face, and walked over him. Kaluo's insane behavior immediately drew the attention of nearby pirates. It was only then that the pirate Kaluo had knocked down and stepped on came to his senses. Enraged and humiliated, he roared, his face flushed crimson, and brandished his long sword as he charged at Kaluo. Kid, you're asking for death. Boom. A massive hand slammed down onto his face, crushing his features instantly. His two eyes, still burning with fury, popped from their shattered sockets and flew off like bullets. Thud. The headless pirate's corpse landed back first on the street, blood gushing like a high-pressure jet, instantly staining more than 10 meters of the road crimson. Kaluo withdrew his hand as if he had just swatted a trivial fly. His steps never faltered. In fact, they grew faster. He broke into a sprint, covering over 10 meters per stride, his eyes vacant as he charged straight ahead. Even when more pirates blocked his way ahead, and even when tall buildings loomed in the distance, he showed no. He charged forward with insane, demonic ferocity. Damn it! Arrogant bastard! Fire! Kill him! Kaluo's mad charge ignited the fury of the pirates in his path. Instantly, a dozen men drew flintlock pistols, aimed, and pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 A dozen bullets screamed toward Kaluo. Some of them were wrapped in pitch-black armament hockey. Clearly among those pirates were experts proficient in armament hockey. But Kaluo paid them no mind. He surged forward, his form blurring into a near-invisible streak as he charged headlong into the head. Boom! The air on the street exploded with a violent shockwave. The flagstones beneath Kaluo's feet shattered with his every step. The dense volley of bullets amid the gasps of the surrounding pirates never even reached Kaluo's body. They were deflected by the air he displaced, piercing the pirates who had fired. Worse still, before those pirates could even scream, Kaluo crashed into them, unstoppable, slamming into their bodies as their faces contorted in terror. Crack, pop. Amid the gut-wrenching sound of snapping bones, a dozen twisted bodies were hurled into the air. Then came another earth-shaking explosion. The dozen-story building at the end of the street shuddered with a thunderous roar like a bomb, and billowing dust surged into the sky. Vaguely, a human-shaped hole could be seen piercing straight through the entire structure. No, not just one. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted in rapid succession. Under Kaido's wide-eyed stare, building after building trembled violently as Kaluo, charging straight ahead, punched through them like skewering candied fruit. Along the path toward Skull Mountain, a cloud of dust billowed. And in his ears, and in the ears of every pirate, a thunderous roar echoed. Luokisi, come forth and face me in battle. Carlos' thunderous roar eclipsed even the deafening crash of the buildings he shattered. Like rolling thunder, it echoed across Hachinosu Island, reaching the ears of every pirate upon it. Watching Carlo vanish into the distance, Kaido was left utterly astounded. I already thought he was insane enough, but I never imagined. This guy is even crazier than I thought. However, the first one to challenge rocks is me. A blazing competitive fire ignited in his eyes. He lowered the spiked club from his shoulder and fixed his gaze on Carlo's swiftly retreating figure. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, he sprinted after Carlo at full speed. But Kaido did not expect what happened next as he gave chase. Among the pirates who had been pursuing Carlo, a portion immediately turned their guns on him and surrounded him. That guy has allies. Let's get him together. Finish him off. Perhaps because some of their comrades had been killed, the charging pirates no longer cared whether Carlo and Kaido were connected to Whitebeard, who was approaching from behind. As the dozen pirates surged toward him, Kaido's eyes blazed with menace. He swung his club in a single brutal arc. Scum like you, get out of my way. I don't have time to waste on a bunch of rejects. Thunder, Bagua. The spiked club, crackling with lightning, swept through the air in a devastating horizontal strike. With Kaido's arm span of over 3 meters, the club carved a rain of blood before him. A dozen pirates from the New World could not even slow his advance for a second. All perished in an instant. Kaido trampled over the scattered corpses and resumed his chase. He had thought he might not catch up to Carlo given his own considerable injuries. Carlo, after all, was less wounded and possessed a flying ability. Yet after a dozen seconds of pursuit, Kaido was delighted to discover he was gaining on him. Carlo stood at the far end of the long street, his back to Kaido, having halted his advance. Kaido was taken aback, then overjoyed. Could it be that Carlo had spotted Rox? Hey, Carlo, Rox is mine. He quickened his pace and dashed forward. As he ran, Kaido's pace gradually slowed. The anticipation faded from his face. As he emerged from the densely packed urban area, the view opened up before him. Ahead lay an enormous plaza. At its far end rose the towering skull, but at that moment between him and Carlo, the vast plaza had inexplicably filled with a dense pitch-black crowd blocking their path. At the fore stood 2 hulking giants, each 4 to 5 meters tall. One clad in a black suit and leather hat wielded an enormous revolver and chomped on a thick cigar. The other, his muscles rippling beneath a gleaming full-body armor, was tearing into a bony slab of meat. They stood like twin gatekeepers blocking Carlo's way. Carlo glanced at them, then unhurriedly pulled out a somewhat flattened cigar from his pocket and placed it between his lips. He tried to light it, but found his lighter missing. Frowning, he looked at the suited giant on his left. Hey, lend me your lighter. The cigar-chomping giant paused, surveyed the cigar in Carlo's mouth. Douglas cigar. Good taste. He nodded, but instead of reaching for his lighter, he abruptly raised his arm and fired a shot from his massive revolver at Carlo. Bang! The trigger pulled, the silver revolver jerked violently, spitting a tongue of flame. A bullet at least 10 times larger than an ordinary flintlock's roared out and straight at Carlo's face. Carlo remained composed, sidestepping slightly. The bullet grazed the tip of the cigar in his mouth, igniting. Then it struck the building to his right. Boom! The wall exploded as if hit by a cannonball, leaving a hole a meter in diameter. Carlo took a drag of the cigar, letting wisps of smoke drift from his mouth, and nose, his expression impassive as he stared at the 2 titans. Senior combatants of the Rox Pirates. Malone of the West Blue Mafia. Gonsway the Smuggler. Are you here to block my way? Malone in his suit stroked his revolver, his voice low. To be precise, the Mafia Don with a bounty of 480 million berries, and Gonsway the Smuggling Tycoon with a bounty of 520 million berries. Gonsway, encased in his armor, finished the last bite of meat from the bone. He opened his wide mouth, revealing a row of pearly teeth, and crammed the large bone into his mouth, gnawing it like sugarcane. With a series of crunches, he devoured it entirely. Then he thrust his greasy fingers, thicker than carrots, into his nostrils, digging vigorously, while squinting his small eyes behind frog-like sunglasses, looking down at Carlo. Usually when reckless brats like you spout nonsense about challenging Rox, we can't be bothered to pay attention. But you've gone too far, you know. Though Hachinosu doesn't forbid pirates from fighting each other, this island is the private property of the Rox Pirates. Your rampant destruction here is a complete disregard for us. Right in front of Carlo, Gonsway scooped a disgusting lump of snot from his cavernous nostril and flicked it toward him. Carlo tilted his head, letting the vile mass fly past him. The snot flew toward the building that Malone had shot earlier. Then, boom! A deafening explosion erupted there. The entire building was instantly swallowed by a rising fireball. A mushroom cloud of scorching flames and thick smoke surged into the sky. A wave of heat and shock blasted outward. When the flames subsided, the original building had vanished, leaving a crater over 10 meters deep. The neighboring structures were caught in the blast, with more than a dozen collapsing in ruin. Kaido was startled by the sudden explosion. The snot exploded. What the hell kind of disgusting move is that? And with such power? He grimaced, eyeing Gonsue, who was still digging his nose with distaste. So you're a devil fruit user too, right? What ability? The snot's not fruit. Gonsue glanced at Kaido dismissively and ignored him. But Malone beside him spoke in a low voice. To be precise, he's a bomb-bomb man from a paramecia-type bomb-bomb fruit. He can turn parts of his body into powerful explosives and is immune to all cannon fire. Hey, Malone, who told you to reveal my fruit's traits? Gonsui roared in fury, then abruptly raised his right hand and swung it down heavily. Seize them, bring them before rocks to face judgment. Yes. With Gonsui command, the dense horde of pirates behind him surged forward like a black tide, charging at Kaluo and Kaido, numbering at least several hundred. Were Aurora excellent? Kaido's face twisted into a vicious grin as he gripped his spiked club, eager to wade into battle. Just then Kaluo, chewing on a cigar, stepped forward in silence. Trash should know their place as trash. You worthless scum aren't worthy to cross blades with me. Fall. His eyes sharpened. In an instant, a dark red radiance erupted from his towering frame, sweeping across the hundreds of pirates charging toward him. The rapidly expanding sphere of light carried a tangible pressure, like an invisible shockwave crashing into the crowd. The next moment, in Ma Long and Gonsui constricted pupils, hundreds of pirates from the Lucasi pirate crew, brandishing blades and spears as they charged at Kaluo and Kaido, were flung backward like scarecrows caught in a gale, tumbling and falling. Each one rolled, their eyes foamed at the mouth, and lost consciousness midair, collapsing into a death-like stupor. The few at the very front were even shaken until blood flowed from their 7 orifices, dying on the spot. Even Gonsui and Ma Long, struck by that storm of light, felt their consciousness waver for an instant. Conqueror's Haki, Gonsui hissed through gritted teeth, whipping his gaze toward Kaluo. But Kaluo had already vanished. Whooshed! The sound of wind splitting at extreme speed came from behind his head. Without hesitation, Gonsui swung his thick right arm backward in an elbow strike. Behind him, Kaluo's fist, shattering the air, roared forward. Fist met elbow. On the surface of Kaluo's right fist, dark armament Haki flowed like black light, spreading from his arm and coiling around his knuckles, slamming into the thick armor encasing Gonsui's elbow. A dull, heavy explosion rang out. The armor, forged from high-strength alloy, shattered instantly under Kaluo's fist. Kaluo's fist changed direction, driving straight and sweeping several flying armor fragments aside as it continued toward Gonsui's occiput. Naive. Gonsui curled his lips into a cold smirk. Without any visible movement, the shards of armor shattered by Kaluo's fist burst into brilliant red light, expanding rapidly, then detonated. Too close to dodge, Kaluo could only cross his arms in front of his chest to protect his face. Blazing fireballs engulfed his form amid a series of explosions. Almost simultaneously, Ma Long, standing beside Gonsui, twirled his oversized revolver twice and fired a shot at Kaido, who was still frozen in shock. The massive revolver's recoil seemed to warp the air itself. A bullet wrapped in dark light faster than any ordinary musket ball shot straight for Kaido's face. Sensing danger, combat instinct took over. Kaido's arm muscles bulged reflexively as he swung his spiked club with all his might. Thunderbogwat. The bullet, clad in dark Haki, exploded at the tip of the club. The immense force made Kaido grunt, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. He staggered back several steps, the wounds inflicted earlier by Kaluo reopening, spilling horrifying amount. What immense power! Is that a cannon? Halting himself, he glared at Ma Long, who was raising his revolver again. Ma Long squinted and pulled the trigger repeatedly. To be precise, this is my own modified high-powered revolver. The power comes not only from special bullets, but also from the armament Haki I coat them with. Newcomer Kaido Loakasi has noticed you said you're a promising seed. But from what I see today, your strength doesn't seem all that impressive. With that, several more dark bullets howled through the air, each precisely aimed at Kaido's vital points. Kaido hurriedly swung his club to intercept. Yet again he was driven back by the cannon-like bullets. One bullet grazed his shoulder, leaving a clear abrasion on his tough muscle. His wounds split open further. The robe he had made from a large cloth strip was now stained crimson over a wide area. You dare underestimate me. Kaido planted his club on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and turning bright red. A dark red radiance burst from his blood-soaked colossal frame, sweeping toward the approaching Ma Long. Ma Long was taken aback. Conqueror's Haki again. In that moment of surprise, Kaido let out a beastly roar, his veins bulging, and charged forward, smashing the ground with his club. Thunder, Bagwa. The swing was too fast. Ma Long had no time to pull the trigger, so he swung his revolver as a weapon. The heavy club crashed down, twisting the revolver's cylinder. A violent force slammed into Ma Long, sending him flying backward. Yet his expression remained calm. However, when he saw the severely deformed revolver, his ever-composed face, my beloved gun. In mid-flight, he hooked his fingers, glaring at the charging Kaido with fury. Destroying my beloved gun. Even if you're Loakas's favored rookie, you'll pay the price. Big Father. Godfather descends. Ma Long's body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal being dozens of meters tall. Kaido, charging with red eyes, had barely reached him before a giant hand descended from the sky, slamming him deep into the earth. Kaluo fighting Gon Sui nearby glanced over, and his eyes flickered. Paramecia-type castle Ma Long, the mafia godfather, had become a castle dozens of meters tall with a human face and massive. His appearance bore some resemblance to the castle man from the manga. Fighting me, and still distracted. Nose empty cannon. Gon's sweet icy voice came from behind. A disgusting lump of black snot was dug out, and flicked toward. Kaluo turned his gaze freezing. This man was deliberately trying to disgust him. He moved like a phantom, using Soru to evade the snot. But before he could steady himself, Gon's sweet eyes hidden behind his frog lens glasses glinted with cunning. Don't think I can only turn things on my body into bombs. Ground explosion. He stomped hard, shattering the ground under his iron boots. A violent tremor spread. Kaluo felt it under his feet, and a sudden alarm flared. He leaped into the air without a second thought. The moment he jumped, the ground within a dozen meters beneath him swelled and exploded. The fierce shockwave hurled Kaluo higher into the sky. On the ground, Gon Sui grinned, savagely clapping his hands together again. Air explosion. Kaluo, now airborne and clear of the blast center, suddenly felt the air around him surge under Gon Sui clap. The surge seemed ordinary, but as it reached Kaluo, it turned into a raging torrent of explosive flames. Another blinding fireball engulfed his form. Wah! Looks like our new recruit has run into some trouble. At the edge of the plaza at the foot of Skull Mountain Rocks arrived, belatedly emerging from the tavern, with his crew's division commanders and senior combatants trailing behind him. Watching the fierce battle unfolding on the plaza, the group made no move to intervene. Instead, they wore expressions of amusement, stopping at a distance to spectate. Mama, Rocks, didn't you say there was only one new recruit? How did another one appear? And from the looks of it, he's even better than that Oni brat. A strikingly tall and slender figure standing 8 meters and 80 centimeters with flowing pink hair and a charmingly delicate face, her eyes shimmering like spring water. Charlotte Lean, a supersized beauty, observed Kaido and Carlo with keen interest, her gaze sparkling with intense curiosity. Rocks grinned. I don't know either. You'll have to ask Newgate. With that, he looked ahead. A golden-haired giant leaning on a massive Naginata with a white mustache strode forward with heavy steps. I'm not entirely sure either. When I arrived at Loki Port, the harbor was already mostly destroyed. Whitebeard extended a thumb over his shoulder. Those two fellows back there were locked in a fierce battle, going at it hot and heavy. Hearing his explanation, a golden-haired man chewing on a cigar floated over his feet off the ground with no visible support, muttering, Loki Port destroyed. And Samuro. Dead. Whitebeard walked up to Rocks and thrust the razor he was holding into the ground. What? Dead? Who killed him? The golden-haired man's brow furrowed, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Whitebeard glanced up at the floating man. What? Do you actually care about your subordinates' lives? That doesn't seem like you, Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki snorted coldly. One thing is another. I may not care, but Samuro was still my man. Killing one of mine without paying a price, that's not acceptable. With that, he floated up, seemingly about to fly toward the battle. Hee, Shiki, you're as stingy as ever. A plump man with several chins, Wang Ji, snickered. Rocks, who had been watching the battle, glanced over at Golden Lion. Shiki, don't say I didn't warn you. Picking on the newbies is fine. But as long as they don't provoke you first, don't kill them. I need them to grow strong and take on the world government. Don't order me around. I'm not your subordinate. Golden Lion looked annoyed, but still stopped hovering in the sky to survey the situation. After addressing Golden Lion, Rocks turned back to Whitebeard, a questioning look in his eyes. Newgate, who's that white-haired kid? At Rocks' question, everyone around couldn't help but look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard shook his head. I told you, but he said he's a Marine lieutenant commander. Marine. Rocks was taken aback, seemingly never expecting that answer from Whitebeard. What? A Marine? Newgate, how could you bring a Marine to Hachinosu? Wait, you said he's a Marine lieutenant? Are you joking? What lieutenant commander can fight Gon Sui for so long? The crowd erupted in uproar. Whitebeard, annoyed by the noise, said impatiently, I said I don't know. Don't ask me. Wait, Newgate, you said he's a Marine lieutenant commander. Suddenly, a graceful woman with a pink python coiled around her waist spoke up. Yes, what's wrong, Gloriosa? Whitebeard nodded. Gloriosa, former captain of the Kuja pirates, handed him a newspaper. This is from 2 days ago. Take a look. Newspaper. Whitebeard was taken aback, taking the paper and spreading it open. The others gathered around curiously. On the front page, there was a somewhat familiar photograph. In the photo, a tall, robust, white-haired young man stood alone in front of a marine base reduced to ruins, clutching a gleaming golden treasure chest, a wild grin plastered on his face. The headline read, Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Commander Solos Carlo. Unforgivable crimes. He openly attacked the G2 Marine base, stole the heavenly gold meant for the world government, and a mythical Zoan devil fruit worth 1 billion berries. Now the world government and Marine headquarters have placed a bounty of 500 million berries on his head. Upon seeing the news, Whitebeard and the others had varied expressions. Whitebeard was shocked by Kalos' actions. Golden Lion scoffed. A brat like that gets a 500 million berry bounty. Are the world government blind? Linlin's eyes sparkled. Mythical Zoan. He stole a fruit worth 1 billion berries. What kind of mythical Zoan? If he's willing to give it to Mama. Wang Ji's face twisted with greed. Heavenly gold. That brat stole the celestial dragon's heavenly gold. Where did he hide it? Even Rox was somewhat surprised. A marine openly attacking a marine base and stealing the heavenly gold. That's a first for me too. He looked with interest toward the battlefield where Carlo was locked in combat with Gonsui. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred in the center of the plaza, which had been erupting with explosions. Screech. Amidst a sudden piercing bird cry, a pair of golden wings burst outward from the flames and smoke of the explosion. Those golden wings were immense, spreading until they loomed over Rox and the others watching at the plaza's edge, casting a shadow that blocked out the sunlight above. Even Rox and Whitebeard couldn't help but look up in awe. As the wings unfurled, they swept away the flames and smoke stirred up by Gonsui explosions, clearing the air instantly. What the hell? Gonsui was still stunned when a pair of House's-eyed golden claws rushed toward him, moving so fast they became golden blurs. Before he could react, the claws clamped down around his entire body. Then the brilliant golden wings lifted high and slammed downward. Boom! In an instant, sand and debris flew up like a tidal wave, a level 18 storm sweeping across the plaza, ripping up the cobblestones and sending them flying. The terrifying gale, like a raging torrent, swept in all directions, forcing even Rox and the others to squint and sway backward. Kaido and Malone, who had been fighting at the center of the storm, were tumbled like rolling gourds, carried away along with uprooted houses. In the sky, the wind howled. A brilliant golden giant bird with a wingspan of over 100 meters, like a mythical golden phoenix, descending from legend, soared upward against the blazing sun, instantly reaching an altitude of several thousand meters. Under the awestruck gazes of countless pirates on Hachinosu, the colossal bird rose higher into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the golden giant bird, clutching Gonsui in its golden talons, pierced through the sea of clouds and soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Then, as Gonsui watched in terror, the bird released its grip. No! Gonsui, clad in heavy armor, plummeted downward with a roar. His limbs flailed helplessly as he screamed in panic. He tried to use his bomb ability to slow his descent by exploding the air below him. But how could Carlo allow that? Buzz! In the golden divine bird Garuda's majestic golden pupils, a red light blazed bright. The next moment, two blood-red laser beams pierced through the clouds like divine punishment rays from the gods, striking straight into Gonsui. This multiplied his falling speed by a dozen times. Like a meteor, he blazed with bright flames and crashed into the earth with a thunderous roar. Boom! Gonsui's body crashed down like a meteor, smashing heavily into the center of the square before Rox and the others. The vast square instantly subsided more than 10 meters downward. The blue stones paving the ground undulated like waves, cracking and surging outward in all directions. Hey, this is a bit too much noise, Newgate Shiki. What are you standing there for? Do you want this island to be half destroyed? Rox shielded his eyes with his hands, squinting upward while muttering complaints. Troublesome brat, causing trouble as soon as he arrives. And now I have to clean up after him. Golden Lion scowled, his face dark with displeasure as he floated in the sky, reaching out and grasping the air toward the dusty, rubble-filled square. Float! An immense, invisible force radiated from him in an instant, spreading outward in all directions. Where the invisible power touched, the countless stones hurled by the giant bird's wings and Gonsui impact abruptly ceased their outward flight. All hung eerily and abruptly in midair. Then, as Golden Lion clenched his fist, countless debris flew back, colliding with a series of thuds against a single point in the sky. A cascade of rumbling lasted for over 10 seconds. A stone sphere over 10 meters in diameter materialized in the air, floating effortlessly before Golden Lion. With a casual wave of his hand, the sphere descended gently to the ground. After this awe-inspiring feat, Golden Lion turned his irritated gaze to the motionless Whitebeard. Hey, Newgate, why didn't you act just now? Since you already acted, wouldn't my intervention be redundant? Besides, my ability isn't suited for stopping destruction. Whitebeard remained unfazed, ignoring his displeasure. Bastard. You make laziness sound so elegant. Golden Lion fumed. Mama, what a huge bird. What could it be that mythical Zoan devil fruit that little marine brat snatched? Damn, I was just thinking to have him handed over for Katakuri to eat. Charlotte Linlin gazed upward, her face showing regret. She turned to Rox before her. Rox, do you know what fruit that is? Rox pondered for a moment as if in thought. Shortly he said in a deep voice, looks like the bird fruit, mythical Zoan model Garuda. As knowledgeable as ever. Is it powerful, that fruit? Gloriosa also showed curiosity, soothing the pink snake coiled around her waist, which was trembling with fear for some reason. Rox shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but mythical Zoans are never weak. After all, the news said it's worth 1 billion berries. 8 billion berries. And he just ate it. If sold, what a fortune that would be. Wang Ji sighed regretful. Listening to the chatter around him, Whitebeard twitched the corner of his mouth, looking toward the large pit ahead. By the way, isn't anyone curious about Gon's sweet fate? As he spoke, clouds churned in the sky above. A radiant golden divine bird spread its wings, parting the sea of clouds 10,000 meters high, descending as its form gradually enlarged before their eyes. A massive shadow loomed over Hachinosu, stirring no small panic. Pirates scattered across the island looked up, in awe, watching the 100-meter span divine bird descend from the heavens, their hearts filled with shock and bewilderment. Amid the wreckage of shattered houses, Marin stood with one foot on the barely alive Kaido, staring in astonishment at the increasingly large golden divine bird above. To be precise, what is that giant bird? Is it that brat transformed? He defeated. Gon sway. Kaido, pinned by Marin's foot, struggled to rise, but couldn't. He had already sustained severe injuries from Kalos' attacks. Though his physique was formidable and his recovery extraordinary, not enough time had passed since the incident at Logtown. Even with his unique constitution, he couldn't heal within such a short span, especially without replenishing his strength through food. Marin's strength was formidable. Whether it was his peculiar castle fruit or his armament haki, both inflicted heavy damage on Kaido. Now, after this prolonged battle, he truly couldn't hold on. Though filled with resentment and fury, he had no recourse. Yet his own failure was humiliating enough for Kaido. But his comrade's victory shattered him even more. He twisted his head, staring at the descending giant bird with intense unwillingness and a flicker of longing. Kaido knew that giant bird was Carlo. He hadn't expected that during the chase at Logtown, when Carlo had beaten him so badly and nearly killed him, he still hadn't used his full strength. Both he and Carlo had come to Hachinosu with the same goal, to challenge Rox. Now he lay defeated on the very path to meeting Rox, beaten down by an unknown senior combatant. Meanwhile, Carlo had won. And no matter how he looked at it, that disgusting, nose-picking, explosive man seemed far stronger than the mafioso who had defeated him. Comparing the two, he appeared even more pathetic and inferior. Damn it. The ever-proud Kaido couldn't bear such intense humiliation and blow. Overcome with rage, he rolled his eyes and passed out from sheer anger. 1,000 meters above, Carlo transformed into the divine bird Garuda, overlooking the entire Hachinosu. Within his golden vertical pupils, the world was crystal clear. If he wished, he could easily discern any detail on the island below. The eyesight in his Garuda beast form seemed several times more powerful than in his human beast form. Even the movements of the sea more than 10 kilometers offshore were visible to him. Such vision was akin to having consumed an extra eye fruit. This was one of the 5 supernatural abilities of the mythical Garuda, the Divine Eye. The laser beam he emitted from his eyes was also a manifestation of this power. Aside from the Divine Eye, Garuda also possessed the Divine Ear, acute hearing capable of perceiving whispers from over 10 kilometers away, the mind-reading power, like top-tier observation haki, sensing others' emotions and thoughts. The supernatural foot, extraordinary flight speed, and the power of fate, which Carlo had yet to fully comprehend. Beyond these primary abilities, Garuda also possessed the typical enhancements of other mythical Zoans: immense physique, colossal size, immense strength, sharp claws, and formidable defense. In short, it was an exceptionally comprehensive and powerful fruit ability. His massive form rapidly contracted and Carlo dove from 100 meters high, crashing directly onto the ground before Rox. From the shattered pit, Carlo, now over 6 meters tall, with wings sprouting from his back, stepped forward. Under the astonished gazes of Rox, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte, Lean, and others, without a word, he swung his right fist directly at Rox's face. The armament haki within his body gushed like floodgates, opened, surging forth, and converging onto his right fist, compressing intensely. Under Carlos' manic compression, the pitch-black armament haki seemed to transform into black lightning. The haki enveloped his entire fist, making it appear several times larger, emitting a faint dark glow like a black cannonball hurtling toward Rox. Fistbone. Meteor. Rox raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with interest. Oh, Garp's technique. Interesting. As Carlos' fist tore through the air, roaring toward him, Rox leisurely straightened up, drew the longsword with a guard from his waist, raised it high behind him, and swung it in one fluid motion at the charging Carlo. On the raised blade, strands of black-red lightning crackled and burst like fissures tearing through the void. Rox's movements seemed slow, yet everything happened in a flash while Carlo perceived them clearly. The longsword traversed the air, arriving after the fact, and struck the empty space just in front of Carlos' fist 2 or 3 meters away. The invisible void dented with distinct cracks, as if struck by Whitebeard's quake punch. Carlos' pupils contracted. Rox Conqueror's haki infusion. In the next instant, his world plunged into darkness. To Whitebeard and the others it appeared that Rock's blade struck like a hammer shattering the space, before Carlo, erupting a colossal black-red shockwave. Like a tsunami it slammed into Carlo, flinging him hundreds of meters away in a devastating arc. He flew over the square like a meteor smashing through rows of houses. His blood-soaked body crashed into the port of Hachinosu, shattering a pirate ship. Finally he plunged into the sea, sending a geyser of seawater skyward. One slash. Kaido was sent flying over 1,000 meters by Luokisi. From the plaza of Hachinosu Island, he flew to the seashore and plunged into the ocean. Witnessing this, the people behind Luokisi all had their eyes twitching wildly. Whitebeard's mouth twitched. Is this what you meant when you told Shiki not to go all out on the newbies? Luokisi, your hand is far harsher than Shiki's. Jahaha, that brat is done for. Golden Lion, waha waha. Luokisi sheathed his blade and laughed heartily. Don't underestimate the vitality of humans. If he can't withstand even a strike of this degree, how will he follow me to confront the world in the future? Stop standing there in a daze, go fish him out and treat him. Don't let him actually die. 2 days later, inside a vast room, 2 men completely wrapped in layers of bandages like mummies stared at each other with wide eyes. How did you also? Kaido looked at Kaido across from him, who was bandaged like a zongzi. His injuries seemed even worse than his own, and instinctively wanted to ask how Kaido had ended up so beaten. But the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. Because Kaido realized he and Kaido weren't that close. In fact, not only were they not close, they were enemies. Kaido hadn't forgotten how that detestable white-haired brat in front of him had humiliated him at Logi Port. But Kaido didn't care. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Don't guess. I got this from Luokisi. Kaido froze. Then his originally mocking expression suddenly changed. From schadenfreude to something like jealous envy. Damn it. Did you actually challenge Luokisi? Kaido's mouth twitched at his change of expression. Hey, I said Luokisi beat me, and you're envious. If you're so jealous, go ask him to beat you up too. I don't need you to tell me. We'll challenge him myself. Kaido stiffened his neck and immediately sat up from the bed. As he rose, the bandages wrapped around him snapped apart one by one. Seeing this, Kaido also sat up, took a deep breath, and expanded his muscles outward. With a series of cracking bones, the bundles of bandages covering him also burst apart, scattering all over the floor. With a click, the closed door was pushed open. Glioli Alsa, who was carrying something, was about to say something when she saw 2 naked, muscular men standing left and right before her. The atmosphere became awkward. Kaido instinctively reached out to cover himself. But Glioli Alsa expressionlessly tossed the things in her hands onto the beds of Kaido and Kaido. What's there to hide? I've seen it all before. Who do you think bandaged you up? She glanced at Kaido and Kaido with disdain. Put on your clothes. Luokisi wants to see you. Hearing the name Luokisi, Kaido instantly perked up. He ran to pick up the large outfit that was clearly prepared for him, threw it on haphazardly, and rushed out. Kaido, however, was in no hurry. After cleaning off the bandage scraps, he scanned the room and spotted a sink. He walked over, splashed some water, gave himself a quick rinse, then put on the sailor outfit that was dripping with pirate style, opened the door, and stepped out. Outside was a long corridor. From the end of the corridor came Kaido's impatient yelling. Luokisi, why won't you accept my challenge? No, I have to fight you today. Where's my 8 precepts? Bring me my 8 precepts. He'll defeat you here and become the leader of Hachinosu. Young teacher Kai Shur is unexpectedly hypermasculine and passionate. Kaido shook his head and walked out of the corridor. The view before him suddenly opened up. A hall covering a vast area appeared before him. Inside the hall were many sofas and tables. In the center was a large round table piled high with all kinds of food. More than a dozen core members of the Luokisi pirates were seated around the round table. Luokisi was unquestionably at the head, in the middle, eating and drinking with his head down. Kaido, who had put on a ridiculously stupid-looking robe in the style of an old man from Alabasta, was now shouting and stamping around the round table, craning his neck to charge at Luokisi, but was easily held back by the tall peak beauty Charlotte Linlin. Mama, little brat, you're not a match for Luokisi yet. Stop messing around, sit down, and have something to eat. Whatever it is, we'll talk later. Though her catchphrase was a bit jarring, it had to be said that Charlotte Linlin's voice was damn sweet right now. I will defeat him today. Kaido kept shouting. Golden Lion, sitting to Luokisi's left and gnawing on a steak, couldn't hold back anymore. He turned to Luokisi and said, Jahaha, Lissi, just grant his wish. If you don't beat him up, hell, keep yelling here all day. Luokisi took a few swigs of strong liquor, then raised his head and glanced at the roaring Kaido, saying something that made Kaido furious. Newcomer, you're not qualified to challenge me yet. Kaido's face instantly flushed red. Just then he saw Kaido walking out and immediately pointed at Kaido angrily. Why? This brat can challenge you, but I can't. That's not fair. Kaido's roar was choked into silence by another light remark from Luokisi. Because he's stronger than you. The words stuck in Kaido's throat. His face turned red, and for a long while he couldn't say a word. Luo Kisi continued eating and drinking, shifting his gaze from Kaido to the approaching Kaluo. Kaido, I value your talent. It's not that I won't accept your challenge, but before that, you should first defeat Kaluo. Fine. He'll beat this brat first, then challenge you. Kaido gritted his teeth and looked at Kaluo. Kaluo, let's fight again. Kaluo paid him no attention, walking straight past him. Under the gazes of Golden Lion Whitebeard and the others, he walked up to the round table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and without ceremony grabbed food from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing this, Luo Kisi showed an approving expression, grabbed a bottle of fine wine beside him, and casually tossed it over. Without lifting his head, Kaluo caught it and set it aside, continuing to devour food like a whirlwind, completely ignoring Kaido's shouting behind him and the scrutinizing looks from Malone, Liaosa, and the others. After shouting for a long time without Kaluo accepting the challenge, Kaido probably found it boring too. Finally, he walked over, sulkily found a seat, and began to gorge himself. Once at the table, it was as if he was competing with Kaluo even in eating. He reached out his big hand and frantically snatched food from the table. Grabbing a piece of grilled sea king meat, over a meter long, Kaido tore into it, while casting sidelong glances at Kaluo, thinking smugly to himself. No matter how much his current strength still fell behind that annoying Kaluo, at least in terms of appetite, he could definitely leave Kaluo in the dust by several streets. But as he ate, the smugness on Kaido's face gradually faded and turned sour. He was stunned to find that Kaluo's eating speed was not falling behind his at all. Whether it was large bone-in meat or sea king meat grilled to a crispy exterior and tender interior, once it came before Kaluo, it would be devoured like a whirlwind, vanishing from his lips. All that could be heard around the table was the dense munching sound, like raindrops beating on banana leaves. Plate after plate of meat, fruits, and melons were grabbed by Kaluo with both hands and stuffed into his mouth without chewing. His open mouth was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Having devoured nearly half the food on the table, he still didn't stop. Moreover, as Kaluo continued eating, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. His three-meter figure began to rapidly expand and enlarge. The clothes he had just changed into were torn into tatters with a series of ripping sounds. In the blink of an eye, a bizarre figure with a bird head and human body, 6 meters tall, muscles like cast gold, and a pair of broad wings slowly spreading behind, appeared beside Kaido. Under Kaido's stunned gaze, the bird-headed monster stood up, reached out, grabbed the giant roasted elephant placed in the center of the round table, oozing with sizzling oil, fully 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high, and shoved it into his open beak. Just as Kaido was about to say that Kaluo must be crazy, the bird-headed monster that was Kaluo's transformation suddenly had the bird head on its neck swell rapidly, in an instant becoming the size of a house, opening a gaping maw and swallowing the roasted elephant it held in one gulp. The monster tilted its neck, its throat bulging like a ball from the whole roasted elephant. With a gulp, the bird head, larger than the entire round table, shrank back into Kaluo's normal head. Meanwhile, his belly was instantly stretched round and taut. But before the others at the table could snap out of their daze, Kaluo took a deep breath and contracted all his muscles inward. The round belly instantly shrank, even revealing a vacuum-sealed abdomen. At the same time, vast amounts of steam burst out from every pore of his body. The temperature was as high as boiling water. The roasted elephant he had swallowed in one mouthful was instantly digested, turning into pure heat energy. Kaluo twisted his neck, and a series of cracking bone sounds came from his body. His 6-meter form gradually returned to 3 meters. Glancing at his own clothes reduced to tatters, he didn't care. He reached out. With a ripping sound, the stunned Kaido felt a chill on his body. He looked down to see that the alabaster robe he was wearing had been torn off in a large piece by Kaluo, who casually tied it around his own waist to cover his private parts. Kaluo, you bastard. Kaido instantly turned furious from shame. Don't be so stingy, Kai-sen's son. Having eaten and drunk his fill, and with his injuries mostly healed thanks to the massive food intake, Kaluo was in a fairly good mood, so he ignored Kaido's curses. Clap, clap, clap. Luo Kasi, seated at the head, put down his food and clapped, looking at Kaluo. Nice performance. Your use of life return is quite impressive, as expected of someone from the Navy. As soon as Luo Kasi uttered the word Navy, the atmosphere at the table instantly became strange. The sound of eating dwindled to a minimum, and everyone simultaneously turned to look at Kaluo. Under the gaze of Luo Kasi, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Ling Ling, as well as the other core members of the Rocks Pirates, the pressure on Kaluo suddenly multiplied. Even Kaido, sitting beside him, was affected, involuntarily stopping his eating, his muscles and mind tensing under the stimulus. In the dead silence, Luo Kasi's low voice came again. Aren't you going to explain? Kaluo sat cross-legged on a chair opposite Luo Kasi, his gaze calm, as if completely unaffected, staring straight at Luo Kusi. Explain? What do you want me to explain? Luo Kusi remained silent. Wang Ji, seated on the second seat to his left, suddenly spoke with a weird laugh. We want to know, why did you betray the Navy? Don't tell me it's because you were oppressed by your superiors or something. A talent like you even within the Navy is enough to rival those bastards like Garp and Sengoku. As he spoke, he wiped his greasy hands on his white robe, picked up a stack of documents in front of him, and read the Lucy Ka Luo, born in the East Blue, 18 years old, current Navy Headquarters Lieutenant Commander. 2 years ago, he graduated as the top student from the recruit training camp and entered the officer training camp. 2 years later, among the officers in training with combat ability far surpassing his peers, and even rivaling that of a vice admiral at headquarters, he stood out from hundreds of officers and took the top spot. He has mastered the 6 powers of the Navy, and the advanced life return has a complete command of 2 types of haki and possesses Conqueror's haki. Because of his outstanding achievements, even before setting sail and earning merits, he was exceptionally promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Commander at the Navy headquarters. During his training, he was hardworking and resolute, praised by the recruit instructors as a monster no less than Garp and Sengoku. The high-level meeting of the Navy headquarters decided to cultivate this person as a key seedling. Wang Ji glanced at his companions, who showed strange expressions. The meaning of key seedling may not be clear to you all. In simple terms, this Lieutenant Commander Sulisi Ka Luo has been recognized by the Navy's top brass as having the talent to become an admiral. Admiral? Kaido looked at Ka Luo with a strange expression. He suddenly recalled that when he was betrayed by the Vodka Kingdom and about to be sold to the Navy, he was also said to have the talent of an admiral. The others were quite calm. Whitebeard and Golden Lion were even more composed, showing no reaction. Admiral? So. It's not like they hadn't fought one before. Luo Kusi had even killed one before. Wang Ji grinned at the expressionless Ka Luo. So you had a bright future ahead. Why did you choose to betray the Navy? The table fell silent again. Including Kaido, everyone looked at Ka Luo, waiting for his answer. The atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. Ma Long spun a new revolver, occasionally aiming its muzzle in his direction, as if ready to strike at any moment. Reason for betrayal? Ka Luo pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a full set of white teeth, and a red light flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, boom, a mass of black-red light erupted from within him, like a storm appearing out of nowhere, instantly sweeping through the entire hall. A tangible shockwave exploded outward, blowing the empty plates and food on the large round table in front of him, scattering them over the surrounding people. Caught off guard, Wang Ji, who had been grinning at Ka Luo, was immediately splattered with food debris over his face, his chubby face instantly turning livid. Brat, you. He suddenly stood up, pointing at Ka Luo, about to snap. Boom, boom. Wave after wave of terrifying aura, as if triggered by Ka Luo's sudden release of Conqueror's haki, exploded one after another in a chain reaction. Kaido, Guloli, Alsis Ya, Luo, Ling Ling, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and even Luo Kusi all had black-red light and lightning radiating outward from their bodies. In an instant, the vast hall was frantically battered by clusters of black-red light crushing against each other, the walls and floor cracking under the impact. The large round table in the center was directly blasted apart, disintegrating. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling above. The entire hall shook as if about to collapse. Under the successive waves of Conqueror's haki, even the formidable Ma Long and Wang Ji were stunned and dizzy. Kaido was also somewhat lightheaded and confused. But after glancing at Ka Luo beside him, seeing him with arms crossed and still sitting cross-legged, he bit his tongue hard, forcing himself to stay awake, firmly remaining seated. He would rather die than lose to Ka Luo. The shockwave of Conqueror's haki lasted for a full dozen seconds before gradually subsiding, as Luo Kusi actively restrained his own. When the scene finally calmed down, the entire hall was in shambles. The large round table had become splinters on the floor. Wang Ji, Ma Long, Gu Luoli, Alsa, and others had their chairs shattered, standing aside with unpleasant expressions. Those who still maintained a sitting posture were only Luo Kusi, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Xia Luo, Ling Ling, Ka Luo, and Kaido, who had lost the legs of his chair, but was still doing a horse stance, refusing to get up. Only then did Ka Luo's cold voice ring out again in the hall. Is this reason enough? Luo Kusi paused, then suddenly stood up and burst into laughter. Wahahaha, wahahaha, wahahaha. Enough. I am very satisfied with this reason. He walked up to Ka Luo, looking at Ka Luo, who met his gaze without fear. Then from today you are an official member of the Rocks Pirates. Welcome, Sualisi Ka Luo. Of course. Luo Kusi turned his head to look at Kaido, whose face had turned somewhat pale. And you, Baba Luosa Kaido. Welcome to the Rocks Pirates. Several days had passed since Kaido formally joined the Rocks Pirates. In a secluded courtyard covering over 1,000 square meters behind Skeleton Mountain, Kaido, bare-chested and revealing a set of lean, powerful muscles, was engaged in his daily physical training. He stood inverted, supporting himself with only the index finger of his right hand on the ground, rising and falling in a one-fingered handstand push-up. Balanced on the soles of his feet was a 7 to 8 meter high artificial rock. This rock, originally a decorative piece in the courtyard weighing over 20 tons, had been repurposed by Kaido as a substitute for lacking training equipment. Carrying this irregularly shaped 20-ton weight, he performed one-fingered handstand push-ups at a rate of 60 per minute. Kaido had been training for an hour. The sweat dripping from his body had long since soaked the ground beneath him. After completing 3600 repetitions, he pushed upward with his feet. The 7 to 8 meter high artificial rock, seeming as light as nothing, was thrown high into the air before crashing into the corner of the courtyard with a thunderous boom, shaking the roof tiles of the house and causing several to fall. "Shut up, Kaido, you bastard, messing around here early in the morning and disturbing my sleep." A grumpy, loud voice, just like yesterday, rang out from next door. Heavy footsteps approached. Before long, a burly figure with bull horns appeared over the wall of Kaido's house, glaring at him with ill intent. Who else could it be but Kaido? Like Kaido's assigned residence, the neighbor also had an independent courtyard, though its area was about half the size of Kaido's. The day they officially joined the Rocks Pirates, Kaido had defeated the senior combatant Gon Sui, and thus naturally attained the same status as a senior combatant. At the senior combatant level 1, truly gained Rock's favor. Not only did they receive a generous monthly salary, but they also earned a substantial share from the various profits of the entire pirate crew. Given the massive scale of the Rocks Pirates, even a rough estimate left Kaido astounded. As a senior combatant, he could expect at least 1 billion berries annually from the Rocks Pirates, plus an independent courtyard in the core area of Hachinosu Island. Such generous treatment eclipsed even that of a Marine Admiral. No wonder countless pirates desperately sought to join Rocks. Kaido, a newcomer, had already attained such high status and treatment, undoubtedly arousing envy and jealousy among many pirates. Kaido was not so fortunate. Defeated and humiliated by Ma Long, he could only have become an intern of the Rocks Pirates. However, because he killed Sam Luo in Logtown, Rocks granted him the identity of a junior combatant. What? You might ask why Rocks, instead of punishing Kaido for destroying Logtown and killing Sam Luo, would... This was Rock's style. It was also an unspoken rule within the Rocks Pirates. The rule was simple: whoever has the stronger fist has the final say. Whoever takes more. Rocks was the boss. If he valued Kaido and was willing to destroy a whole Logtown to recruit him, that was his prerogative. Sam Luo lacked strength and was killed by Kaido. Tough luck for him. The law of the jungle prevailed, and it did not change just because they were comrades. Thus the pirates of the Rocks crew were not truly united. From the top division commanders, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, to the lowly pirate grunts, they maintained a superficial relationship of mutual competition and readiness to strike at each other. Rocks controlled the entire crew by leveraging this mutual restraint and competition. Yet it was precisely this breeding ground style that produced so many powerful figures in the Rocks Pirates. However, Sam Luo's death did bring some drawbacks to Kaido and Kaido. Sam Luo was a subordinate of Golden Lion. By killing him, Kaido and Kaido had incurred Golden Lion's enmity. For now, due to Rock's orders, Golden Lion refrained from attacking them. Otherwise, they would likely have been hunted down and killed the moment they set foot on Hachinosu. Another noteworthy point was the division commander system of the Rocks Pirates. The Captain Commodore Rocks was unquestionably the highest authority. Below Rocks, the division commander system was established to manage the crew's external plundering and warfare. Currently, there were 4 division commanders. They were 1st Division Commander Whitebeard Edward Newgate, 2nd Division Commander Golden Lion Shiki, 3rd Division Commander Charlotte Linlin, 4th Division Commander Wang Ji. As for Gu Luali Aosa Gon Sui Ma Long and others, they were senior combatants. To become a division commander, one either needed Rock's direct appointment or fight one's way up, but cross-rank challenges were not allowed. For example, if Kaido wanted to become the 4th Division Commander, he first had to defeat all other senior combatants to qualify for challenging the original 4th Division Commander Wang Ji. After defeating Wang Ji and becoming the 4th Division Commander, he could then qualify to challenge the 3rd Division Commander Charlotte Linlin, and so on. The rules were simple and brutal. This also showed how significant it was that Whitebeard firmly held the position of 1st Division Commander of the Rocks Pirates. Wang Ji. Kaido recalled the image of Wang Ji he had seen in the hall that day. Wang Ji's strength did not seem that formidable. At least he did not possess the overwhelming power of the 3 division commanders, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. If Kaido wanted to climb the ranks and become a division commander, Wang Ji would be his first target. Kaido's face darkened, and in a flash he vanished from the spot. Kaido was startled and quickly Kaido's face darkened, and in a flash he vanished from the spot. Kaido was startled and quickly readied his defenses. But Kaido's speed was faster than he anticipated. The air beside him violently rippled as a ferocious force swept in. Kaluo's figure materialized, and he threw a punch aimed at Kaido's face. "Wanna fight? Who's afraid of who? Come on." Kaido raised his fist and punched back. Neither of them coated their fists with armament haki, and their fists collided in midair with raw simplicity. Boom. A dull explosion erupted in Kaido's courtyard. Kaido grunted, staggered back a few steps, his face flushed with surging blood. Meanwhile, Kaluo, riding the recoil, floated lightly back into his own courtyard. Physique 001. Seeing the increase in physique value in his mind, Kaluo shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, the current Kaido could no longer cause a massive surge in his physique. Of course, another reason was that Kaluo's accumulation was still insufficient. Even if Whitebeard or Rocks himself came, they could not greatly increase his physique. A few days ago, Rock's slash with Conqueror's Haki hadn't added even 0.01 to his physique attribute. The reason his attributes had shot up dramatically after fighting Kaido before was that he had been stuck in a bottleneck. The fight with Kaido had simply broken the bottleneck, causing a sudden surge in strength. Now that the bottleneck period was over, he had entered a transitional phase of steady improvement. Naturally, the rate of increase slowed. His system, after all, was not the kind that grew stronger simply by being hit. After being forced back by Kaluo's punch, Kaido, furious, grabbed his spiked club and prepared to fight again. Just then a pirate rushed over, looking fearful at the two of them, and nervously shouted, "Both lords, Captain Rocks wants you to see him in the meeting hall." Minutes later, in the council chamber of the Rocks pirates. "Rocks, you summoned us." Kaido's booming voice rang out even before he entered the door, addressing Rocks by name, without the slightest hint of deference or fear. Kaluo walked behind him. Today he wore the standard attire of a formidable warrior, a floral shirt, beach shorts, and leather slippers. Entering the chamber, Kaluo noticed a new face. A woman with short golden hair that reached her ears, petite in stature, yet possessing exquisite features that rivaled those of Charlotte Linlin and Guliausa. She was pressed close to Whitebeard, occasionally reaching out a fair hand to toy with his beard, comparing it with that of Whitebeard. Compared to Whitebeard's towering height of 66 meters, this woman, standing less than 1.8 meters, appeared minuscule before him, shorter than half the length of his arm. The disparity in size was far greater than that between an adult and a 5-year-old girl. The usually boisterous Whitebeard wore a look of disdain, muttering repeatedly, "Get away from me, Stussy." "Newgate, are you blushing? Don't tell me you don't like me, eh?" The golden-haired woman giggled seductively, pressing her body closer to his. Bajin Jimyu, Stussy, senior combatant of the Rocks Pirates, chief scientist, and head of intelligence. Her bounty with the world government was 555 million berries. Kaluo narrowed his eyes. This woman was the dwarf mother of the future Whitebeard too. Compared to Stussy's current charming and delicate appearance, her aged form was utterly unsightly. Of course, the other two women seated nearby, Charlotte Linlin and Guliausa, would also look similarly deteriorated decades later. Even uglier. As a time traveler, Kaluo once again deeply experienced Oda's peculiar tastes. Rocks, seated at the head of the table, saw Kaluo and Kaido enter and grinned. "How was your rest? Are your wounds healed?" "That little injury healed long ago." Kaido beat his chest and looked at Rocks expectantly. "What's up? Got a mission for us? Just tell me what to do. Rob a member kingdom or attack a marine base?" Rocks didn't respond, but Bajin Jimyu, Stussy, who had been teasing Whitebeard, let out a light laugh. "Rookie, quite the big talker, aren't you? So you're the one who destroyed Lodgetown, Kaido. So what? You want to fight me? I'm always ready." Kaido brandished his club, looking down at Stussy with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Stussy raised an eyebrow and shook her head in disappointment. "Sigh, another battle-crazed lunatic. Forget it, I don't like fighting and killing." She then turned her gaze to Kaluo, scrutinizing him. "So you defeated Gonsui and left him hospitalized for days without being able to get up. I heard you're a Marine." Kaluo glanced at her, but ignored her. Stussy frowned slightly. "I'm talking to you, rookie." "Enough. Let's get to business." Rocks glanced at her. "Stussy, share the intel you've gathered." Stussy then let out a charming laugh and shifted her gaze away from Kaluo. All right. Don't be so impatient. Haste makes waste." She brushed aside the golden hair by her ear in a very feminine manner. "Hey, race the deal. I've received intelligence that 3 ships carrying the heavenly tributes from the New World are en route to Mary Geos. And hey, race the good news. It seems they have no marine warship escort." "Oh, ships carrying heavenly tributes. Which kingdom? Where are they now?" Rocks became intrigued. Stussy replied, "They belong to the Protons Kingdom. They should have passed Dressrosa by now, and will soon be traversing the waters near Punk Hazard. Rocks, if you want to strike, you'd better do it soon. If they sail any further, they'll enter the patrol zone of G1. If those Marines stationed at G1 come to escort them, seizing the heavenly tributes will become much more troublesome." "Indeed." Rocks pondered for a moment, then looked up at Kaluo. "Kaluo, I'm entrusting this task to you. Can you handle it?" "The Protons Kingdom." Kaluo narrowed his eyes, thinking for a moment, then nodded. "No problem. Leave it Hey, 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 what about me? Kaido protested, jumping up indignantly. Rocks chuckled and pointed at Kaluo. You'll be acting alongside Kaluo, of course. Huh, with him. Kaido grew even more displeased, looking at Kaluo with scorn and shaking his head vehemently. No way, I'm not going with him. Rocks, just give me the mission. I can handle it alone. But Rocks shook his head. You can't handle it. Hearing such a decisive dismissal, Kaido bristled. He glared and swung his spiked club. What do you mean? You look down on me, Rocks. If I can't handle it, this kid sure can't handle it either. He pointed at Kaluo, who was half his height. The chamber fell silent. All eyes fixed on Kaido with looks that clearly said he was being foolish. Even Lean, who had spoken well of him a few days ago, remained silent. Rocks stood up, grabbed a box of fine cigars from the table, and tossed it to Kaluo. It's settled. Kaluo, you and Kaido set out immediately with 1,000 men to intercept the Province Kingdom's fleet. Secure the heavenly tributes. No problem. Kaluo took a cigar from the box and lit it. He had been running low on smokes and had planned to restock on the island anyway. As he turned to leave, Whitebeard, seated on a nearby sofa, spoke up to caution them. Hey Kaluo, Kaido, don't be too careless. The intel says no warships are escorting them, but that often means they have their own trump cards. Charlotte Lean, lounging nearby, revealed her breathtaking curves and chuckled. Mama Newgate is right. After all, it's the Province Kingdom. Little Kaido, this is your first mission. Don't capsize in a ditch. Before Kaluo could respond, Kaido scoffed. Isn't it just a member kingdom? Even if they send out a few ships, I could storm their capital alone and drag their king back to you. He turned to Kaluo. If you're scared, I'll go first. Kaluo shrugged. Fine, it's all on you. Oro, then let's go. I can't wait. As Kaluo and Kaido's figures receded, Rocks sat back down on the sofa, drew out a cigar, and glanced at Wang Ji, who sat in the shadows. I'm still a bit uneasy. After all, it's a shipment of heavenly tributes from the Province Kingdom, possibly worth billions. If we fail to seize it, it'll be a huge loss. To be safe, Wang Ji, you go along too. If they can pull it off, just observe and don't intervene. If they can't, then you step in. Wang Ji extended a lizard-like tongue, licked his lips, and stood up with a grin. As you wish, Rocks. I will fulfill your instructions perfectly. Aboard the pirate ship heading toward Punk Hazard, Kaido stood at the bow, brimming with eagerness for the imminent. In contrast, Kaluo remained remarkably composed. Clenching a cigar between his teeth, he sat regally on a rattan chair, engrossed in a newspaper that featured his own exploits. The news about a Marine headquarters major audaciously attacking a Marine base and seizing the celestial tribute was, of course, a fabricated piece of propaganda orchestrated by Kong. The objective was transparent, to provide a plausible rationale for his defection from the Marines. Although Kaluo had speculated when discussing with Kong that Rocks might not be deceived by such hastily concocted false news. However, after arriving at Hachinosu and actually meeting Rocks and the Rocks pirates, Kaluo suddenly found himself at ease. In truth, Rocks had no need to scrutinize the veracity of this news. Perhaps he simply did not care. Even if it were genuine, he would not have valued Kaluo anymore because of it. For within the Rocks pirates, strength determined everything. If Kaluo lacked the requisite power, he could never truly enter the core circle of the crew. And if it were false, so what? It sufficed to have Kaluo as a member of the Rocks pirates carry out a few operations against the world government and the Marines. If that failed, compelling him to eliminate a celestial dragon or two would leave him irrevocably stained, like mud in one's pants, unmistakably incriminating. Just like the task Kaluo now held in his hands, it was not without such implications. Rocks simply refrained from stating it outright. Whether it was him or Kaido, regardless of their identities, they had to offer a token of allegiance. Any sensible person would grasp the underlying message, wouldn't they? Worororo. Celestial tribute. I've never robbed celestial tribute before. Kaluo, do you think there might be a devil fruit like the one you ate among that tribute? Kaido's unrestrained, cackling laughter rang in his ears. Well, at the very least, Kaido, that fellow absolutely did not comprehend that nuance. Disturbed by Kaido's interruption, Kaluo lost his interest in the newspaper. He rose and walked to the bow, gazing at the boundless sea before him. This was his first time entering the waters of the New World. He had long heard tales of its chaos, brutality, and extreme weather. Yet today's weather seemed rather favorable. Although the sky was not entirely clear, no storms had broken out. Indeed, it was a good day for plunder. Kaluo turned to look behind him. Following were 3 two-masted pirate ships, each carrying about 300 pirates. Adding the 100 or so pirates on his own ship, he had brought a total of 1,000 pirates this time, all low-ranking members of the Rocks pirates. Their strength was unremarkable, but their experience in looting and gathering supplies was considerable. Of course, there were also several seasoned navigators. Navigating the seas, especially in the New World with its chaotic magnetic fields, an experienced navigator was highly valued. Standing beside Kaluo was a grizzled old pirate with a scarred face and a shaggy beard. He clutched a rusty telescope, squinting as he scanned the sea and sky, muttering absent-mindedly to himself. The old pirate's demeanor always made Kaido subconsciously question his professionalism, especially when he noticed that the man did not even carry a log pose for the target island. Finally, as the old pirate raised his telescope for the 5th time, Kaido could no longer hold back. Barker, how much longer until we reach Punk Hazard? Kaido had expected the old pirate named Barker to need time to calculate before answering. But the moment his question left his lips, Barker replied without hesitation, counting on his fingers, 2.5 days, Master Kaido. 2.5 days of sailing to Punk Hazard. Kaido was taken aback. I asked for distance, not time. Barker interrupted. Master Kaido, 2.5 days of sailing is the distance. Please trust my judgment. Why, I have sailed this route no less than 100 times. When a raid mission requires full speed, the voyage from Hachinosu to Punk Hazard usually takes about 5 days, varying with the weather. But our objective this time is not Punk Hazard. We aim to intercept the celestial tribute transport ships passing through there on their way to Marigeos. Therefore, we need to adjust the course slightly. I will shift the sailing angle by 15 degrees east relative. That way our ships should arrive ahead of theirs on the route. Then we can simply wait at our leisure and capture them. Listening to Barker's spirited explanation, Kaido had nothing more to say. Though he did not fully understand, he suddenly felt that this unassuming old navigator might actually be quite professional. Then, 3 days later, you fucking said we'd catch up in 2.5 days. That we'd get to the route before them. So what now? You old bastard, you dare to toy with me. Believe I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Kaido, his huge hand gripping the terrified, pale, trembling old pirate like a chick, held him aloft and roared with blazing eyes. Spare me, Master Kaido. I didn't expect that their ships have steam power, making them 1/3 faster than anticipated. My calculations were correct, but their higher speed allowed them to get ahead of us. Barker's voice carried a sob, clearly terrified by Kaido. He feared that this enraged ogre might just devour his old bones alive. Compared to Master Kaido beside him, this 7-meter Kaido was far too frightening. Still making excuses. Fine. If we fail to catch up and the mission is lost, I'll smash you dead with one blow. Kaido flung Barker onto the deck and bellowed at the pirates steering and handling the sails. Didn't you eat enough? Hurry up and chase them. This is my first mission. If we fail, I'll throw all of you into the sea to feed the fish. The pirates, trembling in fear, dared not talk back, straining every fiber to accelerate the ships in pursuit of the tiny black specks on the horizon. Several kilometers ahead, several large transport ships could be seen, their shrill steam whistles sounding, spewing vapor as they left the 4 sailboats far behind. Those ships were their target for plunder, the celestial tribute fleet of the Proton's kingdom. In fact, 2.5 days earlier, Kaido's 4 ships had successfully arrived at the designated route and prepared for an ambush as Barker had advised. Yet after a long while, Kaido saw no sign of any fleet. He then guessed that Barker's calculations might have been off, causing them to miss the enemy ships. However, Kaido actually did not mind. Even if he intercepted the celestial tribute fleet, he would not feel any psychological burden due to his marine identity. After all, he was a transmigrator who knew what the world government truly was. His loyalty to it was far shallower than that of men like Kong. Missing the opportunity didn't bother Kaido. At worst, he would fail Rock's task and face his displeasure, but Kaido was deeply frustrated. Having lost patience, he ordered the pirates on board to contact Hachinosu. Soon Wang Ji's Den Mushi rang, informing them that the Proton's Kingdom's fleet had already passed that point and was heading toward the route near Marine Base G1. Thus Kaido and his crew had to give chase desperately. But even with all their might, even adding manpower to the oars, their sailboats simply could not catch up to the steam-powered ships of the Proton's Kingdom. This left Kaido's fervor with no outlet. His mace, not yet striking an enemy, had already tasted the flesh of his own men. A few unlucky pirates had already been smashed into the sea. Just as Kaido, despairing of their speed, turned to urge Kaido to transform into that giant bird and carry him over. Barker, who had been staring intently at the fleet ahead, suddenly cried out in joy. Their speed is decreasing. What did you say? Kaido, stunned, grabbed Barker again and demanded. Barker, with tears of joy, pointed at the distant dark specks. Master Kaido, look, their speed has clearly dropped. The distance between us is closing. I don't know why. Maybe their steam engine broke. But this is a great opportunity. We might still catch them. Really? Kaido was overjoyed. Quick. While they're slowing down, chase them. I want to be the first to loot. Yes, Master Kaido. The 4 pirate ships instantly surged forward like bloodthirsty beasts, accelerating rapidly. Slowing down, Kaido narrowed his eyes, his pupils suddenly shifting into golden slits. In his vision, the ship shadows on the distant sea zoomed closer and magnified. He seemed to catch a glimpse of something, and a corner of his mouth curled upward into an amused smirk. Meanwhile, aboard the steam-powered ship, flying the flag of a fist and crown, report, Your Majesty. We've identified them. They're pirate ships of the Rocks Pirates. So it's those petty thieves of the Rocks Pirates. How dare they on my fleet? Outrageous. King Elizabello I of the Province Kingdom, his muscles flushed and steaming from prolonged exertion as he continuously swung his fists on the deck, sneered disdainfully upon hearing his soldiers report. Order the fleet to slow down. I'll teach them a little lesson. Yes, sire. The soldier promptly executed. Soon the 3 steamships decelerated, allowing the 4 pirate sailboats to close in rapidly. Before long, the distance between them shrank to less than a few hundred meters. Pirates wielding weapons and soldiers standing at attention were now clearly visible on the opposing decks. Kaido immediately spotted the treasure chest stacked on the steamship's deck. His eyes lit up instantly. Gripping his mace, he leaped onto the bow, yelling impatiently, "Bring her alongside. Ram them." The pirate ship did not slow down. It crashed straight into the enemy vessel. As the distance between the 2 ships dwindled to mere tens of meters, Kaido could no longer wait. He crouched and sprang, his incredible jumping power launching him like a cannonball, taking the lead as he soared toward the enemy's deck. Worororo, the celestial tribute is mine. Full of excitement, he was about to land on the deck where the treasure chests lay. But a massive fist flew straight at him. King's punch. Who's there? Kaido, leaping through the air, felt his heart pound uncontrollably at the sudden figure before him. Aboard the ship of the Province Kingdom, a massive man, over 5 meters tall with bulging muscles, stood on. He wore a golden crown upon his head and a red cape draped over his shoulders, supported by short stubby legs that bore his colossal upper body. His proportions were even more exaggerated than Kaido's. A classic case of skipping leg day. His appearance was comical, with a downturned mouth and a grumpy expression. His seemingly ordinary straight punch appeared equally ridiculous. But as the red-gloved fist rapidly enlarged in Kaido's sight, that mockery instantly evaporated. Instead, his heart pounded as if trying to burst from his chest. Danger. Extreme danger. An overwhelming terror of imminent death engulfed him. It sent chills down his spine, raising every hair on his body. Kaido instinctively wanted to flee to escape from that fist. Yet the moment this thought surfaced, his face flushed involuntarily. What nonsense! I am Barbarossa Kaido. What worthless trash could make me flee in fear? As the punch hurtled toward him across the air, Kaido roared, gripping his club with both hands, raising it high overhead. A dark aura of armament haki surged from his colossal body, enveloping him entirely as he swung downward at Elizabello's head. Thunder, Bawa. Yet Elizabello's long-prepared king's punch was faster than Kaido imagined, and more ferocious. His raised club only descended halfway, its spikes not yet touching the crown on Elizabeth. The shockwave from Elizabello's fist slammed into Kaido, pushing his body backward, bending him like a bow. A volcanic torrent of raw power blasted Kaido, distorting his muscles and rippling his skin like a cockroach crushed under a giant slipper. Duh, Kaido only had time for a frustrated roar before being hurled backward, unable to resist. Boom! His back crashed into an oncoming pirate ship behind him, piercing through it from bow to stern, shattering it entirely. The bulwarks, deck, mast, and cabins all disintegrated under his impact, then exploded into finer dust under the relentless shockwave. Even the 100 pirates aboard, ready for slaughter, were annihilated without a trace, bursting into clouds of blood. After instantly sending Kaido flying and obliterating one pirate ship, the residual force of the king's punch struck another vessel. It destroyed more than half of that ship before slamming into the sea behind it amidst the horrified gazes of hundreds of pirates on the remaining 2 ships. The sea itself was split open by the terrifying shockwave, a straight gash over 100 meters long and dozens wide. The resulting storm rocked the pirate ships, nearly capsizing them. As for the unfortunate Kaido, he was already blown who knows where. On the steamship Elizabello, I surveyed the outcome of his punch with satisfaction. He blew the steam off his fist. You petty scoundrels dare to plunder my fleet. My king's punch can even kill a Marine Admiral with one blow. Even if Rox himself came, he wouldn't dare face this punch heat-in. He lowered his fist and waved grandly behind him. Fire! Wipe out those trash pirates. Yes, your majesty, the battle king. The soldiers of the Province Kingdom obeyed, executing their king's command. In an instant, the cannons on the 3 large steamships roared, unleashing a curtain of fire upon the remaining 2 pirate ships. After issuing the order, Elizabello, I in high spirits, turned to head back to his cabin. But suddenly a soft sound came from the deck behind him, as if something had landed on the ship. At the same time, a calm voice drifted into his ears. You said you could kill a Marine Admiral with one punch, didn't you? Who? Elizabello. I spun around swiftly, assuming a defensive stance. But he wasn't attacked. Behind him stood a white-haired young man, 3 meters tall. Carlo casually dropped the terrified old barker on the ground, bit his cigar, and stared at the burly, yellow-haired, middle-aged man before him. This guy resembled Elizabello II from the comic, the one who participated in the gladiatorial tournament hosted by Doflamingo, likely his father. The current king of the Province Kingdom, Elizabello, I nicknamed the Battle King. That fierce punch that sent Kaido flying and shattered ships and sea That was the famous King's Punch. Its power was indeed impressive. In terms of sheer destructive impact, it far surpassed the 8 Impulse Fist or the Combat Guard Fist. It even rivaled the legendary Elbaf technique, the Land of the Gods. But Elizabello's claim of killing a Marine Admiral with one blow. I can't just ignore that. Carlo grinned widely at Elizabello. Protect His Majesty. Soldiers' shouts erupted from the deck. Instantly hundreds of rifles aimed at Carlo and fired without hesitation. A storm of bullets rained down, leaving no escape. Yet he never intended to dodge. Without even using Haki for defense, he walked straight toward Elizabello through the hail of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet struck Carlo's body with dull detonations bursting into sparks and smoke. With every step Carlo took, over 100 bullets battered him. But those shots only tore his clothes, failing to leave even a scratch on his skin. Not even the deluge of bullets or cannon fire could slow him for a second. Elizabello, his pupils contracted at the sight. What? Watching Carlo advance through the relentless barrage, Elizabello gritted his teeth and swung his right fist again. Lightweight. King's Punch. His right arm struck out. Like lightning, the powerful muscles instantly unleashing an overwhelming surge of strength. The punch compressed the air, forming a formidable shockwave that surged toward the approaching Carlo. Although this blow was neither premeditated nor warmed up, its power remained considerable. The mere storm stirred by the punch sent hundreds of soldiers standing around the deck staggering backward. Carlo also threw a straight punch. It was the very same blow he had used against rocks in Hachinosu a few days earlier, though this time without coating it in Haki. This was the fistbone technique he had learned from Garp. Fistbone Meteor. Carlo's right fist shot out at high speed, striking the air in front of him, tearing and twisting the atmosphere into violent chaos. Like an air cannon erupting, it clashed head-on with the shockwave unleashed by the King's Punch. Boom. The two great waves of force collided in midair. The soldiers on the ship were instantly pounded by the violent opposing shockwaves, their bones shattered, eardrums ruptured, blood spewing as they were flung like dumplings into the sea. The two shockwaves held against each other for less than a second. Carlo's fistbone meteor crushed the King's Punch of Elizabello. Carlo's right fist under Elizabello, his incredulous gaze slammed heavily into his abdomen. Elizabello, his body arched, his feet left the ground, and his massive frame crashed backward into a mountain of treasure chests piled behind him. In an instant, chest after chest shattered under his impact. Countless blinding gold and silver treasures gushed out like a fountain from the broken boxes. Golden coins clattered onto the deck at Carlo's feet as if a rain of gold had fallen. You're really rich. No wonder you're a famous war kingdom in the New World. Carlo bent down, picked up a gold coin, brought it to his lips, and blew on it, admiring the delicate portrait on its surface as he sighed. The Proton's kingdom truly was wealthy. This nation was renowned for its formidable war capabilities. It frequently sold its military strength abroad, whether proactively or in the form of mercenary contracts, waging various wars against neighboring countries. Because the king himself was the strongest warrior of the kingdom, possessing the devastating King's Punch. Whenever besieging a city, Elizabello, I needed only 2 hours to warm up and then deliver a single King's Punch, which would blast through the enemy's fortress walls in one blow. Such formidable military might allowed the Proton's kingdom to enjoy near unstoppable success in external wars, combined with its generous payment of the heavenly tribute to the world government. The Proton's kingdom gained the world government's protection. It thrived in the New World, living more prosperously each day. Carlo stepped forward and kicked open a treasure chest. Inside the chest were tightly bound stacks of berry banknotes. This single chest held at least tens of millions of berry. And here there were at least 100 chests just like this one. Not to mention the even more valuable gold, silver, and antiques. The total value of the Proton's kingdom's heavenly tribute might very well exceed 10 billion berry. Bastard, get away from His Majesty. A burly general shouted as he raised his rocket launcher aimed at Carlo and pulled the trigger directly. Boom. The rocket, trailing flames, screamed toward Carlo. He raised a hand, caught the incoming rocket, and closed his fingers. Boom. The rocket exploded in his palm, high temperature flames gushing between his fingers and licking at Carlo's body. Ho! A long dragon-like stream of white smoke blew out from Carlo's mouth and nose, dispersing the flame. The general who had fired the rocket was already brandishing a huge hammer, charging to Carlo's front and swinging it toward his face. Die! Carlo narrowed his eyes, his golden vertical pupils appearing glowing with brilliant red light. 2 scorching laser beams shot from his eyes, striking the surface of the descending hammer. The black hammer face visibly heated up, turned red, and began to glow. Sizzle. The metal handle burned the general's hands, hissing. The intense pain and burning made the general's expression one of agony. Yet he remained loyal. Even though the massive hammer in his hands was red-hot from Carlo's heat vision, he refused to drop it. Instead, he roared and threw himself recklessly at Carlo. Your Majesty, run. The red-hot hammer came down, but collapsed an inch before Carlos' face, melting into a pool of fiery molten iron. Boom! A black fist pierced through the collapsing hammer head, snapping the general's neck. Lit. Seeing his trusted general die so cruelly under Carlos' hand, Elizabello, I was overcome with grief and rage. But he did not lose his reason. Clenching his teeth, he rushed to the ship's railing and leaped desperately toward the adjacent steam-powered vessel. As he jumped, he roared an order. Fire! Fire! Sink the War King! Almost simultaneously, soldiers who had been waiting for the opportunity lit the fuses of their cannonballs. Boom! 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 The double-layered cannons on the side of the steamship instantly fired dozens of shells toward Carlo. Facing this sky full of projectiles, Carlos' body abruptly doubled in size. A pair of golden wings spread from his back and flapped outward sharply. Shushishu! Golden feathers shot out like lightning, precisely piercing through the center of each incoming shell. Boom! 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 Dozens of shells exploded in midair. The resulting shockwave rocked the steamship beneath Carlos' feet violently. Don't ruin my heavenly tribute, Carlos said, glancing at the mountain of treasure below. With a flap of his wings, he became a golden blur and plunged directly into the opposite steamship. In an instant, puff, 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 puff. Within the vast steamship, all that could be seen was a golden ribbon of light constantly refracting and flashing. Then came the screams of countless soldiers, along with flying limbs, severed arms, and blood splattering everywhere. The hundreds of elite kingdom soldiers armed to the teeth had no chance to resist and were effortlessly slaughtered. Elizabello, I watched this scene, his heart filled with both fury and dread. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, charging toward the last steamship. But before he could escape, two crimson laser beams pierced through the cabin in front of him, plowing two charred grooves across the iron-plated structure. The iron plates on top melted away, turning into hot molten iron. Elizabello, I halted, his face twisted with extreme displeasure as he turned to look behind him. When he saw Carlo, who had transformed into a six-turtle-winged figure, the confidence of the War King vanished from his face. You monster! You'll regret this. This is the heavenly tribute I am sending to the world government. By stealing it, you defy the world government. They will surely send the Navy to capture you. He raised his clenched fist before him, but hesitated to strike. Elizabello the First knew that without a proper warm-up, a lightweight king's punch could never pose a threat to the monster before him. In the brief span of just a few minutes, Carlo had manifested an inhuman physique, superhuman speed, bizarre capabilities, and now this transformation. Everything testified to Carlo's overwhelming strength. He had no idea the Rocks pirates had produced such a formidable figure. Looking back now, his earlier decision to slow the fleet down was a grave mistake. He realized he was with no other recourse. Elizabello the First could only hope that Carlo, fearing the world government, would withdraw on his own. Yet was that even possible? He'll give you 1 hour to charge up your king's punch. If you can knock me down, he'll leave immediately and take none of the heavenly. If you can't, then both your fleet and the heavenly tribute are mine. Suddenly Carlos' voice reached Elizabello, leaving him utterly stunned. What did you say? Carlos said, no more, standing still, as if he truly intended to stop attacking. After a moment of shock, Elizabello's face lit up with wild joy. Good. You said it. Immediately, he began swinging his arms, warming up with punches. His expression turned both confident and ferocious. Pirate brat, how dare you underestimate me? He'll show you what a true king's punch is. He went on, furiously throwing punches to warm up. On the last intact steamship nearby, the soldiers of the Province Kingdom were in chaos. The commanding general had already pulled out a din mushy, frantically contacting the world government for reinforcements. The world government quickly promised to dispatch troops from the nearest marine base, G1. But when they would arrive remained unknown. The new world was vast. Even marine warships would find it no easy task to traverse hundreds of kilometers or more to reach them. On the steamship piled with treasures, old Buck stared blankly at Carlo's figure, swallowing hard. Lord Carlo. So strong. Soon half an hour passed. Carlo still hadn't moved. Elizabello continued his frantic warm-up. But 3 pirate ships rapidly approached from the distant sea. The pennants marked them clearly as part of the Rocks pirates. And on the bow of the lead ship, old Buck spotted a very familiar figure. A portly man with 3 or 4 chins cast a greedy gaze toward them. Captain Wang Ji. It was none other than Wang Ji. Elizabello recognized him too. Wang Ji was a veteran subordinate at Rocks. He was also the 4th Division commander of the Rocks pirates. Though not as powerful as Whitebeard or Silver Axe, he was still quite renowned on the seas. It was none other than Wang Ji. Elizabello recognized him too. Wang Ji was a veteran subordinate at Rocks. On the prow, Wang Ji looked at Carlo facing off against Elizabello, then swept his gaze over the shattered pirate ships scattered across the sea, licking his lips. He looks like you messed up the mission Rocks gave you, Carlo. Where's that Oni brat Kaido? Dead. Fell into the sea. Why is he nowhere to be seen? All that boasting before he came, and he turned out to be such a waste. He waved his hand. Since you can't finish the job, I'll clean up. Kill the rest, and bring me all the heavenly tribute. With Wang Ji's order, the 2 pirate ships he brought immediately charged toward the last steamship. He himself leisurely jumped onto Old Buck's ship, walked over to the piled treasure chests, and began admiring. Time passed. The sounds of battle and cannon fire around them did not distract Carlo or Elisabella. Another half-hour went by. As Carlo opened his eyes, Elisabella, his skin flushed and steaming from exertion, grinned ferociously at him. I'm ready. Are you? Carlo shrank in size and slowly clenched his right fist. Dark haki surged forth, coiling around his fist and compressing. Come. Then died. Elisabella roared and unleashed a earth-shattering punch at Carlo. Heavyweight. King's punch. Boom. The terrifying force howled like an enraged dragon, shaking heaven and earth. The punch was thrown. Half of the ironclad steamship beneath Carlo shattered and disintegrated into the finest dust under the shockwave. A mighty gale swept through the skies. The sea behind Carlo instantly sank dozens of meters. Further away, a towering wave hundreds of meters high erupted. The sudden tremendous noise startled Wang Ji, who had been absorbed in the treasure. He looked up in alarm. At the epicenter of the shockwave, Carlo instead advanced, throwing his clenched fist. Fistbone. Meteor. Boom. An even more massive and violent shockwave burst forth from Carlo's fist. Under Elisabella's incredulous gaze, it came crushing down with irresistible force. Without even a second's hesitation, it overpowered his king's punch and hurled the shockwave back at him. The raging energy struck him like a giant battering ram, sending blood spraying from his mouth as the steamship beneath him collapsed entirely, slamming him into the sea behind. The terrifying fist force not only raised a 100-meter wave, but also shattered the pirate ships Wang Ji had brought, leaving them listing and scattered. The pirates on board panicked, shouting in fear. Damn it, Carlo. What are you doing? Wang Ji enraged, but Carlo was unafraid. Spreading his wings, he turned into a golden light and flew out from the storm's center, landing slowly on the gunwale. He looked down with cold, piercing eyes. And what are you doing? Wang Ji was taken aback. What do you mean by that? This is my mission. These heavenly tributes. Carlo pointed at the piled treasures in front of Wang Ji, then at the remaining 2 steamships. Are all mine. Wang Ji's face darkened instantly. What do you mean all yours? Carlo, get the setting aside whether you actually seized these heavenly tributes. Even if you did, they don't belong to you. They belong to the entire Rock's pirates. Without the intelligence provided by the pirate crew, without my guidance, a greenhorn like you could never have succeeded in this raid. And besides, he pointed excitedly at the treasure beneath his feet. And besides, these are all mine. I personally seized them. Your mission has failed. All your men are dead. You. Shing. Shing. 2 searing laser beams shot forth in an instant, cutting off Wang Ji's tirade, grazing his cheek, and detonating a massive explosion in the sea behind him. The fiery glow of the explosion reflected Wang Ji's shifting, ugly expression. Carlo's eyes gleamed red and a savage grin stretched across his lips. Get lost, or he'll kill you. Brat. Wang Ji's eyes turned fierce as his hand gripped the sword hilt at his waist. An invisible aura of slaughter instantly permeated the space between them, leaving Old Buck standing nearby, pale-faced and terrified. Was this a mutiny? Was Lord Kaluo about to clash with Captain Wang Ji? Just as the tension between Kaluo and Wang Ji reached its peak, suddenly a pained groan rose from the sea below. Both Kaluo and Wang Ji cast their gaze down. There on the churning waves, Elisabella was flailing his arms, his broad face flushed crimson. A thick arm was locked around his neck from behind, tightening with deadly force. Let me go. I am the king of the Polydyancy kingdom. Elisabella, I struggled to spit out the words, hoping his assailant would release him. Yet let go. Orororo. Begging for mercy now, are you? Where's that spirit from when you ambushed me earlier? Let go. In your dreams. Kaido's dark, wrathful face emerged from behind him. With his free hand clenched into a massive fist, he rained down crazed blows onto Elisabella's head. The king's crown was battered and sent flying. Before long, the famous king of this new world allied nation was left bloodied by Kaido's fury. At this point, Elisabella, known for his unyielding nature, began to feel the creeping terror of death. The suffocation in his lungs and the agony in his skull forced pleas from his lips. But Kaido, blinded by rage, paid no heed. He simply kept swinging. Kaluo watched coldly, offering no word of restraint. It was Wang Ji, seemingly wary, who shouted, "Hey, you Oni brat. You'd better know when to stop. If you really kill him, even we won't escape bigger trouble. Stealing the heavenly tribute is one thing, but brutally murdering an allied nation's king. Who the hell do you think you are to give me orders? If I want someone dead, no one can stop me." Kaido shot back without a hint of courtesy. Then he stretched out his large hand, seized Ylizabaluo's bleeding head, and twisted with savage force, intent on snapping his neck. No, you can't kill me. I am the king of Polodiancy, the great Ylizabaluo, I the invincible war king. The world government will never forgive you. Crack. A snap rang out. Ylizabaluo's pupils dilated, his head drooped limply on his thick neck, and his struggling ceased instantly. He was dead. Ha! You ambushed me, huh? Don't you know I hate sneak attacks? Kaido spat at the sinking corpse before climbing back onto the ship, using both hands and feet. Once beside Kaluo, he turned to scan the now quiet sea and asked with confusion, "The fight's over. Why are you all still standing around? Waiting for me? Or for the Navy warships?" Kaluo glanced at him, then at Wang Ji, whose face had darkened from Kaido's outburst, and said flatly, "This guy, relying on his rank as division commander, tried to steal our treasure." He emphasized the word our. "What a—" Kaido erupted in fury, glaring at Wang Ji with bull-like, "You bastard. I've long hated your snide demeanor. So what if you're a division commander? You dare to rob the heavenly tribute we seized. You're asking for death." As he roared, Kaido whipped out his spiked club from behind and swung it at Wang Ji. Boom. The pile of treasure beneath Wang Ji exploded. The club smashed heavily into the chest of jewels. But Wang Ji had vanished from his spot. Huh. Kaido stared in astonishment, only to see Wang Ji, who had been right there now, standing on a pirate ship 100 meters away. How did he get over there? Kaido was dumbfounded. Behind him, Kaluo stared at Wang Ji with a thought. Teleportation. On the opposite ship, seeing Kaluo and Kaido united against him, Wang Ji quickly regained his usual smiling face. He licked his lips and gave a sinister grin. "My apologies. I was out of line. Since you two captured this heavenly tribute and killed Ylizabaluo, this treasure naturally belongs to you as your spoils. All right, let's head back to Hachinosu." As he spoke, his smiling eyes suddenly fixed on something near Kaido's feet. His expression flickered briefly before the smile returned. "But since I gave you accurate intel earlier, could I pick just one item I fancy? I promise I won't take more." Kaido blinked, then turned to Kaluo. "Kaluo, what do you say?" In Kaido's view, Wang Ji's earlier actions were certainly despicable. But he was still the 4th Division commander of the Rocks Pirates. And Wang Ji wasn't wrong. He had indeed provided the exact location of the Polodiancy fleet. Without Wang Ji's information, they might never have known they missed this shipment of heavenly tribute. Now that Wang Ji was voluntarily backing down and only asking for a single item from the loot, it would be unreasonable for the two newcomers to refuse. Though Kaido acted rashly, he wasn't entirely brave. Still, he left the decision to Kaluo. After all, Kaido had done little more than freeload on this trip. Kaluo, who had been watching Wang Ji the whole time, frowned slightly at his words. "What do you want?" A flicker of joy flashed deep in Wang Ji's eyes, but he kept his face impassive and casually pointed. "I don't ask for much, just that thing." Kaluo followed his finger. Among the scattered treasures on the deck lay a deformed long chest open. Inside the chest rested a pitch-black battle halberd, still and silent. The war halberd inside the box was approximately 4.5 meters long. Its shaft was pitch black as if dyed with ink. Under the midday sunlight, it did not reflect a single ray of light. Only the diamond-shaped tip at the top and the broad crescent-shaped blades on either side faintly reflected some inconspicuous gleams. But no matter how Carlo looked at it, this war halberd seemed utterly ordinary. There was nothing particularly striking about it. Was this unremarkable war halberd really what Wang Ji wanted? Or was he just grabbing something random to save face? Or did this uncommon long-handled weapon possess some special quality? A famous sword? The first term that surfaced in Carlo's mind was that very phrase. Yet perhaps he was too ignorant. Having lived this long, Carlo had never come across a war halberd, such an obscure weapon, in any book about famous swords. Seeing Carlo silent, Wang Ji felt a surge of hope, believing Carlo had silently acquiesced to his. With a quick shift of his feet, his figure flickered, and without warning, he returned to Carlo's ship, reaching out to grab the black war halberd in the box. However, another hand was faster, darting into the broken wooden crate, first grasping the slightly rough shaft of the halberd and pulling it out. The moment the black war halberd entered his hand, Carlo's expression shifted. The weight of this halberd was off. Even though he had snatched it from under Wang Ji's nose first, the sheer heft of this unassuming weapon startled Carlo, whose strength now exceeded 70 points, a power rivaling that of a demon. This cold weapon, less than 5 meters long, weighed at least 50 tons, 2 or 3 times heavier than the rockery he had trained on at Hachinosu Island. Carlo was stunned by this incredible weight. What kind of high-density metal had been used to forge it? An equivalent volume of steel would probably weigh only a few tons at most. Seeing Carlo snatch the prize he had intended to take, Wang Ji's face immediately turned sour beyond words. His smile vanished completely, and his gaze toward Carlo became ferocious and menacing. "Carlo, what do you mean by this?" Carlo gripped the black war halberd, staring at him impassively. "No special meaning, Wang Ji. Choose another treasure." I want this halberd. I happen to lack a suitable weapon. Wang Ji's right hand rested on the hilt of his sword at his waist, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Are you doing this on purpose? Deliberately opposing me? I said this halberd is mine. Carlo paid no heed to his menacing glare, hefting the black weapon and swinging it lightly. The terrifying weight of the halberd cut through the air, emitting a dull roar and stirring a gust across the deck. Whoa! Carlo spun it faster and faster, growing increasingly comfortable and urgent. Soon the halberd in his hands became a blur of black shadow. The airflow it generated shook the entire steam-powered ship beneath his feet, causing it to rock and sway. Suddenly Carlo turned and stomped, gripping the halberd tightly with both hands, and slashed vertically toward the sea behind him. At the moment of the downward slash, for some unknown reason, Carlo instinctively released the haki within him, wrapping it around the broad blade of the halberd. The next instant, swoosh! A pitch-black crescent-shaped slash erupted from the blade, cutting into the sea ahead of Carlo. The slash was dozens of meters high, slicing through the ocean like a shark's fin, carving a narrow fissure over a kilometer long across the surface. The wreck of another steamship, which Wang Ji had ordered sunk and now lay tilted on the sea, silently split into two halves as the slash passed through. Moreover, at the moment the halberd descended, Carlo clearly saw a mass of black lightning erupt from the pitch-black shaft of the weapon. Carlo's pupils contracted sharply. Is this my haki? The black lightning bursting from the halberd was exactly the armament haki he had just channeled into it. However, unlike the haki Carlo usually released, this black lightning-like haki was the result of high compression, a haki application imbued with immense offensive power. He had learned techniques related to this from Garp's fistbone fist moves. Until now, Carlo had not fully mastered this powerful technique. Even for him, unleashing high-compression haki lightning required prior preparation, like Elizabello too. Yet now, while wielding this halberd, he effortlessly executed this formidable skill. Carlo stared at the black war halberd in his hands in disbelief. This thing could compress haki. Such a miraculous weapon effect instantly brought Kazuki Oden's sword Enma to mind. It was only then that Carlo realized the blackness of this halberd was not the original color of the forged metal. It was a shade of black steeped over years of infiltration by some substance, exuding a heavy, dense texture. Is this a black blade? Even if Carlo had been slow on the uptake, he now realized that the pitch-black war halberd in his hands was highly likely a black blade. A black blade is a weapon tempered with armament haki, possessing unparalleled hardness and resilience. The nurturing and tempering of haki drastically enhances the hardness and toughness of the forging metal. This single property alone elevates a black blade into the ranks of great-grade swords. In other words, the black war halberd in his hands was at least a great-grade sword. Do you recognize this weapon? Carlo clutched the halberd with loving admiration, turning to the increasingly grim Wang Ji. Wang Ji did not speak, merely staring fixedly at the halberd in Carlo's hands. Seeing his silence, Carlo looked at Kaido, who appeared utterly clueless. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Kaido hadn't finished when he noticed Carlo's gaze sweep directly past him. Damn, what does that look mean? Though he truly knew nothing, Carlo's dismissive stare infuriated Kaido. Carlo had assumed he couldn't learn the name and origin of the halberd here. But when he inadvertently glanced at old Buck beside him, he noticed something unusual in the haggard old pirate's eyes as he looked at the weapon. Seizing this keen observation, Carlo asked directly, "Do you know this weapon?" Old Buck nodded nervously. "Yes, I do." Then, without waiting for Carlo to press further, he pointed at the halberd hesitantly and said, "This weapon seems to be the legendary Heavenly Dragon halberd, the national treasure of the Flower Country, lost for centuries. The national treasure of the Hua Country. The Tianlong halberd." Kaluo was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that something from the New World's Prudence Kingdom would be connected to the Hua Country of the West Sea. Lao Bake glanced at Wang Ji, whose face was dark, and whispered carefully, "It is said that hundreds of years ago within the Hua Country a divine beast called the Heavenly Dragon ran rampant, causing countless casualties among the people. The then king of the Hua Country, Xiang, personally visited the most skilled blacksmith of the West Sea, Ganjiang, to forge a weapon capable of slaying the Heavenly Dragon. Xiang had only two requirements for the weapon: it must be heavy, and it must be hard. Thus the blacksmith Ganjiang drew the essence of iron from the seabed of the West Sea, smelted, and forged it, consuming an entire undersea vein over 14 days, finally crafting a weapon that satisfied Xiang, a war halberd. This halberd weighed 120 jin. Within the entire Hua Country, only Xiang, endowed with divine strength, could wield it. After the forging was complete, Xiang, without even having time to name the weapon, rushed back to the Hua Country and used it to slay the Heavenly Dragon that had been ravaging the land. Later, in commemoration, Xiang named this extraordinarily rare heavy weapon after the Heavenly Dragon, hence the legend of the Tianlong halberd. Legend has it that centuries ago, during Xiang's lifetime, he refined the Tianlong halberd into a black blade and due to his unparalleled martial might it was ranked as the foremost among the 12 supreme great blades at that time. But unfortunately after Xian's death, this divine weapon was lost by the Hua country and did not reappear for centuries. Subsequently, it was removed from the list of supreme great blades. Who would have thought? I Lao Bake am fortunate enough to behold this divine weapon from centuries ago. Saying this, Lao Bake wore a wistful expression as he gazed at the Tianlong halberd held by Kaido, sighing with emotion. Your tale sounds strangely familiar. After hearing the story of the Tianlong halberd, Kaido couldn't help but think of the legend of the owner of the black blade Shusui, Xuanyue Longma. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago during the era of the Golden Country, the country of he was plagued by a monstrous dragon. The sword god Xuanyue Longma, wielding the treasured blade Shusui, fought the dragon and ultimately succeeded in slaying it. One was the Hua country, the other was the He country. Both involved slaying a dragon. In the end, both legendary figures also refined their weapons into black blades. This connection made Kaido strongly suspect that the dragons slain in these two legends might not be true dragons in the real sense, but rather celestial dragons. However, none of that matters. What matters is that this weapon is actually a supreme great blade from centuries ago. Earlier Kaido guessed it was a great blade, which was an underestimation. Moreover, its weight had reached a terrifying 129000 gene. That is 64.5 tons. The spike club in Kaido's hand, the Ba Zhaijia, was also forged from special heavy metal weighing over 10 tons, which is considered heavy even among heavy weapons. But compared to this Tianlong halberd, it falls far short. Kaido hefted the halberd in his hand again. Oh right, it should now be called the Tianlong halberd. Having unexpectedly acquired a divine weapon, Kaido's mood was exceptionally good. However, Wang Ji in front of him did not share such a pleasant state of mind. His fingers gripping the long sword at his waist relaxed and tightened and relaxed repeatedly. Finally, he forcibly restrained himself and said to Kaido in a deep voice, "Since you already know the origin of this weapon, you should understand what it means to me." Kaido was baffled by his words. Huh? What are you talking about? Wang Ji's face turned red and then pale, and he pointed at his own nose, furious. Wang Ji, I am a member of the royal family of the Hua country. Don't you know that? Kaido sneered. So what? What does that have to do with me? It indeed has nothing to do with you. But the Tianlong halberd in your hand is the national treasure of my Hua country. For centuries the royal family has been searching for its whereabouts. Now it has appeared, and it coincidentally appeared before me. This is fate. Heaven wants me, a bloodline of the royal family, to reclaim the kingdom's treasure. Wang Ji was so agitated that he even took several steps forward. He looked Kaido in the eye with a serious. He said earnestly, "Kaido, return the Tianlong halberd to me. In return, I will guarantee your future position within the Rocks Pirates." You probably don't know that Rocks intends to establish a few more division commander positions. I can recommend you. Division commander. Kaido grinned and tightened his grip on the Tianlong halberd. He'll get that kind of thing on my own. You don't need to worry about it. Wang Ji's face completely darkened. So there's no room for negotiation. Kaido glanced at him expressionlessly, not even wanting to say another word. As if it were an ordinary national treasure, he might have tossed it to Wang Ji. But a powerful weapon like the Tianlong halberd that could directly enhance his strength, how could he possibly give it up? Did they take him for a fool? Moreover, he truly liked this Tianlong halberd. These days it was not easy to find a weapon that suited him. Compared to the swords and blades that most people in this world chose, Kaido preferred heavy weapons like this. Moreover, for someone like him, with immense physical strength, heavy weapons provided a greater boost to combat power. Although he had already learned powerful unarmed combat techniques from Ka Pu Zhangguaze Fa and Kong Gu at the headquarters, who would complain about having an extra supreme, great blade level divine weapon. Not to mention anything else, just using it to show off would be a top-tier style, wouldn't it? Look at that Mihuaka. Every time he appears, he gets praised along with his sword. Fine. Kaido, you're something. Seeing that Kaido was unmoved, Wang Ji said, "Good," several times, let out a heavy snort, turned around, and strode away. Seeing this, Kaido immediately looked at Lao Bake and Kaido beside him, intending to get these two moving to first steer the steam-powered ship beneath their feet, which was loaded with celestial gold back. He didn't know if Lao Bake knew how to operate a steamship. Just as this thought flashed through Kaido's mind, Wang Ji, who had turned around, as if to storm off, suddenly flashed a cruel and vicious glint in his eyes. His back-facing figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from the spot, without any warning. The speed of his disappearance completely surpassed the visual capture limits of Kaido and Kaido. Even Kaido's constantly deployed observation haki failed to see how Wang Ji vanished. And in the next instant, a silvery dragon-like streak of light slashed toward Kaido's neck. It was Wang Ji. He appeared out of thin air behind Kaido, gripping a blade that gleamed with cold light, and with a twist of his body, delivered a horizontal slash. Then died. Clanged. Sparks flew. The long saber swept horizontally by Wang Ji was blocked by an upright black halberd bursting into dazzling sparks. The immense recoil sent his slashing long sword bouncing back. But Wang Ji's assault was far. Seizing the rebounding long sword, he spun counterclockwise like lightning, swinging the blade in a wide arc behind him, then slashed at Kalos' left neck. The blade tore through the air at speed exceeding several times the speed of sound. Before the piercing screech even reached the ears, the razor-sharp edge already grazed the skin of Kalos' neck. Such an outrageous speed was no mere physical technique. It was a devil fruit power, a paramecia teleportation fruit. Though on guard, Wang Ji's slashing speed was so swift that Kalos could not parry with his halberd again. Thus there was only one option: to counter a devil fruit with a devil fruit. Garuda form. Activate. The instant the blade touched Kalos' neck, a layer of golden feathers bulged on the surface of his skin. Countless feathers interlocking like precision armor covered his neck and head entirely. Kalos' muscles swelled, his body expanding like a balloon, bronze muscles bulging outward instantly, revealing the bird-headed human-bodied Garuda hybrid form. Clanged. Over a dozen golden feathers snapped off, flying from Kalos' neck. Shoo! A spurt of blood splashed. Kalos, now 6 meters tall, was sent flying to the right by Wang Ji's incredibly swift slash. Seeing Kalos covered in golden feathers with golden wings sprouting from his back, and his head transformed into a bird's, Wang Ji sneered. Even if you transform into a mythical Zoan, you'll die today. No one on this sea can outrun me. Instant teleport. Instant slash. Clutching his long sword without even a starting motion, he vanished from the spot once more. When he reappeared, it was already ahead of the flying Kalos, thrusting his blade straight at his eyes. A critical. Kalos' arm muscles bulged as he swung the Tianlong halberd like a heavy hammer, smashing it forward. The heavy weapon blasted through the air, punching a massive hole in the cabin ahead. Yet Wang Ji, who was there a second ago, vanished again, almost simultaneously. Shoo! A sharp pain pierced Kalos' abdomen. A streak of crimson blood splattered, leaving a long, narrow wound on his belly. Whooshed! Spreading his broad wings behind him, Kalos adjusted his stance, a red gleam flashing in his eyes as he fully unleashed his observation haki to track Wang Ji's presence. Yet, Wang Ji's presence was everywhere. Kalos saw on the steamship's deck dozens of overlapping afterimages of Wang Ji. These afterimages were not illusions. All were the real Wang Ji. But because the teleportation fruit's speed was so extreme with no discernible sequence, he appeared to be in dozens of places at once. Before the emergence of blazing speed users like Kizuru with the glint fruit, this was Kalos' first encounter with such a swift opponent. Since he couldn't instantly identify Wang Ji or predict his attack trajectory, then the only way was to shatter everything. Kalos' eyes gleamed red as he gripped the halberd with both hands and slammed it forward with all his might. Boom! The Tianlong halberd, weighing 12,900 jin, crashed down, exploding the air in front of Kalos like 100 tons of dynamite, unleashing a massive white shockwave. Like a raging mountain flood, it swept toward the dozens of Wang Ji illusions ahead. The violent force cascaded like an avalanche, obliterating all the afterimages. Even the piled-up heavenly gold behind was swept away by the shockwave, scattering into the sea like a gold. Only then did Kaido react. Grieving over the flying gold and silver belly, he angrily cursed Wang Ji. Kalos, go easy, damn it. You're sweeping all the treasure into the sea. And Wang Ji, you bastard, are you starting a heist now? Neither of the two men bothered to heed Kaido. After his halberd strike, Kalos showed no sign of relief, swiftly retracting the swung Tianlong halberd. At the same time, his golden wings spread behind him, enveloping his body like a golden eggshell. Useless. I told you. On this sea my speed is unmatched. Instant teleport. Instant slash. Instant hell kill. Only his voice was heard, not his figure. Wang Ji's voice came from all directions. Accompanying it were blades glinting with cold light. From every angle, every direction. Slashing, cutting, thrusting, parrying. They all converged on Kalos at the center. SHHHH. In an instant, countless crimson slash marks exploded across Kalos' body. A torrent of splattered blood quickly stained his towering frame. Even his golden wings were dyed a bloody gold. And Kalos' right hand, gripping the Tianlong halberd, received special attention from Wang Ji. In less than a tenth of a second, Wang Ji's long sword struck Kalos' right wrist over a dozen times. The skin and muscles on the wrist were torn open. Had Kalos not fully released his armament haki for defense, his right hand might have been severed by Wang Ji. Get away from me. Boom. The black Tianlong halberd swept in an arc, smashing through dozens of Wang Ji's afterimages. Kalos was drenched in blood, yet his eyes remained eerily calm, almost frenzied. He activated his observation haki, fully fanning his golden wings outward. Swish swish. Golden feathers shot from the wings, flying in all directions. At the same time, Carlo flapped his wings, rapidly ascending. Wang Ji could teleport, but he might not be able to fly. Perhaps he could exploit this advantage. Shoo! A tearing pain erupted from his right shoulder. Carlo looked down and saw a massive gash sliced open across his entire right shoulder. Blood gushed from the wound as if it cost nothing. The severed muscles inside weakened his grip on the Tianlong halberd. Just then a tremendous force came from the halberd, pulling it away from his grasp. Wang Ji's figure materialized midair, one hand gripping the blood-stained long sword, the other clutching the tip of the Tianlong halberd, a triumphant sneer on his face. Carlo, the Tianlong halberd is mine. Boom! A dark red storm erupted from Carlo's body, blasting into the caught-off guard Wang Ji, who grunted and lost focus for a split second. Buzz, swoosh. Two crimson laser beams shot like lightning, striking Wang Ji's face. He screamed, his head snapping back, and was blasted away from Carlo. You want the Tianlong halberd? Carlo grinned, deliberately releasing his right hand, letting the halberd fall. The instant it dropped, he kicked out, like lightning, striking the end of the weapon. The heavy halberd shot straight downward. Under Wang Ji's stunned gaze, it plunged vertically into the churning seas, sinking into the fathomless depths. Bastard! Look what you've done, my Tianlong halberd. Seeing the halberd vanish beneath the waves, Wang Ji lost his composure. Gripping his long sword, he teleported, repeatedly flickering through the air, like missing frames, charging at Carlo in fury. He'll kill you. Against a speed-type opponent like Wang Ji, the heavy Tianlong halberd had become a bird. Now free of the heavy weapon, Carlo fully unleashed his potential. His golden wings snapped open, activating Garuda's hyperspeed movement. It's me who'll kill you, Wang Ji. At the Holy Land Mariewa, the 5 elders who represent the supreme authority of the world government were raging in the power chamber. Rocks. It's the Rocks pirates again. How many times has this been? Not long ago, the celestial tribute transported from Dressrosa was seized by the Golden Lion and his crew. Now it's the turn of the Prudence Kingdom. These vexing pests. They're growing increasingly lawless. J. Garcia, Saturn, the god of science and defense, overseeing the science forces, nearly pounded his cane to pieces. Beside him, Nustero, holding a katana, had an equally icy countenance. I've already notified the G1 branch. I hope they can make it this time. Best if they can take down one of their units and deal them a heavy blow. It's quite a distance. The odds of them arriving in time are slim unless Elisabero can hold out longer. Warcury, the god of law, with a birthmark on his forehead, remained unperturbed, his expression as steady and composed as ever. He glanced around and said gravely, Gentlemen, the threat of the Rocks pirates to our rule is increasing. Under Rocks' relentless expansion, countless pirates have joined, and Hachinosu is gradually becoming the hub, uniting all the pirates of the New World. If we do not eradicate this menace soon, it may bring about even greater calamity. Peter, standing behind the sofa in his suit, nodded in agreement. Warcury is right. The scale of the Rocks pirates is indeed growing, and we must be vigilant. But eliminating this malignant tumor is no easy feat. Once Peter said this, the vast power chamber fell into a prolonged silence. Indeed, they all knew well the threat that the ever-strengthening Rocks pirates posed to the world government. Rocks had never concealed his ambition. That lawless man had always aimed to overthrow their rule and replace them as the king of the world. Ever since the attack on the Holy Land 12 years ago, Rocks, alone at the time, had embarked on a path of frenzied expansion across the New World seas. 12 years later, under his command, now gathered formidable subordinates such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte, Lin Wang Ji, and Gon Sui. He also held dominion over dozens of islands, including Hachinosu and Loki Port, with over 30 pirate crews under his banner. The total pirate force numbered nearly 2,000. Among them, Whitebeard and Golden Lion were Rock's right and left hands, possessing top-tier combat strength comparable to the admirals and destructive abilities that could easily overturn the tide of battle. To eliminate Rocks and his pirate crew, even mobilizing the entire marine force would be a daunting task. At this thought, Saturn suggested, the overall strength of the Marines is still too weak. I think we should promote Garp and Sengoku to the vacant admiral positions as soon as possible. Hearing Saturn mention the Marines, Warcury suddenly recalled the spy that the Navy had recently planted in the Rock. Perhaps they could use that spy to relay secret intelligence about the Rocks pirates and then devise some schemes. But soon Warcury realized that even if the spy had reached Hachinosu, he likely had not yet entered the true core of the Rocks pirates and could obtain no useful information. Never mind, let him continue his covert mission. Soros, White Sun, I hope you won't disappoint us. As the 5 elders pondered how to resolve the grave threat of Rocks, suddenly a masked CP0 agent rushed in panic. Before Saturn could scold him, the CP0 urgently spoke. It's terrible. My lords, just now news arrived from the Prudence Kingdom. The vivre card of their king, Elisabero I, has burned away. What a... The 5 Saturn were stunned. On another part of the New World's sea, a doghead marine battleship sped forward at full power, cleaving through the waves. At the ship's bow, a man with hair like steel spikes and a square face stood with his thick arms crossed, his gaze blazing as he stared ahead at the sea. The cape on his back, inscribed with the words "Justice," fluttered fiercely in the sea breeze. Will we catch that bastard Rocks this time? Rocks? Unlikely. From what I know, he rarely gets involved personally in these petty thefts of celestial. Only when it comes to large-scale operations like looting an entire kingdom does he lead the entire Rocks pirates out in full force. So chances are the attack on the Proton's kingdom's celestial tribute transport this time is still the work of his subordinates, likely led by a division commander, maybe Newgate or Charlotte Linlin. Behind him, a muscular man with an afro leaned against the railing, arms folded, gazing out at the sea. Garp turned back and asked Sengoku in confusion, why wouldn't it be that bastard Shiki? Because he was only mobilized a little over 10 days ago. Even if he wanted to go again, the others in the Rocks pirates wouldn't agree. They can't let him take the lion's share every time, can they? You have a point. Garp trusted Sengoku's judgment immensely. He turned back, his eyes sparkling with eager excitement, clenching his massive fist. If that bastard Shiki isn't coming, then I hope it's Newgate. Otherwise it'll be too boring. Suddenly, he blinked as a thought struck him, and he turned to his old partner again. Sengoku, what if the one in charge of this raid is that kid Carlo? Didn't Kong send him as a spy to Rock's side? Sengoku looked at him as if he were an idiot. Garp, how could it be Carlo? He's only been there a short while. Could he have already made it to division commander? Even for a senior combatant in the Rocks pirates, he'd still fall short, wouldn't he? After all, guys like Gonsui, Marin, and Stussy have some strength. I'd estimate he's at best a junior combatant, maybe even an intern. Why not? That kid has the talent. He learned my fistbone techniques. Old man Kong said he'll become an admiral in the future. Someone destined to be an admiral. How could he not qualify as one of Rock's division commanders? Garp argued stubbornly. Sengoku shook his head. Talent is one thing, strength another. Carlo is still too young. On the pirate ship, the crew brought by Wang Ji watched the fierce clash between Wang Ji and Ka Luo, exchanging bewildered glances. What do? Captain Wang is fighting that new senior combatant. Should we help? Help? Who do? Are you an idiot? Of course we help Captain Wang. Unless you want to side with that arrogant newcomer. Help I'd like to, but the question is how. One pirate pointed at Ka Luo, who had spread his wings and was soaring through the air like an eagle swooping on its prey, continuously diving down to attack Wang Ji. Can you fly? Or do you think our speed can match theirs? The pirates looked at each other and fell silent. Above the steamship where Kaido stood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ka Luo's golden wings flapped rapidly, carrying him through the vast ship with nimble twists and turns as he chased Wang Ji's figure. Having discarded the heavenly dragon Halberd, he felt lighter, and his speed surged considerably. But compared to Wang Ji, who possessed the teleport fruit ability, there was still a significant gap. If Wang Ji were determined to dodge and flee, Ka Luo would have no hope of catching him. Fortunately, Wang Ji was now consumed by fury over Ka Luo's act of hurling the heavenly dragon Halberd into the sea. Thus he had no intention of retreating. He would obliterate Ka Luo here to vent his rage. Gripping his longsword, Wang Ji repeatedly teleported, evading Ka Luo's relentless pursuits. Then in the instant Ka Luo threw a punch, Wang Ji teleported to his side, dodged the fist, and swung his blade with blinding speed. Instant body slash. The cold, gleaming blade sliced toward Ka Luo's chest and abdomen. A crimson glow flickered in Ka Luo's eyes, a sign of his activated observation haki. Though he was far from attaining the level of foreseeing the future, he was constantly tracking Wang Ji's movements. Despite Wang Ji's extraordinary teleportation speed, with mental preparation, Ka Luo barely managed to keep up. His right fist, cloaked in black armament haki, struck like lightning toward his left side, colliding violently with the incoming blade. Clang! Amid the resonant sound of shattering metal, the gleaming segment of the blade was sent flying by his punch. His wings flapping, causing gusts of air to roar, he lunged forward, his raised fist aimed straight at Wang Ji's face. You think you can catch up? You're still 10,000 years too early, brat. Without any visible effort, Wang Ji's form flickered and vanished from before Ka Luo, reappearing dozens of meters away, evading the heavy punch. In the fraction of a second when Ka Luo began to retract his right fist, Wang Ji, who had flashed dozens of meters away, suddenly appeared directly behind Ka Luo, thrusting his blade straight at his back. This time Ka Luo chose not to defend with his wings. Instead, he arched his back, spread his wings wide, and released a barrage of golden feathers like arrows hurtling toward Wang Ji. Offense is the best defense. A hail of golden feathers whistled through the air. Wang Ji snorted coldly, withdrew his blade, and teleported away once more. This time he teleported directly to the other end of the steamship, standing atop the stern mast, gazing at Ka Luo across the deck as he slowly raised his longsword. With a tremor of his arm, a dark luster silently emerged on the blade. He too had mastered the power of armament haki. After coating his longsword with haki, Wang Ji didn't attack immediately. Instead, he turned and bellowed at the distant pirate ships. "You lot, get into the sea this instant and find that heavenly dragon Halberd." The pirates on the ships looked troubled. "Captain Wang, the water here is too deep, we can't dive all the way to the seabed." "Stop your nonsense." Wang Ji roared in fury, simultaneously swinging his haki-wrapped blade with force. Swish! A black slash over 10 meters long shot from the blade, skimming past the pirate ships and cleaving through the sea, leaving the pirates pale with terror. "If you don't want to die, get that heavenly dragon Halberd back up." "Yais. Well, dive and retrieve it right away." Left with no choice, the pirates obeyed, jumping one after another into the sea, preparing to dive to the bottom in search of the heavenly dragon Halberd. Kaluo remained utterly indifferent. He didn't even bother to intervene. Ridiculous. The heavenly dragon Halberd weighed over 60 tons. Which of these pirates Wang Ji brought could possibly swim up from the depths carrying something that heavy? Not to mention that the water here was at least several hundred meters deep, perhaps even 1,000. Among everyone present, the only one capable of retrieving it from the sea was probably Kaido alone. However, though Kaluo didn't act, someone else did. Perhaps it was because watching the battle between Kaluo and Wang Ji made him itchy for a fight. Or perhaps he was truly acting in Kaluo's interest. Kaido, who had been standing on the steamship with his club on his shoulder for a long while, suddenly crouched, unleashing astonishing jumping power. He leaped high from the ship, soared across a 100-meter-wide expanse of sea, and crashed like a heavy cannonball onto a pirate ship. His raised spiked club swung in a horizontal arc toward the unsuspecting pirates. "Oro, oro, oro, oro. I hate nothing more than opportunists. You trash, can't you just sit back and enjoy the show?" The massive club swept across, clearing a large swath of the deck and sending over a dozen unfortunate pirates tumbling into the sea. "Damn you, rookie. What are you doing? Stop. Fight back. Fight back. Kill him." The pirates on the ship roared in anger and charged at Kaido. But Kaido, instead of being angered, laughed joyfully, meeting them heat-in and swinging his club wildly. "That ogre brat." Seeing this from afar, Wang Ji gritted his teeth in fury. His body moved as if to go after Kaido. Swish! Swish! 2 crimson lasers shot through the air, passing through his afterimage. Kaluo came streaking in like lightning. "Your opponent is me. I've never considered a wet-behind-fears brat like you as an opponent." Wang Ji teleported to Kaluo's side and swung his blade in an explosive slash. A black slash howled through the air, hurtling toward Kaluo. "Let me show you my true power." He teleported again, appearing to Kaluo's right, and swung his blade once more. Another black slash shot through the air, aiming straight for Kaluo. The interval between this and the previous slash was less than 1/10 of a second. This move was originally meant to challenge Charlotte Linlin for the position of 3rd Division commander. Swish! From behind Kaluo, another black slash sliced in diagonally. "Kaluo, dying by this technique is your honor." Swish! 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 Wang Ji's body turned into countless afterimages, appearing simultaneously in every corner of the steamship. A dense series of piercing sounds erupted from all directions. Kaluo at the center looked up to see hundreds of pitch-black slashes hurtling toward him from every angle without a single blind spot. Before him, behind him, above his head. Even below, because he was flying in the air, razor-sharp slashes came surging from his feet. 1,000 strikes in an instant. Instant hell slash. Wang Ji roared, his entire being merging into the hundreds of slashes as he charged along with the howling attacks. Even Kaluo's observation haki could not grasp his presence. At that moment, an intense sense of crisis flooded Kaluo's heart. Wang Ji's omnidirectional slash was indeed formidable, bringing great danger to Kaluo. Amplified by armament haki, these slashes possessed enough power to effortlessly cut through steel. Combined with the enhancement of his teleportation ability, even Kaluo's current robust physique could not withstand such strikes. If hit by so many of them at once, even with a mythical Zoan's vitality, he might be instantly shredded and killed. Should he punch through the slashes in one direction and force his way out? At this moment, this thought surfaced first in Kaluo's mind. It was a decision made by his combat instincts. But as soon as it arose, he forcibly suppressed it. No, he would stay. This was a golden opportunity. A perfect chance to achieve a breakthrough in his observation haki. If he couldn't figure out Wang Ji's teleportation ability, even if he broke through this attack and escaped, he would still fall into such peril again. Rather than that, he might as well take a gamble. If his observation haki could break through and become stronger, perhaps he could reverse this stalemate. Made up his mind. Under Wang Ji's astonished gaze, Kaluo, surrounded by hundreds of slashes in the center, suddenly closed his eyes, as if resigned, floating motionlessly in the air. At this moment, Kaluo abandoned sight, gave up counterattacks, and relied solely on his Bodis instincts and the perception of observation haki to face this life-and-death crisis. Whoosh! The air surged before him as a pitch-black slash flew straight toward his face. Kaido sidestepped and the 10-meter-long slash brushed past his nose. Observation Haki 0. 2. Whoosh. His back tightened as 3 parallel slashes shot in a triangle pattern aimed simultaneously at his head, back, and legs. Kaido folded his wings behind him, curling his entire body into a ball, spinning to evade the 2 slashes flying above. Then he instantly unfurled like a flat ribbon, dodging the next incoming slash by a hair's breadth. Observation Haki 0. 5-inch. Observation Haki 0. 3-inch. Observation Haki 0. 7-inch. Current observation attribute 7 stars 70. 245. The observation attribute also broke through 70. Glancing at the attribute panel in his mind, seeing that his observation Haki had surpassed 70 points following his physique and armament Haki, a hint of joy flickered in Kaido's eyes. Indeed, only such extreme dodging of attacks and specialized training in predicting enemy strikes could rapidly enhance the strength of observation Haki. As the observation attribute broke through to 7 stars, the perception of observation Haki was noticeably strengthened. Not only did the range of perception greatly expand, but the sensitivity of perception also improved significantly, making Kaido far more efficient at evading attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Dense slashes converged upon him. Kaido dodged continuously. Observation attribute 0. 5-inch. Observation attribute 0. 3-inch. Observation attribute 0. 8-inch. However, the number of slashes coming from all directions was still too many, exceeding Kaido's limit of reaction. Even though he evaded some, his body was still hit by many slashes. Large and small wounds, some deep enough to reveal bone, appeared all over him. Blood gushed like a fountain, staining his entire body. As injuries accumulated and blood drained, Kaido's reaction slowed and his speed diminished. The number of hits increased accordingly, but Kaido's eyes grew brighter instead. Dozens of pitch-black slashes shot toward him simultaneously. Paper drawing butterfly. Kaido's body became as thin as paper, undulating like a wave as he slipped through the narrow gaps between the dozens of slashes. Observation Haki 0. 6-inch. Observation Haki 0. 7-inch. Observation Haki 0. 4-inch. As he dodged, the growth of his observation Haki attribute cascaded like a waterfall in the depths of his mind. Kaido could clearly feel that he was about to touch that threshold. It wasn't foresight, rather, observation Haki 8 stars 80. 044. Finally broke through to 8-star observation Haki. Overjoyed, Kaido heard the pleasant notification sound in his mind. At the same time, an ineffable sensation surged into his heart. He simply floated in the sky, eyes closed, not using his ears to listen, even abandoning his Bodhi's instinctive reactions. He merely released his observation Haki purely. Now Kaido could clearly perceive the world enveloped by his observation Haki. The flow of wind. Wang Ji's emotions of irritation, anger, resentment, and his killing intent. The aura of blades. The aura of the steamship. The angle of every slash shooting toward him. The positions of each pirate around him and their fear of Kaido. Even the heavenly dragon Halberd deeply embedded in the seabed. He sensed everything. This world was so transparent. This wonderful translucent feeling led Kaido to straightforwardly name this 8-star observation Haki perception. Transparent world. Swish, swish, swish. More, dozens, hundreds of slashes, were unleashed again by Wang Ji. But this time Kaido no longer merely dodged. He smiled, raised his right hand wrapped in armament Haki, clenched it into a fist, and casually punched at a slash flying from the right side. Boom. The slash burst apart. More slashes came flying, but Kaido's movements suddenly stopped. He floated motionless in midair. The next moment, the slashes shooting through the air were caught in the explosion of the one head destroyed, and after shifting by infinitesimal angles, they collided with each other, triggering a chain reaction that detonated them all instantly. Yet Kaido at the center remained completely unharmed. In Wang Ji's eyes, he only saw Kaido casually throw one punch, and all the slashes he had poured massive amounts of Haki into were blown apart. This shocking sight left Wang Ji bewildered. How did this kid's power suddenly become so strong? Instinctively, he wanted to put some distance between himself and Karo. Yet just 1/100th of a second after his figure teleported several dozen meters away, 2 crimson lasers followed close behind and blasted at his feet. A massive shockwave erupted on the steamboat's deck, shattering nearly half the bow along with the heaps of treasures stacked on the ship. Amid the explosive blast, Wang Ji teleported away with even greater speed. But before he could land again, 2 more crimson rays pierced through the air and shattered the mast beneath him. Wang Ji dodged again. Fistbone. Meteor. This time it wasn't a laser. It was Kara's heavy fist wrapped in black Haki. Directly above Wang Ji, Karo punched downward. A pitch-black spherical shockwave burst forth, snapping the entire steamboat in two. A vast amount of gold, silver, and belly shattered into pieces before Wang Ji's pained eyes plunging into the deep sea below. Wah! Old Buck was flung by the shockwave, flailing wildly as he fell into the sea. Tenjikin, Karo, what are you doing? Kaido, who had already boarded the second pirate ship, turned back and saw this scene, utterly dumbfounded. This massive Tenjikin they had finally stolen was all punched into the sea by Karo with one blow. What a wasteful and reckless act. No, his own share was in there too. That Karo has lost his mind again. Completely insane. But no matter what, Karo flying in the sky seemed truly unhinged, raining down punch after punch below, shattering the remains of the steamboat into pieces. The lasers from his eyes also wreaked havoc, not only blasting the floating wreckage on the sea, but also sweeping over to Kaido's side, enveloping several pirate ships within the attack range. Boom. A crimson laser pierced the hull of a pirate ship, igniting its ammunition and blowing the entire vessel sky high. Damn it. You've really gone crazy, kid. Watching the crimson laser sweep across, rapidly cutting the mast and shooting toward him, Kaido cursed and turned to dive into the sea. The moment he jumped, the pirate ship behind him exploded into fragments. Dozens of pirates on board turned to ashes without even a chance to scream. Wang Ji, who had teleported onto the last remaining pirate ship, looked up at Karo flying in the sky, staring down at him, his face turning extremely grim. Damn, could it be that he intends to? Wang Ji hadn't expected Karo to find a way to counter his teleportation ability so quickly. His teleportation ability was indeed unbeatable, but it had one fatal flaw: no matter how fast he teleported, he would always have to stop at some point. And at that moment, without the ability to fly, he would inevitably need a place to stand. On an island or land it was fine. As long as he had enough stamina, he could keep using this powerful ability. But now on this vast sea with no land in sight, his only footholds were these few ships. And now Karo was clearly intent on destroying all of them, stripping him of every place to land. The moment a foreboding feeling arose in his heart, two lasers shot through the air. Realizing Karo's intention, Wang Ji could only grit his teeth and slash out with his longsword. The incoming laser beams were blocked by his longsword. However, the terrifying impact and heat still sent him flying. At the same time, a violent gale swept down from the sky. Wang Ji looked up and saw a fist plunging through the air, pitch black. Clenching his teeth, eyes bloodshot, he furiously swung his haki-imbued longsword at Karo, who was diving down from the sky. Do you think this is enough to beat me? Naive. Watch me cut you down with one slash. Flash. Before the word flash could leave Wang Ji's mouth, Karo's fist smashed aside the incoming longsword, and like a meteor falling from the sky, punched him squarely in the face. Bam! Half a tongue and dozens of broken teeth shot out of Wang Ji's mouth. His body spun dozens of times before landing headfirst into the deck, like a planted onion. He was knocked out cold. Karo landed on the ship and called out to Kaido, who was floating in the sea. Hey Kaido, do me a favor and fish out the Tianlong halberd. Dream on. Kaido, holding half a chest soaked in seawater, said angrily, You crazy bastard, Karo. The Tenjikin we worked so hard to steal is all gone now. Look at what you've done. It's just some money, isn't it? They'll compensate you later. Right now, help me get the Tianlong halberd up, and let's get out of here. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Karo smiled at him, then looked toward the distant sea. His 8-star observation haki intuition warned him that something dangerous was approaching rapidly. This danger was nothing compared to the likes of Wang Ji. If they didn't leave soon, he might really be in trouble. Compensate? Do you even have that much money, kid? Kaido stared at Karo with disbelief. Are you going to fish it out or not? If not, I'll blow up this ship and fly away. If you don't want to swim back to Hachinosu, you'd better hurry. Kaido was taken aback, then his eyes bulged. Bastard. I knew you were exactly that kind of person. Damn it. Threaten me if you want, but don't pretend you're going to compensate me. Still angry as he was, Kaido finally dived angrily into the sea and fished out the Tianlong halberd for Karo. Of course, he didn't give Karo a pleasant look. When Old Buck finally climbed back onto the ship, Karo was about to order him to set sail and return. Just then a thunderous, booming voice rolled in from the unseen horizon, resounding across the sky above them like a thunderclap. The voice was filled with shock and doubt. Keiko. The moment he heard that voice, Karo shuddered. Without saying a word, he grabbed Old Buck with his left hand and reached for Kaido with his right, his body rapidly expanding. Not good. Let's go. The troublesome one is here. Karo, what are you up to now? Kaido still wanted to resist. The voice was filled with shock and doubt. Keiko. The moment he heard that voice, Karo shuddered. Without boom, boom. Under his feet, huge bursts of air exploded one after another, as if he were a meteor chasing the moon, racing wildly through the sky, making the whole sky rumble and shake. In the blink of an eye, the figure had closed from 7 or 8 kilometers to just over 1,000 meters. Kaido could see clearly it was a man with a scar at the corner of his left eye and a square face. Even though the man was still 1,000 meters away, a suffocating beast-like ferocious aura bore down on them from all directions. At the same time, the man raised his right fist high. From the raised fist, crackling black-red lightning bolts burst out into the sky like a thunderstorm. "You bastard, Karo. Look at what you've done. Stop right now. I'm arresting you." Fistbone. The troublesome man that Karo had spoken of. Above the dark clouds covering the sea, Garp shot through the sky like a meteor, using the moon step to kick the air, and in an instant he reached the space above Kaluo and the others. Though the distance between them was still over 100 meters, his fist was already raised high, slamming down toward them. As the fist descended, black-red lightning bolts tore through the air, flashing and roaring on his knuckles, splitting the atmosphere, and in the dilated pupils of Kaluo and Kaido, an immense dark red spherical shockwave burst open, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter. The spherical shockwave skimmed past Kaluo and the others as they flew into the sky, plunging straight into the sea. The next moment, a deafening explosion thundered across the vast world. The sea surface struck by the shockwave seemed to be smashed by an island sinking hundreds of meters outward. Under the violent compression, the surrounding seawater churned like raging dragons, instantly forming towering waves hundreds of meters high that roared and surged in all directions. Only then did a hurricane-like aftershock sweep across, blowing Kaluo and the others in midair like autumn leaves drifting helplessly without resistance. Kaido, tumbling backward in the sky, stared wide-eyed at the upheaval below, his heart filled with immense. Hearing Kaido shout, he turned back with a twitching eye, looking at Garp in the sky behind him, who was once again, "Hey Kaluo, what kind of ability is this?" Behind Kaluo, a pair of golden wings over 10 meters long unfurled with a swoosh, beating to stir up a gale, steadying his tumbling body, and he reached out again to grab the throne Lao Baku and Kaido. Hearing Kaido shout, he turned back with a twitching eye, looking at Garp in the sky behind him, who was once again charging with Moonstep. "You're wrong, Kaido. This guy is not a devil fruit user. He is a normal human just like you." A normal human. Kaido was dumbfounded, staring at the turbulent sea below and the pirate ship being crushed in the rolling tsunami, muttering, "You call this a normal human? What kind of normal human can cause such destruction? The entire sea is in chaos." "Don't run, Kaluo. Stop and accept your arrest." Garp's booming voice came from the air, making Kaluo's eardrums ring. The three had just steadied themselves when in their line of sight, Garp, who had been hundreds of meters away a moment ago, was now almost upon them. The distance between them was now less than 30 meters. At this range, the terrifying aura emanating from Garp became even more palpable. This inhuman pressure almost made Kaido feel as if he were facing rocks himself. Seeing Garp raise his fist again, Kaido was not alarmed, but elated, grinning and shouting, "Hey Marine, what's your name? You look strong. Want to fight me?" Garp paused, sizing up Kaido with a glance, and while running through the air, picked his nose. "Me. I'm Monkey D. Garp. And you are?" Kaido weighed his spiked club in his hand excitedly. "I'm Kaido, an apprentice of the Rocks Pirates. A junior combatant." How about it? Want to have a go? Junior combatant." Garp lost interest. "Not interested. Have your captain fight me instead." Kaido was enraged, struggling in Kaluo's grip. "Bastard. How dare you look down on me? Kaluo, let me go. I'll fight him on." "Shut up. I don't want to die yet." Kaluo's face darkened, and he swung Kaido upward, sharply ascend. The moment he flew upward, a massive shockwave swept past beneath him, instantly stirring a sky-darkening gale in midair, severely affecting his flight path and nearly causing him to fall. Below, Garp withdrew his fist, looking in surprise at Kaluo's wildly flapping wings. "Kaluo, those wings, are they your ability?" "That's right," Kaluo replied while flying. "It's an ability I took. A mythical Zoan, the Garuda form of the bird fruit." Garp stepped on the air, as if on invisible stairs, shooting upward like a rocket. "A mythical Zoan. Rare indeed. But so what? You've still eaten a devil fruit, haven't you? Didn't I tell you that such external things only make you doubt your own abilities? Once a person starts doubting his power, his spirit is affected, and the purity of his haki decreases. You worry too much. That won't happen to me. In my view, both the fruit and haki are just forms of power. As long as it makes me stronger, I don't care about eating a devil fruit." Kaluo glanced down and saw that the gap between him and Garp was not widening much despite his flight. Garp's moonstep speed and stamina were simply inhuman. This was Garp in his prime, just over 30 years old. "Is that so? I don't believe it. Show me." Garp took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and suddenly increased the speed of his moonstep several times over. An explosion of white air burst beneath his feet, forming a massive sphere hundreds of meters in diameter. The enormous recoil propelled him like a meteor toward Kaluo, closing the gap in an instant to within 10 meters. His raised massive fist shimmered again with the black-red lightning of destruction. "Huh. Let me see if your haki has improved." "Damn it." Feeling the imminent danger beneath him, Kaluo gritted his teeth. Knowing he couldn't dodge, he made a decisive move. He flung Kaido and Lao Baku away like cannonballs. Garp saw this, but did not interfere, simply charging forward with his fist glowing with haki. In the instant he threw them, Kaido snatched the heavenly dragon Halberd from Kaido's grip, clutching it tightly, and with his wings beating furiously his flight speed surged again, climbing skyward at an even greater pace. This time his speed was faster than before, widening the gap between him and Garp. However, instead of using the distance to escape, Kaido abruptly halted after ascending hundreds of meters. Then looking down at Garp, he reversed his direction and dove straight downward. The heavy Tianlong spear was tightly gripped in his hands. The armed color of his haki surged forth like it was free, spreading and intertwining over the blade of the Tianlong spear. At the same time, a black-red glow resembling an expanding energy sphere erupted from Carlo and surged toward Garp. "Carlo, your conqueror's haki seems to have strengthened significantly," Garp exclaimed, instinctively releasing his own conqueror's haki. Boom! In the next moment, a massive black-red shockwave accompanied by countless black-red lightning that tore through the void erupted from Garp, crashing upward toward Carlo, who was diving from above. Under the collision of the vastly different scales of Conqueror's haki, Carlo's haki was overwhelmed in less than 2 seconds by Garp's formidable force. Then Kaido, who was thrown into the far sky by Carlo, saw the heavy clouds covering the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters above Carlo, as if hit by a meteor being scattered by a violent force, creating a massive dent. In an instant, the wild wind swept through the sky, dispelling the dark clouds. In the shocking backdrop of the suddenly clear sky, the clouds parted to reveal the bright heavens beyond. Carlo, diving at high speed, raised the Tianlong spear, which was shooting out pitch-black lightning, and swung it down toward Garp, whose eyes brightened. "Since you want to test me, take this. Old man Garp. Tianlong exploding star slash. I told you not to call me old man. I'm only 34. Garp's face flushed as he clenched his right fist like a god king, facing the sky, striking against the descending Tianlong spear. Fistbone. Collision. The black-red fist and the pitch-black spear crashed into each other like two meteors flying in opposite directions. Boom! In the air hundreds of meters above the sea, the air within a radius of hundreds of meters exploded violently. Carlos' arm muscles bulged, blood and energy surged, and all his strength erupted. "Roar! Let me drop you into the sea, old man Garp." Garp, with his hair and beard bristling, exerted an overwhelming presence, resisting the Tianlong spear held by Carlo, gradually pushing upward. "I told you not to call me old man. You should be the one flying up into the sky, you brat." Carlo. Ultimately, the brief standoff lasted 5 seconds before ending with Carlo being sent flying by a punch. However, Garp was not unscathed. Without the ability to fly, he could only rely on stepping on the moonwalk to fight, and under the violent slash of Carlo's Tianlong spear, he couldn't halt his descent. Like a meteor, he crashed heavily into the sea below. The clash between the two was seemingly prolonged, but in reality, it took very little time. Short enough for the flying Carlo to still have time to catch Kaido, an old buck who he had thrown away. The moment he caught Kaido, Kaido couldn't help but complain. "Damn it, Carlo. You just told me not to take action, and now you go up and fight. This isn't fair. Take me with you. Ooh, I want to fight too." Uffed. Kaido's complaints were abruptly silenced by a mouthful of blood mist spat out by Carlo. He wiped the blood splattered across his face. Looking at Carlo's pale face, Kaido exclaimed, "You." Carlo ignored him, his body rapidly swelling as countless golden feathers erupted from his surface. His hands transformed into massive bird claws. Soon a golden giant bird with a wingspan of 100 meters appeared in the sky. Carlo, now in Garuda form, was about to accelerate and fly away. Suddenly, several feathers on his abdomen fell downward. A gaunt figure, bloodied and disheveled, appeared out of nowhere, gripping the feathers tightly with both hands. Seeing this, Kaido, who was caught by the bird claws, exclaimed, "Wang Ji, you bastard, you're still alive." Saying this, he reached for his club, wanting to knock Wang Ji down. "Stop! Stop! Carlo! Kaido! You can't do this. If you kill me, you won't be able to explain." With a mouth full of missing teeth and part of his tongue severed, Wang Ji shouted incoherently, "Who said I want to kill you? I just want to kick you down. As for whether you get caught by the Marines or drown in the sea afterward, that has nothing to do with us." Kaido sneered, pressing the spikes of his club against Wang Ji's face. Feeling the sting on his face and the pressure forcing him downward, Wang Ji was sweating profusely. Don't do this. We are at least comrades." "Comrades? Your previous behavior was anything but comrade-like." Kaido continued to torment him. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't dare again. I surrender. I can compensate you. I have money. Save me. I still have the position of the 4th Division captain. I can give it to you, Carlo." "Don't drop me," Wang Ji cried out in despair. He was genuinely afraid. Not of Carlo, and certainly not of Kaido, but of the terrifying figure behind them. Monkey D. Garp. That combative and fanatical Marine was simply a nightmare for these pirates. As long as that guy was present, even being beside rocks offered little security. Only by completely distancing himself from that person could Wang Ji feel at ease. Compensation. Kaido pondered for a moment before shouting up to the flying Carlo. What do you say, Carlo? Whatever you want. If you can't hold on and fall down, don't expect me to stop and save you. Carlo flapped his wide wings and dove into the cloud sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters, rapidly ascending and disappearing from Carp's sight in the blink of an eye. In the undulating sea, Carp squinted up at the sky, shading his eyes with his hand, watching the swiftly departing golden giant bird, and couldn't help but sigh. Not bad. The ability to fly makes me somewhat envious of this amazing devil fruit power. A dog-headed warship sailed over slowly, slowing down to a stop. Aren't you going to chase? Sengoku's head popped up from above. Carp burst through the water with a loud splash, jumping onto the deck of the warship. Chase who? Chase after Hachinosu. He removed his soaked military uniform, turning to look at a woman with a dark green ponytail behind him. Shall he the situation with Elizabeth? The woman he called Shao. He nodded somberly. He's dead. People have already gone down to salvage his body. This is troublesome. The death of a king from a member nation will certainly not be easily settled by the world government this time. Sengoku sighed, looking in the direction Carlo had disappeared. Hachinosu. What? The mission failed. You didn't bring back a single berry from the Province Kingdom's tribute, and you lost 7 or 8 ships and over 3,000 pirates. What are you good for? You're utterly useless. If I'd known you were this pathetic, I should have gone myself. I would have brought back both the people and the ships. In the meeting hall, Golden Lion was raging at Carlo and Kaido. Rock sat in the main seat, frowning, clearly not in a good mood either. Gurura running into Garp and Sengoku. They were lucky to make it back alive. Whitebeard wasn't angry. Instead, he spoke up for Carlo and Kaido. Charlotte Linlin also seemed somewhat displeased, but held back her harsh words. Malone and Gon Sui, who was wrapped in bandages and had just escaped from the hospital, stood beside the bloodless and unconscious Wang Ji, their expressions grim. Especially Gon Sui, who had been severely beaten by Carlo and bedridden for days. After hearing Kaido and Carlo's account, he didn't hesitate to mock them to their faces. He looked at Carlo with contempt. Hey kid, weren't you arrogant and cocky? Why so silent? Conqueror's haki, my ass. What's so great about having it? You have the qualities of a king, yet your first mission under rocks ended in failure. A complete failure. Not only did you not bring back a single berry of tribute, but you also lost all the men and ships you took. And this is supposed to be a senior combatant. Hey, I'm talking to you, kid. Carlo ignored Gon Sui until Gon Sui made as if to pick his nose and fling the disgusting booger bomb. Carlo finally looked up coldly. Do you want to die, Gon Sui? What did you say? You a loser who failed his very first mission, a sinner who caused us all huge losses by not bringing back the tribute, dare to speak to me like that. I think you're the one asking for death. Gon Sui froze, then erupted in fury, digging out a huge booger and preparing to fling it at Carlo. Carlo meanwhile grabbed the heavenly dragon Halberd and slowly rose from the sofa. As he stood, a chilling murderous intent locked onto Gon Sui before him. Seeing him rise, Kaido, who had already been enraged by Golden Lion and Gon Sui words, and was only holding back because he indeed hadn't completed the mission and felt embarrassed, could no longer restrain himself. He decided to throw caution to the wind, grabbed his spiked club, and stood up abruptly. If you want to fight, then fight. So much useless chatter. All we did was fail to steal the tribute. Such a trivial matter. Next time I'll just steal it again. Again. Golden Lion drifted over his feet off the ground, biting a cigar and glaring menacingly at Kaido and Carlo. You failed once, and you want to try again. What, you want to fail a second time? You may not care about the money, but I do. I still have tens of thousands of men to feed. You two worthless pieces of trash. Kaido was driven into a rage by his repeated insults. He redirected the spiked club meant for Gon Sui toward Golden Lion. Who are you calling a golden retriever, you overgrown canary? Believe me, you'll smash your dog head in. Who are you calling a golden retriever? You? Are you deaf? I said it loud enough. You insolent brat. I'm going to kill you right now. Just as Golden Lion and Gon Sui were about to come to blows with Carlo and Kaido, Rocks, who had been sitting silently in the main seat for a long while, finally spoke. Everyone shut up. A terrifying aura erupted from him, calming the powder keg about to explode. Golden Lion snorted coldly and sheathed his twin swords. Gon Sui cast a cold glance at Carlo, stepped aside to make way for the approaching Rocks. Rocks walked over, ignoring Carlo and Kaido, and stopped before Wang Ji, looking down at the unconscious man. Wake him up. I want to know exactly what happened. Stussy, who had been lounging with her long legs crossed, stood gracefully and said with a light laugh, Let me. She approached in her high heels, gathered the hem of her cheongsam, and crouched down unconcernedly, exposing her nearly perfect waist and hip curves to the men behind her. Stussy parted her lips, painted with dark lipstick, and the 4 teeth in her upper and lower jaws slowly elongated, becoming sharp and slender. She then picked up Wang Ji's arm and bit down. Rousing dance, Stussy's throat moved as she swallowed a drunken flush spreading across her face, exuding an intoxicating allure. The next moment Wang Ji, who had been bitten, suddenly opened his eyes from unconsciousness. Those eyes, once hollow and lifeless from excessive blood loss, were now filled with excitement and bloodshot. He looked around the hall, saw everyone, and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness I made it back alive. Tell me what exactly happened on this trip. How did you end up like this? Was it really Garp who did this? Rox asked, looking down with an expressionless face. Beaten by Garp. Wang Ji was stunned. He licked his severed tongue, exchanged a glance with the expressionless Rox, then a look of resentment appeared in his eyes. He turned to Carlo and suddenly pointed at him, shrieking, "What Garp? I was beaten by him. By that disrespectful, selfish, backstabbing brat." "What? The one who beat you was Carlo." Rox turned in surprise to look at Carlo, whose face had darkened. The others were also stunned. "Wasn't it supposed to be Garp? How did it become Carlo?" Whitebeard asked, puzzled. Charlotte, lean upon hearing this, stared at Carlo in surprise, as if seeing him anew. "Mama Carlo, you actually managed to beat Wang Ji like this. It seems I underestimated you." Kaido, however, immediately jumped up and pointed at Wang Ji, cursing. "Wang Ji, you bastard, what do you mean? That's not what you said on the way back. We agreed to blame everything on the Marines. Now that you're back, you flip your face. You shameless, sneaky piece of trash. We shouldn't have saved you. What the hell is going on?" Rox frowned. Wang Ji quickly shrieked in grievance. "It's all Carlo's fault. I had already secured the tribute and was about to set sail, but this guy refused to let me take the money, insisting that he handle it. But all his ships and men were killed. How could he bring the money back? It was a huge fortune, at least worth over 1 billion berries. I warned him, but he wouldn't listen. Not only that, they killed the king of Proton's kingdom. And then he..." Rox suddenly roared, "Shut up." Wang Ji was startled. He glanced at Rox's displeased expression and fell silent, obediently closing. Rox pointed at Carlo. "Carlo, you tell me. I want the truth." Rox's gaze was immensely oppressive. But Carlo remained unmoved, still calm. He succinctly laid out the entire sequence of events. Finally, he gripped the heavenly dragon Halberd and said, "Wang Ji tried to steal this weapon from me, ambushing me in an attempt to kill me and take it. That's why he ended up like this. However, this mission was indeed a failure. There's nothing more to say. If any of you have grievances, just set the terms, and he'll accept them all." Wang Ji stared at Carlo with venomous eyes. He wanted to argue further, but after glancing at Rox's grim face, he closed his mouth. Having followed Rox for so many years, Wang Ji knew Rox's character well and understood that in this situation it was better not to continue making excuses. Otherwise, if he truly provoked Rox's anger, even as one of the earliest followers, he would not escape Rox. Rox pondered for a moment, looking at Carlo. "Let this matter slide. Don't let it happen again. But the grudge between you and Wang Ji needs to be settled openly to avoid any more trouble in the future. Since you both want this weapon and Wang Ji is still brooding over your defeat of him at sea, then have another man-to-man duel. The victor will decide the ownership of this weapon as well as the new captain of the 4th Division, in the courtyard of the Kaido family next to Kalos." Inside a pavilion, Kaido sprawled against a pillar, clutching a huge wine jug, guzzling down his drink noisily. Amber liquor trickled down the corner of his mouth, splashing onto his muscular chest. Kaido lowered his head, staring blankly at 2 slightly indented scars at the center of his chest. These were burns from the laser beam shot from Kaluo's eyes that day in Luojigang. Because even the muscle tissue had been scorched and destroyed, even with his formidable regenerative ability, 2 clear scars remained. Recently, he had been feeling irritable. The reason was that he suddenly realized his long-cherished strength seemed not so impressive. Whether on Hachinosu Island or on the open sea away from Hachinosu, his strength was far from as powerful as he had believed. Not to mention the overlord of Hachinosu Luo Kasi, whom he had always wanted to challenge. Even the division captains of the Luo Kasi pirates seemed difficult for him to defeat. No, not to mention the division captains. Even those senior combatants were not simple fellows. The mafia godfather Ma Long, the smuggling magnate Gon Sui, the intelligence captain C2 Shi, the former captain of the 9 snake pirates Gu Luo, Liu Sa, and that guy Kaluo. Among these people, aside from the 2 women who had never made a move, whose strength was unknown, the others were not easy. Kaido had already planned to find a time in the next few days to fight that guy again, reclaim his lost face, and simultaneously improve his status, and Kaido felt that being defeated by Ma Long was purely a case of the other taking advantage of his weakness. Kaido had already planned to find a time in the next few days to fight that guy again, reclaim his lost face, and simultaneously improve his status in the Luo Kasi pirates. At least he had to become a senior combatant, not lower than Kaluo. As for Gon Sui, trash. Defeated by Kaluo, he is not worthy to be my opponent, Kaido. Finally, there was Kaluo. Whenever he thought of Kaluo, the gloom on Kaido's face nearly overflowed. He realized that since encountering that guy in Luojigang, his days had never gone smoothly. In Luojigang, he was chased and beaten by him. In Hachinosu, he was beaten by Ma Long. After leaving Hachinosu, he was beaten by that king named Ila or something. The more Kaido thought, the angrier he got. It turned out that during this time, he had only been beaten everywhere. What about the promised slaughtering the world, rising forcefully, defeating Luo Kusi, and becoming the new king of Hachinosu? Why was the development of events a bit different from what he had imagined? And the culprit who had caused him such frustration was Ka Luo. That bastard. Kaido wished he could smash Ka Luo deep into the ground with his club, but he had to admit that he currently seemed unable to defeat him. That guy Ka Luo had joined the Luo Ku Sea pirates together with him. But after joining, Ka Luo became a junior combatant. In the recent raid a few days ago, he had gone with Ka Luo. But as soon as he stepped up, he was punched and sent flying into the sea. By the time he swam back furiously, the battle had already ended. The king who had knocked him into the sea had been knocked into the sea again by Ka Luo. This comparison clearly showed the gap between him and Ka Luo. In a few days, that guy Ka Luo would fight Wang Ji again to compete for the position of the 4th Division captain. Having witnessed Ka Luo defeat Wang Ji, Kaido had no doubt about who the victor would be in a few days. But he was still unhappy. Extremely unhappy. Compared to his own continuous setbacks, Ka Luo's success made Kaido even more irritated and depressed. We all came together. Why did you climb to the position of captain so quickly, while I remain a junior combatant with no presence? Gudong. The more Kaido thought, the angrier he got. He picked up the wine jug and gulped down another round. After burping, he turned his head to look at the courtyard wall. Today the courtyard next door was unusually quiet. He did not hear the sound of Ka Luo's training. Kaido walked to the wall, his eyes darting around as he peered into the next yard. The yard was empty. Not a single figure. Ka Luo was not there. That guy didn't train madly today. I see. That bastard Ka Luo must have gone out to have fun. Maybe he went to the pleasure district or got drunk. A slacker. That bastard must think he's stronger than me and has become arrogant. Realizing this, Kaido instantly perked up, and the wine he was drinking no longer tasted good. Great. If Ka Luo doesn't train, isn't this his chance to overtake him and catch up? With that thought, he threw the wine jug aside, strode to the middle of the yard, grabbed a house-sized boulder lying on the ground, and began to train madly. Just wait. Ka Luo, I will definitely catch up to you. No. Why am I chasing him? My goal has always been to be the strongest, to surpass Luo Kusi. That bastard Ka Luo is nothing. So where was Ka Luo at this moment? At the other end of Hachinosu Island, in a mansion covering tens of thousands of square meters. Ka Luo sat at a stone table. The table was ridiculously large, over 3 meters high, taller than him. The stool was also absurdly big enough for Ka Luo to lie down and sleep on it as a bed. On the table were several simple drinking snacks, and 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, one large and one small. The small one was naturally for Ka Luo. As for the large one, Mama Ka Luo, you really surprised Mama. It's been less than 10 days since you joined the Luo Kusi pirates, and you're already going to challenge Wang Ji for his position as the 4th Division captain. To be honest, you really made me misjudge you. Earlier, Mama thought that Kaido would be the one to achieve this goal. A lazy, syrupy voice sounded from across Ka Luo. On the stool opposite him, a woman over 8 meters tall rested her chin on one hand, leaning half over the table, looking at him with a smile. The woman had striking pink, long, curly hair. Although tall, her face was surprisingly beautiful, with fair and smooth skin, not rough at all. She wore a loose white striped shirt. 2 buttons were undone at the collar, tempting one to glimpse the subtle. She wore tight jeans that clearly revealed her plump but not bloated waist and hips, and the curves of her 2 straight long legs. Under the table, a pair of fair feet with prominent veins and bones were crossed. The 10 toes were painted with shimmering pink nail polish. She was playfully wiggling the white sandals on her feet. Ling, did you call me over just to praise me? It seems we aren't that close, are we? Before the voluptuous, mature beauty seated before him, Ka Luo made no pretense of being a gentleman. His eyes roamed over Charlotte Linland's delicate curves with undisguised artistic appreciation. Of course, this was only possible if he forcibly ignored the grotesque images of a gluttonous, corpulent woman that occasionally flickered through his mind. The woman opposite, nearly 3 times his height, was naturally the one who had invited him, Charlotte Linland. At 24, she was already a veteran of the Rocks Pirates, second only to Whitebeard and Golden Lion. She had held the position of 3rd Division captain for several years. During that time, many challengers had emerged, but all, including Wang Ji, Sui, and Stussy, were effortlessly defeated by her, a mere woman. Her overwhelming, unshakable strength had made her famous across the world despite her gender. No one on the Rocks Pirates or in the New World dared to underestimate her. And Ka Luo, a time traveler fully aware of her future achievements, certainly did not underestimate the woman before him. After all, this was the future ruler of the Tato Land Kingdom, commander of tens of thousands of pirates, the Emperor, Big Mom. Hearing the word Lin, from Ka Luo's lips, Charlotte Linlin's smile grew even sweeter. Can't you be happy about a compliment? You must know there are few in this world who receive praise from Mama. Happy. Ka Luo picked up the large oak mug before him and took several big gulps. No, I'm terrified. Terrified. Charlotte Linlin was taken aback, then let out a charming laugh. What are you afraid of? Surely not that it'll eat you. Ka Luo shot her a meaningful glance. Hard to say. Mama, you're quite amusing, not like those old fossils Rocks and Newgate who have no sense of humor. Charlotte Linlin straightened her tall figure and stretched. At that moment, the empty mug Ka Luo had finished grew 2 pairs of tiny hands and feet. A cute smiling face appeared on the mug's surface, humming an unknown tune as it toddled over to a nearby bottle and tapped it. The guest's drink is finished. Pour more quickly. A tinkling sound. 1 moment, please. The meter-tall bottle also revealed a charmingly naive smile, bending down to pour amber wine into Then the mug wobbled back in front of Ka Luo, straining to stand on tiptoes and looking up at him. Please enjoy. Thank you. Unperturbed by the magical spectacle, Ka Luo thanked the mug, took a sip, and set it down. The mug, having been thanked, seemed intoxicated. The little face on its surface blushed crimson. And no need to thank me. It's my duty. Blushing, the mug hummed a cheerful tune and toddled back toward the bottle. Suddenly, a large hand snatched it from the air. Oh, Mama. No. The mug let out a terrified scream. Seducing my guest right in front of me, you little slut. Are you tired of living? Charlotte Linlin scowled, holding the screaming mug in one hand, while reaching out with the other to grab at its surface. A writhing mass of black mist was yanked out, and she casually stuffed it into her mouth. Gulp! Seeing the mug's fate, the bowls, chopsticks, plates, bottle, and even the table and chairs trembled in terror, their faces pale as ash. Only after Charlotte Linlin waved her hand coldly did these bizarre objects resume their joyful sing. Sorry for the scene, Charlotte Linlin said with a smile to Ka Luo. He shrugged. No problem. As long as you're happy. These singing, dancing furniture and utensils were all Linlin's handiwork. With her soul fruit ability, she could bestow souls upon any inanimate object, creating these anthropomorphic soul homies. Where those souls came from was anyone's guess. Ka Luo drank and chatted idly with Charlotte Linlin, but his eyes kept darting to the side. In the open space of the vast courtyard, a dozen or so children of various ages were laughing and playing. The oldest, a boy with a pointed nose, was only 7. The youngest were still crawling on the ground in diapers. Yes, all these children playing in Linlin's yard were. Guluo Liu Sa had been absolutely right. This woman gave birth in litters. From these children, whose average age was under 4 or 5, Ka Luo vaguely recognized a few familiar faces. For instance, the oldest pointed-nosed boy was probably Linlin's eldest son, Perispero, and the child grinning widely with a mouth full of fangs was undoubtedly Katakuri. Noticing Ka Luo's attention fixed on her children, Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled, and she chuckled softly. Ka Luo, what do you think of my children? Excellent. They are rare talents. They should all become outstanding when they grow up, Ka Luo replied casually. Oh, you think so too? Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up, her gaze toward Ka Luo growing softer, her smile even more radiant. Ka Luo looked at the children playing in the yard. He hadn't been flattering her, Linlin's sons and daughters, though their talent, and while they still lagged behind the offspring of other top-tier powerhouses, they were indeed rare talents. And their sheer numbers were an advantage. Children like Perispero, Oven, Daifuku, Kakuri, and Smoothie, even in other Emperor crews, or the Marines, could become pillars of those great powers. Charlotte Linlin asked further, then which of my children do you think will achieve the most in the future? That little one. Ka Luo pointed without hesitation. Charlotte Linlin followed his finger. Among the tussling children, a red-haired boy with a terrifying wide mouth full of sharp fangs stood out conspicuously. Exactly the one Ka Luo indicated. Katakuri. Charlotte Linlin blinked in surprise. Why do you think that? Why not Perispero? He's my eldest son. She thoughtfully pointed out Perispero for him. Ka Luo set down his mug. Because he's the only one among these children with Conqueror's haki. Conqueror, Charlotte Linlin was stunned. She blinked blankly, looking from Katakuri, who was scaring his siblings with his wide mouth, back to Ka Luo, astonishment on her face. Katakuri has Conqueror's haki. Really? How can you tell? Her surprise was understandable. She genuinely hadn't known Katakuri possessed Conqueror's haki. At 4 years old, aside from his remarkably large mouth, Katakuri hadn't shown any particular distinction, nor had he ever awakened Conqueror's haki. Ka Luo, it's a unique instinct of mine. I can tell just by looking at anyone with the potential for Conqueror's haki. Nonsense. There were only so many people in the manga who were explicitly confirmed to have Conqueror's haki. How could he mistake them? Seeing Ka Luo's confident expression, Charlotte Linlin was dubious but intrigued. Hearing that Katakuri had the potential for Conqueror's haki, she was still very pleased. Ka Luo watched as she beckoned to Katakuri. Katakuri, come here. Mama, you called me. The boy, less than a meter tall, quickly trotted over on his short leg. He looked up, sniffing, his mouth gaping wide, a somewhat goofy expression. He glanced curiously at Kaluo, then suddenly uttered something that made Kaluo's jaw drop. Katakuri pointed at Kaluo, and tilting his head, asked the smiling Charlotte Lean, "Mama, is he the new daddy you found for us?" Uff. The wine in Kaluo's mouth sprayed out, drenching Katakuli's upturned face. With a grimace, Katakuli stood there, his face covered in wine, bewildered. "Don't talk nonsense, Katakuli," Charlotte Linlin said, tapping him lightly on the forehead. She glanced awkwardly at Kaluo, then said to Katakuli, "This is your Uncle Kaluo. Call him Uncle." "Uncle Kaluo." Katakuli sniffled and called out obediently, "Hello, Katakuli. We have a connection. Both our names." Kaluo smiled at him, grabbed a handful of jelly beans from the table, and stuffed them into Katakuli's arms. "I want donuts," Katakuli said, standing on tiptoes and pointing at the donuts on the table. "Here you go. Go play." Kaluo took the entire plate of donuts and handed it to the delighted Katakuli. "Thank you, Uncle Kaluo." Katakuli happily carried the plate of donuts, hopping and skipping back, and handed them out one by one to his siblings. Seeing the young Katakuli so different from the image in his memory, a genuine smile couldn't help but spread across Kaluo's face. Setting aside allegiance, these innocent little ones were truly adorable. When he turned his gaze back to Charlotte Linlin across from him, he noticed she was staring at him unblinkingly. Kaluo coughed twice. Charlotte Linlin, unabashed, smiled at him. "You seem to really like children. Such adorable little ones are hard not to like." Kaluo replied casually, afraid that Charlotte Linlin might steer the conversation in an undesirable direction. He quickly changed the subject. "Linlin, you didn't call me here just to talk about this, did you? If there's nothing else, I'll be going. You know I still have to prepare for the battle with Wang Ji." All right. I was going to treat you properly, but since you're so eager." Charlotte Linlin sat up straight, looking at Kaluo with a serious expression. "I called you here to propose an alliance." "An alliance? Aren't we already comrades?" Kaluo raised an eyebrow. No. Charlotte Linlin shook her head and laughed. "What kind of comrades are we? Have you ever seen a comrade who ambushes a teammate, snatches treasure, and backstabs without regard for camaraderie? You know better than I do how Wang Ji treated you. But you'll have to get used to it. That's the style of the Rocks Pirate. Even the closest comrade beside you might betray you the next moment. In short, we're not really on the same path. We just gathered to make a fortune." "Kaluo, so that's why you want to ally with me?" Charlotte Linlin nodded. "Exactly." "Kaluo, then how can I trust you not to betray me? Or rather, are you so sure I won't betray you?" Charlotte Linlin, "No need to trust. For now, neither of us has a reason to fully trust the other. The alliance I'm proposing now is just a suggestion. I approached you because you're new, have good talent, and are about to become a new division commander, worth courting. Or rather, are you so sure I won't betray you?" Charlotte Linlin, "No need to." Kaluo pondered for a moment, then looked at Charlotte Linlin. "Are you proposing an alliance so we can fight against Newgate and Shiki together? Or perhaps Rocks? Is it because they're too powerful? Or is it that you have too many weaknesses?" When he said the last part, Kaluo's gaze flickered toward Katakuli and the others. In that instant, an overwhelming killing intent surged from across the room. Kaluo looked up, meeting Charlotte Linlin's icy eyes without flinching. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Suddenly, Charlotte Linlin broke into a smile, and the killing intent on her face melted away like snow. "You're very smart, Kaluo, and Mama loves dealing with smart people the most." She stood up. "All right, you may go. The alliance matter can wait. Come find me when you've made up your mind." Kaluo also rose. "Aren't you going to keep me for dinner?" Mama, you want to stay for dinner?" "Sure, Kaluo. I can introduce you to my children." Charlotte Linlin was taken aback, then burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. However, Kaluo simply turned and walked away amidst her laughter. "Better not. I forgot I haven't trained today. I need to go back to practice." How unromantic." Charlotte Linlin stopped laughing, gave a cold snort, and walked toward her children. 3 days later, on the plaza before the Skull Mountain, Rocks and the others arrived as promised to watch the second duel between Kaluo and Wang Ji. Wang Ji's injuries seemed nearly healed. In his hand, he held a long sword with a guard, a weapon that looked oddly familiar. It appeared to be Rock's sword. Kaluo glanced at Rock's waist and noticed that he was indeed unarmed. Noticing Kaluo's gaze, Wang Ji licked his lips and grinned. He stopped looking. "I borrowed this sword. The Heavenly Dragon Halberd is a supreme-grade great sword. I'd be at a huge disadvantage if I used an ordinary weapon. Rock's sword is also a supreme-grade great sword, so this makes it fair, doesn't it?" "Whatever. Let's start quickly. I still need to get back to training," Kaluo said expressionlessly, tilting his Heavenly Dragon Halberd toward the ground and stepping into the arena first. Seeing Kaluo with his back turned, Wang Ji sneered. "Kaluo, you arrogant brat. Do you really think that just because you defeated me by chance last time you can win again? Naive. The reason I lost last time was that you destroyed all my footholds. But today is different. This is Hachinosu. I have countless footholds. You can't destroy this entire island, can you? As long as I have enough stamina, I can wear you out. As he finished, a fierce light flared in his eyes, and his figure vanished instantly. The teleport fruit ability activated. Wang Ji showed no martial honor. Before the battle was even declared, he swung his sword directly at Kaluo's back. Watch me defeat you in one blow. Careless little heavenly dragon, exploding star slash. Before Wang Ji could finish his words, the air in front of him exploded. A pitch-black halberd came crashing down, as if shattering the entire sky before him, with an unstoppable force of destruction growing larger in his eyes. Danger. The moment this thought flashed through Wang Ji's mind, he tried to activate his ability to teleport away. But at the same time, a domineering aura burst from Kaluo, slamming into him. No, it's conquerors. Wang Ji's mind was struck by Kaluo's conqueror's haki, causing a momentary daze. That single instant of hesitation. A searing pain tore through his chest. The next moment, boom, a deafening explosion erupted. Wang Ji had vanished from in front of Kaluo. On the distant skull mountain, a massive hole piercing through from front to back suddenly burst open. Like a gaping skull mouth. Another dull heavy boom. Kaluo slammed the heavenly dragon halberd heavily into the ground, and under Kaido's stunned gaze turned to rocks with an expressionless face. Now you can announce the new 4th Division commander. Was it over? Wang Ji defeated. On the plaza of Hachinosu. A group of pirates, including Rocks, stared at Carlo, who stood alone in the center of the square with the heavenly dragon halberd planted beside him. For a moment they were all stunned. The field fell into a terrifying silence. Thousands of pirates gaped in disbelief, utterly unprepared for the scene unfolding before them. Nor had they expected it. They had been eagerly anticipating this duel between the newcomer and the veteran captain, imagining what a thrilling battle they would witness. They speculated about who would ultimately claim the position of 4th Division captain, whether it would be Wang Ji, who had sat firmly in the captain's seat for years as a veteran of the Rocks Pirates, or this newcomer Solos Carlo, a fresh, high-ranking combatant who had already stirred up quite a storm on Hachinosu. They had even set up a betting pool for it. Thousands of eager spectators excitedly placed their bets, wagering on who would win the fight. As of the start of the battle, the odds were a staggering 1-5. Carlo was 1, Wang Ji was 5. Clearly the pirates of the Rocks Pirates still held little faith in Carlo the newcomer. Yet who could have imagined? The dignified 4th Division captain of the Rocks Pirates, the wielder of the Paramecia teleportation fruit, whose speed at its limit could elude even Rocks himself. The great pirate Wang Ji, with a bounty of 5980 berry from the world government, had been defeated. And so quickly, so fast that the two combatants hadn't even stepped onto the dueling platform. So fast that the tens of thousands of pirates gathered around the plaza hadn't even had time to cheer and shout. And yet he had been defeated so abruptly. The plaza, which had been dead silent for several minutes, quickly swung to the other extreme. The tens of thousands of pirates gathered around erupted in incredulous shouts and cries. Heavens! Captain Wang Ji lost. Am I seeing things? One strike. That kid used just one strike and defeated Captain Wang Ji. What's his name? Can someone tell me his name? Who in the world is he? The clamorous chatter seemed ready to overturn the entire plaza. It wasn't just the surrounding pirates who were incredulous. Even those standing behind Rocks, Golden Lion Xia Luo, Lingling Ma Longan Sui Gulali Ausa, and others, were all stunned. Among them Kaido was the most shocked. Though before the fight he had already believed that Carlo would be the victor, but Carlo ending the battle so quickly still caught Kaido off guard. Of everyone present, only he had witnessed the previous clash between Carlo and Wang Ji firsthand. Having seen the entire fight, he had watched Carlo being suppressed by Wang Ji's speed, slashed all over, and left utterly defenseless. In the end, Carlo had still won, but it was far from a crushing victory. It had been a brutal triumph. Yet now, one strike. He defeated Wang Ji with one strike. How did he do it? Has his strength grown again? Kaido stared at Carlo in disbelief. No, it wasn't. To be precise, it was 2 moves. Whitebeard beside him shook his head slightly. His gaze at Carlo was filled with admiration. Whitebeard had seen it clearly. Carlo had first swung the heavenly dragon halberd at Wang Ji, simultaneously using the stun from a conqueror's haki blast to complement the attack. That was how he achieved such a staggering result. The battle had seemed brief, but Carlo's timing, his psychological control over Wang Ji, and his powerful combat instincts were all exquisitely precise. Such extraordinary combat intelligence. And of course his strength, which in Whitebeard's eyes was already far from impossible. Wang Ji can't be defeated so easily. I don't believe it. He must still have the strength to fight. Let me go check. Gonsui's exasperated voice rang out from behind Rocks. Watching his figure quickly disappear, Whitebeard and the others made no move. They knew Gonsui's words were merely self-deception. They had already thoroughly sensed Wang Ji's condition with their observation haki. Behind Skull Mountain, in the courtyard where Wang Ji's house stood, Wang Ji lay sprawled amidst the ruins of his home, his mouth agape, and blood streaming from all 7 orifices. His chest was clearly sunken inward in a large depression. Over a dozen ribs were shattered. His breath was faint, his life force barely flickering. He had been just a hair's breadth away from having his chest pierced through by Kalos' halberd. If not for Rock's sword blocking the blow, Wang Ji would have been split in two. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause rose above the noisy plaza. Rox clapped and laughed as he strode out of the crowd, his face unabashedly showing admiration and satisfaction. Wah wah. What a splendid battle, Carlo. Then congratulations. You are now the new 4th Division captain of the Rox Pirates. From now on you will receive 1/10 of the entire crew's total revenue, and half of whatever you plunder on your own raids is yours to keep. Your name shall ride with me and my Rox Pirates to shake the world. Rox threw an arm around Carlo's shoulders, turned to face the sea of people around the plaza, and thrust his right hand into the air. The noisy plaza quickly fell silent. Countless pairs of fervent, worshipful eyes turned toward Rox at the center. It was as if this man was their god in their eyes and in their hearts. My boys, Rox roared. His thunderous voice rolled across the entire plaza and echoed over all of Hachinosu. Give your most thunderous cheers for the new 4th Division Captain Solos Carlo. The dead silence of the plaza with a single shout from Rox instantly transformed into a frenzied ocean of cheers. The colossal wave of sound spread across the entire island. Carlo, Carlo, Solos, Carlo, Rox shouted again. Reporters. Where are the news reporters? Grab your cameras and pens and proclaim this great event to the world. I want Carlos' name on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper. Click, click. As Rox finished speaking, immediately a swarm of reporters rushed over with eyes gleaming. They raised their cameras at Rox and Carlos, snapping away wildly. Places like Hachinosu were hotbeds of news events with big stories popping up every few days, like some great pirate joining the Rox Pirates, or Golden Lion stealing the heavenly tribute again. So many famous newspaper reporters were permanently stationed on the island waiting to scoop up big news like this. Rox was generous enough to tolerate them. A large pirate cruise expansion required massive fame and influence, and Rox clearly knew this well. These news agencies stationed on the island were perfect for amplifying his and the Rox Pirates' influence worldwide. Of course, he charged for any news related to Hachinosu and the Rox Pirates. Click, click. Under the blazing flashbulbs, Rox smiled and personally handed Carlo a cigar. Carlo, welcome officially to the Rox Pirates. They'll make you rich along with me. Thank you. Carlo took a long look at the beaming Rox, accepted the cigar, and was about to light it. A large snow-white hand extended with a flickering flame dancing at its fingertip. Carlo looked up. It was Xia Luo Lingling. Welcome as the 4th Division Captain, my ally. Carlo nodded, brought the cigar to the flame, and lit it. Amidst the swirling smoke, the shutter sounds of cameras rang out endlessly, etching the scene onto rolls of film. Behind the crowded throng, Kaijuo's face twisted with envy. Damn it. So envious. Boom. In the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, a dull explosive sound rang out. Seated in his chair, the rugged-featured, white-haired Fleet Admiral Gustav slammed his fist onto the desk before him. The desk cracked directly under the force of his punch. The newspaper, still smelling of fresh ink, was pierced by the splintered wood. Who can tell me how things have come to this? The assembled Marine officers in the office were startled by his sudden out. Standing at the forefront, Admiral Kong Gu, with his rooster comb hairstyle, glanced at the newspaper on the desk. On the front page, a photograph of a white-haired young man biting a cigar was torn. To the right of the white-haired youth stood Rox, the greatest pirate sovereign of the New World. To the left was Charlotte Lean, the strongest female pirate on the seas and captain of the Rox Pirates' 3rd Division, smiling as she offered a light for the cigar. A bold headline was placed above the photo: another monster emerges from the Rox Pirates. New 4th Division Captain Solos Karo defeats Wang Ji's strongest rookie. Reading the newspaper, Kong Gus' eyes widened, and an involuntary look of surprise appeared on his face. However, noticing Gustav's grim expression, he restrained himself. After choosing his words carefully, he asked cautiously, Fleet Admiral Gustav Karo, is the spy we placed in the Rox Pirates? I know. Even though I'm 80 years old, I haven't gone senile. The Suntoritire old Marshal bristled angrily. Then why are you so furious, Marshal? Solos Karo becoming the 4th Division Captain of the Rox Pirates. Isn't that a great thing for the Marines? Kongu was confused. A great thing? Hahaha, then take a look at this. Gustav tossed another stack of documents from his side. Kongu caught them quickly and began flipping through. Several curious heads peeked over his shoulder. Old man Kong, what does it say? Carp mumbled. Kongu impatiently pushed his head away. Don't eat donuts in the Fleet Admiral's office, you bastard Carp. At that moment, Sengoku read out the key points from the document. According to the post-incident investigation by the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau in the Celestial Gold robbery incident of the Prudence Kingdom on August 17th, see Circle Year 1478, the mastermind who led the pirates to rob the celestial gold and caused the death of Elizabello I is Solos Karo. Sengoku's exclamation made Kong Gus' face change drastically. What did you say? He snatched the document and read it carefully, his expression growing worse with each line. In the end, fine beads of cold sweat broke out on Kong Gus' forehead. In this investigation document from the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, it detailed the entire process of the crime, based on the testimonies of Proden's Kingdom soldiers who were abandoned at sea but miraculously survived and captured Rocks Pirates members. The masterminds of this robbery incident were three in total: Wang Ji, 4th Division Captain of the Rocks Pirates; Solos Karo, newly appointed Senior Combatant of the Rocks Pirates; and Barbarossa Kaido, newly appointed Junior Combatant and intern of the Rocks Pirates. Among them, Wang Ji arrived last and destroyed an escort ship. He then clashed with Solos Karo, who had already completed the robbery. The death of King Elizabello I of Proden's Kingdom was caused by the joint actions of Solos Karo and Barbarossa Kaido. Elizabello I was first knocked into the sea by Solos Karo, then killed by Barbarossa Kaido in a sneak attack. In this, Solos Karo bore 70% of the blame. Seeing the allocation of blame at the end of the report, Kong Gus' face turned pale. He clutched the document tightly and jerked his head up to look at the old marshal behind the desk. This isn't right, Marshal. Elizabello I was clearly killed by Kaido. Why should Karo bear 70% of the responsibility? That's unfair. Fair? Gustav laughed scornfully. You're talking to me about fairness. He abruptly stood up and slammed the desk again, roaring. Knowing that he is a marine spy, not a real pirate, he should not have robbed the celestial gold at that time. And he definitely should not have killed Elizabello I. Karo couldn't have done it intentionally. He would never kill Elizabello I, knowing his identity. Moreover, his current identity is a pirate. He had no choice but to carry out Rock's robbery mission. He couldn't refuse. If he didn't go, Rocks would surely suspect him. Kongu tried to defend Karo, but the furious Marshal Gustav refused to listen. What's the use of telling me? Go tell the world government. Tell the Proden's Kingdom. Tell the Elizabello royal family. Kongu was speechless, his face bitter. After a dozen seconds of silence, he asked hoarsely, then, what does the higher-ups mean? Gustav sat back down in his chair and sighed. I know that Karo might have had his reasons, or he might have been wrong, but because of Elizabello's death, many new world member states, including Proden's Kingdom and Dressrosa Kingdom, are furious. They have jointly demanded that the 5 elders severely punish the murderer. Otherwise, they will refuse to attend this year's World Conference. Under pressure, the world government has agreed to increase the bounties on several main culprits. Kongu was silent, worry in his eyes. How much is Karo's bounty? See for yourself. Gustav produced a new wanted poster from his desk and tossed it onto the table. Carp and Sengoku leaned in curiously and gasped. Whoa, isn't this bounty a bit too high? Currently, Karo's strength and the threat he poses to us shouldn't have reached this level. Carp stealthily stuffed a donut into his mouth and mumbled. Gustav gave him a cross look, thrust his right hand into the void, and suddenly produced a bag of donuts. He tilted his head back and poured them all into his mouth. No, my donuts. Amid Carp's pained cry, he chewed loudly. Didn't I say it already? The bounty was increased. The extra part is strictly demanded by Proden's Kingdom. If Karo is captured, they will pay that sum. All right, Gustav said gravely. In view of the increasingly rampant actions of the Rocks Pirates, the higher-ups have decided to launch a large-scale suppression operation against them in the near future. At that time, the Marines will fully cooperate and deploy all high-level combat forces, including myself, the retired Haynes, and Warden Columbus from Impel Down. Everyone will strike, aiming to surround and kill Rocks, take down Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and others. What? Carp and the others were shocked. Kongu frowned. But how do we lure Rocks into the trap? Simple. Gustav tossed the donut bag, which vanished into thin air and reappeared in Carp's hand. Enraging Carp so much he wanted to curse, but Sengoku covered his mouth. Pirates are all profit-driven, and Rocks is no exception. As long as we give him a tempting enough bait, he held up a finger. 10 billion berry. This time the world government has spared no expense. They will offer treasures worth 10 billion berry to lure the entire Rocks Pirates out, then deploy forces for a full-scale encirclement. The location will be the International Charity Temple Putaclone. On Hachinosu, in the Twuthausen square meter courtyard of the Charlotte family, Carlo gripped the celestial dragon, Halberd, facing off against Charlotte Linlin. By a distant stone table, a dozen or so sniveling children were waving their arms in excitement, shouting, "Go Mom." Carlo glanced at the empty-handed Charlotte Linlin and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to use a weapon, Linlin? Charlotte Linlin lifted her fair chin and smiled proudly. Mama, I don't need Napoleon to deal with you. Is that so? Well, don't blame me if you get hurt. With that, Carlo could no longer contain himself and launched straight into battle. With a step, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, charging straight at Charlotte Linlin. He spun the celestial dragon Halberd and slashed it down in a fierce chop. If you can, then come. With unwavering confidence, Charlotte Linlin thrust her pale right fist directly at the blade of Kalos' descending halberd. Fist and halberd collided with a deafening metallic explosion. Boom! The ground beneath Charlotte Linlin's feet cracked and sank several inches. Carlo grunted and was sent flying backward, halberd and all. Again, midair he bellowed, his body inflating and stretching like a balloon. A pair of golden wings unfurled behind him, flapping to release dozens of sharp feathers that shot straight towards Charlotte Linlin from all angles. Simultaneously, he executed a swift aerial turn, swooped back, and struck again with the celestial dragon halberd aiming for her left side. After just one clash, realizing the vast gap in physical strength between himself and Charlotte Linlin, Carlo didn't hesitate to transform into his mythical beast form. Wow, an angel, a golden angel. Uncle Carlo is so cool. Outside the circle, Katakuri and the other kids who had witnessed Carlo's transformation stared with glittering eyes and shrieked in excitement. Mama, you're quite self-aware, Carlo transforming so quickly. Charlotte Linlin ignored the barrage of razor-sharp feathers flying at her, allowing them all to strike her body. In Carlo's constricting pupils, those feathers capable of easily piercing steel were all deflected and shattered the moment they hit Charlotte Linlin's body. He saw clearly that the sharp tips of the feathers only tore through her clothes, failing to even puncture her pale skin. So this is the iron balloon. This innate defense. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? With a loud crash, Carlo collided with Charlotte Linlin once more. He swung the 60-ton celestial dragon halberd like a storm. As it passed, the air roiled, and a furious gale swept through the courtyard, an astonishing spectacle. Yet unarmed, Charlotte Linlin caught every blow. A ceaseless clanging of metal echoed. Carlo felt as though he were hammering iron. Charlotte Linlin's fists and every part of her body were impossibly hard. Even his full-force strikes with the celestial dragon halberd failed to break her defense. At most, they left a few white scratches. This defense was far superior to Kaido's. Though called the iron balloon, in reality her skin was countless times harder than steel. To be fair, ordinary steel was as fragile as mud before Carlo, even without the halberd. The basic technique of cutting steel was trivial for a warrior of his level. Could it be a 9-star physique? This envious thought surfaced in Carlo's mind. In terms of surface defense alone, Charlotte Linlin's iron balloon was among the top in the entire One Piece world. In the manga, only the great boar of Egghead Island, Voturi Saint, could rival her in defense. Carlo recalled that her special constitution's greatest vulnerability was likely piercing attacks, right? For instance, Law's gamma knife. With this in mind, Carlo retreated a few steps and looked at Charlotte Linlin. Watch out, Linlin. I'm about to get serious. Serious? Mama, come on, I can't wait. Charlotte Linlin still wore a relaxed smile, unconcerned about her torn clothing. Carlo tightened his grip on the celestial dragon halberd. A surge of power like a mountain flood erupted from within, turning his entire body a shiny black. A torrent of armament haki gushed out like ink, turning Carlo into a black vajra. The haki spread, enveloping the celestial dragon halberd, darkening and thickening the black blade. The blade pointed skyward. Crackle! Thin bolts of black lightning shot from the edge. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin's pupils contracted, her smile fading as her expression grew serious. Haki lightning. I didn't expect you to have mastered your armament haki to this extent. Carlo, have you already achieved internal destruction? Unfortunately, not quite. This is just a special effect of the weapon. Carlo grinned. His wings, now black gold, flapped, carrying him skyward as he slashed at Charlotte Linlin. Celestial dragon star-shattering slash. Those black lightning bolts were armament haki compressed to the extreme. Normally, with his armament haki at the 7-star level, Carlo couldn't produce such internal destruction effects. But the celestial dragon halberd's amplification allowed him to achieve this. In other words, with the halberd's boost, he could unleash power equivalent to the 8-star level from his 7-star armament haki. 7-star was external emission. 8-star was internal destruction. As the halberd, crackling with black lightning, descended, Charlotte Linlin again threw a punch. This time her fist also turned a thick black. She too was employing armament haki. She remained rooted to the spot, counterattacking. With one punch, the air in the courtyard exploded. Ikoku. The moment her fist collided with Carlos' descending halberd, Charlotte Linlin's expression shifted slightly. She could clearly feel her armament haki canceling out against Carlos' haki-wrapped blade upon impact. Then an unprecedented force slammed into her fist. But not enough. Charlotte Linlin exerted force, knocking the celestial dragon halberd away again. Yet Carlo wasn't discouraged. That wasn't his true finishing move. The star-shattering slash was a technique he had created by combining Garp's galaxy impact. It carried a shockwave-like cut somewhat similar to Rock's sword style. This technique was effective against durable opponents like Kaido, but against a hard target like Charlotte Linlin it proved somewhat lacking. So, Carlo shot upward like a rocket, quickly ascending hundreds of meters. Then upside down he thrust straight down at Charlotte Linlin with the halberd. Fine black lightning coiled around the tip in a spiral, forming a powerful penetrating force. Celestial Dragon's star-piercing thrust. Below, Charlotte Linlin was about to punch the plummeting Carlo, but as her fist came out her expression changed, and she immediately retracted it to grab at her head. The captain's hat fell into her hand. Napoleon. Yes, Mama. An excited face materialized on the hat. In an instant the hat expanded dozens of times, extending into a fearsome sword over a dozen meters long, unleashing a terrifying aura as it swung toward Carlo in the sky. Ikoku. The blade and halberd tip clashed with a deafening boom. Boom. Hockey lightning crackled through the air, violent gales swept in all directions, and the tremendous commotion echoed throughout Hachinosu. Carlo flew backward, stopping only after traveling hundreds of meters through the air. Below the ground beneath Charlotte Linlin sank over a dozen meters. A crater dozens of meters in diameter was blasted open. The courtyard was in shambles, even the walls collapsed from the shock. A dozen children squatted on the ground, covering their ears and crying in fright. Watching Carlo land slowly, Charlotte Linlin retracted her sword. Napoleon. Carlo, your strength exceeds my expectations. It seems my choice was indeed right. Compared to you all, I'm still far behind. Carlo put away the celestial dragon halberd, maintaining a level head without any arrogance. Just then a short man with a sharp nose reminiscent of Wang Cholam walked in, eyeing Carlo with hostility. Hey kid, I've been looking for you. You're here. Rox wants you. He's at the Pirate Tavern. Hachinosu Pirate Tavern. Wahaha. Kaido, are you drunk? If not, get up and keep drinking. Or Aurora, you're the one who's drunk. In the great drinker who never gets drunk after 1,000 cups. Cheers. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Oak barrels over a meter high filled with cheap ale were stacked high at the bar like chips. A few big men with bare chests were indulging wildly in a drinking contest. Around them tables were crowded with pirates from various crews. Most were from the Rocks pirates, but there were also pirates from other crews. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, alcohol, and tobacco, stimulating everyone's nerves. This was a place that drove people mad. With a creak, the old wooden door was pushed open and a tall figure appeared at the tavern's entrance, blocking the outside light and drawing all eyes inside. The conspicuous white hair on the newcomer's head was quickly recognized by many pirates. It's Captain Kaido, who defeated Captain Wangji and became the new captain of the 4th Division. Rox, who was drinking with Kaido, seemed to sense something and turned to wave vigorously. Kaido, over here. Kaido made his way through the narrow aisle under the gaze of diverse expressions, walking over. Meeting the scrutinizing looks around, he pulled a grin and raised his right hand high. Today's ale is on me. Everyone, unless your belly is about to burst, you're forbidden from leaving the tavern. The tavern fell silent for a second. Then, all the scrutinizing eyes turned into excited cheers. Whoa! Long live Captain Kaido. Wine, wine. Bring all the wine from the store. I declare today the day of free ale drinking. Thanks for Captain Kaido's generosity. The entire tavern instantly plunged into a sea of joy. For these pirates who lived on the edge of the blade, nothing was more satisfying than a thorough drunken spree. Sometimes a pirate's joy was this simple. Kaido made his way through the boisterous crowd and plopped down opposite. Rox, what do you need me for? As soon as he sat down, Rox pushed a large mug of foaming dark yellow ale. Of course it's to drink with you. By the way, where did you run off to? Didn't I say we should celebrate your promotion to the new captain of the 4th Division? What's there to celebrate? It's just a minor captain, not like becoming the admiral of the Rocks pirates. Besides being so happy, aren't you considering your little brother's feelings? Kaido grabbed the mug and under Rock's satisfied gaze drained it in one go. Rox burst into laughter. Wahaha. So your ambition is my position. Quite arrogant, kid. As for that Wangji you mentioned, he waved his hand and with one arm lifted a huge barrel of ale onto the table. He'll be happy whenever I damn well please. Do I need to care about his feelings? I am Rox. 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 As Rox's words fell, the tavern immediately erupted in enthusiasm. Shut up, you damn pirates. Kaido, his face flushed red from drinking, roared impatiently, drowning out the tavern's noise. Ignoring the murderous glares from the surrounding pirates, he looked down at Kaido with displeasure. Hey, Kaido, did that sentence of yours include me? Which sentence? Kaido curled his lips. Somehow seeing Kaido so impatient always made him laugh. Of course it was the one about buying everyone a drink. Of course it includes you. You said it. Aren't you afraid it'll drink you into bankruptcy? No. Why? Because I have no money. You son of a bitch. You're so brazen about treating when you're broke. Kaido was choked. The bald tavern owner's gleeful expression froze. Put the bill on him. My last robbery mission failed. I didn't steal a single belly, so where would I get the money to pay? Put it on his tab first, then deduct it from my captain's dividend. Kaido pointed at Rox across the table. Rox froze for a moment, then grinned and laughed. Wahaha, then put it on my account. Today's ale is on me. No business is business. I said I'd treat, so I treat. You just be the one to pay the money. Kaluo picked up the barrel, filled his own mug first, then topped up Whitebeard's, who was sitting beside him, and finally poured for Kaido, Rocks, and Malong respectively. Rocks twitched the corner of his mouth, his smile stiff. Wahaha, well thanks indeed. Gururara, thanks. Whitebeard raised his mug, and clinked with Kaluo's extended mug. Malong, fiddling with his large revolver, also clinked, and said, very precise. When it was Kaido's turn to clink, Kaido snorted heavily, pulled his large mug away, and opened his mouth wide to gulp it down noisily. Mph. I don't care if you pay or not, I'm going to drink you broke today. This guy still is stubborn and proud. Kaluo didn't mind Kaido's arrogance, and continued drinking with Whitebeard, Malong, and Rocks. Speaking of which, where's Shiki? Why isn't he here? Kaluo noticed that the Golden Lion was not in the tavern. Also absent were Gonsui and those women like Satuxi. Whitebeard casually said he's on a mission. Kaluo's expression shifted. What mission? Oh, it seems Satuxi discovered a group of wealthy monks who swindled a lot of money all over the New World. Shiki plans to fly over and intercept, so he took Gonsui Galoliusa and others with him. Whitebeard didn't see any reason to hide it. He said it straight out. Wealthy monks. Kaluo had no impression of this and didn't ask further. Everyone drank cup after cup, taking turns challenging each other. The barriers between them dissipated with each gulp of cheap ale. Even Kaido and Malong, after getting into the spirit, took off their shirts and decided to settle their previous grudge with arm wrestling. Just then the tavern's wooden door was pushed open again. Several pirate underlings ran in excitedly, waving newspapers in their hands. Big news. Big news. Boss Rocks. Captain Newgate. Captain Kaluo. There's big news about our Rocks pirates. The underling with the newspaper ran up to Kaluo, and the others presenting the paper obsequiously. Other pirates were distributing bounty posters. It seemed they were showing off to pirates from other crews in the tavern. New bounty posters. Whose? Rocks curiously took one. The pirate underling looked at Kaluo and Kaido with awe cautiously. They are of Captain Kaluo and Lord. Huh. A bounty poster of me. Kaido, who was arm wrestling with Malong, heard this, and his eyes lit up. His burly arm bulged with explosive muscles, unleashing unprecedented power, and in Malong's changing expression, he slammed it down fiercely. Boom. The table in front of them exploded, and Malong grunted as Kaido shoved him headfirst into the tavern floor. Ignoring Malong's flailing legs, Kaido, unable to contain his excitement, rushed over and snatched the bounty poster from Rock's hand. Rocks was quite irritated. Hey, Kaido, you brat, do you have any concept of seniority? I haven't even seen. He kicked Kaido hard in the butt. But Kaido didn't care about that at all. He was staring with drunken, bulging eyes at the bounty poster in his hand. Looking at his own mugshot on the poster, Kaido was overjoyed, even blowing a snot bubble. Ororo, it really is my bounty poster. Has my bounty increased again? Let me see how much it's gone up. He looked at the bounty number below the mugshot. Then the smile on Kaido's face froze. What? Why has it become 50 million? It was 70 million before. He pressed his throbbing head and yelled in frustration, damned world government. Damn Navy. They actually lowered my bounty. What does that mean? Are you looking down on me? Believe me, you'll go destroy a few marine bases right now, you bastards. Kaido, you bastard, keep your voice down. You're deafening me. Rocks jumped up, snatched the wanted poster from the howling Kaido's hand. He looked down, was stunned for a moment, then laughed, looking at the sulking Kaido, as if he were an idiot, and waved the wanted poster in his hand. Kaido, you idiot. You didn't even read the bounty amount clearly, and started howling. What do you mean? Kaido was a bit confused. He had drunk too much and his mind was already hazy. 500 million. Rocks slapped the wanted poster on the table. Idiot. This says a bounty of 500 million berries. What? Kaido's eyes widened. He lunged onto the table, his eyes almost glued to the wanted poster. He extended a finger thicker than the arms of the surrounding pirate underlings and counted the zeros one by one. 1, 2, 3. 8 zeros. Kaido's mouth hung open as a storm raged in his mind. After thinking for a long while, he suddenly shouted with ecstasy, 8 zeros. 500 million. My bounty isn't 50 million, it's 500 million. Am now a man worth 500 million berries. Oro, 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 oro. He jumped up in excitement, nearly piercing the ceiling above. After the ecstasy, he wore a smug expression and thrust the wanted poster in front of Carlo, showing off. Hey, Carlo, see this? My bounty 500 million, 500 million. I've caught up with you, Carlo said indifferently. What do you mean, oh? Are you looking down on me? Kaido was furious. But soon I know you're jealous, aren't you? My bounty has risen to the same 500 million berries as yours, making you pretend to be indifferent, but deep inside you must be twisted with jealousy right now, right? Right. Carlo was helpless. Whitebeard beside him grinned gently, placed another wanted poster he was holding on the table, and slid it in front of Kaido. Grara Kaido, take a look at this first. What is this? Kaido was startled and looked down. Carlos' wanted poster. This wanted poster featured a half-body photo of Carlo. No one knew who took it or when. In the photo, Carlos stood on a pile of ruins, his body bare, revealing wild muscles, as if forged from steel. His eyes were fierce and cold. A set of snow-white teeth bared a lit cigar clenched between his lips. Below the photo was his bounty amount. Kaido glanced at it. He saw it didn't start with 5. Instead it was 1. After 1, there was an 8. After 8, there was a dense long string of zeros. 180 million berries. In Kaido's hazy mind, this bounty number first popped up. But soon, how could that be? Carlo's previous bounty was 500 million. There's no way it would drop from 500 million to 180 million. And if it wasn't 180 million, then wouldn't it be? A huge number emerged in Kaido's mind. Soon he shook his head violently, unable to believe it himself. Impossible? How could it be absolutely impossible? Rox couldn't stand it and snatched the wanted poster over. What are you doing now, you idiot? This is... Looking at the long string of numbers on Carlo's wanted poster, even Rox was stunned. He said somewhat uncertainly 18 billion. Before Carlo could speak, Kaido couldn't help shout, Rox, you're seeing things. How could it be 18 billion berries? With Carlo's abilities, how could he possibly have such an outrageous bounty? What did he do? He didn't do anything. Last time the celestial gold was robbed by me and him together. That so-called idiot king was killed by me personally. And this guy? He pointed at Carlos' nose and shouted, somewhat losing control. This guy, aside from beating his own people and becoming a division commander, did nothing else. Why is his bounty higher than mine? And it's 18 billion. That's more than 3 times my 500 million. This is unfair. By the end, his eyes were red. Damn Navy, damn world government, are you blind? Obviously my threat is greater. Whoa. Kaido burst into loud sobs. Rox white-beard Carlo. At some point the entire tavern became dead silent. Pairs of eyes turned in unison toward Carlo sitting across from Rox. In those gazes were reverence and fervor. The silence lasted only a very short time. Soon the tavern erupted into even greater frenzy. Captain Carlo is too strong. A man with an 18 billion bounty has been born. Another super pirate with a bounty over 1 billion berries. The Rox pirates are invincible. Boss Rox is invincible. Captain Carlo is invincible. Captain Carlo, please let me follow you. I'm willing to serve you. Amid the wild and noisy atmosphere, Carlo picked up his own wanted poster and glanced at it. The photo was quite handsome. It seemed to have been taken at Loki Port or Hachinosu. He silently gave a thumbs up to the photographer. Carlo looked at the bounty number below. 18, followed by 8 zeros. It was indeed 18 billion berries. So many zeros. Carlo had only seen that many zeros in Chengdu. However, Carlo didn't think his current strength was truly worth such a high bounty. It was now over 40 years before Luffy set sail. Inflation in bounties had not yet occurred on the seas. Not to mention bounties over 1 billion, even a bounty over 100 million made one a somewhat famous pirate in the New World. Even within the Rox pirates, there were currently only 4 with bounties over 1 billion, without a doubt Rox, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte Linlin. And now Carlo's bounty had also reached this level. The shock to the outside world was predictable. Congratulations, Carlo. But you don't seem very excited. What, aren't you satisfied with this bounty? Whitebeard extended his cup and said with a smile. Carlo clinked glasses with him and shook his head with a smile. It's not dissatisfaction, but Newgate, you should know that the current me doesn't deserve such a high bounty. I don't know what the world government which sets the bounties is thinking, but my strength still has a considerable gap compared to you few. Wahahaha. Who cares about the reason? Anyway, this is a moment of double joy. Someone stick both their wanted posters on the wall of the tavern. I want everyone who comes here to drink to know that the Rox pirates have 2 more monster newcomers. Come, Carlo, drink. Today we won't go home until we're drunk. The sky was still dark. On the plaza before Skull Mountain, 2 figures, one large and one small, were fiercely exchanging blows. With every movement, they unleashed torrents of cataclysmic power. Every clash of their weapons produced a thunderous roar that shook the entire island. Countless sleeping people were jolted awake, cursing indignantly. Wherever they passed, the newly reconstructed plaza ground was trampled into a mess. Little brother Kaido, you're not doing so well. Carlo stomped the ground, launching his body skyward like a cannonball. Gripping his halberd with one hand, he shattered the air and swung down toward Kaido. Kaido gritted his teeth and raised his spiked club to block. The moment the 2 pitch-black heavy weapons collided, Kaido's expression twisted in strain. He ground his teeth. Damn you, Carlo. Who's your little brother? Don't push your luck. Boom. Before he could finish, the rocky floor beneath him crumbled into pieces. His 7-meter body, like a giant screw, was hammered into the earth by Carlo's halberd. Carlo used the momentum to leap back and land steadily. But the instant his feet touched the ground, The plaza floor before him cracked and bulged, then exploded violently. Countless fragments of stone shot toward him. Hot on their heels came Kaido, gripping his spiked club with a fierce, furious glare. He leaped high, both hands on the weapon, aiming to smash Carlo's skull. Thunderous Bagua. Carlo grinned, gripping his halberd with both hands. He swung it in a wide arc to the right and slashed forth. Inky black haki surged like a tide, instantly wrapping around the Tian-long halberd, trailing strands of black lightning. He swept the blade upward from below, aiming at the descending Kaido. Tianchong highly blade. Clang. Boom. A jet black slash dozens of meters long like a colossal black crescent moon erupted from Carlo's Tian-long halberd and flashed through Kaido's massive frame. The next moment, Kaido cried out in pain. A dazzling spray of blood burst from his broad chest. The spiked club slipped from his grasp. He shot upward like a cannonball, arcing over 100 meters through the sky, then plunged headfirst into the earth at the edge of the plaza. Another crashing sound. That's your 17th defeat, little brother Kaido. You said it yourself. 10 million berry per bout. Now you owe me 170 million berry. If you lose 50 times and still can't pay, I'll have to turn you in to the Marines for the bounty. Carlo stowed his Tian-long halberd and reminded Kaido, who was stuck in the ground at the plaza's edge. Annoying. I'll definitely beat you on the 18th try. Kaido yanked his head out of the hard rock, wiped the blood trickling from his mouth, and lay panting in the crater, glaring at Carlo with unyielding defiance. You said the same thing the 16th time. Carlo pursed his lips and glanced at the status panel in his mind. The overall rating is about to reach 8 stars. How fast? Even the self-disciplined Carlo couldn't help showing a hint of satisfaction as he surveyed the current status panel. Over this period, his strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Thanks to his battles with Kaido, Wang, Ji Lin, and others, Carlo had reaped great rewards. Judging from the changes in attribute values, the most significant improvement was undoubtedly his devil fruit development. It had jumped directly from 3 stars by over 20 points, reaching 5 stars, close to 6-star progress. This meant Carlo was becoming more and more adept at using his devil fruit ability. His development level was also steadily increasing. And in Carlo's speculation, the attribute required for devil fruit awakening was not 100, but around 80. In other words, if his fruit attribute rose by just 2 more star levels, his mythical Zoan ability would awaken. Apart from the fruit, his other attributes were steadily advancing through daily hellish training. Such visible progress only fueled Carlo's motivation to train harder. Over the past half-month, his daily life had revolved around eating, training, and sleeping. He ate voraciously to replenish the energy consumed in training. He trained relentlessly. First, he tempered his body, draining every ounce of stamina. Then he honed his haki, exhausting all 3 types until nothing remained. Finally, he practiced his devil fruit ability, meditating and studying its development. After completely draining himself, he would collapse into sleep. Day after day, every so often he would spar with Lin, and he would also accept challenges from his good neighbor Kaido. Ever since Kaido saw that Carlo's bounty was more than 3 times his own, he had been utterly unable to accept it. From that point on, not only did he compete fiercely with Carlo in training every day, but he also challenged him, constantly trying to prove himself by defeating Carlo. However, for Carlo it was more like being a punching bag than a challenge. Now Kaido had indeed made considerable progress since arriving at Hachinosu. Just a few days ago, he had even consecutively challenged Ma Long and Gon Sui, defeated them both, and successfully advanced to the rank of senior combatant of the Rocks Pirates. But compared to Carlo's rate of improvement, he was far behind. Carlo had been stronger than Kaido before they came here. Now the gap between them was even wider. So wide that Carlo could knock Kaido down in his base form without even needing to enter his mythical Zoan transformation. And it got easier with each passing day. Kaido was left doubting his very existence. Now, aside from the persistent desire to defeat Carlo, his mind was consumed by an urgent need to obtain a powerful devil fruit to defeat Carlo. After finishing Kaido for the 17th time, Carlo considered it a warm-up before his daily training. He was about to head back for his day's rigorous practice. Just then, Kaido, who was panting in the pit, suddenly let out a startled cry. My Bazai club. Why is it flying away? Carlo, is this your doing? Carlo turned to look. He saw the spiked club he had knocked away earlier begin to move on it. It was as if an invisible giant hand had seized it, slowly lifting it off the ground and drifting toward the town. And it was picking up speed. No, it wasn't just Kaido's club. Carlo noticed that other things around the plaza were also flying into the dumbbells used for strength training, the discarded cannon barrels, the clutter piled in the corners, and even the roofs of several buildings. All were ascending into the sky. In an instant, the plaza of Hachinosu was filled with a chaotic jumble of objects, all flying toward the harbor. These things all shared a common trait. They were all metallic. This ability to manipulate metal on such a large scale. Magnet fruit. Kaluo's eyes flickered with crimson light as he gazed toward the harbor. Is it Yuehan who's coming? In the manga, this was the ability possessed by Jide. Yet in this era, it now resided in another person, the man known worldwide for plundering treasures, Captain Yuehon of the John Pirates. Just as Kaluo was lost in thought, a few panic-stricken pirate grunts came running towards him from the town. Captain Kaluo, something terrible has happened. The harbor is under attack. The attacker is Captain Yuehon. Please go and stop him immediately. Kaluo, however, turned away. Let others handle it. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. I'm going back to start today's training. Captain Kaluo, please wait. The pirate grunts panicked, rushing over to block his way. Moi. Kaluo's gaze turned icy. An overwhelming aura of intimidation instantly spread, forcing the two grunts to their knees with a thud. I said I'm not interested. Let others. Malong and Lord Gansui have already been defeated. Captain Yuehon's strength is terrifying. On Hachinosu Island, aside from the captains, probably no one can stop him. The two grunts were nearly pissing themselves with fear. Yet they managed to explain through their terror. Both Malong and Gansui were defeated. Is Yuehon that strong? Kaluo was slightly surprised. Nevertheless, he still kept walking toward his residence. I said I'm not interested. Let Kaido go. In truth, without needing any prompting, Kaido had already risen and was dashing towards the harbor. His weapon had been taken, he had to retrieve it no matter what. Watching Kaluo's departing back, the kneeling grunts cried out urgently, Captain Kaluo, Yuehon is here for you. Kaluo's footsteps halted. He turned slowly. For me? Why? I don't even know him. He said. The trembling grunt gritted his teeth. He said he stopped by to take your head and exchange it for a bounty with the Marines. A gust of wind rushed past. When the two grunts looked up, Kaluo had vanished from before them. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hachinosu Harbor, chaos had erupted. Countless metal objects of all sizes, pulled by an invisible force, flew out from the streets and buildings, converging toward a man standing in the middle of the road. Swords, guns, and firearms from the pirates, pots, pans, and dishes from nearby houses, even rusted iron buried underground. All were dragged by the unseen force gathering above his head. Soon a dark, oppressive cloud of metal formed overhead. Beneath that cloud there were attempts to stop, but every attempt was blocked by the mass of metal. Among those restrained were two towering, burly giants, tightly wrapped in twisted steel, dangling in midair. They were none other than Malong and Gansui, two high-ranking combatants of the Rocks Pirates. The man himself was not particularly tall, but he carried an undeniable presence. In one hand, he held a bottle of liquor, tilting it up for a drink. He looked thoroughly at ease. I've long heard that Hachinosu is loaded with riches. Seeing it today, I came to the right place. One treasure chest after another flew down automatically from the pirate ship moored at the harbor, piling up into a small hill before Captain Yuehon. He sat leisurely atop one chest, drinking, while fixing his gaze on Malong and Gansui, who were ensnared by the metal. I heard there's a massive gold mine on this island. You two high-ranking combatants under rocks must know all about it, right? A gold mine. Yuehon's face lit up with longing. This was tailor-made for me. I don't even have to go through the trouble of mining. Just a flick of my finger. He snapped his fingers, and the ground before him split open, sending a mass of metal debris, laced with dirt, hurtling toward Gansui in the air. And all that gold will fly right into my hands. Tell me where the mine is, or take me there, and I might consider letting you two go. You're dreaming. Malong and Gansui shouted in unison. If you hadn't attacked by surprise, do you think you could have taken us so easily? Gansui pointed his finger desperately at Yuehon. Die, Yuehon. Steel bomb. The metal debris under Yuehon's control swelled and exploded. Amid the fierce blaze, countless sharp fragments shot toward Yuehon. Yet he merely waved his hand. A torrent of metal shards was repelled by an invisible force, ricocheting back onto Gansui, clattering against the metal armor encasing him. Watching Gansui wrapped in thick armor like a tortoise, Yuehon sneered. Wearing such armor in front of me, Gansui. Are you in a hurry to die? He raised his hand and clenched it in the air toward Gansui. Iron Maiden. The heavy armor on Gansui instantly twisted into an iron coffin, sealing the furious Gansui inside. The coffin's surface bore a relief of a beautiful young girl. Yuehon then swept his hand downward. The iron coffin containing Gansui began to sink into the cracked earth. But just then something incredibly fast streaked across the sky, slamming heavily into the iron coffin. The next instant, the iron coffin tore through the air like a giant missile, hurtling straight toward Yuehon. His eyes narrowed, and springing up from the chest, he thrust both hands outward. Repulsion field. A powerful magnetic field materialized, projecting an outward repulsive force. The coffin was brought to a halt mere meters before colliding with him. Who's there? Yuehon squinted, trying to identify the attacker. Just then the suspended coffin moved again. Gansui, still inside, was blown out as his armor shattered into pieces, hurtling like a cannonball, and crashed. Gansui, still inside, was blown out as his armor shattered into pieces, hurtling like a cannonball, and crashing headlong into the startled Yuehan. With a heavy thud, the caught-off-guard Yuehan was sent tumbling backward by Gansu's large head, crashing through the piled treasure chests and into a civilian house. Inside, the damaged building, a dazed Gansui blinked, meeting Yuehan's gaze for a split second before snarling, "Yuehan, I'm going to kill. Get out of my way. I don't have time for a snot-nosed fool like you." Yuehan's face darkened as he waved his right hand. Steel bars and iron rods burst through the walls, twisting together like pythons to form a massive serpent dozens of meters long. It bit Gansui and writhed into the nearby sea. Glancing at his disheveled state, Yuehan frowned and rose to his feet, looking outside. The moment he lifted his head, the entire roof exploded and the black halberd came crashing down upon him. "I heard you were looking for me, Captain Yuehan." The moment Yuehan raised his head, he saw a pitch-black war halberd cleaving down toward him. There was no need to look further. Even hearing the weapon's dull roar as it sliced through the air was enough. Yuehan instantly understood that the weight of this weapon had reached an appallingly terrifying level. He must never be struck by it. Otherwise, magnetic attraction. Iron wall. He roared, his silver hair standing on end as he frantically drove the power of his magnet fruit. A powerful magnetic field instantly expanded, generating a colossal pulling force that dragged all metallic objects around him, colliding and merging together in front of his body. In an instant, a massive metal shield composed of countless steel wreckage formed above his head. Kaido swung his war halberd down. He didn't even coat it with armament haki. He simply swung with one hand. Boom! The moment the broad blade of the heavenly dragon halberd touched the metal shield, a savage power like a breached flood blasted apart the hastily formed metal shield that was several meters thick in an instant. Shriek! The seemingly pitch-black but razor-sharp crescent-shaped blades split the metal shield in two, continuing stubbornly to cut toward Yuehan beneath it. But with the metal shield blocking, Yuehan gained a brief moment of respite. Ignoring his disheveled state, he lunged forward, moving like a startled rabbit in a forward roll, escaping from under Kaido's heavenly dragon halberd. The moment he emerged, thinking of his previous disgraceful state, Yuehan felt a surge of fury and embarrassment. He turned around and looked at Kaido, who was also gazing back at him. "Who are you?" "Me. You don't even know me, yet you come to claim my head for the bounty." Kaido walked slowly, and a chilling aura like an awakening volcano began to emanate from him, spreading in all directions. Under the pressure of this aura, the pirates of the Yuehan pirates who had intended to assist felt as if they were being stared down by a massive beast frozen in terror. Hearing Kaido's words, Yuehan frowned slightly, then after a moment of thought his expression shifted. "You are that newly promoted 4th Division commander of the Rocks Pirates, the one with a bounty of 1.8 billion berries Sulo. Correct, but no reward." A gust of wind swept up and Kaido's figure dozens of meters away vanished instantly. Yuehan's eyes flashed red, and as he activated observation haki, he pushed both hands outward. Repulsion field. An invisible wave of repulsive force surged outward from him. The next moment, the magnetic force that normally only affected metal under the horrified gazes of the watching pirates pushed the ground beneath Yuehan's feet like rolling furious waves. The ground rolled like waves, raising earthen walls 5 or 6 meters high that surged outward. Boom! To the right, a rolling earthen wave exploded. A dark shadow flashed past, vanishing from Yuehan's vision. "Fast! But I've caught you." Yuehan's head snapped around, and his empty right hand grabbed at the air. Iron coffin. Boom! The ground beneath Kaido exploded and countless metal wreckage shot up, but he merely waved his heavenly dragon halberd, casually blasting the metal mixed with dirt and stones away like mud. Then, boom! The air in front of Yuehan exploded in a white shockwave as the pitch-black war halberd slammed down. Double strike. Magnetic attraction. Mechanical dragon demon. Yuehan roared, applying the powerful magnetic force to himself. The ground beneath him churned and countless metal wreckage burst forth, covering, wrapping, and deforming around his body. Instantly, a 10-meter-tall metal puppet with a dragon head appeared before Kaido, swinging a mechanical giant claw over 10 meters long at him. The claw crackled with tiny electric currents. Its momentum was terrifying. But the next moment, the seemingly formidable mechanical claw, upon contact with the tip of the heavenly dragon halberd, began to shatter inch by inch from the claw tips. An overwhelming force erupted from the heavy heavenly dragon halberd, driven by Kaido's strength comparable to a demon or even surpassing it at 100,000 tons. The already heavy war halberd thrust forward produced kinetic energy akin to a small nuclear explosion. The mechanical dragon demon that Captain Yuehan had constructed with magnetic manipulation, barely formed, was instantly blasted apart by the incoming heavenly dragon halberd. Countless metal fragments exploded, revealing Yuehan's stunned face. Kaluo's right hand shot out like lightning, his 5 fingers spread wide, bursting the air, and grabbed Yuehan's still-dazed face, then slammed him heavily onto the ground below. Fistbone. Submarine drop. The world spun before Yuehan's eyes. By the time he quickly regained his senses and snapped out of his shock, his back had already crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom. The port ground of Hachinosu sank more than 10 meters. Dust shot up like furious dragon. Yuehan bounced up from the impact, coughing blood, his face pale. But he had no time to catch his breath, because that deadly danger was once again closing in on him like a shadow, stimulating his nerves. Through the hole in the ceiling above, a black slash dozens of meters long like an inverted river from the heavens split the earth and howled down toward him. Heavenly Dragon Star explosion slash. Yuehan bit his bloody gums, veins bulging in his eyes as black haki surged from his body, wrapping around his hands, and he pushed upward with all his might. Magnetic field convergence. As he raised his hands, the ground around him cracked open with a rumble, and countless metals howled and clicking and clacking together, instantly assembling above him into a square cannon barrel over 10 meters long. The shiny black metal muzzle of the huge cannon blazed with azure electric light, radiating a terrifying energy fluctuation. And the moment it formed, it fired an azure beam over a meter in diameter at the descending slash. That was no ordinary beam. It was electromagnetic energy compressed to the extreme. Go to hell. Super. Electromagnetic cannon. The azure beam shot up like a blue arrow, piercing the sky. The black slash hurtling down at Yuehan was blasted apart from the middle by the thick beam. The beam's momentum unabated, it locked onto Kaluo in the sky, arriving in an instant, intending to blast him to death. At the critical moment, a scene that astonished Yuehan occurred. Kaluo, locked on by his super electromagnetic cannon, did not dodge. Instead, he even discarded his, and then he roared, his white hair bristling as a torrent of black haki surged from his body, covering his tall figure and transforming him into a black Vajra in an instant. Armor. Vajra war body. This guy. Was he actually trying to withstand his super electromagnetic cannon with his bare body? Was he insane? His super electromagnetic cannon could destroy even a large Navy warship with a single shot. Arrogant fool, be vaporized by the super electromagnetic cannon. As he watched the azure beam strike, precisely enveloping and continuously assaulting Carlo, John finally revealed a smile of vindication on his dust-covered face. However, the smile on his face did not last long, for he heard a hearty laughter emanating from the electromagnetic cannon beam, piercing the sky above. Ha 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 ha. My armed color haki has finally reached the 8-star level. Is this the super electromagnetic cannon? Excellent training. In the center of the continuously striking electromagnetic beam, Carlo, completely enveloped in black, stretched his limbs, allowing the electromagnetic cannon to bombard him without resistance. It was this near madness that finally allowed his armed color haki to break through and reach the 8-star level. Moreover, his physical body, the thousands of tremors per second, forced Carlo to push the limits of his haki and muscle strength to counter. It was this near madness that finally allowed his armed color haki to break through and reach the 8-star level. Moreover, his physical body was also tempered, increasing his attribute values by nearly 2 points in a short time. At this moment, Carlo's comprehensive strength evaluation officially entered the 8-star level. Although he was the weakest among the 8 stars, it was enough to invigorate him. Physique, 7 stars. Demon strength, 77. 2 haki observation haki, 8 stars. Transparent world, 82. 404. Armed color, 8 stars. Internal destruction, 81. 205 conquerors haki, 7 stars. Outward release, 78. 100 fruit, 5 stars. 55. 777 comprehensive evaluation, 8 stars. Comments: remarkably, within the confines of the mouth, he is already at the Vice Admiral level. It's truly frightening. I don't even know where Kazuru is right now, so don't use his tone to critique me. Carlo's face darkened. Feeling the more powerful haki within him, Carlo clenched his fists and suddenly pushed outward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A mass of twisted black, shining haki erupted from all over his body. As he began to compress the black flowing haki, using the method taught by Garp, it crackled and sparked. The black flowing haki gradually gathered and shrank, quickly transforming into thin strands of black lightning before Carlo's excited gaze. Under his deliberate guidance, these black lightning flashes flickering across his body rapidly converged onto his clenched right fist. At this moment, Carlo felt as though he was holding a mass of black lightning in his hand. This is the feeling. With inspiration striking him, Carlo clenched those tiny black lightning bolts, raising his right hand high, muscles bulging, as he punched down at the electromagnetic cannon beam enveloping him. Fistbone. Galaxy impact. Boom. A massive explosion of black lightning erupted from his fist, instantly releasing a violent spherical shockwave. The spherical shockwave cleaved the electromagnetic beam surrounding Carlo in half, and under John's incredulous gaze it barreled downward, striking the electromagnetic cannon, shooting upwards. Wherever the black spherical shockwave passed, it crushed the electromagnetic beam along with the giant cannon below, ruthlessly obliterating everything. Like a black meteor descending from the sky, it fell towards John, who was still lying in the pit. Garp's iron, as he looked up at the rapidly expanding spherical shockwave that filled his entire field of vision and blew away tons of surrounding soil, John's face twitched, his heart trembled, and a sense of death's crisis arose. Am I going to die? What a joke! Captain John could actually die in Hachinosu at the hands of an obscure... I refuse to accept this. I won't accept it. In a frantic scream, John's long hair flew wildly as he punched back at the descending black shockwave. But what he did not expect was... someone was faster than him. A figure not much taller than he suddenly appeared before. In the bewildered gaze of John, this figure opened his arms, embracing the terrifying shockwave falling from above. You? He could only utter a single word. The terrifying shockwave then erupted in front of him. From Garp's fistbone technique belonging to the top-tier skills, the fistbone galaxy impact's power was fully unleashed. The spherical shockwave, over 10 meters in diameter, expanded wildly underground, like a legendary explosive rock, detonating instantly, destroying the ground within 100 meters radius. The buildings at Hachinosu port were affected, turning to dust in the wake of the shockwave. Once all the smoke, Carlos saw a massive depression like a meteorite crater appear on the ground before him, over 100 meters in diameter. He initially thought that Garp's punch would directly kill John. However, Carlo was slightly surprised. At the bottom of this massive pit, not only was John still alive, but another person had also appeared. A man with a crew-cut, a rugged face, and a giant axe slung on his back. Looking at the exposed tattoos on his body, particularly the strikingly large character for fierce along with his physique, a name surfaced in Carlos' mind. Silver Axe, the king of killers from the West Sea, fierce. Upon having his name revealed, Silver Axe did not respond to Carlo. He disregarded everything, tearing off his tattered clothing and tossing it to the ground. At that moment, he looked exceptionally disheveled. He was directly hit by the shockwave from Fistbone Galaxy impact, not only shredding his clothes and sunglasses, but also causing him to bleed profusely. Just from a surface glance, Carlo could tell that at least 7 or 8 bones in Silver Axe's body were broken. The most severe was his left arm. That arm was twisted completely backward, bending at a horrifying angle. Even a glance at it would cause one to frown, deeply feeling uncomfortable. However, Silver Axe seemed oblivious to the pain. Instead, a sickly smile appeared on his cold, hardened face. He let out a moan akin to a delirious whisper, simultaneously exhaling a puff of black smoke. This is quite potent. No wonder it's Garp's fist technique. This punch is enough to satisfy me for 3 days. Truly delicious. Unparalleled. He licked his lips, as if savoring, his gaze fixated on Carlo while his less than 2-meter-tall body began to swell in Carlos' eyes. In the blink of an eye, the figure that was originally only slightly taller than John expanded to 5 or 6 meters. His entire body's muscles bulged outwards like an old tree with twisted roots. Not only had his form enlarged several times, but his injuries also healed completely in an instant, returning to pristine condition. Silver Axe reversed his grip on the massive axe on his back, extending his tongue to lick its blade, greedily gazing at Carlo. I originally came looking for Shiki and rocks. However, there are far more strong individuals on Hachinosu Island than I anticipated. Soros, Carlo, the man with an 1.8 billion bounty. Next, let me savor your flavor. Power of causality. Within the towering skeletal mountain. Wahaha, calling everyone together so early. Hope I didn't disturb your... In the room, the core members of the Rocks Pirates were present. Division Captains Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Lin Lin. Senior Combatants Stussy, Gloriosa, Wang. In the room, the core members of the Rocks Pirates were present. Division Captains Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Lin Lin. Senior Combatants Stussy, Gloriosa, Wang, G. Fisherman, Babel, Jair Basada, and others. All had arrived. Except for Kaluo, Kaidwa, Gansue, and Malone, who were currently at the harbor. Everyone else was here. Seeing Rocks enter, the impatient Lin Lin spoke first. Mama, that doesn't matter. But Rocks summoning all of us with such fanfare. Are you planning something big? Except for Kaluo, Kaidwa, Gansue, and Malone, who were currently at the harbor. Everyone else was here. Seeing Rocks enter, Rocks casually propped one leg on the coffee table, grabbed a bottle of wine from the table, and popped the cap with his thumb. With a soft pop, the bottle cap flew off. He lifted the bottle, took a couple of gulps, and set it down with satisfaction. Smiling, he looked at Whitebeard sitting on the right sofa, and pointed at the wine on the table. Newgate, help yourself if you want some. Don't stand on ceremony. Whitebeard raised his hand. Gurura, I don't have a habit of drinking in the morning. It's bad for the body. What a hypocrite. Bad for the body. Everyone knows you're just a miser. Golden Lion, a cigar clamped between his teeth, casually flicked his finger, and one of the fine wines before Rocks floated up and drifted into his hand. He glanced at the label. Sherry. What a lousy name. So effeminate. Rox, your taste has deteriorated. Despite his words, he suddenly exerted force and crushed the bottle in his hand. The bottle burst, and a torrent of clear liquid mixed with glass shards still hung miraculously in the air, before him, not a drop spilling to the ground. Then the wine and glass fragments separated left and right. The shards flew onto the table, while the wine stretched into long ribbons that flew autonomously into Golden Lion's grinning mouth. Your devil fruit ability is getting better and better, Shiki, Whitebeard praised rarely. Golden Lion looked smug. Of course. Scanning the bickering pair, Rox looked toward the ventilation openings on the cliff ahead. What's going on outside? So noisy this early. Wang Ji replied, John and Silver Axe have arrived. Right now Malone Gansue and Kaluo are engaging them in combat. When speaking Kaluo's name, Wang Ji's expression was notably uncomfortable. John and Silver Axe. Rox was slightly surprised. What are those two doing together? Are they both here? No idea. Maybe it's just a coincidence. John is after Kaluo, while Silver Axe, aside from wanting to challenge you, is probably more interested in finding Shiki. Wang Ji glanced at Golden Lion, who was playing with his wine. After all, he's your childhood friend Shiki. Not going out to deal with him. Ah, Xiong. Golden Lion chuckled. It's true we haven't seen each other for years, but... His expression turned stern. But what level am I on now? Expect me to go out and handle him. Let him get past that brat Kaluo first, Jahaha. He laughed wildly, glancing at Charlotte Lean, who was chatting cheerfully with Gloriosa and Stussy. And even if that kid Kaluo can't hold up, isn't Linlin here? It shouldn't be the second division captain's turn to take the field personally, Jahaha. Hearing Golden Lion's laughter, Linlin's eyes turned cold. Who gave you permission to call me Linlin? So intimate. People might think you're my husband. What Shiki do you want to become the new father of my children? Golden Lion's smile froze for a moment, then he chuckled. Jahaha, you jest, Linlin. I'm a proud bachelor. I have no intention of becoming a stepfather. A red glint shone in Rox's eyes as if he had spotted something delightful. He tossed the bottle in his hand a couple of times, then suddenly hurled it. The empty bottle shot out like a cannonball. Mid-flight it split in two, one left and one right, striking two ventilation openings dozens of meters apart. With two ear-splitting booms, the thick cliff wall in front of the lounge burst open, forming two enormous circular holes like the eyes of the Skull Mountain. Countless fragments of rock rained down onto the square outside. With these two gaping holes, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the entire lounge. The view before them broadened. From this height of several hundred meters looking down, they could even see the fierce battle raging at the Hachinosu harbor in the distance. Waha, the view just got 10 times wider. Rox laughed with satisfaction, grabbed another bottle of wine, and drank, while watching the harbor with keen interest. Kaluo is fighting 1 against 2. Things just got interesting, Waha. 1 against 2. Wang Ji was startled, squinting out. You mean that kid alone against John and Silver Axe? Impossible, right? Those two are no pushovers. Hearing this, the others grew curious and crowded around. Rox, noticing their curiosity, reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick wad of berries, tossing it onto the table. All were 10000 berry notes, totaling at least 1,000,000 berries. Seeing their puzzled looks, he grinned. Let's make a bet. Golden Lion asked, what are we betting on? Rox pointed outside. On who will win in Kaluo's 1-ever-sustuo fight. 1,000,000 berries on Kaluo. You want to bet on a 1-ever-sustuo? Rox, are you serious? Do you really think that kid Kaluo can beat Xiong and John? Golden Lion was taken aback. In his view, although Kaluo had defeated Wang Ji not long ago, his overall strength was merely average. And while he also looked down on John and Silver Axe, their strength matched Wang Ji's. In pure power, they were even stronger. Moreover, each had formidable devil fruit abilities. It had been less than half a month since the last incident, and Golden Lion couldn't believe Kaluo could now take on 2 fighters of Wang Ji's caliber at once. The power of combined strong fighters wasn't a simple 1 + N = 2, even if John and Silver Axe had never coordinated before. Rox spread his hands. It's just a gamble for fun. We're sitting in the audience right now. Why not seize the chance for some entertainment? Then I bet on Xiong and the others to win. I'll wager 1,000,000 berries. He won't earn too much from you to save you from losing so much that you can't drink later. The Golden Lion also took out a messy stack of berries and threw it to the left. Upon hearing this, others also began to place their bets. Mama, 10,000,000 berries. I bet on Carlo to win. Lingling casually took off the golden bracelet from her wrist and tossed it to the right. Wang Ji let out a cold laugh and threw a stack of cash to the left. You think you can win with 1 against 2? Just don't get killed by the Silver Axe, that annoying brat. I'll bet 1,000,000 wagering on John's side to win. The crowd began to place their bets. Only Whitebeard remained still, unmoved. The crowd turned to look at him. Newgate, aren't you playing? Rox asked with a laugh. Whitebeard scratched his nose, smiling awkwardly. Gulalala, I don't like gambling. Come on. You just don't have money, right? I really don't know where all your money has gone. Could it be that Stussy has drained you dry? You've been getting your share for these past years, not any less than mine. The Golden Lion was unceremoniously dismantling his argument. Sitting next to Lingling, Stussy gazed deeply at Whitebeard's back, giggling, hee, I would like to, but unfortunately. Suddenly Charlotte Lingling spoke up, then I'll bet 10 million berries for you. If you lose it's on me, if you win it's yours. Is this? Okay. Whitebeard was somewhat surprised. Stussy was also surprised, looking at Lingling with some hostility. Lingling, what are you doing? Are you trying to steal Newgate from me? Lingling, however, looked relaxed. Don't worry. I won't compete with you. Newgate is too proud. There's no way to steal him, right? Just this kind of free money, why not take it? Hee Lingling, it seems you have high hopes for that little guy. Gulolio, you should say that to rocks. As for me, I trust my own judgment. That Carlo fellow is my chosen ally. Lingling murmured with a chuckle, then stopped talking, looking towards the already heated battlefield at the port. Hachinosu port. Do you want to fight me too? Looking at the silver axe, whose form and aura had dramatically changed from ordinary to resembling a humanoid beast, Carlos' expression remained calm. That's right. The silver axe gripped its massive battle axe, taking heavy steps forward, its speed increasing. The ground trembled under its weight. Carlo raised the celestial dragon spear, his gaze passing over the charging silver axe to John, who was also rising while stepping on a piece of metal debris. Then you both can come at me together? Huh. The silver axe paused, turning to look, seeing a murderous intent rushing from above as John charged towards Carlo. He exclaimed, hey, John, he is mine. However, John completely ignored him as countless metal fragments erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky, surrounding him, twisting and reconstructing into countless blades, stabbing towards Carlo like a violent storm. I just saved you. You ungrateful guy. How dare you steal my opponent? The silver axe was furious as it charged forward, raising its massive axe to gather power. He wanted to defeat Carlo before John could. At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly rang in his ears. Your opponent is me, Axeman. Thunder-like. The silver axe, still in mid-run, without having a chance to look up, its raised massive axe struck a figure that had just rushed in front of it, sending it flying like a cannonball, crashing through a row of houses, disappearing in an instant. The silver axe looked up, bewildered, finding no one in front of him. Who was talking? Just this moment of distraction, John, who was flying through the air, had already engaged Carlo in battle. Magnetic control. Metal storm. Amid the roar, countless metal fragments spun under his control, forming a tornado dozens of meters tall in the sky, slicing toward Carlo. Facing the attacks from both John and the silver axe, Carlo dared not be careless. He decided to go all out. Garuda transform. Brilliant golden wings spread behind him with a rustling sound. Thick muscles bulged up high, coiling around his body like dragons and pythons. Carlo's body inflated, instantly growing over 6 meters tall. Buzzing whoosh. In the unique golden vertical pupils of the divine bird Garuda, a dazzling crimson laser lit up, melting the incoming metal fragments into molten red iron, raining down from the sky. At the same time, explosions erupted everywhere. With a flap of his wings, a sudden gale swept through the air in front of Carlo, under the control of an inexplicable force, rapidly compressed, instantly forming invisible air blades that sliced towards John in the sky. As a top-tier phantom beast species similar to the future Kaido, Carlo could naturally manipulate some elemental powers. For example, the wind. As he flapped his wings, the wind howled in the sky, and sand and stones flew on the ground. A dust storm sweeping through Hachinosu port formed in an instant. Seeing countless wind blades cutting through the metal fragments he controlled heading towards him, John suddenly clapped his hands together. Magnetic storm impact. A circle of azure lightning surged from his body, pushing outward. In an instant, the metal fragments flying around him exploded as if triggered by the ability of the bomb fruit. The waves of shock shattered the wind blades stirred up by Carlo. But before John could stabilize himself to attack again, he felt a tightness in his scalp at the back of his head. What? How could it be so fast? My observation. Haki didn't even react. His face changed drastically as his right hand slammed against his chest. Grant me N rank. Grant Carlo S rank. Magnetic rejection. A pitch-black palm like a father slapping his son struck the back of his head. John grunted, his form crashing down from the sky. Meanwhile, the silver axe had transformed into a mass of black shadows, charging upward with its massive axe raised high. 40 tyrants. Whoosh. A gigantic axe light over 100 meters tall erupted from the axe blade of the massive axe, akin to a mountain of slashes, roaring towards Carlo, filling his entire field of vision. However, facing such a grand and magnificent axe light, Carlos' attention was not here. 40 tyrants. No silver axe. Whose move is this? Who copied whom? As the massive axe light split the heavens and the earth, it heavily struck him just as Carlo brought down John. Carlo's heavy halberd was swept aside in front of him, knocked back by the axe strike, shattering a row of dozens of houses, crashing down like a meteor on a Hachinosu square. Boom. Jabba. Who is that? Silver Axe roared, his colossal body swelling to over 5 meters in height, smashing through every building in his path as he charged straight toward the Carol he had just sent flying. His ferocious and savage demeanor was like that of a humanoid beast. On the plaza that had been cratered into a massive pit, Carol, having endured Silver Axe's terrifying explosive slash, rose nonchalantly, dusted off his clothes, twirled his battle halberd, and delivered a vertical slash. Swoosh. The earth was split open, creating a crack hundreds of meters long. A black slash shot straight toward the charging Silver Axe. Silver Axe did not dodge at all, allowing the slash to strike him solidly. Carol only heard a tearing sound as Silver Axe's muscular, burly body burst open with a glaring, bloody gash from head to toe. The skin and muscles on his body were ruthlessly cut open. A torrent of blood like a waterfall gushed from the gaping wound, drenching his entire body and the ground beneath him. The wound was so deep that even the white bones beneath could be seen. Yet despite suffering such grievous injuries, Silver Axe continued charging forward as if nothing had happened. Not only that, but during his charge the horrific wounds on his body were healing at an astonishing visible. As the muscles in the wound grew and healed, his 5-meter frame actually grew another meter, reaching over 6 meters, matching Carol's current height. Seeing this peculiar transformation in Silver Axe, Carol understood. No doubt about it. The change in Silver Axe was clearly caused by a devil fruit ability. And the devil fruit capable of such physical alteration should be the Paramecia-type karma fruit, which converts injuries into power. The more damage the user takes, the stronger they become. This increase in strength manifests in the physical body. In other words, the more they are beaten and injured, the larger they grow. So you're basically an indestructible punching bag, huh? If I threw you into Marineford for that guy Kapu to practice his fists, he'd probably be thrilled, right? Carol swung his arms repeatedly, the celestial dragon halberd in his hands, tracing pitch-black afterimages through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of black slashes, each dozens of meters long, flew out and slashed at Silver Axe in unison. Silver Axe took them all heat in again. This time, struck by dozens of slashes, his entire body was cut open, even his bones were severed, yet the horrific wounds healed at an astonishing speed. His body had now swelled to a colossal 15 meters, like a giant. With muscles coiling all over, Silver Axe finally reached Carol and swung his giant axe down at Carol's head. Karma, annihilation. Carol stood on the ground, gripping his halberd with both hands, and swung upward from below. Armament haki surged out from within his body like black flowing fires, swirling around before solidifying into thick black lightning. Then, as it surged into the celestial dragon halberd, the black lightning expanded, crackling and roaring outward. Celestial dragon annihilation slash. The giant axe descended from above. The celestial dragon halberd rose from below. The two heavy weapons collided with a thunderous roar, and the shockwave, sharp as a blade, slashed horizontally, shearing off the tops of the tall buildings on both sides of the plaza. The ground beneath Silver Axe and Carol's feet split vertically at the moment of impact. A bottomless massive crack stretched all the way toward the towering Skull Mountain behind them. The ground beneath Silver Axe and Carol's feet split vertically at the moment of at the top of Skull Mountain, in the hollow that Luo Kasi had casually smashed out, resembling an eye socket. The group sitting on the sofa watched this scene without moving a muscle. Luo Kasi sighed. I can't do anything about you guys. Having to step in myself as captain is quite... No one saw him move. But in the next moment, endless darkness surged and spread from beneath him, rushing out of the resting room, where everyone was like a black waterfall pouring from the two eye sockets, covering the entire surface of Skull Mountain. In an instant, the entire 100-meter Skull Mountain was completely enveloped in a thick layer of black flowing light. The residual slash from the clash between Silver Axe and Carol, when it struck the blackened Skull Mountain, erupted with a muffled boom. When the stirred-up dust cleared, not a single crack appeared on the black Skull Mountain surface. This astonishing sight made both Carol and Silver Axe, locked in combat, turn their gazes toward it. Silver Axe marveled, what a formidable armament haki. To envelop the entire peak and be so He took a deep breath and roared, Luo Kusi, I see you. Come down here and fight me. Wahahaha, forget it, you'd better protect yourself first. A fiercer attack is coming. I wonder if you can withstand it. Luo Kusi's laughter like rolling thunder rumbled over from the eye socket of Skull Mountain. Silver Axe was taken aback. What do you mean? In that moment of hesitation, he felt a tremendous force surging through the giant axe in his hands. The force was so immense that even his 15-meter tall body could not suppress it. His axe was slowly being... Silver Axe looked down in astonishment and saw Carol steadily raising the celestial dragon halberd in his hand, lifting him and his axe off the ground bit by bit. How can your strength be so immense? I don't believe it. Silver Axe gritted his teeth, veins bulging all over his body, his face twisted with strain as he pressed down with both hands, trying to force Carol's weapon back down. But it was useless. With a flick of Carol's wrist, the giant axe was sent flying upward with a loud clang. Once the axe was knocked away, Silver Axe's entire chest was exposed to Carol. A savage glint appeared in Carol's eyes, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he stomped the ground with his right foot. Boom! Half the plaza rumbled and shook as a violent surge of physical power spread upward from his right. It traveled through his calf, thigh, hip, spine, and upward, linking all joints. With the force from countless muscle fibers, it converged into his right arm. His right arm muscles bulging rose and swung forward. Countless thick black lightning bolts bloomed on the crescent blade of the celestial dragon Halberd. Celestial dragon. Explosive slash. Boom. The wind howled, the air thundered, and the pitch-black halberd slashed through the air, cutting through the flesh of Silver Axe's chest and abdomen, sinking deep into his body. Crack, 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 crack. A continuous cascade of bone-shattering explosions echoed like popping beans. The massive 15-meter-tall body of Silver Axe rose from the ground, arching backward. His chest, where the heavenly dragon Halberd had struck, was a pulverized mass of flesh with dozens of ribs shattered and splintered. On his back, an entire spinal column burst through the skin, tearing apart the surface of his back like a hideous centipede trying to burrow out of his body. Ka! Silver Axe opened his mouth in agony, spewing a torrent of blood. His bulging eyes were bloodshot, filled with shock and a trace of fear. Boom! His body shattered the layers of air behind him, flying like an arrow straight through half of Hachinosu and crashing back into the harbor. Then another earth-shattering explosion. The ground of Hachinosu harbor was torn open diagonally, sending countless massive stones hurtling into the sea. Only then did Kalos, standing on the plaza, still hold the posture of swinging the heavenly dragon Halberd. His chest heaved as he gazed into the distance. This strike had barely managed to match the force with which Locks had sent him flying that day. But compared to Locke's effortless casual slash, this strike of his had unleashed nearly 100% of his full power. With his immense physique and haki fully unleashed, he had managed to send Silver Axe flying over 1,000 meters into the sea. However, Carlo could sense that Silver Axe was not dead from this blow. The power of the causality fruit was indeed formidable, capable of absorbing even this degree of injury. It was almost a weaker version of the Phoenix ability. At Hachinosu harbor, John, who had previously been smashed into the ground by Carlos' ocean drop, had just crawled out of the earth when he witnessed such a terrifying scene. He stood frozen in shock. That Silver Axe, defeated so quickly. Hey, he couldn't believe it as he looked toward Silver Axe, who had been plunged even deeper into the ground. Are you dead or not, Silver Axe? At the bottom of a deep pit over 10 meters deep. Silver Axe, with his internal organs, shattered muscles, and skin torn open, and his entire spine, nearly ripped out of his body, curled up like a shrimp, groaning in extreme agony. His body convulsed as he vomited blood and fragments of internal organs from the corners of his mouth. By now, terror finally appeared in his eyes. How? That kid's attack power is so fierce. It almost exceeded the current limit of my causality tolerance. He gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain, forcibly straightening his body and pushing his protruding spine back inside. The power of the Paramecia-type causality fruit was activated desperately, transforming the cause of the damage received into the effect of increased physical strength. Soon his horrific appearance, so severely injured that he seemed unlikely to survive, began to heal rapidly under the influence of an invisible mighty force. After 3 seconds, the skin and muscles on his body had initially healed. After 5 seconds, his internal organs, shattered by Carlos' strike, had barely recovered. After 10 seconds, the dozens of broken bones in his body had grown back wildly. After 15 seconds, his deformed spine returned to its place. Then the remaining excess damage continued to transform into a stronger body, a more massive body. 15 meters, 18 meters, 20 meters. In the deep pit, 2 enormous hands grasped the edge. Then a giant head rose. Silver Axe's bloodstained lips curled into a ferocious grin. Don't think you can defeat me like this. I am the immortal causality man. Boom. A black halberd spun through the air, its shaft slamming heavily into Silver Axe's cheek. Crack. Silver Axe's sneer was cut short. Half of his face collapsed and a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood shot out from the ruptured cheek. The sudden attack made Silver Axe, who had just emerged from the pit, scream in agony. Before his inhuman suffering could end, a gust of wind rushed toward him. A golden radiant figure descended from the sky, reaching out a large hand to grab his short hair and yank him upward violently. With a section of scalp torn away, Silver Axe, screaming, was pulled out of the pit like a carrot by Carlo, who grabbed his scalp with one hand and slammed him toward the still-dazed John. Silver Axe's massive body, now over 20 meters tall, crashed down. As the enormous shadow loomed over him, John snapped out of his daze, his face paling as he tried to dodge. But it was too late. He was immediately pinned by Silver Axe's body. The ground was dented into a clear human-shaped hollow. Silver Axe lay in that huge depression, his face covered in blood, his eyes vacant. John was crushed beneath him, completely out of sight. Yet Carlo seemed intent on not stopping. Under the watchful gaze of the approaching Kaido, Carlo, holding Silver Axe by his scalp, swung him wildly, smashing him repeatedly against the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Silver Axe was like a worn-out sack, brutally bashed without any chance to resist, letting out only agonized screams. He had become a hammer in Carlo's hands. And the nail clearly was John. Carlo grabbed Silver Axe, using him as a hammer, wildly pounding John, who was already buried in the pit. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times. Who knew how long he continued? Until half the town of Hachinosu Harbor had collapsed. Finally he stopped. By now Silver Axe was barely breathing, more dead than alive. Most of his body had turned into mush, his eyes hollow, uncertain whether he was alive or dead. As for John, needless to say, his physique was already inferior to Silver Axe's, and his fruit ability did not enhance physical strength. If not for his desperate use of haki to defend himself, he would likely have been crushed into a pile of meat paste by Carlo. At the bottom of a deep pit over 100 meters deep, John lay covered in blood, his gaze dull. Footsteps sounded in his ears. He turned his eyes slightly. In his line of sight, a man with golden wings on his back, holding a black halberd, strode over and stopped beside him. The cold, gleaming tip of the halberd aimed at his forehead. A frigid voice reached John's ears. "Do you want to die or live?" John struggled to speak with all his remaining strength. He was about to put on a brave front, saying something like, "I am the great Captain John," when a piercing pain shot through his forehead. His eyes widened as he watched the heavy halberd thrust straight toward him without hesitation. The sharp tip instantly pierced the skin of his forehead and met the hard bone of his skull. The force from the halberd tip continued to increase. At that moment, John seemed to hear the sound of his skull being crushed under pressure. A surge of immense terror made him nearly scream out loud. "Live! I want to live. I want to survive." As he spoke, 2 streams of muddy tears uncontrollably flowed from the corners of his eyes. Rage, resentment, humiliation, reluctance, fear. A myriad of emotions churned within John's heart beyond words. After he uttered the words, "I want to live," the pressure on his skull vanished. Kaluo withdrew the Heaven Dragon halberd, gazing down at the still-shaken John. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, chilling John to the core. "Excellent. From today onward, you are my subordinate, my very first. Congratulations, Captain John." Leaving the miraculously spared John behind, Kaluo returned to Silver Axe. On the ground, Silver Axe, whose body had been battered and nearly broken, had almost recovered to its original form after some time. Yet his once giant-like frame, rivaling a titan, had shrunk back to its original size. He now stood under 2 meters tall, exuding an aura of weakness. Kaluo repeated his tactic, leveling the Heaven Dragon halberd at Silver Axe's forehead. But before he could utter his recruitment spiel, a figure floated out of thin air, descended swiftly, and hovered slowly before him. Golden Lion crossed his arms, biting on a cigar, and looked down at Kaluo. "Kaluo, do you know how much you piss me off?" Kaluo slowly raised his head. "Oh, because I crushed your childhood friend." He kicked the half-dead Silver Axe. Golden Lion ignored the gestures. "Because you made me lose 10 million berries." With that, he didn't even glance at Kaluo, instead taunting Silver Axe, who was gasping on the ground. "Jiahaha, Ashon still alive. None of your damn business." Silver Axe's eyes twitched, humiliated that Golden Lion had seen him in such a pathetic state. Golden Lion cackled. "Jiahaha, see. I told you to stay in the West Sea and not come to dangerous places like the New World. But you wouldn't listen. Now look at you, the so-called first killer of the West Sea, barely arriving in the New World, and you've already been laid low by some nameless brat. Don't go around telling people you were my old rival. If you're not embarrassed, I sure am. I just let my guard down. Next time I'll settle the score myself." Silver Axe snarled, struggling to his feet. He shot a glance at Kaluo and prepared to leave with Golden Lion. But a pitch-black halberd swung across, its crescent-shaped blade resting on his shoulder. The terrifying weight pressed down on the weakened Silver Axe, making his knees buckle, nearly forcing him to kneel. His face dark, he turned to the expressionless Kaluo. "You. Did I say you could leave?" Kaluo gripped the halberd with one hand, pressing it against Silver Axe's neck. Silver Axe's face twitched, rage surging within him. He was about to speak, but someone else spoke first. "Kaluo, you little brat. Are you not taking me seriously?" In midair, Golden Lion's face was frostbitten, veins bulging on his forehead. Along with his furious voice came an overwhelming aura, like mountains crashing and seas roaring, a volcanic eruption of terrifying presence. The once bright sky suddenly darkened. Countless black-red lightning bolts erupted from Golden Lion's body, tearing through the sky, exuding an abyssal menace. Among them, several thick black-red bolts locked onto Kaluo below, striking straight down. Kaluo's lips curled into a ferocious, arrogant grin. "What do you think you are? worthy of being taken seriously by me. As his words fell, a violent black-red light burst from his body, surging upward like a geyser, colliding heat-in with the terrifying conqueror's haki unleashed by Golden Lion. The two black-red masses clashed in the air, instantly exploding into countless crackling bolts of lightning. A thunderous boom echoed and black-red lightning scattered, unleashing waves of fierce storms and shocks over the harbor. Rows upon rows of onlookers and pirates were struck dizzy, foaming at the mouth, even bleeding from 7 orifices, falling like cut wheat. Without heeding the constant notifications in his mind, Kaluo's gaze remained unyielding, staring directly at Golden Lion in the sky. His conqueror's haki surged like a tsunami, wave after wave clashing relentlessly with Golden Lion's. The two black-red masses resembled enormous phantom planets, violently colliding, neither yielding. A brief stalemate ensued. Though Kaluo's side was noticeably weaker, no matter how Golden Lion pressed, unleashing his terrifying conqueror's haki, he could not shatter Kaluo's spirit. Kaluo's aura was like a ship tossed in a storm. No matter how fierce the tempest, how violent the rocking, the ship never capsized. The longer he stood his ground amid the collision of the two conquerors' hakis, the uglier Golden Lion's expression became as he floated in the sky. Just as Golden Lion's face contorted and his hands reached for the twin swords at his waist, a tall, imposing figure stepped into the scene, standing beside Kaluo. At the same time, a massive aura, no weaker than Kaluo's, rose and merged with his conqueror's haki, surging upward. A massive cluster of black-red lightning exploded in the sky. Golden Lion's figure swayed. The ground beneath Kaluo cracked with a snap. Mamamama Shiki, at your age, are you really squabbling with a comrade over a mere 10 million berries? Charlotte Linlin giggled, her tall figure subtly blocking Golden Lion's view of Kaluo. Her appearance and earlier action only worsened Golden Lion's expression. Golden Lion snorted. Linlin, are you taking this brat's side? Linlin's eyes curved. Mamamama, am not speaking for Kaluo at all. Aren't we all crewmates on the same ship? Shouldn't we get along? She pointed at Silver Axe, who was kneeling on the ground. Besides, your friend was the first to act out of line, breaking into Hachinosu and attacking Kaluo. Now that he's lost to Kaluo and caused such destruction to Hachinosu Shiki, do you think he can just walk away without taking any responsibility? Hachinosu isn't a set of blocks. It can't be easily rebuilt after collapsing. These ruined towns and harbors cost money to restore. Even if rocks were here, it'd be the same logic. Shiki, what do you think? Golden Lion was silent for a moment, then gave Charlotte Linlin a deep look. Then what do you suggest? That depends on what Carlo says. After all, I'm not the one involved, Lingling said as she turned around and looked down at Carlo. Carlo, what do you say? Carlo retracted the halberd he had placed against Silver Axe's neck and said calmly, I don't care about rebuilding Hachinosu. That's Rock's business. Whether he wants money or not is none of my concern. Then another earth-shattering explosion. The ground of Hachinosu harbor was torn open diagonally, sending countless massive stones hurtling into the sea. 1 billion berries. That's too much. Why don't you just rob someone? Upon hearing the sum, Silver Axe, still on his knees, exploded with fury. That's exactly what I'm doing, Carlo grinned. This is how pirates operate. If you want pay, then become my subordinate. I don't mind. I mind. I will never become anyone's subordinate. Silver Axe sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at Carlo. Fine. 1 billion berries is it? He'll pay. But I don't have that much on me. He'll give it to you in installments. Then he'll charge interest, Carlo said. For every month you exceed the deadline, you'll owe an additional 1/10 of the remaining balance. Silver Axe exploded. That interest is outrageous. Are you running a loan shark business? Carlo shrugged. Loan shark? No. If I were a loan shark, you'd owe me 5 billion berries next month. I'm only asking for an extra 1/10. That's already being generous. You're ruthless. Silver Axe was left speechless with rage and stormed off, following Golden Lion. Watching him leave, Lingling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mamamama, this is the first time I've seen Shiki so humiliated. Carlo, weren't you afraid he might attack you just now? If I wanted to leave, he couldn't kill me, Carlo said calmly. Recalling Carlo's abilities, Lingling nodded. True, he can fly, and you can fly too. What's more, you're fast. Thank you for earlier, Lingling, Carlo said. Mamamama, it was nothing. Just don't forget our alliance. Oh, by the way, come to the meeting hall later. Rock seems to have something to announce. Lingling waved her hand with a smile and walked away on her towering legs over 5 meters long. Seeing her leave, John, who had managed to crawl out of the pit despite his severe injuries, approached Carlo. He hesitated, then said, Carlo, I can also give you 1 billion berries just to. You don't have a choice, Carlo interrupted. Even if you give me 1 billion berries, you'll still remain my subordinate. John was stunned, then grew both angry and anxious. Why? Why does Silver Axe get to? Do you have a powerful backer? Do you have a friend as strong as Golden Lion willing to stand up for you? Carlo shook his head as he watched John's face flush red. Unfortunately, you don't. So forget it. As your boss, I'm already being generous by not making you hand over all your money. Now go find an inn, rest, and recover. Don't even think about running away. This is your last chance to survive under my command. With that ignoring John's changing expression, Carlo grabbed the heavenly dragon Halberd and headed toward the Skull Mountain. Halfway there, he spotted Malone Kaido and Gansue, who had been pulled from the sea and looked somewhat lethargic. Seeing Carlo approach, Malone, who had witnessed his astonishing performance, couldn't help but express his admiration. To be precise, I truly respect you now, Carlo. Your strength has earned my recognition. From now on, you are the legitimate captain of the 4th Division. These are Hagwa cigars from my hometown in the West Sea. Though they're not as expensive as the specialty cigars from the one thing at a time. If he's unhappy, then let him fight back. If he can defeat Captain Carlo again, he'll gladly call him Captain Wangji. Malong said, pulling an unopened box of cigars from his inner pocket and presenting it to Carlo with both hands. These are Hagwa cigars from my hometown in the West Sea. Though they're not as expensive as the specialty cigars from the Kingdom of Douglas, they have a very strong flavor. I think they suit a tough man like you. Please accept them. Then I won't refuse. Carlo laughed heartily and accepted the gift without hesitation. Seeing him take the cigars, Malong smiled and returned to Gansu's side. As Carlo opened the cigar box, he glanced at the silent Kaido and asked with some surprise, Kaido-sensei, why aren't you saying anything? Feeling shy? Who the hell is shy? Kaido's face darkened and his fingers gripping the spiked club cracked audibly. The two walked side by side. Carlo took a cigar out of the box and put it in his mouth. Noticing Kaido's sullen mood, he thought for a moment, then pulled out another cigar and offered it to Kaido. Want one? Then, as if suddenly remembering something before Kaido could reach for it, he withdrew the cigar and slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. Minors aren't allowed to smoke. Kaido-sensei, you're only 15, still growing. Better not pick up this bad habit. Damn you, Carlo. Who do you think you're looking down on? Give me that cigar. Kaido lunged at him, snatching the cigar from Carlo's hand and biting it between his teeth. However, there was an awkward moment. Kaido seemed to have no flame. Carlo didn't have a lighter either. Those fragile things had been destroyed during the earlier battle. Even a metal lighter wouldn't survive combat of that intensity. But that didn't stop Carlo from lighting up. His pupils suddenly contracted, turning into golden vertical slits, and 2 beams of crimson light shot out to the side with a thrum. With a thunderous roar, a ball of high-temperature energy collapsed a 3-story building. The rock walls melted into flowing red lava. With a thunderous roar, a ball of high-temperature energy collapsed a 3-story building. The rock walls melted into flowing red lava. He also leaned in to light his cigar, imitating Carlo's gesture and inhaling deeply. Your ability is really convenient. I wish I had it. Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish, a series of coughs erupted from his mouth. As the smoke from the burning cigar entered his lungs, Kaido felt a pungent, fiery sensation rushing to his head, burning his throat, as if he had swallowed a handful of chili peppers. It was so harsh that tears welled up in his eyes. What the hell is this crap? It tastes awful. He spat the cigar onto the ground, stomped on it, and ground it under his heel. Kaha. Didn't I tell you? Minors shouldn't smoke. Carlo laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? Stop laughing. Kaha kaha. You're just a little kid. Don't cry, you'll buy you some candy later. Bastard. Who's crying? I'm not crying at all. Inside the Skull Mountain, in the council chamber. Silver Axe John, welcome to the Rocks Pirates. With this, our crew grows even stronger. Truly a cause for celebration. As he watched Silver Axe and John enter behind Golden Lion, and Carlo Luo Kasi seated on the sofa rose personally to greet them. However, the faces of Silver Axe and John bore little cheer. Luo Kasi cast a covert glance at Carlo, the corners of his mouth lifting imperceptibly. As the master of Hachinosu and the governor of the Rocks Pirates, he was rather pleased that Carlo had single-handedly routed both Silver Axe and John. Over the years, as he had deliberately or inadvertently spread his name across the seas, challengers had arrived almost monthly, drawn by his renown. Among these challengers, only a handful possessed true strength. The rest were mediocre souls with no real grasp of their own abilities. Arrogant fools who, upon eating a devil fruit, believed themselves invincible. Men like John and Silver Axe were textbook examples of such hubris. Admittedly, their skills were not insignificant. Even on the vast seas, they could be considered first-rate fighters. But he was Luo Kasi. In his eyes, the prowess of John and Silver Axe was no different from that of any stray cat or dog on the roadside. If every stray cur came to challenge him and disturb his peace, his life would become unbearable. He had gradually elevated Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Lin Lin to the forefront of the Rocks Pirates, making them division commanders to deflect the majority of challengers. But in recent years, those 3 had grown increasingly indolent. They no longer took much interest in the troublemakers arriving on Hachinosu. Moreover, as their strength and fame expanded, challengers either dared not face them, or reasoning that losing was inevitable, chose to lose to the captain himself, bypassing the trio to bother him directly. But now things were different. Now that Carlo, young, ambitious, and steadily growing in power, stood guard, those irksome challengers would have their hands full. What? Wang Ji. No one could flatter better than him. But if asked to fight challengers like Silver Axe and John, he would sneakily teleport away to Loki Harbor to avoid the battle. Luo Kusi knew his old subordinate too well. Wang Ji never lifted a finger without personal gain. Alright Luo Kusi, now that everyone's here you'd better get to the point. If you keep beating around the bush I'm leaving. Golden Lion floated to his seat, sat cross-legged, and said impatiently, Shiki, you're always so eager. Luo Kusi chuckled, clapped his hands to draw the attention of everyone in the chamber, then grinned. It all starts with those monks you robbed last time, Shiki. Monks? Shiki blinked, scratching his head. What monks? Luo Kusi reminded him. Don't you remember? Half a month ago, based on Stussie's intel, you raided several monk ships and came back with a hefty haul. Golden Lion recalled, then said with a start. Oh, you mean those hypocritical philanthropists? What do they have to do with what you want to talk about? Don't tell me you found their hideout. The latter part was merely a casual guess, but to his surprise Luo Kusi nodded with a smile. Exactly. Stussie's intelligence agents found their lair through leads. Where are they? Golden Lion pressed for an answer immediately. No wonder he was so keen. The monks Luo Kusi mentioned were incredibly wealthy. During that raid, he had only intercepted 3 small boats and assumed the take was meager. But when he counted, the small boats alone held 500 to 600 million berries. Adding gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and paintings, his haul exceeded 1 billion berries. In this era, even an average shipment of heavenly tribute rarely carried so much wealth at once. Yet those few dozen monks were as fat as a heavenly tribute convoy. Calling them dripping with wealth would be, most importantly robbing them was far too easy. Although the shaven-headed monks had their own warrior monks as guards compared to the heavenly tribute escort fleet, or even the Navy's squadrons, it was a walk in the park. In fact, even a crew of rookie trainees under Luo Kusi could take them down with ease. Seeing Golden Lion's eagerness, Luo Kusi smirked. Putroclone, the International Charity Alliance temple near the Tato Land archipelago. Tato Land. That's quite far from here. Carlo overheard Linlin mutter softly beside him. He glanced sideways at the buxom woman, thinking that's where you'll rule as an emperor one day. But for now Linlin clearly had no idea she would become the sovereign of those islands. What are we waiting for? Let's set sail. Go plunder those fat sheep. Who knows how many treasures await in their den. Golden Lion sprang up impatiently. Silver Axe sitting beside him lit up and turned to Luo Kusi. Luo Kusi, can I join this operation? Oh, you want in? If you wish, nothing would please me more. Luo Kusi chuckled. Silver Axe nodded without hesitation. Count me in. How will the loot be split? He was desperately broke. Not only did he need money to rebuild Hachinosu, but he also owed Carlo 1 billion berries. If he didn't repay soon, the interest would snowball into an astronomical debt. Luo Kusi said, what you claim yourself is yours. Whatever we take together will be divided according to each member's share in the crew. Silver Axe, you'll be counted as a senior combatant. Just a senior combatant. Isn't my strength enough for a division commander? Silver Axe was dissatisfied. Luo Kusi chuckled and pointed at Carlo. The crew's business is limited now, and our territory isn't vast. For now, we have only 4 division commanders. Carlo is the last, the 4th division commander. If you can defeat him, you can take his share. Silver Axe fell. Luo Kusi then looked at John. John, you'll also be a senior combatant. Will you join? Yuehan's face darkened as he stood behind the sofa where Carlo sat, his expression flat. Don't ask me. I'm no longer a free man. Rox was taken aback, shifting his gaze from Yuehan's face to Carlo. Carlo said indifferently, he's with me now. Rox burst into laughter upon hearing this. Wahaha. You've got some nerve, Carlo. Recruiting such a formidable ally so soon. So what do you say, boss? Let him come along. His abilities are quite effective for robbing gold and silver. All right then. With Carlos' approval, Rox was overjoyed. He stood up abruptly and waved his hand. Then all hands on deck. Let's go make a big haul. Who? Let's loot. Let's loot. He'll be the first to set foot on the island. The first to echo Rox was Kaido, who leaped up from the sofa. Among those present, the poorest was likely Infu, who owed Carlo 1 billion berries. But the second poorest, it had to be Kaido. Since arriving at Hachinosu, Kaido had earned nothing and instead racked up a mountain of debt. That's right. He also owed Carlo. He challenged Carlo. Each challenge cost 10 million berries. To date, he had lost 17 consecutive matches, owing Carlo a total of 170 million berries. Kaido thought that if he didn't get some money soon, Carlo might refuse to accept his challenges in the future. That would leave him even further behind Carlo. The thought of the gap between him and Carlo widening over time was unbearable for Kaido. So he had to make a lot of money. Then throw money at Carlo to spar with him, acting as his training partner. He'll make Carlo fight me 10 times a day. Lost in some delightful fantasy, Kaido couldn't help chuckling to himself. Lingling, who was nearby, shook her. That kid Kaido might really be a bit off his rocker. Just as the Rox pirates set out in full force for Puticologne at Marine Headquarters Malenfanguo, the current fleet Admiral Gustav excitedly rose from his seat. Rox has taken the bait. We can move. Kongu, how is the military deployment in Puticoloni coming along? Kongu, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately stood up, saluted, and reported in a measured tone, Fleet Admiral, the fleet is already in place. A total of 50 warships and 50,000 troops, all coded in advance and hidden on the seabed near Puticoloni. We're just waiting for the Rox pirates to enter the encirclement, and then we'll counter-encircle and annihilate them. Excellent. Gustav was satisfied. And Haynes, has he returned? Haynes has returned. He's at Tujin City now, and will head to Puticoloni with Columbus later. Very good. Though Haynes has retired, we need his combat strength this time. I'm grateful he can return to assist. After this mission, I'll apply to the world government to grant him the title of Honorary Admiral for life. Hearing about the return of former Admiral Haynes, Gustav felt a bit of the pressure lift. Haynes, along with Admiral Byakuryou Soros White and Kongu, were the three admirals of the same era. His codename was Grey Serpent. He was a very powerful Logia-type user. However, like Gustav himself, he had retired early due to age. But his formidable strength, which once roamed the seas and captured countless great pirates, remained. With his return to aid to fight, the odds against the Rox pirates increased. Add to that Columbus support and the combat power of rising stars like Kapu, Zhonghua, and Zifa. Wait. Looking at Zhonghua, Zifa, and Xiaohe in the office, Gustav blinked, a question mark appearing above his head. Where's Kapu? Kongu coughed. Kapu is in the Grand Line. I've already contacted him. He said he'll rush to Puticoloni as soon as possible for the mission. What's he doing in the Grand Line? And what does as soon as possible mean? Gustav was bewildered. Didn't I explain the importance of this major encirclement operation against the Rox pirates half a month ago? Does that brat even understand the significance of this mission? He glared at Kongu, then at Zhonghua and Zifa, who were lowering their heads. What the hell is Kapu up to? Kongu wiped sweat from his forehead. He went after the Roger pirates. The Roger pirates? Why is that idiot always chasing the Roger pirates? The threat they pose isn't even 1% of the Rox. What charm does Roger have? Is he dung that attracts Kapu like a fly to gnaw on? Tell him to get his ass back for the mission right now. Otherwise, I'll transfer him to the East Blue as a governor. Gustav's eyes bulged, his roar echoing from the Fleet Admiral's office to the outside, causing the training Marines in the plaza to turn their heads. Yes, sir. They'll contact him immediately. Kongu, drenched in sweat from the tongue lashing, quickly took out a din mushy and started dialing. On the sofa, Zhonghua and Zifa's shoulders were shaking, their faces red with suppressed laughter. Zifa, Roger is dumb. Zhonghua, Kapu is a fly. They exchanged glances, seeing the barely contained expressions on each other's faces, their lips twitching harder than the Marines' flintlocks. Xiaohe, who was sitting nearby, saw Gustav approaching silently from behind with murderous aura and shot the two a pitying look. Bang, bang, two muffled sounds. Zhonghua and Zifa, still laughing, winced and clutched their heads. What's so funny? Get your asses to the warships. We need to hurry to Puticoloni. Sorry, Fleet Admiral Gustav. We're going now. Holding their heads, Zhonghua and Zifa scurried out under the old Fleet Admiral's murderous. Watching their retreating figures, the old Fleet Admiral sighed helplessly. Sigh, why is every one of them so unreliable? I'm getting more worried about the future of the Marines. He looked at Xiaohe, who was sitting upright, and felt a little relieved. Xiaohe, you're the steady one. Go to. Keep an eye on them for me, and make sure they don't cause any more trouble. This mission is crucial and arduous. Xiaohe stood up and saluted him. Yes, sir. She promised solemnly. Fleet Admiral Gustav, rest assured. I cough. They'll definitely whip them into shape. Gustav, watching Xiaohe leave, the old Fleet Admiral's expression turned desolate. The future of the Marines is doomed. At the Tujincheng, an old man with silver hair and a lean figure, escorted by a group of respectful guards, arrived at the entrance of the Wuxian Du. He wore a spotless white military uniform and stood over 2.5 meters tall. An awe-inspiring aura radiated from him. Admiral High NC Director Jalunbu awaits you in the Wuxian Du. Allow me to guide you. A youth with wings on his back and 2 horns on his head, holding a standard-issue halberd, extended his hand to gesture. High NC smiled at him. You have my thanks, Mazehelin. Mazehelin snapped to attention and saluted, his voice youthful and resonant. It is my honor to serve justice. Moreover, this is no hardship at all. The real hardship falls upon you, Admiral High NC and Director Jalunbu, great men who labor tirelessly on the front lines for the cause of justice. High NC patted Mazehelin on the shoulder with approval. In the position, one fulfills the duty. Mazehelin, with such resolve for justice, I believe that one day you will stand alongside us on the front line against evil. Work hard, future Director of Tujincheng. Mazehelin again snapped to attention and saluted. To follow justice has always been my dream. I will carry it out even if it costs my life. No need to be so serious, relax. High NC glanced at the youth, who never tired of saluting, and felt a pang of envy for his youthful fervor and vitality. Following Mazeholin down the spiral staircase to the 6th level the Wuxian Diu, the first thing he saw was a giant man holding a three-pronged scythe standing in the middle of the corridor. Heinzi greeted him with a smile. Jalunbu, long time no see. You look well in spirit. What are you up to? Why haven't you headed to the new world yet? The headquarters should have already set off. I was waiting for you. The giant man with the massive scythe spoke in a deep voice. The giant whom Heinzi called Jalunbu was the current director of this undersea prison. He was a member of the Guei. His height exceeded 6 meters. 2 sharp horns grew from his head. His body was somewhat slender, but now scythe in hand standing in the dim Wuxian Diu, he truly resembled a grim reaper emerging from hell. Oh, what are you waiting for me? Heinzi approached. Jalunbu pointed at a cell beside them. Next I need to cut some shadows from them for future use. I require your assistance. Though these prisoners have been locked up for a long time and are already very weak, they were once great criminals who roamed the seas. Their danger is high. Even I must be cautious to avoid a mishap. Great criminals. How you overestimate them. Heinzi glanced disdainfully at the prisoners in the cells. As I recall, you've been collecting prisoner shadows for a while now. Haven't you already cut theirs? Jalunbu, gripping his scythe, signaled Mazeholin to open a cell door, and the two stepped inside. He reached toward the shadow of a pirate whose hands and feet were shackled with Hailu stone, whose face was withered like a stick, and whose breath was faint. A peculiar sight unfolded. As his large hand descended, the shadow beneath the pirate's feet, like a black sticker, was ripped up from the ground with a tearing sound by Jalunbu. Then amid the prisoner's furious struggle and resistance, Jalunbu swung his scythe, severed the shadow beneath the prisoner's feet, and grasped it in his hand. The prisoner whose shadow had been cut rolled his eyes and fell unconscious. Jalunbu then moved to the next prisoner and repeated the process. While working, he explained to Heinzi behind him. It's not that simple. Though I am the master of shadows and can cut and collect them, the number of shadows I can collect is not unlimited. It depends on my physical strength, the depth of my devil fruit development, and the strength of the shadow's owner. With my own state unchanged, the stronger the shadow's owner, the fewer shadows I can harvest and store. For prisoners of this level in the Wuxian Diu, I can collect at most 100 of their shadows. Only 100. Heinzi shook his head in admiration. Being able to collect 100 shadows from the Wuxian Diu prisoners is already insane, you know. In this prison, once you take their shadows, even if they are freed from the Hailu stone shackles, they wouldn't dare to run out recklessly. Without their shadows, even if they escape, they cannot survive in the sunlight. Add the natural barrier of the... And here, Jalunbu, you are the undisputed king of hell. Jalunbu raised the shadow in his hand. King of hell. I wouldn't dare to claim that. I only hope to use these prisoners' shadows to be of help in the upcoming battle. You certainly will. Please stuff as many shadows into me as possible. This time let us test the edge of rock. No problem. Jalunbu agreed with a smile. After working for several dozen minutes, he finished collecting. They walked out. Suddenly, as if reminded of something, Jalunbu lowered his voice to Heinzi. Heinzi, what do you think of the Navy's decision to send a spy into the Rocks pirates? Heinzi pondered. You mean? White's young son. I recall his name is Kaluo. Jalunbu nodded. Yes. Sulawasaka Luo, I have a deep impression of him. 2 years ago, to temper his spirit, he came to me disguised as a prisoner and personally experienced all the tortures in the 6 levels of hell. His near fanatical pursuit of personal strength at that time left me deeply shaken. He is a man of great talent. I thought he would stay at Navy headquarters and follow in his father's footsteps, but instead, he went to be a spy. However, Heinzi snorted with displeasure. It may not be genuine spying. Perhaps he is playing a false role, pretending to be a spy while actually becoming a pirate. Jalunbu was startled, looking down at him. Why do you think that? He didn't seem like a lawless person to me. He wouldn't abandon his justice and choose to be a pirate, would he? Don't forget his father died at the hands of Rocks. Would I? Heinzi sneered. Jalunbu, after spending so long in the Tujinshan, seeing so many pirates and criminals, haven't you yet figured out how to judge a person? To judge whether a person is just or evil, you don't need to listen to what they say, you need to see what they do. If you knew his lifestyle over the years, you would understand that White's son is an ambitious man, the complete opposite of his father. Living decadently, spending money like water, seeking glory, being harder on himself than on his enemies, and torturing his body and spirit in an almost perverse way to become stronger. This kind of man is a born pirate. And look at the king of Proden's kingdom who died at his hands not long ago. Just wait and see. This boy will walk a path diametrically opposed to his father's. Several days later, in the New World, the waters of the Tado Land archipelago, on the vast boundless sea, a fleet of over a dozen pirate ships sailed majestically toward their destination. The sails billowing in the sea breeze bore the clear inscription, Rocks, the emblem of the Rocks pirates. On the deck of the lead ship, a banquet was underway. Crates of fine liquor and platters of richly aromatic delicacies were brought forth by the crew members, allowing Carlo and the others to feast heartily. The dozen or so individuals on deck were all beaming with joy, their expressions relaxed and carefree. No trace of pre-battle tension, only the delight of soon-to-be-acquired treasure. Wah! Cheers! Let's toast to this grand collective's yet another massive operation. For the dream of shared fortune bottoms up. Rock sat imposingly in the main seat, raising his oakwood mug high, letting the wine splash onto his chest. His face was a picture of wild arrogance. Gururara. Jaha. Mama. Ka. Ororo. Cheers. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Lean Carlo, and the others all raised their glasses. A cacophony of bizarre laughter echoed one after another. It was like a gathering of demons. The banquet reached its zenith. Kaido, already slightly tipsy, let out a burp and asked Rox a question that had long intrigued him. Hey Rox, speaking of which, I'm curious. How did you manage to recruit Newgate, Shiki, and Lin under your command? From what I see, none of them are the type to willingly serve under another. Kaido's sudden query silenced the boisterous feast. Everyone turned to look at Rox, Whitebeard, and the others. Clearly the others, especially John Silver Axe and the later arrivals, shared Kaido's curiosity. But before Rox on the main seat could answer, Golden Lion, seated to his right, blurted out, "Who's under his command?" "Don't spout nonsense, you brat, Kaido." He pointed at the grinning Rox. "I only gathered at Hachinosu to share. This bastard, does he deserve to be my captain? No one in this world can be my captain. Never in the past, not now, and never in the future." Yet Kaido was unconvinced. He took a long gulp of wine and taunted, "So what's the difference? You're acting under the name of the Rox Pirates. You even call yourself the 2nd Division commander and take the corresponding share. Why won't you admit it?" "Admit what? Can't you understand plain language, you brat? I said I'm independent. I'm not his subordinate." Golden Lion's temper flared as he glared at Kaido, his eyes seemingly ready to draw a sword on him. But Kaido was naturally stubborn. Now fueled by alcohol, he was even more headstrong. He glared back without flinching. "I think you're just being stubborn and saving face. Are you looking for death, you brat?" Just as they were about to come to blows, Rox stepped in to mediate. He pressed his hands down. "All right, is this worth fighting over? It's nothing shameful." His eyes swept over the powerful figures seated around. "When I founded the Rox Pirates, I did say I wanted to create a pirate grand alliance similar to the world government. Some of you have your own crews. If you join, you become part of this alliance like the member states aligned with the world. Strength in numbers. Together we can roam the world fearing no one. We can get rich together, grow strong together. So essentially Shiki is right. Most of you aren't really my subordinates. But then again." He looked at Golden Lion with a half smile. "Some of you joined after losing to me in a Davy back fight game, like, a bet's a bet. Under those circumstances, isn't it fair for you to call me captain?" Golden Lion's face twitched, and he snorted, turning away. "What's a Davy back fight?" Kaido asked curiously. At the mention of this, Rox perked up. He animatedly explained, "The Davy back fight is the legendary death game of Davy Jones, the Demon of the Deep. There are many types of games, but the core is simple betting on victory. Both sides stake everything they have, including themselves. The loser loses everything, the winner takes." Kaido grew interested. For example, the simplest, rock, paper, scissors. Rox made a gesture. "You and I play rock, paper, scissors, decide the number of rounds. If it's a tie, we keep going until someone wins." Kaido was stunned. Rock, paper, scissors. Such a simple game can be called a death game. What if I add that the loser dies? Rox grinned viciously. Kaido was at a loss for words. Rox said, "A death game means the loser loses everything. Freedom, dreams, and life itself. But rock, paper, scissors is too simple. It's pure luck. Is that how you beat them?" Kaido looked at Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the others. Whitebeard remained impassive, Lin indifferent. Only Golden Lion's face darkened. And when Rox pointed at him and said, "Shiki did lose to me in rock, paper, scissors," Golden Lion's face grew even blacker. The others' expressions were a mix of shock and amusement. Silver Axe couldn't help but say, "Shiki, you lost yourself so easily. Your luck must be terrible." Seeing the mockery on everyone's faces, Golden Lion erupted in fury. "Luck? You idiots, do you really think this is a game of chance? Yes, I admit. Some death games involve luck, but rock, paper, scissors, that's no damn luck game. Rock, paper, scissors isn't a luck game." Many, including Kaido, were puzzled. Clearly to them, it was, "You throw one, I throw one. It's fair. Unless your eyesight is sharp enough to predict the opponent's move based on their actions. Other than luck, there might be some psychological warfare. But overall, it's still a game of luck, right?" Silver Axe asked, "How many rounds did you lose to Rox?" Golden Lion stayed silent, his face dark. Rox smiled and held up 5 fingers. 5 rounds total. He lost all 5. What? 5-0. Your luck is terrible, Shiki. Ororo, with such bad luck, stay away from me. I don't want to catch your misfortune." The crowd burst into laughter. But some didn't laugh. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Lean, and Carlo remained expressionless. You frogs in a well? If anyone thinks this is a game of luck, go challenge Rocks, and see if your luck is good enough to beat him. If you win, he'll give you 1 billion berries. Golden Lion's eyes blazed, his golden hair floating, as if he were about to transform into a Super Saiyan from sheer rage. Are you serious? 1 billion berries? Let me. When Shiki mentioned offering 1 billion berries, Silver Axe was just about to say he'd give it a try, but Kaido jumped up and took the lead. Kaido thrust his large hand toward Rocks, excitement brimming in his voice. You said it, Shiki. If I beat Rocks, you'll give me 1 billion berries. Wororo, I believe in my luck. It can't be worse than yours. If I keep my word. Shiki folded his arms with a cold smirk, then added, glancing at Rocks, but only if that bastard doesn't intentionally throw the game. Rocks chuckled. Throw the game? Not a chance. Come on, Kaido, he'll play along with you. With that, the two started a game of rock, paper, scissors under the watchful eyes of a dozen onlookers. Rock, paper, scissors. Rocks and Kaido both extended their hands simultaneously. Rocks showed rock. Kaido showed scissors. First round, Rocks wins. Shiki mocked Kaido from the side as he announced the result. Just luck. Best of 3. He'll definitely win next round. Again, Kaido rolled up his sleeves. Rock, paper, scissors. This time Rocks showed paper. Kaido showed rock. Second round, Rocks wins. Best of 3. Kaido, you lose. Shiki's dark face cracked into a sneer, which only fueled Kaido's rage. He extended his hand again. Best of 5. Again. I refuse to believe my luck is that bad. Hey Kaido, you've already lost. Let me have a turn. Silver Axe shouted from the side. No worries, one at a time. Rocks shrugged off Kaido's persistence and casually stretched out his hand. This time he showed scissors. Kaido showed paper. Third round, Rocks wins. Kaido stared blankly at the result, disbelief etched across his face. How can this be? Am I really that unlucky? I don't believe it. Again. Best of 7. Best of 9. 11. 10th round, Rocks wins. After watching Kaido lose 10 consecutive times, standing dumbfounded, Shiki grinned triumphantly. Well, still think it's a game of luck. Kaido opened his mouth, but found no words. Silver Axe pushed his way over, eager to try. It's just as bad luck. My turn, my turn. A dozen seconds later. After losing 20 consecutive rounds, Silver Axe's face also displayed a bewildered expression, questioning his very existence. Impossible. There's no way my luck is this terrible. And you still think it's luck? Let me tell you, even if you played 100 or 1,000 rounds, he'd win every single one. Shiki shook his head. Kaido was baffled. Why? Can he foresee the future or something? He had only meant it as a casual remark. But then he heard Carlo chuckle softly. Exactly. He can indeed foresee the future. What? Rocks can see the future? Kaido was astonished. Is that your devil fruit ability? A prophet. A prophet. Huh. Rocks laughed. It's just an advanced application of observation haki. In simple terms, I use this technique to foresee what you'll throw next, then respond optimally in advance. The crowd was amazed. Observation haki can be used so powerfully. Is this technique hard to master? Even Shiki and the others haven't learned it. Kaido pointed at Shiki and Whitebeard. But Rocks shook his head. No, Newgate and Shiki have already mastered this technique. Then why? Because my observation haki is stronger, Rocks declared with pride. I foresee further into the future. I foresaw their foreseeing my foresight, so I still win. While Kaido and the others were stunned, Carlo turned to Shiki. Shiki, does your offer still stand? What offer? Shiki frowned. The 1 billion berries. What? You want to beat Rocks too? Shiki looked at Carlo disdainfully. Oh, Carlo, you want to play a few rounds with me? Come on then. Rocks extended his hand, welcoming the challenge. But Shiki pushed it back. Shiki thrust his own hand forward right in front of Carlo. If you want to play with me. If you can win even one round, I'll give you 1 billion berries. If you lose, I won't ask for 1 billion. Just 100 million from you. How about that? Dare to play? Carlo replied with a single word. Let's. Both extended their hands ready. Rock, paper. A red gleam flickered in Shiki's eyes as he activated his future sight observation haki. Before his mind's eye, scenes from a few seconds hence appeared. He seemed to see what Carlo would throw. As his right hand extended, the corners of his mouth curled uncontrollably. Scissors. Jahaha, I win. He roared with laughter, looking smugly at Carlo opposite him, expecting to see an expression of disbelief and defeat on that face. But Shiki was disappointed. Carlo's expression remained calm and composed. And the onlookers' faces, even Whitebeard and Rocks, looked somewhat surprised. Kaido and Big Mom were so stunned their mouths fell open. This anomaly made Shiki's heart skip a beat. Could it be? I lost. No. Impossible. He hastily looked down, his eyes widening instantly. In the gestures of their extended hands. He had shown rock. And Carlo showed paper. Seeing Carlo's 5 fingers pressed together, Shiki lifted his head and stared at Carlo, as if seeing a ghost. Impossible. I clearly saw the future. In that future you showed scissors. How could it turn into paper? This shouldn't happen. The joy on his face froze then soured again. Could it be that you also mastered future sight? No, even if you did, you couldn't surpass me in hockey strength. You're not rocks. How could you foresee my foresight? Impossible. Again, Shiki couldn't accept losing to Carlo. He extended his hand again, glaring fiercely at Carlo, as if trying to see through him. But Carlo quit while he was ahead and didn't take up the challenge again. He simply said calmly, "Remember, you owe me 1 billion berries, Shiki. Great, now you owe him 1 billion too." Silver Axe looked at Shiki with shared misery. "Bastard, you haven't told me how you did it." As Carlo withdrew his hand, Shiki grew furious and lunged at Carlo's clothes. "All right, enough games. We've arrived at the destination. Time to get to work." Rox smiled, glanced at Carlo, then stood up, looking at the island emerging before the ship. Their target for this trip, the International Charitable Temple Putaclone, had arrived. Is this really a temple? Kaluo and the others followed Lachesis' gaze. They were all astonished by the scene on the island ahead. At this moment, ahead of them, on a small island of modest size, stood a massive temple. It was called a temple, but it could well be described as a palace. The central grand hall gleamed with gold, its roof gilded, shining brilliantly under the sun. The pagodas on both sides were covered with vermilion glazed tiles, and the thick beams and pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding luxury and grandeur. In the square before the temple, the crowd was as dense as a woven fabric. Monks in brocade robes and donors walked back and forth, showing no trace of Buddhist tranquility. Gazing at this temple, Golden Lion drew in a sharp breath. "Holy crap, this is no temple. It's the palace of some kingdom. I told you those monks were filthy rich, didn't I? How many berries must it have cost to build such a lavish temple?" "Luokisi, what do you say? We're here now, what else is there to say?" Luokisi drew his sword and pointed forward. "Lads, let's loot." "Yuh, loot it is." At Lachesis' command, a dozen pirate ships immediately sped toward the coastal port. Hundreds of pirates brandishing swords and guns charged off the ships with howls and cries. The fastest to charge was Golden Lion. His body rose directly into the air, and he flew forward with a wild laugh. Seeing this, Silver Axe quickly jumped and grabbed his ankle. "Shurji, take me with you." However, Golden Lion accidentally stepped on his head, kicked him down, and he fell onto the beach. Sorry Ashiong, I didn't see you." Silver Axe, with a mouthful of sand, was furious, pointing at the laughing Golden Lion flying away and cursing loudly. Kaido also ran very fast. Carrying a spiked club, he rushed onto the island as if chased by dogs in a flustered hurry. "Orororo. Treasure. I want treasure. Hand over all the treasure." Kaluo, however, was unhurried. Followed by John Whitebeard and Luokisi, he leisurely stepped onto the island. He instructed John, "John, you go too. When it comes to finding treasure, I think among us you are the best." John nodded without a word, his body rising directly from the ground and flying toward the distant pagoda. He wore a metal belt around his waist. It was by using magnetic force to control this belt that he achieved flight. As this large group of people blatantly landed on the island, the monks and donors on the island soon noticed the situation. Instantly, everyone was terrified, panicking, and scattering in all directions. "Oh no, pirates are coming. It's the Luokisi pirates." Some monks scrambled back into the temple to inform the abbot. With the arrival of Luokisi and his crew, this originally peaceful and tranquil island soon fell into chaos. Luokisi was already accustomed to such scenes. Looking at Kaluo walking beside him, he couldn't help asking, "Kaluo, why aren't you looting money?" Kaluo, admiring the temple scenery, said indifferently, "I'm not interested in money." This remark from Kaluo choked Luokisi. "What do you mean you're not interested in money?" "No pirate is not interested in money, right? It's not that I have no interest at all, it's just that I have so much money that I can't spend it all for now. Not long ago I also got 3 sizable debts. So why rush to compete? John is already gone. It doesn't matter if I go or not. Anyway, whether I participate or not as a division commander, he'll get a large share of the spoils, right?" Kaluo's answer left Luokisi speechless. That makes so much sense. Whitebeard, hearing this, looked at Kaluo with a hint of envy, as if remembering something, and suddenly said, "Oh, I almost forgot to thank you, Kaluo." "Huh? What are you thanking me for?" Kaluo was startled. Whitebeard smiled. "Thank you for helping me earn 10 million berries for nothing." "I helped you earn 10 million berries. What do you mean?" Kaluo looked at him, puzzled. "It's like this. That day when you fought against Silver Axe and John, we were betting on who would win. Lingling placed 10 million berries on you for me. Later you won, so I got that 10 million for nothing." Whitebeard said with a laugh. Luokisi also laughed. "Wah, you also helped me earn 1 million berries." Kaluo, after hearing this, said discontentedly, "Next time something like this happens, remember to bet for me too. And the stakes you set were too small. Earning just this little, what's the point?" Luokisi laughed heartily. "Wah, just for fun, a pastime. But you really are confident in yourself. Alright, if there's a next time, I'll front the money to place a bet for you." That's more. On the other side, inside the locked grand hall in the center of the temple, a dozen monks in gold and red robes were counting stacks of berries at a long table covered with red cloth. Their movements were very practiced, clearly not the first time they had done this. Soon bundles of neatly stacked berry banknotes were placed on the long table, piling up into a small mountain of berries. The old abbot, ancient in appearance but portly in stature, stood at the head. Seeing the mountain of berries before him, his aged face flushed with color. Amitabha, the recent donations have been much more than before. Lilu, where did all these alms come from? Could there be such generous, such kind donors? He looked at the two warrior monks standing on either side, his eyes showing inquiry. The two warrior monks answered respectfully, reporting to the abbot these berries were donated from various allied kingdoms in the New World. The total amount is about 3 billion. What's here is just a small part. More treasures are stored in the under. Oh, when did those noble lords of the allied kingdoms become so generous? The fat abbot was somewhat surprised. The two warrior monks answered again respectfully. It was the world government that brokered the deal, bringing about this effect. World government. The fat abbot was stunned for a moment, then thought for a while, and suddenly realized, I think I understand. It seems the world government is in urgent need of more talents. Moreover, with such generosity, they must want more gifted talents, right? He nodded and muttered to himself. Indeed, ever since the Lamb's House of Carmel closed, the world government's source of talent has taken a big hit. We Puke Colony have helped them a lot over the years, successively providing many talents. Perhaps it's because of this that they have let us profit so handsomely this time. It seems I must not disappoint the world government's expectations. In the future, I must provide more excellent talents. The abbot is wise. The monks continued to skillfully count the coins. Just then a loud knock rang out at the locked temple door from outside, and it was urgent. The door was slammed loudly. The chubby abbot with a reddened face frowned and barked unhappily. What is all this noise? A monk outside shouted anxiously, Abbot, there's trouble. Pirates are coming to attack. Pirates! The martial monks who were counting money stopped, their expressions turning grim. The chubby abbot's expression darkened slightly, but he remained calm and said in a deep voice, If there are pirates attacking, let the martial monks confront them. Just eliminate them. This isn't the first time we've faced such a situation, so why panic? But they are the Rocks Pirates. And it's the main force of the Rocks Pirates. I saw Golden Lion, Shiki, Charlotte, Lean Whitebeard, and even their captain Rocks D. Jibek has come. What a... Upon hearing it was the Rocks Pirates and that it was their main force, and even Rocks himself had arrived, the once calm expressions of the abbot and the martial monks instantly changed. Quick, contact the nearby naval base and have them send warships. Put the money away and hide it. We must not let the Rocks Pirates steal this money. It's all the donations we worked hard to collect. Lu, you must take people to block them immediately and by time for the Navy's arrival. The chubby abbot shouted in a panic. Yes, abbot. Several martial monk leaders accepted the order immediately, putting down their belly, grabbing their staffs, and rushing outside. But before they could open the temple door, the tall temple door shattered as if sliced by a sharp object, crashing inward. A man with long blonde hair, wearing a robe and wooden clogs, wielding dual swords, rushed in with a mad laugh. Upon seeing the mountain of belly piled on the long table, his eyes sparkled. Belly. So much belly. This is it, we're really going to get rich now. The Golden Lion waved his hands, and the two named swords, Dry Wood and Sakura Tin, instantly slashed, sending two wide arcs of energy flying horizontally towards the dozen martial monks on either side of the long table. Get out of the way, you stinky bald donkeys. Scram from in front of my belly. It's Golden Lion Shiki. The martial monks were filled with shock, anger, and fear. But behind them was the abbot. Beside them were the hard-earned donations. Even against Golden Lion Shiki, they could not retreat at this moment. The martial monks were about to charge at the Golden Lion. Suddenly, they heard the abbot's loud shout from behind. You are no match for him, get down. Without a moment's hesitation, the martial monks all dropped to the ground, causing the rushing Golden Lion to be momentarily taken aback. Then he saw the chubby abbot standing behind the long table with his back to the three Buddhas of past, present, and future, suddenly glaring fiercely and slamming his palm forward. Buddha subdues demons. Boom. The moment the chubby abbot's palm struck, a violent wind erupted in the entire temple. Countless gusts swirled, forming a gigantic hand in front of him, shattering the two attacks launched by the Golden Lion, and with unstoppable momentum it soared towards the Golden Lion. The speed of this giant hand was incredibly fast. Golden Lion did not expect that a monk would possess such strength. Caught off guard just as he reached for the belly on the table, the massive hand, 3 to 4 meters wide, pressed down on him, sending him flying out of the great hall. Seeing this, the martial monks were invigorated, cheering for the abbot's might, then grabbed their staffs and surged out. The chubby abbot followed them out of the temple. Outside the temple, as Silver Axe and Gonsui rushed in with the Golden Lion, their steps had barely stabilized when they saw Golden Lion being crushed by a gigantic hand crashing into a large copper furnace with a loud bang. Ashes from the copper furnace billowed up, leaving Golden Lion looking a bit disheveled. Seeing the Golden Lion in such a sorry state, Silver Axe and Gonsui were stunned. Is this for real? There are such powerful beings here. Even Shiki cannot defeat him. Bastard. Golden Lion roared in fury, his hair standing on end as he floated up from the ground, his icy gaze fixed on the chubby abbot stepping out of the great hall. I will kill you, you bald bastard. He dropped the sword in his right hand, reaching out towards the rushing monks. Earthquake. Boom. The entire great hall trembled violently. The ground within 100 meters. Tons of earth and bricks surged up like a tsunami, wrapping around the chubby abbot and others, entangling them. This tremendous uproar even affected their side. Silver Axe, Gonsui, and others standing on the ground were thrown high into the air by the rolling earth. Useless. Golden Lion Shiki. Faced with this apocalyptic disaster, the chubby abbot assumed a fierce expression and shouted angrily. This is Putakaroni, the headquarters of the International Charity Temple. Before the Buddha, good will triumph over evil. Even your rocks pirates cannot take a single piece of tile from here. He joined his hands in prayer, then plucked a flower with his right hand. Ming Wang descends. Thousand-hand Buddha. In the next instant, the endless earth rushing towards the monks exploded. The chubby abbot sank into the ground, instantly disappearing. In the next moment, the ground within 100 meters shook violently. With a thunderous boom, the earth beneath Golden Lion suddenly bulged, forming a massive Buddha hundreds of meters high, made of millions of tons of soil. This Buddha bore the face of the chubby abbot from before, with countless arms sprouting from its body, wildly growing and extending like celestial maidens, scattering flowers raining down on the floating Golden Lion. Golden Lion gritted his teeth, a devil fruit user. He clenched his hand in the air. Lion's might. Earthquake. Roar. A terrifying lion's roar erupted, and before the thousand-hand Buddha, countless mounds of earth surged up, instantly stacking into a 100-meter-high giant lion, roaring as it faced the countless giant hands descending. Boom. The deafening roar echoed across the entire Putakaroni Island. The rising dust clouds soared hundreds to thousands of meters high. Even those far away like Carlo and others 1,000 meters away could see it. Rox raised an eyebrow, surprised, and said, "Oh, I didn't expect such battle power here. Not bad. Is this the stone fruit, the earth fruit, the island fruit, or a combined fruit? You seem to know quite a bit, Rox." Carlo glanced at the giant lion and Buddha raging in the center of the island, then turned his gaze to the direction outside the island. "However, this is not the time to be interested in that. It seems we have trouble." "Moi." Rox was taken aback, turning with Whitebeard to look, his pupils suddenly contracting. Off the coast of Putakaroni Island, numerous bubbles were bubbling up from the sea surface. Massive shadows rapidly expanded beneath the water. Before long, the sea water burst open. Large Navy ships painted in dark green surged from the sea, completely surrounding Putakaroni Island. Whitebeard exclaimed, "How can there be so many warships? Were they hidden under the water with a coating?" Rock's expression darkened as he glanced back at the Putakaroni temple behind him. So this was a trap, eh? What a cunning plan, Navy. Off the coast of Putakaroni Island, the once calm sea swiftly surfaced with one warship after another. Each was a massive vessel from the Marine headquarters. Not only were they clad in thick iron armor with 2 layers of large-caliber cannons, but the spacious decks were also neatly lined with thousands of fully armed Marine soldiers. Led by numerous Marine officers, they stood ready to launch an assault on Putakaroni at any moment. A total of 50 massive warships, 50,000 Marine soldiers, hundreds of Marine officers. In an instant, a suffocating sense of dread rapidly spread through the air. Gururara, this is a bit too grand, isn't it? Looks like the Marines are starting an all-out war with us, Rox. Whitebeard gripped his naginata, his expression growing solemn. Rox's face darkened ominously. So this entire plundering operation of ours has been a trap deliberately set by the world government from the very beginning. Those monks who wander the sea with heaps of treasure every day, they're the bait luring us in, aren't they, eh? Kaluo's eyes flickered, his pupils contracting into a pair of majestic golden slits, magnifying the figures on the central warship in his vision. The next moment, several familiar silhouettes appeared in his sight. "I see some old acquaintances." Rox and Whitebeard followed his gaze. "It's Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr." On the bow of the central warship before the cannon emplacement stood Garp, cracking his knuckles, Zephyr, his face somber, and Sengoku, with his explosive afro, forming a triangular stance. They rode the warship beneath them, cutting through the waves and charging forward at the forefront. The distance grew shorter, yet the warship showed no sign of slowing. From its momentum, it seemed intent on crashing directly onto the beach. Sengoku clenched his fists, his gaze piercing as he looked over, shouting from afar, "Newgate! Rox! Your Rocks pirates' days of arrogance are over. Today, the entire Marine headquarters is mobilized. A total of 50 warships, 50,000 troops, and thousands of elite officers, led personally by Fleet Admiral Gustav. We launched this largest ever Buster Call operation against you. Sengoku raised his right hand high and bellowed with righteous indignation. All troops hear me. Buster Call commence. Open fire. Until the Rocks pirates are completely destroyed. Yes, sir. At Sengoku's command. The warships that had emerged from the seabed encircling the entire Puticoloni Island wasted no time and directly launched this massive encirclement operation. On each warship large-caliber cannons swiveled their pitch-black muzzles, all aiming uniformly at Puticoloni Island. Deep within those countless cannon barrels, like tiny black holes, sparks began to kindle. The very air between heaven and earth seemed to freeze in that moment. In that dead silence, Rox's face cold turned to Whitebeard beside him. Newgate. Leave it. Without Rox needing to say more, Whitebeard knew what to do. He drove his Naginata into the ground and walked forward empty-handed. Before the tens of thousands of Marines, he clenched his fists, hunched his body slightly, and assumed a stance. I've been waiting for you, Whitebeard. Just as Whitebeard was about to unleash his Gura Gura no Mi power from the bow of the high-speed, charging warship, Garp roared and hurled a cannonball he was holding toward them. Fistbone. Meteor. As his right arm swung, the cannonball in his hand shot out like a heavy cannon shell, piercing through white airbursts over the sea, locking onto Whitebeard at a speed far exceeding ordinary cannon fire. The cannonball tore through the air with a wailing screech, leaving visible mock rings rippling across the sky. More chillingly, on the surface of the flying black cannonball coiled flickering black lightning, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. That was Garp's highly compressed armament Haki lightning. Such astonishing momentum. It was no mere cannonball, but a meteor breaking through the sky. A distance of less than a kilometer was crossed in an instant by the cannonball Garp had flown. The next second, the ball pierced through space and rushed straight into Whitebeard's face. Only then did Rox snort coldly, his right hand wielding a long sword that slashed downward with the speed of lightning. I knew you'd be the first to strike, Garp. Abyss roar. The moment Rox's blade sliced down, the cannonball that had reached Whitebeard's face exploded with a thunderous boom. Rolling flames and smoke were swept away by a colossal shockwave toward the opposite side, blasting a large fan-shaped area of the ground before Whitebeard into ruins. And this seemed only the beginning. Had blocked it. Then how about this? Seeing his thrown cannonball easily stopped by Rox, Garp was not discouraged. He looked at the cannon mounts arranged before him, each holding pitch-black cannonballs. He grabbed them with lightning speed and hurled them one after another. His movements were as swift as thunder. Each cannonball, after passing through his hands, was instantly wrapped in a mass of crackling black lightning, then shot through the air. Like black meteors streaking across the sky, Garp hurled them furiously, vast amounts of Haki pouring out from within him, dyeing his entire body pitch black. His aura grew more violent with each motion. A surging fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. Let's have a good fight, Rox. Fistbone. Meteor shower. This guy. He's a match for 10 warships, all by himself. Watching Garp transform into a relentless grenade launcher, Rox sneered in displeasure, stepped forward with his long sword, gripped it with both hands, raised it high, and slashed again. Abyss storm. World-destroying dragon twister. His blade danced wildly in the wind, unleashing 1,000 slashes in an instant. Countless sword lights churned the air, instantly forming a roaring tornado of slashes, tearing into the swarm of cannonballs raining down from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs clashed with the slashes, erupting in a chain of fire. On the warship, Garp, having quickly exhausted the cannonballs beside him, stomped the cannon mount beneath him with a resounding crash. His massive body leaped into the air, his feet spinning like a windmill, stepping on each cannonball he had launched, and in an instant he was before Rox. Upon his raised right fist gleamed a bundle of black-red lightning, and he laughed wildly as he smashed it toward Rox's face. Fistbone. Galactic impact. Seeing Garp charging first, Rox was about to raise his long sword, which began to emit black-red lightning. Just then, behind Rox, Whitebeard finished his preparation, both fists now glowing with white shockwaves. He bent his elbows and slammed them into the empty space on either side of his body. Airquake. Just as Whitebeard's fists were about to strike the air on both sides. As he was about to unleash the power of his Paramecia Gura Gura, no Mi, shaking the air and triggering a cataclysmic tsunami to capsize the dozens of warships off Puticoloni Island. At that critical moment, a sudden change occurred. Creak. A harsh sound like a rusty door being forced open echoed abruptly in the area. Both Rox and Whitebeard, who were in high concentration, felt a chill in their hearts. Red light flickered in their eyes simultaneously. They both activated their observation Haki to the level of foreseeing the future. Then, as if they had seen something, they both changed color. You old undying bastard. Gustav. The white-beard man who had been driving his fists into the void on both sides suddenly retracted them, and instead pressed downward, sending a spherical shockwave crashing into the ground beneath him. Rox, who had been about to turn and slash at the ground under Whitebeard, was forced to refocus and swing his blade at the charging Garp. At virtually the same moment, the ground beneath Whitebeard abruptly opened, as if a door had been flung downward, revealing a large circular hole. Inside the gaping hole appeared the current Fleet Admiral Gustav, aged in appearance former Admiral Haynes in pure white uniform, and impelled down Warden Columbus. The instant they emerged, all three struck in unison, launching their assault upward through the open passage at once. Gustav's clenched fist wreathed in jet-black armament Haki crossed space as it shot forth, appearing beside Whitebeard's face and hammering toward his skull. Space open. Space jump fist. Haynes did not move, yet his entire body instantly turned ink-black. Tentacles burst forth from every part of him, swelling hundreds of times in an instant, becoming enormous tendrils that coiled toward Whitebeard. Purgatory cage. Columbus swung his enormous scythe, aiming to sever Whitebeard's ankles. The colossal blade elongated like a shadow as it swept forward, then abruptly materialized behind Whitebeard's feet, slashing down with savage cunning. Shadow scythe. Ankle slice. Beset by three powerful enemies at once, Whitebeard's expression darkened. Yet the fleeting vision seen in his future sight had already prompted a countermove. Upon his descending fists, a pale white shockwave erupted below. Crack, crack. Where the fist struck, the air split like shattered glass. Then a cataclysmic tremor crashed downward with overwhelming force. In the next instant, centered on Whitebeard, the shoreline of Puttaclone, an area 100 meters wide, then hundreds of meters, cracked and fragmented like a spiderweb. The earth collapsed, the air detonated. A sweeping blast flung the nearby Carlo away. Even Rox and Garp, already locked in combat, were forced to give ground, shifting their battlefield farther away. An indescribable force propagated through the air and crashed into the distant sea. A more terrifying sight unfolded. The sea twisted and swelled violently as if pushed by an invisible giant hand, surging into towering waves tens or hundreds of meters high that roared toward the open ocean. The vast ocean undulated like a great rug being yanked, tossing the ships violently from side to side. The shockwaves continued to spread, rippling farther afield. Soon all of Puttaclone was affected. One temple after another collapsed. Both the looting pirates of the Rocks pirates and the monks fighting desperately were caught and wounded to varying degrees. Lean, lugging a huge treasure chest, stumbled and nearly fell. Frowning, she steadied herself and looked toward the source of the tremor. This is Newgate's power. What is he doing? That's way too reckless. The entire island quaked as if doomsday had arrived. Yet this was merely the result of Whitebeard hastily redirecting his shockwave and holding back. Otherwise, had he unleashed his full might, the island and even the sea would have been split apart. Such was the terror of the Paramecia Gura no Mi. Beneath Whitebeard, within the opened hole, the body of Haynes, now covered in black tentacles, burst apart, scattering into countless black liquid splatters. Columbus' scythe and body were also shattered by the shockwave, turning into a flurry of black bats that fluttered skyward. Old Marshal Gustav's aged face suddenly flushed crimson. Unable to hold back, he coughed up half a mouthful of blood. As for Whitebeard himself, he took a punch from Gustav on his left cheek, sending him tilting sideways. Just as he seemed about to fall to the ground, the already broken and collapsed earth suddenly opened into an even larger hole. Creak! In an instant, a door creaked open again. Beneath Whitebeard, a gaping hole over 100 meters in diameter opened into an alternate space. Old Marshal Gustav stood inside, reaching out to grab the falling Whitebeard. His hair and beard bristling, he roared, "Stick to the plan. I'll handle this earthquake brat. Haynes, Columbus, coordinate with Garp and the others to wipe out the Rocks pirates." "Understood. Take care, Marshal." Without a moment's hesitation, Haynes, now countless black liquids, and Columbus, now a mass of black bats, surged outward. Watching them escape, Gustav, still gripping Whitebeard, tightly activated his power again. The massive hole in the ground sealed instantly. Whitebeard and he vanished without a trace. The current Fleet Admiral Gustav was a user of the Paramecia Oe no Mi. Having pushed this fruit to its limits, he could open doors to a door space anywhere. Within his door space, unless he actively opened a passage to the outside. Anyone taken inside could escape, only one way: to defeat him, the user himself. Before coming here, this battle plan targeting Whitebeard had been meticulously finalized by the Marine headquarters. Gustav and the others understood well how Whitebeard's power could affect the entire battle. Even Whitebeard alone could alter the final outcome. With him present, the Marines would lose any numerical advantage. No amount of warships could withstand a tsunami that swept heaven and earth. Therefore, Marshal Gustav decided to personally trap Whitebeard. The others would focus all their strength on besieging the Rocks pirates. Meanwhile, 50 warships would initiate a buster call to blanket the island with fire. Yet the plan had a flaw. No one expected that even under attack Whitebeard would still use his power to churn the sea, preventing the warships from firing immediately. Damn Whitebeard. His ability is too great a threat to our marines. I should have joined Gustav to take him. Haynes, having become black liquid and soared into the sky, quickly reformed half his body and looked down at Puttaclone Island. Whitebeard's son. He cast a cold glance at Carlo in the distance, then turned and shouted to the black bats flying behind him, Columbus. Help me. Got it. The swarm of black bats gathered rapidly, forming Columbus' figure. In his left hand, he carried a black box, in his right hand a giant scythe. The moment he materialized, Columbus dropped the scythe and opened the black box. As it opened, shadows like boiling black liquid surged out, trying to escape. Columbus grabbed a handful of writhing shadows and slapped them into Haynes' back. Try these. 10 shadows from infinite hell prisoners and 90 from absolute zero hell prisoners first. Hold your sense of self. Face the spiritual impact of the shadows, Haynes. Bring it on. A mere 100 shadows. I can handle them. After all, I'm a Marine Admiral. With the infusion of 100 prisoner shadows from impelled down, Haynes' half-formed body began to swell like a black balloon at an alarming rate. Ugh! Torrents of viscous black liquid erupted from his surface, wrapping him layer upon layer. From 3 meters, he expanded rapidly to 10, 20, 50 meters. Finally, he became a sphere 100 meters in diameter, composed of endless black viscous liquid. It hung high above Puttaclone like a black sun, drawing all eyes. Then the black sphere began to descend. As it took shape and fell, Columbus pulled out a lighter, flicked it alight, and casually tossed it toward the sphere. Come on, Haynes. Let's see if our combined move can blow this island away in one shot. Fall. Crimson Lotus Black Sun. Above Puttaclone. The massive black sphere falling from the sky exuded a chillingly perilous aura. Though lacking the observation haki to foresee the future at this moment, Kaluo clearly perceived this extraordinary sense of crisis. Having been sent flying here by Whitebeard, he gazed at the colossal black orb descending above him, his expression gradually turning cold. Moreover, many familiar faces remained in Marine headquarters, those who had once helped him. He didn't wish to oppose or harm them due to his present pirate status. Although he didn't strongly resist his current identity as a pirate, he was still a Marine at heart. This fundamental identity wouldn't change just because he despised the world government behind the Marines. Moreover, many familiar faces remained in Marine headquarters, those who had once helped him. He didn't wish to oppose or harm them due to his present pirate status. But now, Hachinosu, this Marine Admiral, had deliberately unleashed such a devastating technique, even though he knew Kaluo was on this island. And he had pursued Kaluo relentlessly, choosing to deploy it directly above his head. If there was no personal vendetta in this, Kaluo would never believe it. Hachinosu, the former Marine Admiral retired years ago, was a colleague of Kaluo's deceased unlucky father. During Kaluo's father's tenure, Hachinosu's fame as an admiral was often overshadowed by the two admirals Kong and Soros White. Whether in strength or administrative capability, he was inferior to both Kong and Kaluo's father White. This could be glimpsed from the fact that White's code name was White Dragon, while Hachinosu's was Gray Serpent. Hachinosu was a Logia-type petroleum fruit user. The enormous black sphere plummeting from above Kaluo's head was precisely the massive aggregate of petroleum created by Hachinosu. The technique Hachinosu had unleashed was called Crimson Lotus Black Sun, meaning a burning black sun. When that colossal petroleum mass was ignited by flames and detonated, it would produce a terrifying destructive force capable of annihilating an island. Kaluo had long heard about this ultimate move of Hachinosu's from his father, but had never witnessed it. Little did he expect that today he would have the chance to see it. Even more unexpected was that he himself would be the first to face the ultimate technique of his father's old comrade. With a crackling sound, a pair of resplendent golden wings unfurled behind Kaluo, his figure stretching as he assumed the Garuda, hybrid form, to flee the epicenter of the impending explosion. Just then, from the descending black sphere, countless dark tentacles erupted outward, hurtling toward him. You bastard. You really want to kill me. Kaluo's expression turned ice cold. Without further hesitation, crimson light blazed in his eyes as he fired 2 blinding red beams toward the black sphere in the sky. Heavenly Eye. Heat vision. The scarlet lasers shot through the air, beating the lighter thrown by Columbus, piercing the black sphere before it could hit the ground. A clean hand throw strike. Kaluo, how dare you? From within the descending black sphere, Hachinosu's furious roar resounded, seemingly astonished that Kaluo, a Marine infiltrator, would openly attack him, a former admiral. Neither Hachinosu nor Columbus had anticipated this, so the intense heat of the laser struck the massive flammable mass, igniting it ahead of schedule. 100 meters above the ground, the pitch-black sphere began to burn from within. Then the flames surged outward, enveloping the entire orb, transforming it into a blazing fireball. It seemed to evolve from a black sun into a true sun. Finally, the burning sun expanded violently, unleashing endless flames that spread, impacted, and swept outward. In an instant, boundless light and heat bloomed over Puticaloni. The dazzling radiance bathed the entire island in pure white. Monks and pirates on the island were blinded by the sudden white light, tears streaming from their eyes, nearly losing their sight. And after that blinding light came a devastating explosion. The terrible blast wave expanded infinitely, shattering the earth like a hurricane sweeping across the land. Finally, the thunderous explosion resounded across Puticaloni, rupturing countless eardrums. No one saw that at the moment the great fireball soared skyward. A golden figure spread its wings and flew rapidly, skimming close to the surging heat waves, speeding away from the center of the explosion. The explosion came suddenly, earth-shattering. Its shockwave kicked up towering dust storms over the island. Dozens of seconds later, when the sky-covering dust slowly dispersed, not a single intact temple could be seen on Puticaloni Island. Almost all temple structures had been razed by the explosion's aftermath. The island was a mess. Countless pirates of the Rocks pirates were killed. More were wounded, lying on the ruins, wailing in agony. Seeing his subordinate's plight, Rocks, who was engaged in a fierce clash with Kapu, flew into a rage. "Bastard! He'll kill you." Violent Conqueror's haki erupted from his towering frame, coiling around his long blade, as he furiously slashed at Kapu, trying to force him back to make a dash toward Hyensi. He wanted to cut Hyensi to pieces, but Kapu would not let him go so easily. His fists, coated in pitch-black armament haki, turned into countless massive phantom strikes. With booming sounds, they punched through the air, collapsing the void itself, clashing violently with Rock's long blade. The dark metallic knuckles struck the blade, producing crisp, penetrating clangs. "You're going nowhere, Rocks. Fight me with all your might." Fistbone. Meteor shower. Kapu's fists seemed like black meteors streaking across the sky, filled with the will to smash everything, entangling Rocks relentlessly, preventing his escape. Meanwhile, the battleship carrying warring states and Zifa finally crashed onto the beach. Thousands of elite Marines, at least at the rank of commander, followed warring states, and Zifa, leaping from the ship into the air with a roar. Warring States rolled up his sleeves, fixed his gaze on a familiar blonde figure amidst the temple ruins at the island's center, and strode forward with determination. "All with me. Charge." "Yes, Vice Admiral Warring States." Zifa looked grimly at the apocalyptic ruins before him. He pondered, shouldn't there be many innocent pilgrims on this island besides the pirates and greedy monks? Originally, during the discussion of the operation plan at Marineford, he had proposed evacuating the innocent. But many high-ranking Marines and world government staff officers insisted that doing so would arouse suspicion and lead to flaws in the plan. Thus his proposal was mercilessly rejected. So he voluntarily requested to lead the Vanguard landing force, hoping to save as many innocents as possible. But Admiral Hyensi's ruthless decisiveness far exceeded his expectations. Right from the start, this poor island suffered consecutive island-destroying attacks from Whitebeard and Hyensi. Under these two waves of island-wide devastation, not only the innocent, but even the pirates of the Rocks pirates suffered heavy casualties. Though Zifa felt heavy-hearted, this was war. War inevitably claimed lives. Watching the Vanguard troops charging with warring states engage the Rocks pirates, Zifa no longer hesitated. He quickened his pace, charging toward a giant Oni wielding a spiked club. At the epicenter of the explosion, within the massive crater, streams of black oil surged from the ground, like fountains rapidly stacking into a pitch-black humanoid shape. Haynes emerged from it, his eyes somber. He raised his gaze slightly, watching Kalos soaring in the distant sky, his murky eyes revealing undisguised murderous intent. "See, Columbus, I told you that White Sun would inevitably walk a path opposite to his father's. Now it has come to pass. As a Marine, he openly attacked me. Has he developed some sentimental attachment after spending a few days as a pirate? If he hadn't detonated it early, my attack would have inflicted far greater casualties on the Rocks pirates." Behind him, a shadow rose from the ground, quickly transforming from a flat plane into a three-dimensional human. Columbus, the current warden of Impel Down and user of the Shadow Fruit, stepped out from the shadows, glanced at Carlo in the sky, and sighed. "Alas, although he did that, I still believe he is not an evil person. Perhaps it was our actions that threatened his life, prompting his reaction." "Life threat? If he's afraid of death, why be a Marine?" Haynes sneered. "What are we? We are Marines of justice. We are always ready to dedicate our lives to the cause of justice. He fears death, but what about those Marines weaker than him? Are they not afraid? Most of us fear death, yet we still came. To protect innocent civilians from the Rocks pirates' raids, plunder, and slavery, even at the cost of our lives, we are undeterred. Furthermore, military orders are as firm as mountains. This is wartime. His actions completely betray his identity as a soldier. Such a person should be expelled from the Marines, thoroughly purged. After what he just did, even if I executed him on the spot, Kong would have no objection." Saying so, his lower body turned into surging oil, propelling him high into the air and into the island. Head better not appear before me again, or else. Columbus behind him hesitated, then shook his head, and silently followed. Inside the island. Damn it. Why are there so many Marines suddenly? Golden Lion, somewhat disheveled from the explosion, rose from the ruins, floating in midair, surveying the island from afar. The warships scattered on the sea outside the island, and numerous Marine officers in white uniforms with coats of justice came into his view. The warships scattered on the sea outside the island, and numerous Marine officers in white uniforms with coats. The warships scattered on the sea outside the island, and numerous Marine officers in white uniforms with coats. Looking down at Silver Axe and the others still fighting the fat abbot over the treasure, Golden Lion could not help but curse loudly. You fools! Do you not understand the situation, eh? Fight the Marines first. You can grab the treasure after we destroy these damn Marines. With that, a terrifying aura radiated from him. Crossing his two swords, he slashed downward. Dual sword style. Slashing wave. Boom. Two gigantic slashes, one horizontal and one vertical, that tore the very sky, exploded from his swords, striking downward, cleaving the ground beneath Silver Axe and the others into 4 sections. The cross-shaped fissure also split the 1,000-hand giant Buddha formed by the fat abbot, merging with the earth into 4 parts. Opt. A pained grunt came from the cracked Buddha. The fat abbot, covered in blood, fled from it and attempted to jump into the chasm to escape. Still trying to flee, you damned monk. Die. Earth roll spiral execution. Golden Lion grasped the air. Countless lumps of earth surged like waves from the fissure, entangling the fat abbot, who had jumped down. The earth compressed into thick pythons, tightly constricting the fat abbot, squeezing and crushing him with audible cracking of bones as blood gushed from his mouth. The not weak abbot of the Puticluni Temple, a user of the merge fruit, ultimately proved no match for Golden Lion. It seemed he would be strangled to death by the controlled earth. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flared behind Golden Lion, dyeing the world a brilliant gold. Startled, he spun around to see a massive golden Buddha rapidly expanding, smiting him with a giant golden palm. Great Buddha impact. Sengoku. Golden Lion roared, hastily parrying with his swords. Yet the descending giant palm unleashed a colossal golden shockwave, engulfing him entirely. Hua! The fierce shockwave stunned Golden Lion, sending him plummeting straight to the ground. The golden Buddha followed its heavy body, crashing down through the air, its palm striking again. The brilliant golden shockwave not only targeted Golden Lion, but also engulfed Silver Axe and the others behind him. Buddha's wrath, demon-subduing seal. Enough already, Sengoku. Golden Lion, now buried, roared in fury, crossing his swords above his head and releasing his formidable haki as an invisible barrier to deflect the falling golden shockwave. Golden Lion, now buried, roared in fury, crossing his swords above his head and releasing his formidable haki as an invisible barrier to deflect the falling gold. On the edge of the fissure, the nearly strangled fat abbot gazed entranced at the golden Buddha form of Sengoku. Buddha has come to take me to the Western Paradise. You greedy, murderous monk, worthy of paradise. Go to the hell of Yellow Springs. Golden Lion, charging at Sengoku with his swords, casually waved a hand. Boom. The fissure he had cut beside him abruptly closed, crushing the fat abbot into a meat pancake. Furious, Sengoku's golden palm struck down. You bastard Shiki. Today I will arrest you and throw you into Impel Down for eternity. With that stupid afro of yours. If you can come on. Golden Lion roared back, charging. Meanwhile, Malone, you idiot. What the hell are you doing? Attacking me. Are you betraying us? Linlin looked at Malone, who had transformed into a giant castleman, swinging his tower-like arms at her, a hint of anger on her face. Malone, swinging his arms, cried out in frustration, Stop, Linlin. It's not what you think. I don't want to, but my body is out of control. Out of control. Confused, Linlin leaped back and scrutinized Malone. Suddenly, she spotted a young female Marine in her 20s sitting on top of Malone's head, chewing bubblegum with her legs crossed. Berkura's Marine Headquarters, Rear Admiral, user of the ride fruit. So it's you causing trouble. Berkura's still a young woman giggled and blew a bubble. Charlotte Lean, what will you do? Harm your own crewmate. If you surrender, perhaps I can. Mama, you think that can threaten Mama? Dream on. She took off her captain's hat, transforming it into a giant blade, and slashed at the charging Malone. Ikaku. A massive wave of slashing light surged forward, striking both Malone and Berkura's in their horrified gazes, sending friend and foe flying together. Damn Charlotte Linlin. To disregard even her own crewmate's life. Blood spurted from Berkura's as she fainted, eyes rolling back. Linlin knocked away both with a single slash and snorted. Crewmate. You're wrong. He's not my crewmate. Oh. Is that so? Then is this one not your crewmate either? A hoarse voice came from behind. Who? Linlin spun around. There stood Haynes, walking on ground, bubbling with black oil, gripping a short, seeing lean tears welled up in Longbread's eyes. Linlin, save me. At the sight of Longbread, captive Linlin's face turned extremely grim. Damn Marine. Let him go now. She gripped her blade, eyes murderous as she stared at Haynes. Unmoved Haynes flashed a cruel smile. His lower half turned into gushing black oil, and holding Longbread, he charged at her. Linlin swung her blade in fury. But as the blade rose, Haynes slammed Longbread toward her descending sword. Despicable bastard. Linlin quickly withdrew her blade. Seizing the chance, Haynes grinned wickedly, accelerated, and his right arm surged forward, landing a black fist squarely on Linlin's abdomen. Despicable. When dealing with pirates like you, anything goes. He'll first kill this 3rd Division commander. Bang! Haynes' arm extended 5 or 6 meters, punching Lingling in the abdomen and sending her flying. However, Lingling was not injured. Possessing the world's foremost physical constitution, the steel balloon, her surface defense was truly unparalleled. After taking that blow from Haynes, she flipped midair after flying over 10 meters, landed firmly on the ground, gripped Napoleon's longsword, and glared hatefully. This time, without any further conversation, they charged at each other and simultaneously launched their attacks. Country. Lingling gripped her sword with both hands, channeling savage power, and slashed wildly. A specialized martial art from Elbaf, the Elbaf spear. Country could only be unleashed by those with immense physical strength. It shot straight toward the charging Haynes. The ground in front of Lingling was gouged into a trench over 10 meters wide. This time, she even ignored the cries for help from the Longbread in Haynes' hand. She threw herself into the battle with all her might. Oomph. As if understanding Lingling's resolve, Haynes realized that the Longbread he had captured could no longer be used to threaten this strong-willed female pirate. He casually tossed the Longbread toward the oncoming shockwave of the country. Meanwhile, his lower body spewed black oil, and he charged through the violent blast toward Lingling. The shockwave swept forward, blasting the unfortunate Longbread with blood spraying everywhere as he was sent flying with a scream. Lingling, gripping her longsword, leaped into the air and clashed with Haynes' heavy punch. Boom. Fist met blade in a thunderous explosion, unleashing a gale of wind. Lingling sneered, confident that her immense physical strength would send this old naval officer flying with a single slash. Yet to her surprise, not only was Haynes not sent flying, but a force so vast that even she was shocked emanated from the fist striking her blade. This force, like a surging torrent fueled by the black oil endlessly spewing from Haynes' right arm, forcibly pushed against her longsword. Napoleon lifted her up and sent her flying again. How is this possible? You decrepit old ghost, where do you get such immense strength? Lingling couldn't believe it. She had always been supremely confident in her own power. On the entire Hachinosu island, she believed she was the strongest in terms of pure physical strength. Even Rox or Whitebeard couldn't surpass her in raw physical might. She was truly born with divine strength. At the age of 5, she could match an adult giant and kill the giant elder Beard with one punch. With her unmatched brute force and defense, she nearly destroyed the giant village single-handedly. For this, the giants of Elbaf feared her and called her the demon. But now this white-haired old naval officer possessed strength that rivaled or even exceeded hers. How was that possible? Seeing the shock in Lingling's eyes, Haynes felt immensely gratified. He laughed and pressed his advantage, bending his body as black arms burst forth from his skin, raining down upon the retreating Lingling like scattered petals. These projections from his body, composed of viscous black oil, were not limited to arms and fists. There were also tentacles and ropes that could entangle and bind. Some had sharp tips wrapped in haki. For a moment, Haynes resembled a monstrous tentacle creature relentlessly pursuing Lingling. Simultaneously, he swung both fists in a fierce assault on Lingling. Each punch carried overwhelming power, pushing her back step by step, retreating further and further. Haynes grew more exhilarated with each blow. His attacks became more ferocious. His dark haki-coated fists clashed repeatedly with Lingling's sword and fists, causing her blood to roil. Naturally, he had not been this powerful before. But after Columbus injected 100 shadows into his body, Haynes' strength had swollen to an extremely terrifying degree. Those 100 shadows were not ordinary people's shadows. They came from the infinite hell and the freezing hell belonging to great pirates and criminals, with bounties averaging over 100 million berries. It was the tremendous boost from these shadows that allowed the aged and decaying Haynes to regain a youthful state. His stamina became vast and enduring, his strength astonishing. Now his combat prowess was even greater than in his youth. Forced into constant retreat, Lingling's eyes glimmered with humiliation. Clenching her silver teeth, she raised her empty left hand above her head. Don't get too cocky, you old fool. Prometheus. I'm here, mama. Above Lingling's head, a burning flame rapidly materialized in the sky. On the flame emerged a human-like face. This was her soul creation, infusing a part of her own soul into the flame, granting it a soul, enabling it to control fire for her. At her call, the soul homie Prometheus suddenly appeared in the sky, and quickly expanded, reaching dozens of meters in diameter, like a blazing fireball. Ling swung her left hand down heavily. Heavenly fire. Whooshed. Countless fireballs, each the size of a human head, flew from Prometheus' massive fiery mass, raining down on Haynes like a storm. Haynes did not dodge. Seeing the incoming flames, a sneer crossed his eyes. Instead of evading, he actively stepped forward, opening his arms to welcome the fireballs. Attacking me with fire. How imaginative. What? Ling was stunned. Then she saw the black oil-like substance continuously oozing from Haynes' body. Smelling the thick, nauseating tar odor in the air, Ling's pupils dilated and her heart began to race. Damn, his ability is oil. Ling instinctively tried to retract the flame she had launched, but it was too late. As the roaring fireballs touched the black tentacles emerging from Haynes' body, Ling's entire field of vision was consumed by expanding flames. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted once more on Putakuro Island. The area around Ling, covering hundreds of meters, was instantly obliterated, forming a crater-like basin. The power of this explosion was immeasurably greater than that of Gonsui bombs. Amid the surging waves of light and heat, Ling let out her first pained groan, flying backward, covered in smoke, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She was flung over 100 meters before smashing into a low hill and stopping. Although her current strength was formidable, it was still somewhat distant from the top-tier combat level. She was considered an elite vice-captain. Compared to the first two division commanders, Whitebeard and Golden Lion, she was not yet on the same level. The massive explosion not only injured her, but also killed a great number of Marines and pirates who were fighting nearby. This terrified the other Marines and pirates engaged in combat, causing them to flee quickly from this dangerous place. On the shattered earth, clumps of oil still clinging with flames writhed and converged together, once again outlining the figure of Haynes. A cruel smile twisted his face as burning clusters of fire continuously dripped from his body. Step by step, he approached Ling, who lay on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. He clenched his fist and slowly raised it, aiming at Ling's head. Good, first take out one. As soon as the words were uttered, the sound of tearing air rang in his ears. A dull roar approached rapidly. The source, from a Haynes looked up indifferently. A pitch-black line rapidly enlarged in his sight, pierced straight into his face, penetrated his body, and heavily embedded itself into the ground behind him. Boom! Amid the heavy impact, Haynes' burning body exploded violently, scattering into countless fire clusters. Within the blazing flames, a pitch-black war halberd stood askew on the ground, half its shaft buried. A golden figure over 6 meters tall, with wings sprouting from its back, plummeted from the sky straight down beside the black halberd. It reached out, pulled the weapon from the earth, and grasped it firmly. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ling, who had been injured internally by the explosion and was coughing blood while lying on the ground, revealed a look of delighted surprise. Kaluo, have you come to save me? Great, I was right to have faith in you as an ally. Save your nonsense, Ling. If you don't want to die here, quickly use your soul ability to heal your injuries. Kaluo, gripping the heavenly dragon halberd, turned to look behind him. Behind him, the scattered fire oil like burning black monsters writhed and gathered from all directions, forming a figure exuding icy killing intent. This old man knew that you, a traitor who betrayed the world government, would not be able to resist jumping out again like a bouncing flea. Haynes' entire body was ablaze, but his face was icy cold, and the look he gave Kaluo was even more cruel and vicious. Call yourself an undercover agent. A Marine like you, without discipline and respecting no rank, is nothing but a thorough pirate. If White knew in the afterlife that his son is now working for Rox, who killed his father, I wonder if he'd be so angry he would crawl out of his grave. Kaluo stared back at him coldly. As if you have any courage. 12 years ago, during that attack on the Holy Land, I wonder which old dog ran away with its tail between its legs, scared of Rox. Only that foolish man charged forward without hesitation, risking a life-and-death battle with Rox to rescue those kings. But afterward, that old dog jumped out and scathed, licking the world government's boots to show loyalty. But my father not only lost his life, but was also stripped of his admiral title and became a disgrace to the Navy. Hearing Kaluo's sarcastic words, Haynes' face grew darker and darker. A raging, killing intent emanated from his eyes. Kid, who are you calling an old dog? Kaluo pointed his halberd at the ground, and pitch-black armament haki surged from within him, wrapping around it. I said you're an old dog. Didn't you hear me? Old dog. How dare you? Haynes in a fury swung his still-burning fist violently toward Kaluo. Today this old man will cleanse the name of White, the world government, and the Navy. Execute you, this brat who betrayed justice. Want to kill me? Just you, this old dog. Not enough. Faced with Haynes, who was even stronger than Ling, Kaluo well knew that with his current strength, he was certainly no match. Therefore, he threw all his power into his first strike. Pitch-black haki burst forth from his body, enshrouding the heavy heavenly dragon Halberd. Grasping the shaft with both hands, he swung a violent overhead chop at the charging Hachinosu. Therefore he threw all his power into his first strike. Pitch-black haki burst forth from his body, enshrouding the heavy heavenly dragon Halberd. Grasping the shaft with both hands, he swung a violent overhead chop. Therefore he threw all his power into his first strike. Pitch-black haki burst forth from his body, enshrouding the heavy heavenly dragon Halberd. Grasping the shaft with both hands, he swung a violent overhead chop. The blazing fist carried an overwhelming force that stifled the air. Although he hadn't yet mastered observation haki that could foresee the future, Kaluo could almost see the cataclysmic explosion triggered on his body the moment the fist struck. Even his 8-star level physique could not withstand such immense damage. Not to mention that the explosion also contained Hachinosu's internal destruction level armament haki. He absolutely could not take this hit head-on. Otherwise he would be severely injured immediately. Wind, Kaluo shouted, and the golden wings on his back flapped rapidly, generating a fierce gale that blasted toward Hachinosu, extinguishing all the burning flames on his body. At that moment Hachinosu's right fist successfully struck the halberd that Kaluo barely managed to raise before him. Clang! With a thunderous clang, Kaluo's body shot out like a cannonball. The heavenly dragon halberd in his hand hummed violently, almost flying out of his grip. While flying backward, he flapped his wings to cancel the momentum, somersaulted in midair, and swung the halberd again to slash at Hachinosu, who was pursuing relentlessly. The pitch-black blade collided with Hachinosu's fist. The clanging clashes echoed like raindrops beating on banana leaves, continuous and unending. During this brief exchange, Kaluo was forced back step by Hachinosu. But what annoyed Hachinosu was that Kaluo was not injured. Every attack he launched was parried by Kaluo with the Heaven Dragon Halberd. The pitch-black blade collided with Hachinosu's fist. The clanging clashes echoed like raindrops beating on banana leaves, continuous and unending. During this brief exchange, Kaluo was, "Let's see how you block this." Black Gold Storm. Watching the hundreds of arms hurtling toward him in an instant, Kaluo's halberd danced at an accelerated speed, driving surging waves of air. Because of the extreme speed, it even created dozens of phantom halberd images, as if meeting the dense attacks from all directions simultaneously and intercepting them all. Transparent World. Heavenly Dragon 100 breaking slash. Clang clang clang. Boom boom boom. With each clash, arm after arm was intercepted and blown apart by Kaluo. Hachinosu's expression grew darker. Kaluo's strength was clearly far inferior to even Charlotte Ling Ling just now, yet at this moment, he was successfully blocking him completely. He hadn't even been injured. This was a direct slap to his face. Finally, unable to suppress his fury, he fully erupted with power. Instead of attacking Kaluo's body, he aimed directly at the halberd in his hand, extending his arm, like a high-pressure water jet shooting forward. Kaluo swung the halberd again. Hachinosu's fist struck the shaft of the heavenly dragon halberd with immense force. Boom! The violent power was completely unleashed, slamming the halberd back into Kaluo's body. A crisp sound of bone cracking came from Kaluo's chest. Immediately afterward, he finally spat a mouthful of blood from between his clenched teeth. He was sent flying by Hachinosu's blow. Hachinosu was about to pursue when overhead a pitch-black cloud rapidly formed, crackling with lightning. It abruptly shot a thick bolt of lightning toward him. Mighty drum. The lightning, like a towering tree, fell swiftly, blasting Hachinosu, who was charging at Kaluo, into pieces. At the same time, a broad hand pressed against Kaluo's back as he was flying backward, canceling his momentum. "Kaluo, are you all right?" Ling Ling supported Kaluo and gently set him down. "I'm fine." Kaluo stared intently at Hachinosu, who was once again materializing and walking toward them step by step. Ling Ling stepped out from behind him, holding a large blade, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Watching the two of them standing side by side, a sneering, cruel smile curled on Hachinosu's face. "Finally drop the act, have you, pirate? Kaluo, you talk too much. Since you want to kill me, then come on. Let's see who survives, you, this decrepit old dog, or me, this evil brat you see as a betrayer of..." Kaluo gripped his halberd and struck first. "Wait for me, Kaluo." Ling Ling followed close behind. "Hee, come on then. Let this old man wring your necks." Three figures clashed together like shooting stars. Boom. On Putakoloni Island, the battle between the Marine headquarters and the Rocks pirates raged with such ferocity that it seemed to split heaven and earth. Rocks confronted Garp. Shiki the Golden Lion faced off against Sengoku. Lingling and Kaluo fought a two-known battle against Haines, who was empowered by the 100 Shadows. Zephyr and Columbus, leading a group of Marine officers, were locked in a chaotic melee with Kaido, Silver Axe, Gonsuejon, and others. Every battlefield was engulfed in brutal life and death struggles, the process fraught with extreme danger. Outside the island, the sea stirred up by Whitebeard using his Tremor fruit ability had finally calmed down. Most of the warships remained intact, but 2 had been capsized by the turbulent waves, sending thousands of sailors into the sea. Xiaohe, who stayed in the fleet to command, dispatched rescue parties. Meanwhile, she received reports from various ships about the situation on the island. A Rear Admiral staff officer asked anxiously, "What should we do now?" Vice Admiral Sengoku and the others are engaged in a chaotic battle with the Rocks pirates. Should we continue the bombardment? Xiaohe remained silent, using her binoculars to carefully observe the various battlefields on the island. After a short while, she decisively spoke, "Issue the order. All warships open fire on the main eastern battlefield, providing sustained fire coverage to target all members of the Rocks pirates." "Yes, sir." Although the staff officer was inwardly worried, he promptly obeyed the command and immediately relayed Xiaohe's order. After a short while, she decisively spoke, "Issue the order. All warships open fire on the main eastern battlefield, providing sustained fire coverage to target all members of the..." Boom, boom. In an instant, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of cannons roared like a thunderstorm in the sky, thundering and rumbling. Across the sea, 10,000 guns fired in unison, sending heavy cannonballs streaking toward the central Putacoloni. The warships were primarily aimed at the eastern battlefield, Xiaohe had specified. That was the main battlefield where Sengoku's Zephyr Haynes and the others were. Perhaps sensing the Rear Admiral's concern, Xiaohe sighed and said, "We can't afford to think about that too much. We must take advantage of the time the old fleet admiral is holding back Whitebeard to hit the Rocks pirates with everything we've got. Otherwise, once Whitebeard reappears, he alone could put our entire fleet in danger of annihilation." As the 48 warships opened fire simultaneously, countless cannonballs poured down onto Putacoloni Island like a torrential rain. In a single instant, the small island was filled with rising fireballs from the explosions. Both sides, locked in melee, suffered massive casualties. As the 48 warships opened fire simultaneously, countless cannonballs poured down onto Putacoloni Island The only difference was that the Marines had undergone targeted training for such situations, allowing them to maintain calm and effectively dodge amid the bombardment, greatly reducing their own casualties. The combat discipline of the Rocks pirates members, however, was far lower. Confronted with such an intense barrage, the pirates panicked like startled birds, scattering in all directions in a desperate attempt to flee, only to be cut down in large numbers by the devastating shelling. With the massive loss of pirates on the Putacoloni battlefield, apart from the high-level combatants whose individual strength was formidable enough to barely withstand the bombardment, the remaining pirates had completely lost their will to fight, fleeing in all directions in a daze, desperate to escape this hell. Yet Putacoloni was only so large, and the sea outside was surrounded by 48 warships. Where could they possibly run? Faced with such island-annihilating firepower, even the lower-ranked pirates lost all morale. Not only the lower-tier pirates, but even Silver Axe Gansue John and others involuntarily felt fear and a desire to retreat. It wasn't because they were cowardly, but because the level of this Marine buster call was truly too high. Caught in this apocalypse-like destruction, perhaps only Rocks himself and a few division commanders could still maintain their fighting spirit. On the western side of Putacoloni Island, the battlefield that occupied nearly a third of the island, the number of combatants was only 2. Yet the destruction caused by their clash was almost like scraping the earth 3 feet deep, nearly tearing apart this small portion of the island. To hold Rocks back and prevent him from reinforcing the main battlefield, Garp had exerted himself to the utmost, unleashing unprecedented combat power. His pair of iron fists continuously clashed with Rocks' longsword, the battle raging so fiercely that the sky and earth seemed to darken. After relentlessly exchanging violent blows for over 10 minutes, both had sustained varying degrees of injury. Rocks had taken several punches from Garp, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Garp also bore wounds from slashes, but given their inhuman physiques, these injuries did not yet hamper their fight. On the contrary, their battle grew only more intense. However, as time wore on, Garp gradually began to feel pressure from the opposing Rocks. This pressure increased as the casualties among the Rocks pirates on the island mounted. And when Xiaohe ordered the buster call bombardment to commence, unleashing countless cannonballs that instantly tore through the battlefield, killing hundreds and thousands of pirates, the pressure finally reached its peak. Enraged beyond control, Rocks finally went berserk. "That's enough, Marines." Rocks roared to the heavens, his wild hair flying wildly, his aura erupting like a volcano. Countless blood-red conqueror's hockey lightning bolts burst forth from his body like an apocalyptic thunderstorm, surging outward in all directions, toward the entire Putacoloni Island and the sea beyond, with a rolling, crushing force. Not good. Garp reflexively unleashed his own conqueror's hockey, intending to clash with Rocks' hockey and nullify the terrifying aura, but it was already too late. Under the assault of Rocks' hockey, which was both earlier and slightly stronger, Garp's hockey barely emerged from his body before being suppressed and forcefully driven back inside. The next instant, the sky above the entire Putacoloni Island was covered in crimson lightning. A domineering aura like that of an abyssal hell pressed down, knocking unconscious 99% of the Marine soldiers on the island, except for a few like Zephyr, who remained standing. Some sailors who were already injured were even killed on the spot. Even ordinary Marine vice admirals could not withstand such a terrifying aura. Rumble. Rock's released Conqueror's Haki continued to surge into the outer sea. Wherever the light of his Haki passed, it not only stunned tens of thousands of sailors aboard the warships, but even affected the cannonballs in mid-flight, causing them to explode in the air. Even Xiao He, standing on a warship several kilometers away, felt a momentary dizziness. She looked in Rock's direction with a horrified expression. What an overwhelming aura. That monster Rox is like a demon. Garp he. Just as she was worrying about Garp, opposite Garp, Rox, now fully enveloped in black and red lightning, gripped his long sword with both hands and swung it down at Garp. Curse of the Abyss. Garp knew the power of this strike. He unleashed all his strength in that moment, concentrating it into his right fist and detonating it with a savage punch. Fistbone Galaxy. Boom. In a cataclysmic explosion, Garp let out a grunt as a terrible wound burst open on his stalwart frame. His body shot backward like a cannonball cleaved by the demonic rocks and crashed into the sea behind him. Rock's terrifying attack even blasted a huge fan-shaped depression in the ocean behind Garp, instantly shattering 3 warships that were in that range into fragments. Almost simultaneously on a distant beach, the void cracked open like a spiderweb. Then the fissure burst apart, and before the horrified gaze of Xiao He and others, a tall, imposing figure wielding a naginata burst out, one hand pressing down a blood-soaked figure that flew out like a sandbag and slammed onto the ground. Recognizing the familiar fallen figure and sensing his extinguished life force, Xiao He's mind went blank in shock. Fleet Admiral Gustav is dead. The Fleet Admiral was dead. As she watched the white-haired elder utterly lifeless slammed into the ground by Whitebeard, a cacophony of buzzing filled Tsuru's mind as she stood on the ship's bow. She never imagined that Admiral Gustav would fall so easily in battle. Gustav was the current Fleet Admiral of the Marines. Now over 80 years old, he had held the position for more than 4 decades. He had devoted the greater part of his life to the Marines. One could say he had given his all, fulfilling his duties with utmost dedication. During his tenure, he achieved countless military exploits, leading the Marines to establish the first Marine branch G1 in the chaotic New World. Even Sengoku, the current admiral, was personally trained by him. His prestige within the Marines and the world government was exceedingly high, and he was beloved by countless Marines. Though over 80, he still clung to justice. Knowing full well the immense danger of this campaign against the Rocks pirates, he resolutely decided to lead the charge himself. To this end, he even forced his disciple Sengoku to remain behind and guard headquarters. Furthermore, in the operational plan against the Rocks pirates, he reasoned that his door fruit ability was most suited to restrain Whitebeard, and thus boldly resolved to use his aged body to hold back Whitebeard, buying time for the Marine fleet to gain an advantage. Yet, he himself had fallen in battle, killed by Whitebeard's hands. An immense surge of grief welled up in Tsuru's heart, and the corners of her eyes instantly grew wet. But on the other side, Rox, seeing Whitebeard toss the dead Gustav aside, broke into a grin. He strode over with a booming laugh. Wahaha, Newgate, I didn't expect you to finish off this old geezer so quickly. Seems your strength is even greater than I anticipated. Whitebeard, though victorious, showed no smile on his face. It's not what you think. He shook his head as if filled with a sense of melancholy. The one who killed him wasn't me, it was Age. His abilities and combat techniques were executed with great skill, and I had to take him seriously. But his age was too advanced. Both his stamina and physical strength had deteriorated to the point of severely compromising his overall combat power. It seems that old age is indeed the greatest enemy of all. All. Rox curled his lips in an inscrutable smirk, muttering in a voice only he could hear, not all perhaps. Whitebeard was taken aback. What did you say? Nothing. Rox waved a hand. He glanced at the warships on the sea, then pointed toward the battlefield on the island, signaling. Let's get out of here first. The Marine Fleet Admiral is dead. Some people might go berserk. You handle these warships, they'll finish the fight over there. Fine. Whitebeard nodded, raising his right arm high, bending it at the elbow, and smashed his elbow forward, cracking the void that faced the open sea. Countless fissures burst forth. The instant the crisp sound of shattering exploded, a terrifying power descended like the wrath of heaven, sweeping across dozens, hundreds of kilometers of the ocean. In the next moment, the vast, endless sea undulated, violently split into a labyrinth of towering peaks and deep abysses with differences of thousands of meters. Warships were tossed about like toys. Some were lifted by kilometer-high waves sent soaring into the sky. Others plummeted, abruptly vanishing into the unfathomable deeps. That single stroke from Whitebeard. The Buster Call bombardment from 48 warships ceased instantly. Half of the fleet was swallowed by the upheaved sea. 10,000 Marines disappeared into the endless waters in the blink of an eye. The entire sea was rent asunder, the island beneath their feet cracked and tilted. It was nothing short of a world turned upside down. While Whitebeard dealt this devastating blow to the Marines, Rox, having sent Garp flying, radiated an aura like a demon god as he charged into the heart of Puticoloni Island. His first target, the Marine combatant he intended to eliminate, was naturally Haynes. Haynes, though also advanced in years, was still the only Marine Admiral present. His ferocity in the earlier battle was evident to all. The massive explosion he had caused nearly destroyed the entire island. Even Linlin had been gravely wounded. Among the Rox pirates aside from himself, Whitebeard, and Shiki, no one could stand against this retired admiral of over 70 years. Yet by the time Rox stormed into the island's interior, he was astonished to find that the once overwhelming Admiral Haynes was now falling back step by step. Under the combined assault of a white-haired man wielding a war halberd with wings sprouting from his back, and a pink-haired woman brandishing a long sword and riding Thundercloud's heinous elemental body, kept shattering his face, growing paler and more ashen, his form retreating further and further. It was Carlo and Linlin. Seeing this, Rox's eyes gleamed with sharp light. They've coordinated quite well, those two. Actually teaming up to defeat an admiral. That's a bit beyond my expectations. He gazed at Carlo, his powerful Kinbunshika haki, sensing the man's aura, and felt that the life force of this newly appointed division commander had grown considerably since their time at Hachinosu. Carlo at this moment was stronger than even a few days ago when he defeated Silver Axe and John. And not just a little stronger. Now Carlo seemed to be on the verge of matching Linlin's level. Carlo's astonishing rate of progress surprised even Rox. The talent of this former Marine defector was far more formidable than he had anticipated. It probably wouldn't be long before he gained another fierce warrior under his command. At this thought, Rox's mood, soured by the heavy losses among his crew, improved considerably. It probably wouldn't be long before he gained another fierce warrior under his command. At this thought, Rox's mood, soured by the heavy losses among his crew, could it be that Carlo has already been swept off his feet by Linlin? That kid. Hope she doesn't drain him dry. He dismissed the battlefield of those two. Rox then turned his attention to Shiki's location. On the other side of the island, the Golden Buddha form of Sengoku was exchanging furious blows with Shiki. Like Garp, he was in his prime, with virtually inexhaustible stamina and a tremendously robust physique. He also possessed haki of the Conqueror, no less potent than Shiki's. In the fierce battle, waves of golden shockwaves erupted from his Buddha palms, shattering the giant mud lions Shiki commanded and colliding with the slashes Shiki unleashed. Facing such a ferocious onslaught from Sengoku, even Shiki had to temporarily evade. Using his Devil Fruit ability, he flew into the sky, launching long-range attacks at Sengoku on the ground below. Though Sengoku's great Buddha form was immensely powerful, his body was too heavy. He couldn't even perform the moonwalk to gain altitude, so he could only unleash palm strikes skyward, trying to bring Shiki down. Zephyr Columbus and others were not far away, engaging Silver Axe, Gansue, Kaido, and more. At that moment, they saw Rox, who had been occupied by Garp, appear here. It's Rox. Rox, come help us take down these annoying Marines. Kaido and the others rejoiced. But Zephyr and Columbus' faces turned ashen. Where's Garp? Why didn't he hold Rox back? Could he have lost that quickly? Impossible. Rox ignored them and directly accelerated towards Sengoku. Seeing this, Zephyr's heart leaped in alarm. Without hesitation, he abandoned his opponent and charged toward Rox. Sengoku and Shiki were evenly matched. If Rox joined the fray, Sengoku would surely be overwhelmed. If Rox and Shiki both ganged up on him, Sengoku could even be killed by the two of them. Zephyr absolutely did not want to witness that. Rox, he roared, his form flickering, moving with Soru as if teleporting. Hey, your opponent is me. Raime. Kaido rushed to intercept, but Zephyr, leaping into the air, backhanded him across the face. With a crack, Kaido, with tears, snot, and blood gushing from his nose, flew backward and crashed dizzily to the ground. Damn you, Zephyr. Zephyr. Watching the man charging toward him, Rox grinned and swung his blades in a fierce slash. Compared to Garp and Sengoku, you're still too green. You don't have the right to stop me. Zephyr's arms turned jet black as he smashed forward. Dark arm crushing impact. Abyssal roar. Boom. Amid the deafening explosion, Zephyr grunted, a line of blood bursting from his body, and was sent tumbling back even faster than he had come. Having sent Zephyr flying with a single slash, Rox did not pause. He coldly turned his gaze toward Columbus, who was locked in combat with Silver Axe. That gaze sent a chill down Columbus' spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a shadowy figure and slithered along the ground, trying to flee away from Rox. Rox swung his blade again, a long distance slash aimed at the fleeing darkness. Boom. The ground exploded, cracking open a fissure several kilometers long that reached the sea. The fleeing shadow was abruptly severed, blood splattered as an arm was hurled into the air. Columbus' scream followed soon after. His figure, now missing his right arm, emerged hundreds of meters away, collapsing to the ground in agony. Rocks. He's too strong. Witnessing this silver axe, John and the others were all deeply shaken by the casual display of overwhelming power from Rocks. By this time, Sengoku, who had been battling Shiki, turned around, his expression incredibly grim as he faced Rocks. Where's Garp? Rocks grinned. Don't worry, he's not dead. Then he shrugged, raising his long blade and pointing it at Sengoku. But you, Sengoku, seem about to die. Deep within 1,000 meters of the ocean, Kapu, with a massive gash across his chest inflicted by Luo Kusi, endured the stinging pain of the wounds soaked by seawater while desperately swimming toward the surface. But as he swam, he suddenly froze. His head tilted slightly, somewhat dazed, as if listening to something. What happened? Why do I sense the immense sorrow in Xiaohe's heart? For some reason. Deep in this 1,000-meter sea, so far away from Xiaohe on the warship, the distance between them is immeasurable. At this moment, Kapu vaguely felt the emotions from Xiaohe's side. A wave of immense sorrow surged into his heart, making his eyes redden with empathy, as if he wanted to shed tears. This strange feeling left Kapu bewildered, and at the same time it filled him with a trace of panic. He did not know what had happened to Xiaohe, but soon his ears twitched as if he heard something again, and his blue-winged pupils suddenly dilated. He heard Xiaohe's voice. He heard Xiaohe's sorrowful, panicked, and furious cries. Kapu, where are you? Marshal Gustav has died in battle. Whitebeard is using his abilities on a massive scale. Our fleet is about to be annihilated. Luo Kusi has also charged into the island. Zfa and Goluanbu are all severely injured, and even Zhonghua is in critical danger. Please, save everyone quickly. Deep in the 1,000-meter sea, Kapu, who for some reason could hear Xiaohe's voice, instantly fell into a frenzy upon hearing her words. Old Marshal died in battle. Fleet annihilated. Zfa mortally wounded. Zhonghua is on the brink of death. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and countless thick black-and-red lightning bolts surged from his body, blasting away the surrounding seawater and churning up deep-sea whirlpools. Unforgivable. Luo Kusi. An inhuman roar erupted from his mouth. The next moment, a terrifying and furious power like a volcano erupting in the deep sea blasted the 1,000-meter deep water apart. Kapu's figure, like a torpedo or a rocket, burst upward from the pitch-black deep sea. Along the way, he carved a wide white trail through the deep ocean. A giant sea king, hundreds of meters long, attracted by his movement, opened its fanged maw, trying to swallow him as prey. But Kapu completely ignored it and rammed straight through the enormous fish head that came biting. Amid the spraying blood, a towering water column erupted from the sea surface. Kapu's figure burst out from it, shooting like a meteor onto Puticoloni Island. Midair, his bloodshot eyes already spotted Whitebeard standing prominently on the shore. Looking around, he saw warships capsized in the sea and sensed the fading life auras of many. He saw Whitebeard grasping the air, ready to pull downward. And he saw Marshal Gustav lying silently behind Whitebeard, devoid of life. A surge of fury filled Kapu's heart. He roared, Whitebeard. Countless thick, black-and-red lightning bolts accompanied his voice, radiating toward Whitebeard's location. Kapu. Sensing the boiling tsunami-like explosive aura from Kapu rapidly approaching, Whitebeard, who was about to deliver a second strike to the Navy, had to stop and instead threw a punch at the meteor-like charging Kapu. Void Breaker. The giant fist shattered the air, erupting with black lightning. A surging haki mixed with violent tremor force blasted toward Kapu. Fistbone Overlord Binding. Galaxy Impact. The fists of the two men, separated by 4 or 5 meters of void, collided like two meteorites striking each other. In an instant, roaring black-and-red wild lightning burst from their fists. The void at the center of their fists collapsed, spreading circles of space ripples that sent chills through the heart. Crash. The collision of haki raised a hurricane, blasting away waves and shattering the beach and earth beneath them. No, even the sky. Their clash tore a 10,000-meter rift across the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, thick clouds rolled apart, revealing a deep abyss-like fissure behind them. Such a shocking, visually stunning scene plunged the entire Puticoloni battlefield into a brief silence. Everyone involuntarily looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with awe. Even Luo Kusi could not help but stop his blade as he attacked Zhonghua. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. As expected, that obstinate fellow has lost his temper. But Newgate is no easy opponent. He turned to look in that direction, as if speaking to Kapu. Kapu, you had better hurry, or your brother will die in battle. In front of Luo Kusi, Zhonghua, transformed into a golden giant Buddha, was fighting Golden Lion. At this moment, several grievous wounds that reached the bone appeared on Zhonghua's body. They were inflicted by the combined assault of Luo Kusi and Golden Lion. In such a short time, he had sustained massive injuries. This showed how terrifying it was when a pirate overlord like Luo Ku-si joined forces with Golden Lion. If not for his top-tier mythical Zoan Big Buddha fruit, and his desperate all-out battle Zhangguo would have on the other side. Kapu seemed to hear Luo Ku-si's words. After a moment of stalemate with Whitebeard's distant punch, his fist erupted with even stronger and fiercer momentum, forcibly pushing through the incoming shockwave, closing in on Whitebeard and punching toward his face. Fist bone meteor. Whitebeard remained calm, raising his Naginata, stepping back and slashing horizontally. Clang. The Naginata was knocked away by Kapu's right fist. His left fist then rained down in a flurry of blows aimed directly at Whitebeard's heart. Whitebeard spun the knocked-away Naginata behind him and caught it with his left hand. With a flick of his wrist, a spherical white shockwave appeared on the blade, and he continued his horizontal slash at Kapu. Kapu didn't even look, his right fist shot out again. Blackened haki like a sky of red thunder flowed and erupted from his fist, collapsing the void and smashing the incoming horizontal shockwave. Meanwhile, his left fist, aimed at Whitebeard's heart, was blocked by Whitebeard's bent right arm. But Kapu paid no heed, his eyes bloodshot like a mad tiger, just punching, and punching again. 1 punch. 10 punches. 100 punches. Boom, 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 boom. Fists swirling with blackened lightning, like countless meteors streaking across the sky, trailing long black-red cometary tails, covered all the space in front of Whitebeard. Fistbone. Meteor shower. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, clenching shockwaves and haki in his right fist, continuously exchanging blows with Kapu's fists. But the Naginata in his left hand was insufficient, unable to exert much power. The distance between them was so close. A long-handled weapon like the Naginata was clearly ineffective. Moreover, Kapu was an expert at close-quarters combat. In this rapid exchange of blows, Whitebeard gained no advantage and was forced to retreat step by step. The ground beneath his feet was stomped into large craters. Finally, he simply dropped his Naginata and swung both fists, fiercely striking at Kapu. Luo Ku-si, several kilometers away, seemed to see this scene and shook his head. It's over. Newgate will suffer. Exchanging fists with that guy Kapu is not a good idea. Before his words had even faded, Kapu had already erupted. Infinite fist bone. Countless black-red comets crushed the void, rumbling down, colliding repeatedly with Whitebeard's fists. But faster, fiercer, more powerful. At this moment, Kapu was the sovereign of fists. Whatever stood before him, be it mountain or island, would be crushed into dust by his furious blows. Boom, 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 boom. A storm of fists rained down. Whitebeard hurriedly blocked the first few dozen blows, but afterwards he could no longer defend. Kapu broke through his guard one after another, landing terrifying heavy punches on his body. His towering body staggered backward. Clear fist imprints appeared on his surface. Finally, with a boom, he was blasted back 100 meters, his feet digging deep into the soil, plowing 2 furrows before stopping. Whitebeard coughed up a mouthful of bloody froth at the corner of his mouth. Looking up at Kapu, who kept charging as if he knew no fatigue, he suddenly kicked up the Naginata he had dropped earlier, gripped it with both hands, and raised it high. Buzz, 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 buzz. A large mass of white shockwave floated on the blade. Roaring blackened wild lightning burst from his body, swirling around the shockwave, tearing the void and slashing out wildly. Sky split. Crack, 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 boom. The Naginata sliced through the air, shattering it like glass. Then a mighty shockwave surged forth like a rolling torrent, overwhelming and sending the incoming carp flying. Carp shot backward like a baseball struck by a bat, crashing through the air and soaring over 1,000 meters before finally hitting the ground. In the shattered pit, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet his aura burned like raging fire, not only undiminished, but growing ever stronger. Carp flipped and jumped out of the pit, determined to storm into the island to rescue Sengoku Zephyr, and suddenly he paused, glancing at the side where Columbus lay on the ground unconscious from excessive blood loss after having one arm severed by rocks. Carp quickly approached, crouched down, and shook the unconscious Columbus. Columbus, wake up! Wake up! After being shaken a few times, Columbus finally awoke, struggling to open his eyes. Seeing Carp, he managed to force a bitter smile. Vice Admiral Carp, I'm sorry. Now is not the time for this shadow. Put all the shadows you brought into my body. Can you do that? Carp urged. Columbus' heart sank as he exclaimed, I don't have many shadows here, only 1,000, but 100 of them are from the infinite hell prisoners and 900 from the extreme cold hell. Even Haynes could only handle 10 infinite hell prisoner shadows and 90 extreme cold hell prisoner shadows. Vice Admiral Carp, your body and spirit absolutely cannot bear all the shadows. It will collapse. The shadows on Haynes had already returned a few minutes ago. For this reason, Haynes's fighting strength was greatly diminished, and he was defeated by Ling Ling and Carlo working together. I can't care about that right now. Execute it immediately. This is my order. Carp shouted, though he actually had no authority to command Columbus. As the director of Impel Down, Columbus's rank was equivalent to a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. However, in reality his status was much higher than a regular rear admiral, slightly lower than an admiral. But at this moment Columbus didn't mind much. Gritting his teeth, he exerted the powers of the shadow fruit, producing a black box in his hand. The lid of the box popped open and countless black shadows surged out. Columbus grabbed a large mass of black shadows with his remaining left hand and pulled it into Carp's chest. At the same time he shouted with great effort, "Vice Admiral Carp, keep your mind steady. You have a maximum of 3 minutes." A massive influx of shadows entered Carp's chest, causing his body to tremble violently. His mouth gaped open as thick blood vessels bulged beneath his skin. Muscles twitched, resembling gigantic pythons coiling around his entire body. As the shadows poured in, his body expanded like it was inflating, growing larger. His massive shoulder joints swelled outward, expanding like the roots of an ancient tree, as if armored. His skin turned a dark shade, and his eyes were filled with bloodlight and chaos. His long black hair stretched down to his heels, writhing like black venomous snakes. As the last shadow vanished from Carp's surface, the previous Carp, who stood at 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall, had completely disappeared. In his place stood a giant 8 meters tall with muscles bulging like they were about to explode, his entire body enveloped in dark skin and heavy dark circles under his eyes. From this giant's face Columbus could vaguely recognize remnants of Carp's former appearance. However, the aura radiating from Carp at this moment was completely different. If Carp's previous aura was dignified, ambitious, and courageous, then at this moment it was one of brutal ferocity, terrifying dominance, as if he were a demon set to destroy everything. If Carp's previous aura was dignified, ambitious, and courageous, then at this moment it was one of this fear was like an utterly powerless mortal facing a fearsome giant sea king. "Carp, Vice Admiral, is that still you?" He even addressed Carp with a title of respect. "Oh." Carp responded with a voice as deep as thunder. He slowly turned his thick, intimidating neck toward the direction of the island. 3 minutes, huh? That's enough." Under Columbus's gaze, he took a step forward. Boom. A fierce wind whipped up, creating a gaping pit over 10 meters in diameter, deep and unfathomable. Carp's figure had vanished. In the next moment, a sense of dread gripped Whitebeard, who was adjusting his breath 1,000 meters away. A red light flickered in his eyes as he suddenly turned, swinging his Naginata into the air. There, in what had been an empty space, a massive dark hand suddenly appeared, clenched into a fist, descending upon the Naginata that Whitebeard swung. Struck the suddenly materialized dark fist, not even breaking the swirling black-red aura surrounding it, and was forcefully repelled back. In his incredulous gaze, the gigantic fist slammed into him. Boom. A quarter of the ground of Putacron Island exploded and vanished beneath his feet. He, along with his Naginata, disappeared into the earth, leaving only a long trail of blood that splattered into the air. Before the blood could fall, boom. A few thousand meters away, Carlo and Ling Ling, who were pursuing Haynes, suddenly felt a wave of terror and instinctively stopped, glancing around in confusion. What's happening? Ling Ling's confusion had barely escaped her lips. Boom. A dark fist struck her abdomen, causing her 8-meter-tall body to curl up like a shrimp, with a mixture of bile and blood spewing from her mouth, her eyes bulging, and her feet lifting off the ground. Before she could be sent flying, a dark fist appeared before Carlo, standing next to her. The two fists emerged almost simultaneously. Both were right fists. They struck their abdomens at the same time. With his observation Haki activated, Carlo vaguely saw Carp's face. But that familiar smiling face, which was usually carefree, now wore an expression of immense severity and cruelty. Boom. His abdomen roiled with a dozen ribs, shattering, blood spraying from his mouth, and he and Ling Ling were sent flying to either side. They blasted through the air for several thousand meters, colliding precisely with Silver Axe, who was fighting injured Zephyr. With a crack, Silver Axe howled in pain, twisted by Carlo's impact, one of his arms exploding into a mass of flesh. Nearby Gonsway fared even worse. He was directly obliterated as Ling Ling crashed into him, exploding into countless pieces, dead beyond recovery. At this point, Zephyr and the others had yet to realize what had happened. A violent gust of wind swept past them, stirring up a cloud of dust that soared into the sky towards the Golden Lion. Roxu was about to slash down at Sengoku with his knife, suddenly shouted Shiki, "Get out of the way." What? The Golden Lion, floating in the sky and continuously harassing Sengoku, was taken aback. He instinctively looked up. Suddenly his entire body froze. The sky above darkened abruptly. A gigantic figure obscured the sun, as if a demon had descended, appearing behind him in an instant. An unprecedented terror gripped the Golden Lion, causing his heart to race and cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He stiffly turned his head to look behind. When he saw the familiar face of the giant behind him, his jaw dropped. "Kaka! Carp!" Boom. The giant's fist smashed through the air, causing the skin on the golden lion's face to ripple in layers. Like a falling star crashing into the ground, it pounded down on top of him. Whoosh. Boom. The golden lion's body plummeted from a height of 100 meters, disappearing from Sengoku's and Rock's sight. Only a bottomless black hole remained in the ground before Sengoku. Who was that guy? How could he be so powerful? In an instant, he sent Newgate, Carlo, Lean, and Shiki all flying. Am I dreaming? Staring at the golden lion punched deep into the ground, Kaido, clutching his nose shattered by Zephyr, was utterly astounded. Garp. Just now Shiki said he was Garp. But what is that form? Is Garp also a devil fruit user? Even if he is, how can his strength be this terrifying? Knocking back 4 division commanders in a flash. With a twisted neck and broken spine, Silver Axe, still alive, swallowed hard and gazed in terror at the azure black figure plummeting from the sky like a cannonball. Not only were these pirates astonished, but even Zephyr and Sengoku were shaken by the abrupt turn of events. Watching Garp, 8 meters tall with azure black skin, a cold expression and murderous aura surging from his entire being. Even these two comrades who had spent years alongside him felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Yet after a moment's thought, they roughly understood Garp's condition. It's Columbus ability. Garp has been stuffed with shadows collected by Columbus, and not just a few. Sengoku, nearest to Garp, keenly noticed that Garp's skin was cracking from the explosion of muscle, with crimson blood seeping from everywhere. His whole body oozed bright red blood like a cracked statue, revealing red fissures. I never thought the shadow fruit had this trick. That fellow himself is so weak, yet he can grant such a massive boost in power. Is this the might of devil fruits? Rox glanced at the demon-like Garp before him, then back at Columbus in the distance, and remarked. As he spoke, a red gleam flickered in his eyes, as if seeing the future ahead. Gripping his longsword, he sneered and swung it fiercely forward. Torrents of dense blackened conqueror's hockey lightning surged from the blade, like a black-crimson waterfall from the heavens, instantly shattering the void and unleashing a rolling impact that made heaven and earth change color. Curse of the Abyss. Almost as he swung, a demonic azure-black figure crashed down, swinging a giant fist straight at him. Garp. Empowered by the 1,000 shadows, Garp was enduring unimaginable pressure at every moment. Pressure from both body and soul. Shadows originally held no energy, but under the shadow fruit's power, each shadow contained part of its original owner's strength. At the same time, shadows carried the original owner's habits, personality, thoughts, and even fighting techniques. When these shadows merged into another's body, they could effortlessly boost power in a short time. The more shadows fused, the greater the power increase. Yet due to the influx of numerous different personalities, habits, and thoughts, the fusion subject could easily suffer mental collapse. In the original story, Luffy fused only 100 zombie shadows and effortlessly defeated Moria, and now Garp had fused 1,000 shadows, all from Impel Down's strongest inmates, with bounties over 100 million berries. His strength soared to a terrifying level in a short time, at the cost of accelerated physical and mental. Thus he had to defeat Rox in the shortest time possible. In this state, he absolutely had the power to do so. If he could finish the fight within 3 minutes. The azure black fist wreathed in black-red lightning slammed down, meeting Rock's cannon-like heated. Terrifying power erupted endlessly from Garp's towering frame. Before Rock's constricted pupils, his slash was crushed by Garp's fist. The colossal fist was unstoppable. After pulverizing the slash, it rammed forward. So direct, so brutal, straightforward without any flair. In Rock's eyes, future sight observation haki kept activating. He continuously adjusted his movements, changing direction, seeking the optimal route for evasion and attack. Boom! Garp's giant fist, rough and violent, crushed the atmosphere like a falling star, intent on annihilating all. Rox swung his longsword while abruptly shifting to the right. The next instant, a massive fist shadow grazed past him, hurtling backward. Wherever it passed, Rox flew, and the ground shattered and burst. Before Kaido and the others, horrified, gazed, the entire ground of Putakaroni Island was split in two by that punch, carving out a chasm stretching several kilometers straight to the sea. No, even the distant sea was blasted open, erupting towering waves hundreds of meters high. Before they could recover, more fist shadows rained down from the sky. Every punch was a bone fist meteor. Every punch was Conqueror's haki. Every punch was a bone fist galactic impact. In his chaotic mental state, Garp, using the endless power within him, unleashed 100 punches at Rox and 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches, infinite bone fist. Boom, 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 boom. Countless fist shadows filled the sky, covering the surroundings, enclosing Rox from all directions above and below, leaving him no escape. Since he couldn't dodge, then do not dodge. Rox, an unparalleled tyrant and pirate overlord, was hardly one to fear Garp's nearly invincible power now. Moreover, he had seen and personally experienced power of this level before. A man never yields to strength. Wahaha. Come on. Come fight, Garp. Rox laughed wildly to the sky, his long sword slashing madly. Each slash released terrifying blackened beams, hundreds, thousands, even 10,000 meters long. 100 slashes. 1,000 slashes. 10,000 slashes. Abyss storm. In an instant, the sky-filling fist shadows and sky-filling blade light collided. Time and space on Putakaroni Island seemed to freeze at that moment. In the frozen moment, Kaido, Zephyr, Sengoku's silver axe, and Carlo, and Linlin knocked further away by Garp, all displayed varied expressions. Silver Axe John Wang, Ji Marin, and others showed horror and fear. Zephyr and Sengoku were solemn. Kaido, Carlo, and Linlin displayed yearning and desire. After 1,000th of a second, the frozen time resumed. Then in the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion roared at the island's core. Rolling shockwaves swept outward like a flood, destroying everything on the surface. Carlo and the others were tossed away like ants in a storm. Looking from above, a terrifying sight appeared. The entire small island of Putakaroni was blasted apart in an instant. Countless massive fissures divided the island into countless fragments. The surging shockwave formed a ring spanning dozens or even hundreds of kilometers, pushing the sea surface into towering waves hundreds or thousands of meters high. The fleet with Tsuru was swept by the roaring waves, instantly carried dozens of miles away. More than a dozen warships were tossed like toys, flung into the sky 1,000 meters high before crashing heavily into the sea. It was like the end of the world. In the sky, Carlo was hurled outward by the shockwave, spouting mouthfuls of blood. His heart surged with emotion as he gazed at Putakaroni. There at the center of a colossal pit that had been blasted across the entire island, a dark figure shrouded in dust and smoke was still faintly visible. It was Cap. He was still standing. Where's Rox? Carlo's golden pupils contracted as the world drew nearer. Then he saw Rox. In a deep crater opposite Cap, Rox lay on his back, blood bursting from his body, appearing grievously, yet he remained conscious, a wild grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Wahaha! What power, Cap! What incredible strength! Too bad it isn't your true strength. Next time we'll fight again. Waha! He patted the dirt beneath. Ski. How much longer are you going to stay down there? If you don't run now, you'll be the next one that bastard Cap hits. His words fell. No sound from the Golden Lion emerged. But the next moment, the island of Putakaroni, now reduced to a giant crater, suddenly trembled violently several times. Then, amidst a deafening, earth-shattering crack, the submerged portion of the island below sea level ripped apart under the manipulation of a tremendous force and rapidly ascended toward the sky. Indeed, the island, battered beyond recognition, was rising into the sky, distancing itself from the sea, like a colossal stone bowl. This was the power of the Golden Lion's float fruit. He was using his ability to send the entire island of Putakaroni into the heavens. At the island's center, Cap, whose spirit was on the verge of collapse, moved once more. Clenching his fractured fist, he charged at Rox, his massive fist raised high, crashing down toward Rox's face. If Rox didn't dodge, he would be pummeled into oblivion along with the island soaring beneath him. Facing this lethal strike, Rox still grinned wildly, lying motionless on the ground. At the critical, a tall figure with golden hair, stepping on the shattered sky, charged in like a missile, leaped high, and swung a naginata with both hands, slashing down at Cap's head. Sky-splitting slash. Cap reacted instantly, instinctively raising his fist to the sky. The terrifying force exploding from his giant fist actually blocked Whitebeard's destruction-wielding slash. Yet the earth beneath his feet could not endure shattering into a gaping fissure. With a thunderous roar, Cap was knocked down from the sky by Whitebeard's slash, plunging toward the chaotic sea below. After sending Cap flying with one slash, Whitebeard exhaled in relief, landed on the broken island, and looked at the still laughing Rox. Rox, you nearly died, and you're still laughing. Wahaha. Nearly dead, but not actually dead. As long as I'm not really dead, isn't that something worth laughing about? Wah. Rox laughed uproariously. What's there to laugh about? The robbery plan was a total failure. Not a single berry stolen, and a bunch of people dead. If I'm not mistaken, that Gonsui guy is dead, right? Don't you feel any regret? Not far away, the ground split open, and the dust-covered Golden Lion flew out. Upon hearing this, Rox said, regret? What's there to regret? Everyone dies eventually. And we're pirates, aren't we? Pirates always have their heads on the line, ready to be taken at any moment. Don't talk about him. Even if you all died, I wouldn't feel a thing. You selfish bastard. That's why you'll never earn my respect. The Golden Lion spat, then manipulated the island to fly into the distance, heading toward where Carlo and the others had been thrown. In the sky over there, a large mass of churning dark clouds floated. Ling controlled the clouds, rescuing Silver Axe Kaido, John Wang, Jikalualisa Stussy, and others. Above the sea further away, Carlo flapped his wings, flying upward. The dragon halberd in his hand felt too heavy for his grievously wounded state. But discarding it was impossible. Perhaps seeing Carlo's situation from afar, Ling controlling Zeus prepared to fly over and pick him up. But at that moment Lingling's expression drastically changed, and she shouted to Carlo from a distance, "Watch out." Carlo. Even without Lingling's warning, Carlo, with his 8-star observation Haki fully activated as a transparent world, had already sensed the rapidly approaching danger from behind. Behind him, above the sea, towering jet-black pillars of oil shot up, twisting toward him madly. "You've inflicted such heavy losses on us. Even Gustav fell in battle. Damned rocks pirates, you must—" Within the roiling black waves, heinous, venomous face emerged. Countless black tidal waves surged into a giant hand 100 meters wide, reaching for Carlo above. "Especially you, brat who betrayed justice. I will purge the Marines of your filth." "Old man." Seeing Haynes rushing toward him, Carlo's eyes turned fierce. He abandoned his ascent, clutching the dragon Halberd as he plummeted, his wings flapping in reverse to accelerate, charging straight at the enormous black hand. His golden wings stirred the air, creating dozens of 10-meter-long, curved wind blades. The wind blades spun and whistled, converging into a small tornado column that drilled into the palm of the black hand, pushing aside the viscous oil. Carlo rode the momentum down, his observation Haki locking onto Haynes' true body, which had not concealed its location. He thrust the dragon Halberd straight downward. Dragon-piercing star strike. "Ha! You think you can beat me? Naive. Arrogant. Die." Seeing Carlo charging at him with the dragon Halberd, instead of fleeing, Haynes burst into laughter. His massive face split open, and he snapped directly at Carlo. Watching Haynes' mocking expression, Carlo's cold face also twisted into a deep sneer. "Arrogant. You are the arrogant one. The one who dies is you." A crimson laser blazed in his eyes, piercing through the surging black sea while igniting it. Flames leaped across the black ocean, reflecting Haynes' shocked and enraged face. He seemed completely unprepared for Carlo to actively ignite and detonate his massive elementalized body. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion outlined a colossal mushroom cloud reaching a kilometer into the sky. The blast wave sent Lingling, who had been rushing down from above, flying away. Below, the vast sea was blasted into a huge depression. The ocean within dozens of kilometers churned violently. In the hurricane sweeping the heavens, Lingling barely halted her tumbling momentum and looked down. Seeing the massive destruction caused by the explosion, even she changed color. "Carlo. He couldn't be dead, could he?" Kaido clung to the cloud, snorting. As much as I'd like him dead, I have to admit that bastard Carlo is like a cockroach. This explosion can't kill him." On the flying island rocks, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion also cast their gazes downward. Yet none of their faces held any worry. On the contrary, Rock's smile grew wider. It seemed he had seen something, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved up. Decisive in action. Ruthless in style. Harsher on himself than on his enemies. A man like Carlo is destined to become a pinnacle of the world. If the previous bounty of 1.8 billion still had plenty of padding, then after today, I doubt many will question it anymore. In the midst of Rock's murmurs, a charred figure, trailing black smoke, shot upward from the roaring flames, soaring straight into the sky. Directly below him, an old man in a white military uniform draped in a justice cape, with silver hair like snow, stared with disbelieving eyes as he fell helplessly toward the churning sea. A bloody hole pierced through his forehead from front to back. The former Marine Admiral, codenamed Grey Serpent, Haynes, had fallen in the Great Battle of Putterclony. His killer, the Marine deserter 4th Division commander of the Rocks Pirates, Solas Carlo. 2 years later. The year is 1480 of the Sea Circle calendar, 4 years before the god Valiant's Hachinosu. Behind the Skull Mountain, a sprawling luxury estate covering over 10,000 square meters sat along the coast. Lord John, this is this month's financial report for our Sky Pirates. Please take a look. A man clad in a black tailored suit with a necktie, an outfit utterly incongruous with the pirate world, stood in the estate, respectfully holding a form with both hands and presenting it to John. John, the 1st Division commander of the Sky Pirates and a senior combatant of the Rocks Pirates, known as the Treasure Hunter, set down his goblet of red wine, leaned back on the leather sofa, and took the form presented before him. He gave it a cursory glance. Income: 13 subordinate pirate crews. Total tribute amount approximately 730 million berries, of which the Pathesius pirates alone contributed 300 million berries. Rocks Pirates dividend, including gold mining, looting operations, human trafficking, war, mercenary work, arms, smuggling, and entertainment districts. 488 billion berries. Bosses personal looting income this month 0. Total income 218 billion berries. Expenditure: daily expenses, banquets, crew wages, training, consumption, officer commissions, estate maintenance, gifts approximately 263 billion berries. Special expenses: purchase of 3 steam-powered ironclad ships, 200 million berries each, and replenishment of ammunition for 230 million berries, 830 million berries. Bosses personal expenses: 1 98 billion berries. External debts. This month Whitebeard 130 million berries, Charlotte Lean 500 million berries, Kaido 310 million berries, Stussy 200 million berries, Malin 100 million berries. Total monthly income -1. 462 billion berries. Upon seeing the stark negative figure on the final line of the table, John's expression remained calm. He did not flare up in anger. Instead, he even praised the man beside him. Pathesius, you've done well. Among all these subordinate crews, yours is the only one with some semblance of capability. The rest are utterly worthless. They offer up such paltry tribute every month. You tell them that if they hand in this little again next month, they'll have their captains come to Hachinosu to see Kaluo in person. As you command, I will relay your words, Lord John. Pathesius bowed slightly, his demeanor ever respectful. John was satisfied with his attitude. He tossed the form onto the table, picked up the cigar box, and flicked one over. Thank you for the gift, Lord John. Pathesius caught it with both hands, flattered. John raised his goblet again, swirling the red wine, and asked with feigned casualness, I heard you're planning to give up piracy and start a shipping company. I am sorry, Lord John. I didn't mean that. With a thud, Pathesius dropped to his knees, his face turning ashen in an instant. John frowned. Why are you panicking? I'm not blaming you. If you have the idea, say so. If not, just tell me. Piracy has never been profitable unless you reach the level of rocks, directly occupying several kingdoms and collecting taxes. Or become a lone pirate, where one person is enough to feed the whole crew. Otherwise, even a massive crew like our sky pirates, over 10,000 strong, would still face a fiscal deficit. Someone like you who can rake in nearly 1 billion berries each month with a crew of just a few hundred is a rarity even in the entire New World. Pathesius, you're a talent. Piracy truly is a waste of your abilities. If you venture into shipping, you might really make something of it. I've heard that Shiki has also been investing in this area lately, backing some young man named Amit. Seeing that John was genuinely not angered, Pathesius carefully rose, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I do have this idea, but even if I start a company, I will definitely make Kaluo the majority shareholder. Pathesius was the young pirate whom Kaluo had spared 2 years ago at Rocky Port. Over a year ago, he had come to Hachinosu, found Kaluo, and became the captain of the first subordinate crew under Kaluo's command. The Sky Pirates were the crew Kaluo had founded for himself a year ago. Now the Sky Pirates boasted over 10,000 core members, 2 division commanders, 1 acting division commander, and 13 subordinate pirate crews. The total strength approached 20,000. Even on Hachinosu, this scale made them a major force, second only to the Rocks Pirates and the Flying Pirates. Where's Kaluo? A stunning beauty showed up on the island today. Even Rocks went to have a look. Why hasn't he gone? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed outside the estate. Ignoring the pirate guards at the gate, the newcomer strode straight in. He stood over 7 meters tall with a robust and muscular frame, a pitch-black spiked club slung over his shoulder, 2 black horns protruding from the sides of his head, and an aura of untamed savagery. Seeing the visitor, Pathesius hurriedly bowed. Captain Kaido. Kaido cast him a sidelong glance. Oh, it's you again. Did you buy the liquor in my courtyard? Yes, those bottles were a small token of my respect. They're not the most expensive, but they're strong. I heard Captain Kaido favors potent spirits, so I procured them from a West Blue cargo vessel. I hope you don't find them beneath your taste. Pathesius bowed, speaking with humble deference. Kaido grinned. I'm quite pleased. Buy more next time. Hearing Kaido's words, Pathesius felt no sting of expense. Instead, a look of delight spread across his face. Certainly. They'll buy more next time, and make sure it meets your satisfaction, Captain Kaido. I really like you. If I ever start my own crew, you'll come aboard, and it'll make you a division commander. Pathesius bent even lower. I am unworthy of such regard from Captain Kaido. I am deeply grateful for your kindness. But I will forever be a member of the Sky Pirates. Kaido clicked his tongue. I knew you'd say that. What's so great about that Kaluo anyway? Where is Kaluo? He's gone training, said John from behind the table. Training again. Where? In the sea. In front of the 4th Division Captain's manor, 10,000 meters deep in the sea. 2 figures, one large and one small, disregarding the terrifying pressure of this abyss, were fiercely engaged in combat. One of them stood on the turbid seabed, 3 meters tall, with white hair, his body bared with muscles forged like steel and iron. With every move, he churned the surrounding seawater, turning it into terrifying currents that blasted outward. The other was like a giant, over 10 meters tall, with flame-shaped hair and a thick neck adorned with a large string of Buddhist beads. Despite his enormous size, he was by no means clumsy in this 10,000-meter deep sea. Agile as a fathead fish, he moved so fast that he carved out white water channels in the seawater. The white-haired man was naturally Kaluo. The other was Babir. Babir was a senior combatant of the Rocks Pirates and the strongest fishman in the entire crew. He was a catfish fisherman. His bounty was 700 million berries. Half a year ago, he was invited by Kaluo to join the Sky Pirates, becoming the captain of the 3rd Division. Kaido, on the other hand, was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Sky Pirates, though only temporarily. With his temperament, he would never willingly bow to anyone. Not even Luokisi, let alone Kaluo, could make him fully submit. The reason he had temporarily joined Kaluo's command was entirely because he owed Kaluo too much money. Kaluo, pay attention. Next, I'm going to unleash the ultimate technique of Fishman Karate. After clashing with Kaluo for over a dozen rounds, Babir opened his wide catfish-like mouth and declared loudly. As a fishman, he possessed special vocal techniques that allowed him to transmit his voice to Kaluo even under. Opposite him, Kaluo stood on the pitch-black seabed, his skin covered with a thick layer of formidable haki, an inch thick, repelling the seawater and immense pressure of the 10th centimeter deep sea, preventing them from encroaching further. His training primarily consisted of honing his physique and armament haki, as well as a devil fruit user's resistance to the sea. After 2 long years of cultivation, now he could easily remain in this 10th centimeter deep sea for over 2 hours, and that was 2 hours of intense physical activity. Hearing Babir's voice, Kaluo said nothing, merely beckoned with his hand. Babir nodded his massive body, swiftly swimming backward, creating a distance of over 100 meters. Then he began to build up power in his thick right arm and charged straight toward Kaluo. His speed was tremendous, like a deep-sea torpedo tearing through the water and crossing 100 meters in an instant to reach Kaluo. His fully charged enormous fist coated in pitch-black haki punched straight at Kaluo. Fishman Karate Secret Art Bullet of Vengeance. Boom. The seawater before Kaluo exploded violently with raging force, like a deep-sea current slamming into his entire form. Facing such a ferocious punch, Kaluo also clenched his fist and swung. The moment his fist shot out, his skin instantly turned scorching red, his heart pounded, and scalding steam rose from his body. His entire right arm pierced through the seawater, and amidst the surging currents, it even blazed with raging flames. King's Fist. 2 fists of vastly different sizes collided thunderously in the 10th centimeter deep sea. The seawater within hundreds of meters exploded violently. The seabed beneath Kaluo's feet cracked, and countless sands and mud churned turbulently. Babir on the opposite side cried out in pain, his massive body flying backward like a cannonball straight for over 1,000 meters before drifting weakly in the water with a wry smile on his face. I've lost again, as expected. Boss is the boss. Even though you're a devil fruit user, even in the deep sea, I can't defeat you. With a single punch, Kaluo sent Babir flying 1,000 meters. Kaluo intended to continue his training, but his ears suddenly twitched as if he heard something. He looked up at the dark, deep sea above, then pushed off the seabed, shooting upward like an arrow ascending toward the sea surface. After dozens of seconds, with a thunderous roar, a column of spray shot into the sky from the sea surface. Kaluo burst straight out from it, and behind him 3 pairs of golden wings, 1 large, 2 small, snapped open with a swish. He gave a light flap. Boom! A chaotic blast of air exploded in the sky above the sea. On those golden wings, dazzling blue electric sparks flickered, stirring up violent air currents. They propelled him instantly to several times the speed of sound, cleaving the sea below as he flew toward the shore. Below on the sea surface, Babir also surfaced, chasing closely like a speedboat. A dozen seconds later, Kaluo effortlessly flew several kilometers, then dived down from the sky and landed steadily on the beach in front of the manor. His 8-meter-tall body shrank, and the wings retracted into his body. He reverted to his human form, just over 3 meters tall. The moment he reverted, a sudden sizzling sound of electric current rang through the air. Instantly, the air behind his head exploded, and a pitch-black phantom crushed through the air, hurtling toward the back of his skull. Great Majesty! Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaluo's eyes flickered red, and a smirk curled on his lips. Without even looking, he suddenly spun around and threw a punch. His fist exploded through the atmosphere, sparking blazing flames, and like a meteor, it knocked away the incoming spiked club with a clang. The shockwave from his fist, its momentum undiminished, slammed into the charging Kaido's chest. Bang! Amidst a drum-like explosive sound, Kaido grunted, his burly body tumbling backward like a windmill, carving a 100-meter-long trench in the sand before ending up headfirst stuck in the sand. With a swoosh, the sand churned as Kaido pulled his head out, spat out the sand in his mouth, and glared at Kaluo with anger and embarrassment. Bastard Kaluo, you knew I was going to ambush you. Future sight, kid. Kaluo tapped his own eye. You should learn your lesson, Kaido. Boss Kaluo. Petexius ran over excitedly, holding a large bath. Kaluo took it and wiped the seawater off his body. Petexius then respectfully handed over a trimmed cigar and pulled out a lighter, lighting it. His movements were so practiced, it was almost painful. Kaluo bit the lit cigar and took a puff, then looked at Kaido approaching from across. In a voice loud enough for everyone present to hear, he said, "How many times have you lost now?" Kaido. Upon hearing this, Kaido's anger faltered. Who knows? It hasn't exceeded 1,000. Kaluo looked at Petexius. Petexius quickly said in a low voice, Captain Kaido, your defeats surpassed 1,000 half a year ago. Now it's 1,357 losses. 1,357. Are you kidding me? How can there be that many? Petexius, you little brat aren't trying to trick me, are you? Kaido lost his temper, jumping up and shouting. Petexius smiled wryly and didn't answer. Kaluo continued, so how much does he owe me now? Petexius said respectfully, calculated at 10 million berries per match, Captain Kaido now owes you 135,700,000,000 berries. 135 billion. At the number from Petexius, Kaido was thunderstruck, his bull-like eyes wide, and his mouth agape like a hippo. But he quickly snapped out of his daze and angrily said, impossible. Didn't I already pay you back over 1 billion berries earlier? Kaluo, that little amount doesn't even cover the interest. Kaido stiffened his neck. Then what about my salary and commissions? You never paid me either, said it's to offset the debt. Kaluo rolled his eyes and said irritably, you still have the nerve to mention salary. How many times have you wrecked my manor every time you challenged me? You come here every day to freeload eating and drinking so damn much, forcing me to send people to buy supplies every day. Are you a glutton? Kaido's loud voice instantly dropped, and he muttered weakly, you eat way more than I do. I can eat however I want. Kaluo's voice rose. Kaido, however, seemed deflated. Seeing Kaido subdued, Kaluo felt refreshed. Come on, what do you want this time? Kaido squeezed out an ugly smile. I'm here to take you to see a beauty. Today Hachinosu has a gorgeous woman. She used to be the captain of the Kuja pirates, the same crew that Guoli also once led. Everyone on the island says she's so beautiful, it's like a demon capable of stealing your soul. Even Luokisi and Nugate couldn't resist going. Shachi. Kaluo's expression flickered. After a moment's thought, he realized it made sense. At this point in time, Shachi had indeed disbanded the Kuja pirates and come to Hachinosu to open the rip-off bar. And a few years later, she would become the trigger for that major incident. Kaluo felt nothing special for Shachi. Unlike other pirates, he wasn't infatuated with the world's #1 beauty. In his view, most pirates on the sea were damn sexually frustrated. Who would have thought that a single Shachi could drive countless people all over the world crazy? Even great men like Luokisi Whitebeard and Luagia were obsessed with her. What nonsense. Just a woman. No matter how beautiful, what good was she? Merely a skeleton in rosy hues. The minds and wills of men like Luokisi were incredibly strong. Even if Mount Tai collapsed before them, they would likely remain unfazed. Yet a mere Shachi could disturb their minds. But for Kaluo, just a Shachi. In his past life, what beauties hadn't he seen? Not to mention Shachi, even if Hankyuk and Nami showed up, he could calmly skip ahead. However, he had no interest, but Luagia on the other hand, he was quite interested in. If his memory served, soon after Shachi arrived on Hachinosu, Luagia would come. Over the past 2 years, he had challenged every strong figure on Hachinosu at least 5 times. It was precisely this that had allowed his strength to skyrocket. Now he was already at the comprehensive evaluation of 8-star great perfection, just a step away from entering 9-star top-tier combat power. Host Solo's Kaluo, 20 years old, physique 8-star, steel bones and iron flesh, 88. 888 Haki observation, Haki 9-star, future sight, 91. 84 armament, Haki 8-star, internal destruction, 89. 205 conquerors, Haki 8-star, emission, 88. 12 devil fruit awakened, 8-star, 85. 782 comprehensive evaluation, 8-star peak, great perfection comment, when Imu Luokisi, Halberd Whitebeard Jean Ashurzi, Kaput, Angwa, Egypt Kilai defeated Layli, and others are absent, you are invincible. In recent days, Hachinosu has been engulfed in a continuous revelry due to the arrival of a woman. The captain of the 9 Serpent pirate crew, the world's most beautiful woman, Xiachi, actually disbanded her pirate crew and came to this most dangerous island in the world to open a legendary bar destined to be famous worldwide. Xiachi's knock on the bamboo bar. Countless people infatuated with Xiachi's beauty flocked to the bar, making it the liveliest place on the entire Hachinosu island. The original pirate taverns have all closed down due to its emergence. Because of Xiachi, the bar owner, the pirates on Hachinosu island momentarily forgot about venturing out to plunder. Many notorious New World pirates, including the high-ranking members of the Rocks pirate crew, lingered in that mysterious bar, completely captivated. Even Rocks, the tyrant of Hachinosu, had been soaking in the knock on the bamboo bar for several days without emerging. This demonstrates the overwhelming charm of the world's #1 beauty. Days later, the door of the knock on the bamboo bar was pushed open by a white-haired man. The pirates drinking inside immediately stood up to greet him, their expressions filled with reverence. Lord Carlo, Captain Carlo. The moment Rocks, who was chatting and drinking in a private booth, turned around and saw him, his eyes brightened. Ha ha ha, Carlo. You finally arrived. I thought you really had no interest in the world's #1 beauty. Come over these days. Xiaoqi has been frequently inquiring about your deeds. She is quite curious about you. Carlo. Xiaoqi, standing behind the bar with a burning cigarette between her red lips and an apron tied around her waist, raised her gaze, her watery eyes landing on the approaching Carlo. Carlo walked over calmly and casually found a seat. Suddenly, he heard a displeased cold snort from behind. Oomph. Men, they are all the same. Even you are not exempt, Carlo. It seems I underestimated you. Turns out you also have a taste for this. Am not pleased with that remark, Ling Ling. Carlo picked up a bottle of wine from the table and took a couple of swigs. If I can resist your temptations, how could I care about the world's #1 beauty, eh? Sitting behind him on the sofa, Charlotte Ling Ling was momentarily stunned, then her face blossomed with joy. Mama Carlo, your words are still so sweet. Sitting opposite her, Guluo Li Osa chuckled lightly. How sweet. Have you tasted it? Ling Ling turned around, casting a flirtatious glance at Carlo, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I would like to, but alas, the person is unwilling. Sigh, perhaps she finds me dirty, annoying, and overly masculine. Carlo pretended not to hear. I would like to, but alas, the person is unwilling. Sigh, perhaps she finds me dirty, annoying, and overly masculine. Katakuri nimbly jumped off Ling Ling's shoulder and sat on the back of the sofa beside Carlo, grinning as he said, Carlo, Mom really likes you. How about you agree to be our new dad? I refuse, Carlo replied without a second thought. Katakuri immediately looked a bit dejected. Why? My brother Daifuku Owen and the others all like you. If it's you, we might treat you as our father sincerely. How about giving it a try? As long as you agree, we'll call you Dad right now. Carlo's forehead twitched with annoyance as he reached out and gave the little kid a hard knock on the head. I said I refuse. I'm only 20 years old and don't want to be the father of a dozen kids. Why, oi? Katakuri persisted, because I hate little kids. Why not go find Kaido? Maybe he would be willing. Katakuri made a face. No. He's too weak, not even close to you. What are you saying about Ling Ling's little kid? Do you believe I'll beat you up? Kaido, who was drinking in the corner, exploded in anger, caught in the crossfire. Come on then, ha ha ha. Katakuri stuck his tongue out at him and quickly ran back behind Ling Ling. Kaido was furious. Damn it. If you have the guts, come out and duel. Hiding behind your mom is nothing to boast about. Ha ha, Kaido, are you going to duel with a 6-year-old kid? Everyone burst into laughter, instantly filling the bar with a joyful atmosphere. Amidst the laughter, Xiaoqi, wearing a pink apron and shorts that barely reached her thighs, revealing her delicate long legs, approached Carlo's table with several bottles of liquor. She playfully tucked a few strands of mischievous hair behind her ear, slightly bent over, and brought the drinks from the tray to Carlo. I've heard for a long time that there is a young and powerful vice captain in the Rocks pirate crew who killed a naval admiral 2 years ago, shocking the world. At a young age, you have been offered a bounty of 2,900,000,000 berries, known as the Challenger King of the Sky, Tien Wang Soros. Carlo. I have long been curious about you. However, my bar has been open for several days, and yet Captain Carlo has not appeared, making me wait in vain. Alas, it seems my charm is still insufficient. Xiaoqi leaned in closer, a sweet-smelling smoke wafting from her red lips, enveloping Carlo's face. Her slightly arched body with its alluring curves drew the attention of the surrounding men, causing them to howl in desire. Carlo's gaze unabashedly fell upon the smooth, snowy skin before him. What you're doing is very dangerous, do you realize? Hachinosu is a gathering place for criminals. You're playing with fire, Xiaoqi. Oh, how dangerous. Captain Carlo, what do you want to do to me? Xiaoqi took a deep breath, leaning and even closer, exhaling a haze of smoke into Carlo's ear. Carlo shifted his gaze away from her, looking toward the bar's entrance. A smile crept onto his lips as he suddenly reached out his large hand, wrapping around Xiaoqi's smooth, slender waist and pulling her into his embrace. Moi. Xiaoqi seemed completely unprepared for Carlo to actually make a move. Her body, which had originally been leaning toward Carlo, suddenly lost balance and fell directly into his arms. Yet she did not panic at all. At the moment her body leaned forward, she reacted swiftly, one delicate hand pointing toward Carlo's face. That fair finger seemed devoid of any lethal intent, yet was filled with a chilling, killing intent. A powerful armed color haki erupted at her fingertip. Even if it were a steel plate in front of her, it would be instantly pierced by that finger. Meanwhile, her full, ample bosom arched backward with astonishing flexibility. Her snow-white, smooth waist felt like an elusive snake, twisting and turning to break free from Carlo's grasp. This series of movements left onlookers in awe. Xiaoqi executed her maneuvers fluidly, like a dance full of rhythm and charm, captivating the attention of Rocks and the others. As the former captain of the Nine Serpent pirate crew, Xiaoqi was well aware of the dangers of Hachinosu. Yet she still dared to come here to open a bar. This was not solely based on her belief in her beauty to enchant the masses. A part of it was also rooted in her. Even if she were a stunning rose, she would still be a rose with thorns. If these men blinded by lust truly dared to lay their hands on her, Xia Qi would certainly let them know what the Amazon Lily's legacy, the Great Fragrance Kick, was all about. Also known as the Annihilation Kick. However, the moment a trace of pride emerged in Xia Qi's eyes, it vanished without a trace the next instant. Her arched waist was still caught by a large hand, like an iron claw. No matter how much she struggled, she could not escape being tightly embraced by Carlo. The finger that was aimed at Carlo's forehead successfully struck its target, piercing solidly into the center of his brow. Yet Carlo remained unharmed. The skin on his forehead was not even broken. Instead, Xia Qi felt a sharp pain in her finger. Xia Qi was held in Carlos' arms with one hand, her whole body almost entirely pressed against Carlos, allowing him to feel a wave of softness and warmth like water. Watching Xia Qi, whose brows were slightly furrowed, as if about to flare up, Kaluo's lips curled into a smirk. I told you you're playing with fire, Xia Qi. Seeing this, Xia Qi had yet to say anything. However, the golden lion sitting nearby erupted in anger, bellowing, Kaluo, what do you think you're doing? Let go of Xia Qi right now, or it'll make you regret it. Kaluo paid him no heed at all. Xia Qi's expression turned cold. Release me, Captain Kaluo. Seeing Xia Qi angry, Luokisi was about to speak and tell Kaluo to let her go. Just then the bar's door was suddenly pushed open. A somewhat reckless figure burst in. Before the person even entered the bar, a brash voice rang out inside. Xia Qi, where is my Xia Qi? Luokisi, you porcupine, release my Xia Qi at once. I'm taking her back to the Oro Jackson. At the sight of the newcomer, Gulioli Alsa, who was chatting with Lingling, jumped up and exclaimed in delight, Luo, but Luo Jie didn't even glance at her. His gaze instantly fell upon Xia Qi. To be precise, on Xia Qi, who was held in Kaluo's arms pressed tightly against his chest. When he noticed Xia Qi's slightly furrowed brows and her hands trying to push against Kaluo's chest, Luo Jie instantly grew furious. Bastard! Let go of Xia Qi. Luo Jie strode forward, reached out, and drew the world-renowned supreme great sword ace from his waist, slashing directly at Kaluo. In his fury, the slash Luo Jie unleashed was indeed formidable. Although he didn't use Conqueror's Haki armament, Haki extended from the blade, shooting out and transforming into a black crescent blade that sliced toward Kaluo's face. Perhaps afraid of accidentally harming Xia Qi in Kaluo's arms, Luo Jie meticulously concentrated the power of his slash into a single line. His sudden attack made Luokisi, the golden lion, and others sitting on the sofas reflexively stand up. Luo Jie, what the hell do you think you're doing? This is Xia Qi's bar. Luokisi was about to draw his sword to counter it. At that moment, Kaluo abruptly rose to his feet, pushing the charming beauty in his arms away. His right hand spread open above his head, sparks of lightning flickering at his fingertips. Zzz. Whoosh! The sound of a sharp projectile piercing the air rang out in the sky outside the bar. The next instant, a pitch-black war halberd pierced through the bar's roof. The war halberd fell into Kaluo's hand, and he gripped it with one hand, swung it in a full arc, and smashed it toward the slashing Luo Jie. Luo Jie's attack was somewhat restrained. With a single halberd smash, leveraging his Nernanester terrifying physique augmented by the mythical Zoan's enormous physical enhancement, Kaluo's strike carried with a single halberd smash, leveraging his Nernanester terrifying physique augmented by the mythical Zoan's enormous physical enhancement, Kaluo's strike carried a force of no less than millions of tons. Even Kaido, with his formidable racial prowess, would not dare to recklessly take it heeding. As the war halberd smashed down from above, instantly shattering the black slash shot from Luo Jie's longsword, Kaluo stepped forward with his right foot and swung the halberd in a smooth motion toward the charging Luo Jie, who was also closing in. Luo Jie raised his sword, intending to counterattack. But recalling Lachesis' earlier remark that this bar belonged to Xia Qi, he changed his action to a parry. Then the next moment, clanged. Boom. Amidst the ear-splitting explosion, Luo Jie let out a grunt, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward, his back shattering the bar's wooden door and shooting out with a roar. What? The sudden turn of events shattered any thought of drinking for Luokisi and the others, who all stood up. Luo Jie. Gulioli Alsa cried out in alarm, stepping forward as if to rush outside. But Kaluo was faster. With a whoosh, a gale of wind swirled, and Kaluo, gripping the heavenly dragon halberd, had already vanished from everyone's sight. Hey, Kaluo! Stop! If you start a fight with that bastard Luo Jie, you'll destroy this island. Luokisi shouted. Nearby, Xia Qi, who had been pushed away by Kaluo, also came to her senses. The anger on her face melted away like ice and snow, replaced by a hint of indignant shyness and annoyance. I thought he was just an impatient lecher, but it turns out his target wasn't me. It was that bastard Luo. Is that brat going to pick a fight with someone again? Luokisi. If you don't stop him, Hachinosu will be destroyed by him. The golden lion and the others followed closely behind Luokisi, rushing out in a swarm. Before they could even exit the bar, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. The colossal clash instantly resounded throughout Hachinosu. As the group stepped out of the bar, they were greeted by waves of hurricane-like shockwaves whipping up sand and stones on the square in front, making it impossible to keep their eyes open. At the center of the square, Kaido and Luo Jie stood, each gripping their weapons with both hands locked in a clash. At the point of impact, streaks of pitch-black armament haki burst outward. Luo Jie, holding ace, stared intently at Kaido across from him. 4th Division Captain of the Rocks Pirates, Celestial King Suolusi Kaido. You're stronger than I thought. You're not bad either, Gold. Luo Jie. Kaido's lips curled, revealing a grim smile. Hearing the letter D from Kaido's mouth, Luo Jie's expression shifted slightly. Soon he laughed it off. What D? My name is Gold Luo Jie. Kaido sneered. Luo Kisi dares to call himself Lakisi D. Jibek and Garp dares to call himself Monkey D. Garp. Aren't they both people of the D clan? Why don't you dare to say your name directly, Gold? Luo Jie. Seeing Kaido emphasize his true name again, Luo Jie frowned, then relaxed and chuckled. Alright, though I don't know how you found out my true name is indeed that. So is Suolusi Kaido your real name? Or should you be called Suolusi D? Kaido. I am not of the D clan. Kaido shook his head. That may not be certain. Luo Jie grinned, suddenly intensifying the force in his hand, pressing his wrist, holding the long sword toward Kaido. No matter what you call yourself, you'll pay for your transgression against Xiachi just now. Is that so? Then, bring it on. Kaido's eyes sharpened. The next instant, 2 terrifying auras like abyssal oceans surged from both combatants, transforming into black-red thunderstorm clouds that spread and impacted in all directions. In an instant, thousands of pirates on Hachinosu Island, completely unaware, were knocked to the ground, foaming at the mouth from the shock. But this was only the beginning. An even more terrifying power erupted from both Kaido and Luo Jie, converging into their weapons. The stone slabs beneath their feet on the square lifted from the ground, propelled upward by the rebound force, blown away like feathers and willow catkins. Hey! Stop it, you 2 bastards! Lakisa's shout had barely arisen when the roars of Kaido and Luo Jie, along with the thunderous clash of their battle, resounded over Hachinosu. Heavenly Dragon Annihilation / Divine Evasion. Carlo had long wanted to meet Roger, the future Pirate King, who would shake the world. However, due to the incident 2 years ago when he single-handedly killed Haynes, he had become a thorn in the side of the world government. The highest decision-making body of the world government, the 5 Elders, believed that he had completely betrayed the Navy. As a result, they not only terminated the 100 billion berries they were supposed to pay Carlo. The promise to grant Carlo autonomy over a Navy base was of course revoked. Additionally, his bounty was raised, increasing from 18 billion to 29 billion berries. This was even higher than the bounties of Whitebeard and Golden Lion at the time. Within the Rocks Pirates, his bounty was second only to Rocks himself. This caused Carlos' name to echo throughout the world, making countless people aware of his existence. The punishment from the world government did not stop there. The 5 Elders also specially issued an indefinite kill order against him. This meant that as long as Carlo left Hachinosu and exited the protection of Rocks, the Navy would have to act immediately to arrest him. Because of this order, Carlo had to endure the relentless pursuit from Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and even Kong during every outing over the past 2 years. Had it not been for his flying ability, he might have already fallen during several plundering missions. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although Carlo was being relentlessly pursued by the Navy, making him somewhat miserable. This intense training, however, led to a tremendous leap in his own strength. Coupled with his diligent training, he spent his days in Hachinosu either challenging Lingling Golden Lion or engaging with Whitebeard and Rocks. Now, compared to 2 years ago, Carlo was no longer at the same level. If that Haynes from back then were to appear before him again, he could defeat Haynes without using the Dragon Spear, smashing him into the ground. He was now a top-tier powerhouse. Even though his overall rating on the system panel hadn't reached the 9 stars, yet his overall combat power had already reached the standard of a normal admiral. Moreover, with the addition of his Conqueror's Haki and the awakened mythical Zoan fruit, his strength would be even greater. Just like at this moment. The Dragon Spear in Carlo's hand, wielded with the might to split mountains and seas, clashed fiercely with Roger's sword. The nearly 9-star physique unleashed a pure power that reached a terrifying several million tons. As the spear struck down, the explosive sound alone shattered the air over Hachinosu Island, sending shockwaves that radiated like ripples. At the moment the weapons collided, the previously proud smile on Roger's face suddenly stiffened. As the clash occurred with Carlos' weapon, he felt an overwhelming force like a tidal wave surging through the sword. This immense power was something his physique could not withstand. Only by unleashing the oceanic might of his armament Haki could he counter this inhuman force. Feeling the tremors of his biceps, Roger gritted his teeth. What the hell is this monstrous strength? Hey, are you even human? Absolutely. Kalos' eyes sparkled with intensity, his muscles bulging with immense power once more as he roared, his white hair standing on end, veins popping on his forehead. Get ready to fly away. The heavy dragon spear was firmly grasped by Kalos, pressing down on Roger. Roger, relying on his own overwhelming haki, was still able to hold firm. But the ground beneath him could not withstand such immense pressure. With a thunderous boom, the ground crumbled beneath Roger's feet, forming a massive pit as his expression changed. Then, having lost his point of support, he uncontrollably began to fall. Seeing him collapse into the pit, Kalos seized the opportunity, leaping into the air, the dragon spear ready for another strike. Dragon explosion / slash. So fast. However, before his spear could complete the cut, the red light in his eyes caught a glimpse of a future scene. He saw Roger falling down, swinging his sword horizontally, unleashing a black-red slash that shattered space and air, sending Kalos flying backward, crashing through the towering Skull Mountain. Seeing this scene, Kalos instinctively pulled the dragon spear in front of him, taking a defensive stance. At the same time, he tensed all his muscles, attempting to dodge sideways to temporarily evade Roger's strike. However, to Kalos' astonishment, his focused defense did not meet with Roger's attack. Instead, he saw Roger falling downward, stepping through the air, as if it were solid, soaring out of the pit, like a cannonball, landing back on the ground of the square. Seeing the astonishment in Kalos' eyes, Roger laughed heartily. Ha ha, predicting the future is not on. Whether the future comes to pass ultimately depends on us, not on what you perceive as the so-called future through your observation haki. The future you foresee is merely a simulation derived from your perception of my actions and killing intent, leading to the most probable outcome. That's just the counter strategy you anticipated I would likely take in that situation. And true strength means the future is always uncertain, because my future is something only I can decide. Additionally, some futures, even if you foresee them, you must still respond to, just like this. Roger laughed heartily, gripping his sword with one hand. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, transforming into clusters of thick black-red lightning that wrapped around the sword, slowly swinging toward Kalos. God's avoidance. The sword, trailing black-red lightning, sliced through the air before him, as if even space was being cut apart by the blade. The dazzling edge of the blade erupted with a sharp force that aimed to cleave the entire realm in two. Roger's strike was still God's avoidance, but it was 10 times stronger than the previous clash with Kalos. With this strike, a massive cut hundreds of meters long erupted like a mountain range, spanning the heavens, pressing down toward Kalos. Kalos' eyes shone bright red as he sought to foresee the future. However, all the futures he perceived were of himself being sliced away by this terrifying strike. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't completely evade. Since escape was impossible, then he would not evade. God's avoidance, I will not evade. The pitch-black armament haki surged from his body like a tsunami, rapidly compressing into a lightning-like armament haki under the amplification of the dragon spear, striking upward against the horizontally cutting God's avoidance. Dragon explosion / slash. A pitch-black strike over 100 meters long burst forth from the spear's blade, clashing violently with Roger's God's avoidance. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted at the center of the square. The square, covering several thousand square meters, was instantly shattered into dust. The shockwave blew away the debris, sweeping in all directions, forming a dust storm that blotted out the sky over Hachinosu Island. Amidst the swirling winds, everyone saw a shadow fly up from opposite Roger, disappearing in an instant from the square. The next second, with a loud crash, a new humanoid hole appeared in Skull Mountain, piercing through from front to back. Such a powerful body, able to withstand even my strike. I truly underestimated you, Kalos. Roger laughed loudly, his figure disappearing in an instant as he chased after Kalos, who had been sent flying. Damn, this guy Roger is really using his full strength. Is he really going to destroy my island? Rock's expression changed, and he quickly called out to Golden Lion behind. Throw those two into the sky for me. Golden Lion was taken aback. Are you crazy, Rocks? You want me to throw them into the sky? How do I throw them? Are you suggesting I send Hachinosu along with them into the sky? Rocks opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. As he racked his brains contemplating how to stop Roger, whether he should simply intervene himself, suddenly from the sky above Hachinosu an earth-shattering thunderclap erupted. The crowd looked up to see the winds surging and clouds roiling 10,000 meters high. A gale from nowhere rapidly swept together thick ink-black clouds, and in the blink of an eye they formed a vast expanse of shadowy clouds that blotted out the sun above Hachinosu. Within those dark clouds, silver-white lightning flickered and rumbled with a muffled thunder. Then in the next boom, a pillar of lightning as thick as a towering ancient tree shot down from the heavy clouds like a colossal column, piercing the heavens and earth, striking the island of Hachinosu and crashing into a spot behind Skull Mountain. 500 million volt thunderstorm. Divine punishment. Boom. Another deafening roar. The ill-fated Skull Mountain was once more pierced by something. In the eyes of the crowd, a smoking black figure streaked across, howling as it flew out and crashed into the devastated plaza. Roger! Bureau Lyosa exclaimed in shock. Seeing that it was Roger who had been sent flying, the Golden Lion gasped. Impossible. Were you knocked away by that brat Carlo? How could that little runt be so powerful? In the crater of the plaza, Roger slowly rose, his body smoking, his hair a mess of an afro-like explosion, still emitting black smoke. Tiny currents of electricity flickered through his hair strands. His clothes were torn in many places, looking ragged and tattered like a beggar's outfit. Paying no heed to the running Bureau Lyosa, Roger exhaled a puff of black smoke, utterly indifferent to his disheveled state, and looked with keen interest toward the sky opposite. Is this the legendary Golden Garuda of the New World Seas? But I don't recall hearing that you could also control lightning and thunder. Opposite him in the sky above the top of the 100-meter Skull Mountain, a figure with a bird's head and a human body, 3 pairs of golden wings on its back, and a pitch-black war halberd in hand, flew through the air. Above his head, 10,000 meters high, thick clouds like city walls churned and gathered, crackling with massive bolts of lightning that snaked down from the sky, ceaselessly converging toward the tip of that black war halberd. They also converged onto the golden wings on that figure's back. Wind and thunder gathered simultaneously on the strange being, howling and roaring, shaking heaven and earth, making him appear like a god descending to the mortal world. The awakened ability of the mythical Zoan Garuda is to control the wind and thunder elements of nature. Wrapping wind and thunder around the wings allows one to easily achieve the ultimate speed of the world. The bird's head twisted and transformed into Carlos' face. The 3 pairs of golden wings entwined with wind and thunder on his back merely gave a slight flutter. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Only the howling wind and flashing lightning remained in the sky. When Carlo reappeared, he had crossed 1,000 meters and arrived above the plaza in front of Roger. His speed was so fast it seemed like teleportation. Even Wang Ji, who possessed the teleportation fruit ability, was shocked. At that moment, Carlo raised the heavenly dragon Halberd, which dragged countless bolts of lightning and slashed down toward Roger's head, wrapping lightning around the weapon. This is thunder descends. 1 billion volts. As his halberd fell, countless lightning bolts gathered from the dark clouds above, slashing down a pillar of lightning even thicker than before, as massive as a mountain range, hurtling alongside the heavenly dragon halberd toward Roger. This terrifying might truly resembled a thunder god wielding lightning. Faced with such a dreadful world-ending thunderbolt, Roger showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, he pointed his long blade diagonally toward the sky as if to pierce the heavens. Haha, not bad power, but you're still far from defeating me. Aramitama. Boom. A majestic surge of Conqueror's Haki-infused lightning burst forth from the supreme grade blade ace, converging at a single point as a spiral force that shot straight into the sky. The thunderous pillar from above, as it descended halfway, was met by Roger's spiral Haki-infused strike, which bore upward with irresistible force, breaking through the pillar with devastating ease. Carlo, who had swung the halberd down, was also sent flying along with it. The spiral thrust continued upward, shattering the ceaselessly rumbling thunder pillar, dispersing it into countless lightning snakes that filled the sky above Hachinosu. Finally, the spiral thrust of the Haki-infused blade pierced straight through the clouds gathered 10,000 meters above, punching a hole through that thick, ink-black mass, scattering them. To the eyes of the people on the ground, it seemed as if Roger's single slash had truly torn a massive hole in the sky. You can control the natural wind and thunder, so it'll just dispel nature itself. How about that? Having dispersed the clouds 10,000 meters high with one slash, Roger looked triumphantly at Carlo. Then he paused, seeing the Carlo he had sent flying plummet straight down, crashing onto the plaza floor, lying motionless like a stone statue. Up close, Carlo now stood over 8 meters tall, his muscles glistening with a golden hue and his 3 pairs of wings gleaming with gold radiance, making him truly appear like a golden deity. Seeing Carlo frozen, Roger sheathed his blade and stopped scratching his head. What's wrong with you? Across from him, the unmoving Carlo stared at 2 attribute values that had simultaneously appeared in his mind. Armament Haki 3. Conqueror's Haki 3. Your armament Haki has broken through to 9-star. Your Conqueror's Haki has broken through to 9-star. Host Sulusi Ka Luo, age 20, physique 8-star, steel body, 89, Haki observation 9-star, future prediction 92. 22. Armament 9-star, armor coating 92. 205, Conqueror's 9-star, Haki infusion 91. 12, fruit awakened 8-star, 86. 02. Comprehensive evaluation 9-star. Top tier combat power. Commentary: when I'm Rock's Herald, Whitebeard, Garp, Roger, and Totemujika are absent, you are invincible. Gazing at the brand new panel attributes in his mind and feeling the surging immense power within his body. Kalos' emotions also churned with excitement. Finally, he had reached 9-star combat power. Although his physique had not yet broken through to 9-star, his comprehensive evaluation had officially stepped into the 9-star tier. In the system's judgment, 9-star was considered top-tier combat power. However, top-tier combat power did not necessarily equate to 9-star. In Kalos' estimation, when a person's two-color Haki attributes approached 90 points, even if their physique was slightly lower, around 80, and supplemented by their swordsmanship or devil fruit abilities, they could still possess top-tier combat power comparable to an admiral. The system's 9-star rating, even among top-tier fighters, could be considered mid-range, because it evaluated the average physique, observation, and armament. The three attributes averaged to 9-star at 90 points. That is a triangular fighter. Now Kalos had reached this level. Of course, there was still a slight flaw. His physique after fighting Roger had still not broken through to 9-star. Previously it was 88. 88. Now it was 89. It had only increased by 112. This growth rate was absurd. This also meant that Roger, in terms of physique, could not provide Kalos with any instinctual pressure, unable to help him make a breakthrough in physique. Roger's current physique might not even be as strong as Kalos. Then there was an even greater surprise. That was his Conqueror's Haki, which after this clash with Roger, had successfully broken through to 9-star, reaching the level of Conqueror's Haki infusion. Roger's current physique might not even be as strong as Kalos. Then there was, thinking of this, Kalos' towering godlike body suddenly erupted with a massive burst of deep red lightning, startling Roger, who had been examining him. Before Roger could speak, he saw Kalos, after unleashing the thunderous Conqueror's Haki lightning, suddenly raise his hand and grab at the deep red lightning radiating from himself. In the next moment, a peculiar sight appeared. Those intangible Conqueror's Haki lightning bolts were actually caught by Kalos, clenched in his hand, rapidly compressed, and converged. Then, to the astonishment of Rock's Whitebeard, the Golden Lion Lin Lin, and others, they flowed like armament Haki and wrapped around Kalos' hand. Is this Conqueror's Haki infusion? Kalos, you've actually mastered Haki infusion. Lin Lin was the first to cry out in shock. After all, she had not yet mastered this advanced power. As the captain of the 4th Division, Kalos had taken the lead in mastering this power. Didn't this mean that she had been surpassed by Kalos? Amid everyone's shock, the Conqueror's Haki lightning wrapped around Kalos' hand flowed onto the heavenly dragon Halberd, and he swung it at Roger. To have mastered Conqueror's Haki infusion so quickly, this is not just a breakthrough in technique, but also in the quality of Conqueror's Haki. Roger raised an eyebrow and slashed out with his blade. This time neither of them made a grand display. They simply struck out with their respective weapons casually. Roger knew that Kalos was testing his blade. The pitch-black heavenly dragon Halberd and Roger's ace long blade clashed in the void 2 or 3 meters apart. The two weapons, though not touching, locked in the air and erupted with astonishing impact. This stunning sight filled Kaido, standing among the crowd, with profound longing. So this is the ultimate application of Conqueror's Haki. Haki infusion that can strike at a distance without contact. Damn it. That bastard Kalos has actually mastered this power so quickly. I won't accept this. I must work even. He clenched his fists and swore to himself, starting today, I will challenge Kalos 3 times a day. Then Kaido seemed to think of something and suddenly deflated. 3 times a day is 30 million berries. I already owe him over 10 billion berries. If I keep owing like this, even selling myself won't be enough to pay it back. Kasu. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the port of Hachinosu, the main ship of the Rock's pirates, the Jibak sword, slowly detached from the sea surface and floated into the sky amidst the awestruck gazes of many pirates. On the deck, with Rocks at the helm, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kalos were playing cards. Each of the 4 had a stack of berries before them. Their eyes all gleamed with a crimson light, as if they had all contracted red-eye disease. Rocks tossed down a pair of 3s and grinned. I'm telling you in advance, Harold is my good friend, and Elbaf is his country. Though we are the infamous Rocks pirates, I don't want to wreak havoc on my own brother's turf. So do me a favor and don't cause trouble in Elbaf. No problem. I haven't seen Harold in a long time either. I hope he won't be stingy with the strong ale of Elbaf. I plan to drink my fill this time, cough cough. Whitebeard coughed, winked at Kalos, who was playing after him, and laid down a pair of 5s. Since the giants are your friends, how could we plunder them? Your worry is unnecessary, Rocks. Kalos understood the hint, and casually threw down a pair of kings in front of the Golden Lion. Damn it. Seeing the pair of kings dropped before him, the Golden Lion's face darkened. He angrily tossed his cards onto the deck and pointed at the other 3, fuming. What the hell is the point of playing like this? Each of you can foresee the future. The cards haven't even been played yet, and you've already seen everything. Why don't we just play with open cards? Kalos, you knew I have nothing higher than a pair of kings, so you teamed up with Newgate to mess with me, didn't you? I'm not playing anymore. Hey, calm down. It's just for fun. Why get so angry? He'll count this round as 2 losses for me. Rocks pacified the Golden Lion and also threw down his cards. Then Whitebeard happily took 100,000 berries from Rocks. Carlo took 50,000 berries from the Golden Lion. Rocks shuffled the cards proactively, pulled out a box of cigars, and flicked 1 gold embossed cigar to each of the 3, Carlo, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. He bit one himself, and while shuffling looked over at Carlo across from him. Carlo, you know I'm talking about you, so Carlo snapped his fingers, and 4 tiny arcs of electricity shot from his fingertips, igniting the cigars in all 4 mouths. He exhaled a puff of smoke. What about me? I'm not going to plunder the giant country. The Golden Lion twitched the corner of his mouth and glanced sideways. You want plunder, but you can't resist challenging that big guy, Harold. Don't deny it. You've always been like this, brat. Anyone slightly stronger than you have to go bother them to death. Over the past few years, you've almost annoyed me to death. Next time you dare challenge me, I won't hold back. Hold back. Wahaha, you really shouldn't hold back anymore, Shiki. Carlo has already mastered Conqueror's coding. If you still hold back, you might get capsized in a ditch and have him take your position as 2nd Division Commander. Whitebeard reached out his massive hand and patted Carlo on the shoulder. He was exceptionally courteous to Carlo, not only because Carlo had followed him to Hachinosu and joined the Rocks Pirates, but also because over the past 2 years Carlo had often lent him money, allowing him to send funds back to his hometown. This made Whitebeard quite willing to accept Carlo's challenges. It was also a way to repay Carlo's kindness. It's just a preliminary grasp of Conqueror's coding. What's so impressive about that? The Golden Lion bit his cigar, looking disdainful. Rocks began dealing the cards. Newgate is right, Shiki. You shouldn't be too proud. Carlo advances too fast. Before long he might catch up to you. As soon as the cards were dealt, all 4 men's eyes immediately flashed with crimson light. At the same time, 4 terrifying masses of black-red lightning burst forth from each of them, swirling around their bodies, each resisting the other 3 and disrupting their observation hockey perception. Under the influence of this savage heaven-like aura, even the sky above the 4 was split by the clash of their auras, crisscrossed with enormous fissures. The entire sky was clearly divided into 4 parts. Seeing the others inadvertently use the same technique, all 4 twitched their mouths. Foreseeing the future plus observation, kill, huh? Are we even playing cards anymore? Several days later, gazing at the colossal tree before them, so immense it resembled a mountain piercing the heavens, the 4 standing on the airborne Jibek sword couldn't help but marvel. So this is the Atom Tree, the largest tree in the world, and also the finest wood in the world. My Jibek sword was forged from the wood of the Atom Tree, given by Harold, who says Elbaf is poor. Isn't this tree the largest gold mine in the world? If we cut it down and sold it, we could probably get a colossal fortune of several trillion berries. The last sentence was Carlos. When he spoke, the gazes of Rocks, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion all turned to him, staring at him with utter speechlessness. Carlo bit his cigar, looking innocent. Did I say something wrong? It's the truth. You know, 1 ton of atom wood is worth at least 1 million berries, and the price will only go up. Even if we don't sell the whole tree, cutting off just 1 branch could probably fetch hundreds of billions of berries, maybe more. Look how huge the tree is. One of its branches alone might weigh tens of millions of tons. You might think I miscalculated. At that rate, just 1 branch would be worth over 10 trillion berries. The Golden Lion's throat bobbed, and his gaze at the Atom Tree, piercing the clouds, instantly turned fervent. Even his breathing grew heavy. Even Whitebeard's eyes took on an inexplicable tinge when he looked at it. Of course, given his character, he could never stoop to stealing the Atom Tree to sell for money. Old White simply thought the tree's value was extraordinarily high. But as for the Golden Lion, it was hard to say. Seeing Carlo ignite the Golden Lion's greed with just a few words, Rocks wore a pained expression. Hey, I told you to do me a favor and not cause trouble here. Carlo, you bastard, why did you have to say that? Several trillion berries. You almost made me tempted myself, damn it. He slapped the Golden Lion on the shoulder and said irritably, Hey, Shiki, wipe your drool. I warn you, you'd better not get any ideas about this treasure tree. Otherwise, even if I don't come after you, Harold won't let you off. You know how strong he is. Harold. The Golden Lion barely snapped out of it, as if recalling Harold's strength, then clicked his tongue and curled his lip dismissively. So what? That big guy is tough, but can he really catch up to me? If he pisses me off, I'll just pull the rug out from under him and float this tree tens of thousands of meters into the sky. His voice trailed off, and under Rock's dangerous glare, he stopped mid-sentence. All right, I was joking. I'm not that greedy. I'm not John. Money, I just need enough. Strength is what I truly seek. Seeing that the Golden Lion's gaze was clear and didn't seem feigned, Rocks finally relaxed. Then let's land and go find Harold. Carlo pointed at the Jibek's sword beneath his feet. Just fly over like this. Sailing our pirate ship openly into Elbaf? Doesn't that seem a bit off? After all, this is a nation. Rocks shook his head. No, leave the ship here. We jump down. With that he took the lead, leaping from the vessel, floating tens of thousands of meters high, plunging into Elbaf's. Hey, we're tens of thousands of meters up? Aren't you afraid of breaking your legs? Whitebeard, carrying his Murakamajiri, looked at Carlo. Carlo, a hand. Easy. Carlo chuckled, his body expanding and rising, instantly swelling to over 8 meters, towering even above Whitebeard. He reached out and grabbed Whitebeard's shoulder, flapped his 3 pairs of wings, and shot through the air, vanishing from the Jaibex sword. Golden Lion finally flew out from the ship, drifting lightly downward. Minutes later, Elbaf, the roots of the Atom Treasure Tree, the underworld. With a thunderous crash, a bottomless human-shaped pit appeared on the frozen ground. At its edge, wind and lightning stirred, silver arcs leaped, and 2 towering figures emerged simultaneously. Carlo set Whitebeard down, his form rapidly shrinking back to 3 meters. Thanks. Whitebeard straightened his wind-blown clothes, glanced back at the pit behind him. Rox, you didn't break your neck, did you? An irritated voice echoed from the pit. Damn. Forgot both Carlo and Shiki can fly. I'm a fool too. Rox clambered out, covered in dirt, looking thoroughly disheveled. But he was unhurt. His physique was evidently monstrously strong. He thought you were trying to show off. Golden Lion snickered as he floated down from above. Just then, heavy trampling sounds erupted from the frozen pine forest nearby, drawing the four's attention. Though this was the roots of the Atom Treasure Tree, the trees growing here were absurdly tall. Even their giant-like human physiques seemed minuscule beneath these ice pines, which soared hundreds of meters high. Yet now those towering ice pines began to topple, one after another, snapping and falling sideways like vaguely. A colossal beast over 100 meters long was rapidly approaching, drawn by the commotion of Rock's impact. The falling trees were its handiwork. The ground rumbled and trembled with a thunderous roar, a truly terrifying. But Carlo and the others remained utterly calm. Carlo even yawned. Roar! A deafening bellow suddenly exploded. Ice crystals burst as a 100-meter beast, resembling a giant elephant but with broad wings on its back and claw-like limbs, charged out of the pine forest, howling and gaping at Carlo and the others. The giant elephant towered 100 meters high like a small hill. Carlo and the others were mere ants. The elephant roared, expecting the 4 feeble prey to whimper or drop dead from fear before its but after 7 or 8 throat-shredding bellows, it sensed not a shred of terror from the tiny figures. The elephant's dull mind grew puzzled. It had never encountered such a thing. Were these pitiful little creatures simply too scared to react? Or well, it would just gobble them up. Little meat, but enough to stave off hunger. Lately, that little monster in the underworld had been hassling the giant beasts daily. Many had already been beaten into submission. Now it too was hiding and fleeing, barely managing to eat. These sluggish thoughts crossed its mind as the elephant opened its fanged maw and lunged at Carlo and the others. A stinking, slobbery breath washed over them. Swish! A black thread shot from the heavenly dragon Halberd in Carlo's hand, flashing across the charging beast. The elephant froze mid-lunge, its colossal body rigid. Behind it, the ice pines cracked and fell with a chorus of snaps. Hundreds of meters away, the upper half of a pointed iceberg flew off without warning. Only then did the 100-meter giant before Carlo and the others topple. Its hill-like body was cleaved cleanly into 2 halves, revealing rich, fatty flesh within. Whitebeard pulled out a firestone with a grin. Elbaf is quite hospitable. Knowing we're hungry, it offers fresh ingredients at once. Minutes later, each of the 4 carried large skewers of roasted meat, eating as they walked deeper into the underworld toward the main trunk of the Atom Treasure Tree. Rox said there was an entrance to the upper world of sunlight there, guarded by Elbaf's giant warriors. They could contact Harold through those guards, asking him to come down or letting them ascend. Meanwhile, before a treehouse at the base of the Atom Treasure Tree sat a giant child with bandages over its eyes and a pair of pitch-black, curved horns atop its head. It was on the ground, holding a newspaper, reading with great relish through the gaps in the bandages. Unable to contain itself, it muttered aloud in an excited voice the contents it had read dozens of times. The world's strongest pirate crew right now is the Rox Pirates. Captain Rox D. Jibek, bounty 5 billion berries. The world's most vicious criminal who destroyed a dozen kingdoms, killed a Marine Admiral, and attacked a holy land. Under his leadership, the Rox Pirates dominate the seas around Hachinosu Island, ruling hundreds of kilometers near Loki Port. A behemoth even the Marines dare not provoke. The Rox Pirates has 4 division commanders, each as powerful as a Marine Admiral. 1st Division Commander Edward Newgate, bounty 3 billion berries, epithet Whitebeard, with the earth-shattering paramecia Gura no Mi, Rock's strongest right arm. 2nd Division Commander Shiki, former king of the West Blue Underworld, bounty 666 billion berries, epithet Golden Lion, ability paramecia Fua no Mi, capable of lifting islands for dozens of kilometers into the sky, Rock's left arm. 3rd Division Commander Charlotte Lean epithet Big Mama natural-born demon who destroyed an Elbaf village at age 5 bounty 1. 998 billion berries Paramecia Soru Nomi user with an unbreakable steel balloon defense. 4th Division Commander Sulisi Keluo epithets Challenger Sky, King Heavenly King bounty 2. 9 billion berries Zoan mythical beast type Tori Nomi model Garuda user. The only pirate in the Rocks crew besides Rocks himself who has killed a Marine Admiral. Besides the 4 division commanders, the Rocks Pirates boasts many powerful senior combatants. Kaido Silver Axe John Wong Ji Maroon Babel Kurazumi, Higurashi Jin Bakken Stussy Kilba. Lost in his reading, the giant child didn't notice the door of the treehouse open behind him. A giant over 50 meters tall, like a primordial titan, walked out and smiled warmly at him. Loki reading about the Rocks Pirates again. You really admire Rocks, don't you? The giant child named Loki reluctantly put down the newspaper, looked up at his father. Father, when will Rocks come to Elbaf again? I want to sail with him. I want to be a pirate too. Ha ha ha, pirate. Want to become one like Rocks. That won't be easy. I won't stop you, but you're still too young. The giant crouched, lovingly ruffling Loki's hair, and smiled as he looked ahead. As for when Rocks will come, he's already here. What? Rocks is here? Loki looked up in delight, yanking off the bandages from his eyes, widening a pair of demonic vertical pupils to stare ahead. In his sight, several tiny figures appeared. Leading them was the man he yearned for. Rocks. Behind Rocks followed 3 other pirates Loki often saw in newspapers and remembered vividly. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Golden Lion Shiki. Heavenly King Sualisi Kaluo. Seeing Rocks, Loki cried out in ecstasy, Rocks, did you come to see me? But Rocks didn't spare him a glance, instead looking at the giant behind him. Harold, long time no see. I heard you attacked a world government ship and sank a marine battleship. Are you going to rebel against the world government? If so, join my crew. They'll make you my vice captain. Wahaha. With the 2 of us together, no one in the world can match us. Harold stood up, his immense frame towering over Rocks and the others like a mountain, majestic as a god. You know I won't join you, Rocks. I am the king of Elbaf. I will never become a pirate. As for what you mentioned, there are other circumstances. I've already explained to the world government and made amends. Spare me the excuses. His words were abruptly cut off. A figure stepped past Rocks, raising a weapon to point at Harold. First fight me. Harold. My Halberd and I have been itching for a battle.